Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A bloodied man cries out in anguish. The wounded man stands shirtless, breathing heavily as light gathers in his bloody hand. He reveals a glowing golden marble resting in his palm. Clenching his bloody fist around the marble, he blames everything on this object. Gritting his teeth, he identifies the object as the Holy Grail. Narration explains the Holy Grail is a relic that grants a single wish. The man silently stares at the shining bead in his hand, torn with emotion. Overwhelmed, he lets out a desperate shout. In the past, someone at an office asks their department head for permission to leave work early. The boss asks why, and the employee answers that he just wants to go home a bit sooner today. Confirming there is no after-work gathering, the boss allows him to leave for the day. The employee bows deeply and thanks his boss, saying he will see him tomorrow. Coworkers quietly question whether letting Mr. Kim Dae-rim go home early is wise, gossiping that he used to be fine but has changed. One coworker notes the lingering shock despite all Mr. Kim has done, but the department head angrily cuts him off. The boss orders idle workers to go home and to stop meddling in Mr. Kim's business, while someone reminds him of today's get-together. The boss snaps that they do not hold those gatherings anymore, and a coworker sulks that only Mr. Kim is treated kindly. The man then visits a flower shop, where the florist recognizes him and mentions his wife's birthday. He confirms it. At a market stall he buys seaweed for his wife's birthday meal, chatting with the vendor about how lucky he is to have her. That evening, his apartment entryway sits dark and silent. He opens the door, announcing his return while holding flowers and a teddy bear. He pauses, tense, as if bracing himself in the dim interior. In the dining room, he sets the gifts down and begins preparing something in the kitchen. He lays out an elaborate meal at the table, placing the food opposite a framed family photo and the big teddy bear. Sitting before his wife's picture, he apologizes that his first attempt at cooking for her cannot match her usual quality, and that he was not with her on her birthday. His mouth trembles as emotion wells up. He showers, the sound of water echoing his distress. Barefoot, he walks across the floor afterward. With a towel over his head, he sits at his desk, ready to write in his notebook. He opens the notebook and picks up his pen. He writes a diary entry dated September 4th, wishing Eun Kyung-ah a happy birthday. While writing, he notes that he left work early as promised and vows to always do so to celebrate her birthday. Looking at the family photo, he wonders if the soup he cooked tasted good. He falls silent, lips tightening with grief. As the TV reports on a 12th victim in a serial murder case, he remembers that even though he followed her recipe, the soup turned out bland and he could not finish it. Thinking of his late wife's favorite flowers and the teddy bear bought for their child Minha, he reflects on the gifts he prepared. His hand shakes as he writes, asking how Minha is doing and if she is well. Overcome, he continues writing without speaking. He recalls happy memories of his wife and daughter playing together. He longs to hear their answers to his questions. His desire shifts into a desperate need to hear their voices again. In darkness he confesses that he wants to see their faces, that he wants them back. His mind returns to the place where their blood once stained the ground. Head bowed, he begins to voice a wish. Through gritted teeth and tears he pleads to see them again. Tears fall on the diary page as he begs for this wish to be granted. In a frenzy he fills the pages, repeatedly writing that he wants to see them and imploring for it to happen. He sits alone in his room, furiously scribbling in the diary. When he finally stops, the open notebook shows pages covered in increasingly frantic writing. Staring at what he has done, he laughs bitterly and calls himself pathetic. Suddenly something strange happens around him, prompting a startled exclamation. His eyes reflect glowing motes of light as he panics, demanding to know what is happening. Mystical energy erupts from the diary, and he shouts in confusion as the room fills with floating script. The notebook turns completely blank under the light. He flips through it, realizing in shock that it has become just a plain journal. Seeing all his past entries erased, he mutters in disbelief that everything he wrote has vanished. Flipping further, he reacts as a new message appears. He stares at the transformed journal, unsettled. He notices words forming on one of the pages. The emerging message tells him that he can see them again. Reading on, he sees it promised that he can meet his wife and daughter once more. Horrified and stunned, he questions what he is seeing. Later, at work, he tells his director he needs to leave early again, who asks if it is related to his wife's recent birthday. Kim denies any issue and promises it will not happen again, but the director kindly insists he take his leave. Around the office, people grumble that they are not going out to eat again, and the boss brusquely shuts them down. Kim reflects that the diary he has kept for over 6 months has entirely disappeared. He notes that in its place, starting from the first page, a new story has appeared. He remembers how that new narrative manifested before his eyes and how he considered discarding the diary but could not. The new text recounts that he began a diary on September 14th, and that on the 15th a deadly traffic accident occurred, matching real events. It also records that on September 16th a cancelled contract was unexpectedly restored and continues with September 17th, all of which unfolded as written. Above all else, he keeps rereading the line that says he can meet his family again. He tells himself that if what is written in the diary is true, then he might genuinely be able to see his wife and daughter again. Another entry states that on September 18th at 10 p.m., he will step into a parallel world, and he resolves to test it. Looking at the clock approaching that time, he concludes that tonight at 10 he will cross over. He steels himself, accepting that he is about to enter a parallel world. The clock ticks closer to 10 o'clock. Nervous sweat trickles down his neck as the moment approaches. The second hand nears the 12, signaling that the promised time has come. At exactly 10, the clock strikes and something triggers. His vision distorts as reality begins to warp around him. Gravity disappears and he is pulled upward, his room and belongings shattering around him. Books, papers, and objects whirl through a glowing tunnel with him. Even his framed family photo tumbles through the void. Light engulfs him and his pupils widen as the transition peaks. He lands on the ground of a new place, shocked, realizing something extraordinary has happened. Confused, he recognizes that he is in a gym-like building yet questions why he is there. Looking around at trees and strangers, he realizes the gym has become a forest and that the diary's words were true. Holding the glowing diary, he confirms to himself that everything written in it has been accurate. The latest entry he reads again states that at 10 p.m. he would step into a parallel world. A black screen announces that a tutorial is starting, leaving the gathered people wondering if this is some kind of game, and where they are. Kim recalls the diary's explanation that they would fall into a parallel world that functions like a game for unknown reasons. A system message tells them to choose a weapon or be given a sword. Kim receives a sword while he and others react in disbelief. He inspects the summoned sword, wishing it were a gun but accepting what he has. Narration notes that although many wanted guns, none were granted and other weapons appeared instead. Some people angrily protest that they got bows without arrows instead of guns. Another message warns that zombies are approaching and instructs everyone to fight together, drawing confused questions about what zombies mean. The group soon sees terrifying undead rushing toward them and cries out that monsters, real zombies, are attacking. Narration states that the tutorial has begun and the zombies have appeared. Paralyzed by fear at the sight of such creatures, most people cannot move. Kim thinks that regardless of the diary's nature, he must act, since this place and its rules are real. His true world, he reflects, lies neither here nor back home, but with his lost family. Gripping his sword, he concludes that his former life is gone and this new world is his path toward them. He launches into motion, slashing forward with blue speed lines. Narration explains that once fighting started, the zombies were not overwhelmingly dangerous, but fear made the first clash difficult, since no one wants to face a corpse. Kim fights fiercely, determined that if killing these things lets him see his family again, he will do it. He learns that zombies only stop when their necks are severed and attacks accordingly. System messages reward him for killing the first zombie, granting him experience, achievements, stat boosts, and praising his resolve. Blue energy flares around his body, and he reacts in surprise to the sudden power-up. Seeing more zombies, he reasons that with raised stats he can now move and fight faster to cut them down. Each kill grants him more experience points as he relentlessly decapitates more zombies. Additional messages confirm more experience gains as he continues the slaughter. While Kim levels up, chaos erupts behind him as others scream for help and struggle against zombies. He decides he cannot hesitate anymore, judging the zombies frightening but weak, and reminds himself not to look away from the battle. He dashes forward with bloody shoes, committing fully to the fight. Swinging in a wide arc, he cuts down multiple zombies at once, earning more experience and increased stamina. When the battle ends, notifications state he has slain 58 zombies, earned many achievement and stat points, and that his weapon will grow sharper. Exhausted but amazed, he notes he is less tired than before and attributes it to his improved stamina. Suddenly more information about the game's system floods his mind. His personal status window appears, listing his name Kim Yoon-jae and his various stats, confirming how unreal this game-like world is. Observing his high magic stat, he deems it decent while others panic and shout for someone to explain what is happening. Recalling that the diary emphasized magic above other stats, he nevertheless decides to allocate his free points to strength and agility for now. A new announcement declares that 198 people survived the first stage and that in 4 days only the 100 with the most achievement points will live. The message clarifies that everyone outside those 100 will die, shocking and enraging the crowd. People protest that this means nearly half must die, while Kim realizes he alone possesses the diary and its knowledge. The system outlines 2 ways to gain achievement points, the first being to slay monsters in this world. It then reveals the simpler second method, that killing another person grants half that person's points, horrifying the survivors. The implications sink in as people stare at each other in dread. With fear spreading, the second stage of the tutorial officially begins. Kim calmly reads his diary, appearing strangely composed amidst the bloodied survivors. Nearby, some participants nervously reason that since exactly 100 will survive anyway, perhaps they can avoid fighting monsters. Panic escalates as groups raise swords against one another, vowing not to die and arguing about needing only 100 left. Kim interjects, questioning whether they really intend to make it kill or be killed when they could instead hunt monsters for points. One man protests that Kim can say that only because he is strong and good at killing monsters. Kim replies that fighting people is not much different from fighting monsters, implying he will not hesitate. He argues that although they cannot change the rule that only 100 survive, turning their blades on each other will only reduce their numbers further when they still need everyone to face upcoming threats. He asks what they will do if the next mission also requires cooperation, urging them to consider the consequences. Revealing part of the truth, he explains the next stage is easier with more people, so maximizing survivors is in everyone's interest, and they must think hard before choosing violence. He concludes that instead of pointing swords at one another, they should focus on becoming stronger and surviving, then walks away as someone asks where he is going. He looks toward the forest, silently making up his mind. Without looking back, he states that he is going off on his own in order to survive. A girl from the group catches up to him, and he recognizes her as the one who had stood out earlier. Out of breath, she introduces herself as Youngyu and asks what is wrong. She shyly asks if she can accompany him on his journey, but he immediately refuses. Shocked, she insists that 2 people are better than 1 and that she could be useful. He coolly asks if she has actually killed any zombie herself. She falters, unable to answer. He points out that she likely hid behind others during the fight and tells her that if she intends to keep surviving that way she can, but not with him. Walking off, he says she has chosen the wrong path this time. Watching her left behind, he thinks to himself that talking with her only wasted precious time. Narration notes that 3 days before the end of the tutorial, someone, presumably Kim, discovered a dungeon. The narrator recalls how a tiny opening near a cliff was first discovered, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Standing by the cliff, he locates that narrow entrance and prepares to enter. Because he was nearby when others went in, he followed them into the dungeon, realizing its monsters were far stronger than zombies and could have killed him on day 1. He repeats to himself that he could have died, concluding the dungeon must be extremely dangerous. Yet he believes those who brave the dungeon will grow stronger fastest, and he resolves to get stronger quickly because he is short on time. Inside, he notes that the dungeon interior is surprisingly wide and open. He suddenly reacts to a sound, alerted to approaching danger. Giant bugs leap at him, and he counters with a powerful sword slash. He identifies the first dungeon monster he encounters as a carnivorous bug and fights it. Though its shell is not very hard, the carnivorous bug proves stubborn and difficult to bring down. After killing it, system messages show he gains 10 achievement points and increased defense, far more than he earned from zombies. He regrets not farming more points earlier and recalls that post-tutorial rewards vary according to total achievement points. He decides that what happens after this dungeon run will matter even more for his future. Clenching his teeth, he tells his companions to hold on and wait for him. Walking deeper, he thinks of Unjayan and Mina, promising to reach them. He repeatedly gains achievement points and a point of agility as he continues fighting. Feeling his stats climb and the sword getting familiar in his hands, he notes how battle is becoming more natural. He pauses, more confident and hardened by the constant combat. Spotting glowing moss, he guesses that moss ants are the next type of monster he will face. He explains that after the carnivorous bugs come moss ants, which are weaker individually but extremely dangerous because they always move in groups. A swarm of moss ants advances on him, and he mutters in disgust at the sight. One ant focuses on him, and he anxiously studies it in return. Realizing they are after the bread he carries, he considers using it. He throws the bread into the swarm to bait the ants. With their attention diverted, he swings his sword in a fast strike. He cleaves through the distracted ants, earning 5 achievement points. His sweeping blows slice through multiple moss ants at once. More ants are cut down in the continuing combo. He unleashes another powerful vertical slash to finish off additional ants. Counting as he fights, he notes there are only 6 moss ants remaining. Another strike severs yet another ant. He kills one more and announces that only 5 are left. A surviving ant charges him from behind. The rushing ant slams into his back, injuring him. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he forces himself back into motion. He steadies his footing, refusing to fall. Launching another wide arc, he shouts that 4 ants are left as he cuts through them. The remaining moss ants screech and ready themselves to attack again. He narrows his eyes, focusing intensely on the battle. Several ants pounce together, trying to overwhelm him. He responds with a spinning slash that slices their bodies apart. Sitting on the ground among corpses, he looks around at the still advancing ants. He stabs another moss ant, and sees a message awarding him 5 more achievement points. A system prompt announces he obtained the passive skill Moss Ant's Strength and Flesh, and he exclaims in relief and excitement. He inspects the skill, which grants him the Moss Ant's Strength and Tough Flesh, boosting his strength and physical resistance. He reflects that he was extremely lucky to get a skill from his first Moss Ant fight, something nearly impossible in the tutorial. He notes that this single E-rank skill increased his stats by 5 points, and reasons that skills which grow with proficiency will be invaluable. Consulting the diary, he concludes that, according to its notes, several other people should enter the dungeon the next day. Wondering who those newcomers will be, he keeps reading. When he tries to turn to a future page, the diary will not allow it, so he resigns himself to waiting. Staring at the mysterious book, he questions what the diary really is. He speculates whether it was written by his future self or sent by someone else from the future, and wonders what is written on the inaccessible page. Reading further, he learns the diary mentions a speaking Holy Grail that did not even know what it truly was. The name Holy Grail troubles him, and he wonders what that object might be. Elsewhere, A global leaderboard shows Kim Yoon-jae ranked first in achievement points. A muscular man sees he is in second place and reacts angrily. Gripping a hostage by the hair, the man curses the unknown Kim Yoon-jae while the victim begs for his life. A woman nearby remarks that it should be obvious who the top ranker is. She explains that number 1 is likely the guy who left their group at the very beginning and killed the first zombie. The brute remembers Kim Yoon-jae as that man and snarls in recognition. He imagines Yoon-jae fighting and admits that, given his skills, it makes sense for him to be first. Cozying up to the brute, the woman says she actually knows where Yoon-jae went. When the brute asks where, she hints she will tell him but wants something in return. Pointing to a terrified man on the ground, she asks that the brute hand that victim over to her. The brute regretfully agrees to relinquish the man despite losing potential points, while the victim pleads desperately. The woman accepts the deal, implying she will repay the favor in another way. He holds her possessively, asking if she understands, and she forces herself to say she does. Grabbing a sword, the woman approaches the cowering man who begs her to save him. She raises the blade overhead and screams as she prepares to strike. Back in the dungeon, glowing runes echo as Yoon-jae continues his own battle. He drives a glowing slash straight down into another moss ant. The blow kills multiple ants at once, rewarding him with more achievement points. Standing amid heaps of corpses, he sees his physical resistance increase and sighs in exhaustion. He checks his status window, which shows high stats and 1,675 accumulated achievement points. He notes that less than 2 days have passed since the tutorial began, and feels his modest magic stat is sufficient for now. Looking at the fallen ants, he reasons that despite being monsters they are still ants, which gives him an idea. He walks purposefully, ready to act on that idea. The system confirms he has discovered the queen moss ant boss, and he comments that he expected this. Seeing the enormous creature, he is momentarily stunned. He peeks around a rock at the gigantic queen surrounded by a sea of worker ants, and repeats in disbelief that it is still just an ant. The huge queen shifts its massive body, emphasizing its size. Surveying the teeming nest, he worries because he knows nothing about the queen and there are far too many moss ants. He hesitates, thinking he could farm more ants first but fears other players will soon enter and steal the boss. Comparing his stats to an average person's, he notes he is nearly twice as strong and wonders if that will be enough for the fight. A sudden notification startles him as he is still calculating. He opens the ranking screen and reacts in surprise to what he sees. The system announces that rewards will now be distributed based on ranking. As a high ranker, he receives 3 days of rations and 8 bonus stat points spread across his attributes. Ecstatic, he exclaims that he just gained 8 additional stat points. Remembering his leftover bread, he decides he has enough to use as bait again, making a risky plan seem worthwhile. He pelts the flying moss ants with bread, scattering and distracting them. While the ants chase the food, he cuts through their ranks with swift sword arcs. He continues carving a path through the disoriented swarm. Determined, he presses the attack with a focused expression. He notices the queen still has not moved, relying entirely on her underlings to fight for her. 2 flying ants rush him from behind as the battle drags on. He turns and intercepts them with another sweeping slash. He recognizes that the real difficulty lies in the endless number of moss ants constantly spawning. Smirking, he steels himself despite the overwhelming odds. Brandishing his sword, he declares he will take on any number of enemies, even hundreds or thousands. He dives back into the fray, repeatedly earning achievement points with each set of kills. Panting heavily, he continues slaughtering ants and racking up more points. As his stamina rises further, he jokes that he is practically drowning in stat gains while still surrounded by enemies. An ant bites into him, causing him to grunt in pain. He retaliates with another powerful slash, spilling their green blood. Glancing at his moss ant passive, he acknowledges that without this extra strength and toughness he would already be dead. He reasons that if such a low-rank skill is this valuable, then the D-rank skill from killing the queen would be priceless. Eyes blazing, he psychs himself up and prepares for a decisive move. With a roar he charges forward, ready to strike the queen. Breathing hard in the aftermath, he stands among ruined bodies. The ground around his feet is littered with severed ants, showing how many he has killed. Catching his breath, he turns toward the queen for the final confrontation. Facing the lone surviving queen, he tells her she is the last one left. The enraged queen bellows and thrashes. He apologizes coldly, saying there is nothing else he can do as he grips his sword. Tightening his hold, he executes the finishing attack. The scene blurs as he dashes forward through the field of corpses toward the queen. He leaps onto the enormous ant and drives his sword down in a killing blow. A spray of green blood erupts as his strike pierces the queen. The queen collapses, and another ant is kicked aside as the fight ends. Later, the brute and his followers enter the dungeon, annoyed by how troublesome it is but encouraged that someone has clearly come before them. He grumbles that dungeon monsters give decent points but killing people still yields more, so this detour feels like a waste. However, he decides that if he can find Kim Yoon-jae, the man who soloed all these monsters, it will all be worthwhile. Meanwhile, Yoon-jae, exhausted but standing, reasons that his rival must also be tired if he has been hunting this hard. The brute smiles wickedly as he thinks about taking advantage of that exhaustion. He fixates on Kim Yoon-jae, convinced that killing him will give him first place and all the associated points. A system notice proclaims that the boss has been cleared and the queen moss ant has been slain. Yoonjae receives an achievement stating moss ants will no longer spawn, all of his stats increase, and he gains 250 more achievement points. Another notification tells him he has learned a new skill, which he happily celebrates. He inspects the new active skill Solidify, which uses magic to coat his body in a tough protective membrane that boosts strength and resistance. He concludes this life-saving skill will scale with his magic and that its potential depends on how much he raises that stat. Reflecting that the skill alone justifies the risk of the dungeon, he hints there is still more to gain. He says there is more to come and explains that power in this world depends on 3 things. As he walks, he enumerates them as stats, skills, and items. He describes stats as the foundation, capable of making a person superhuman on their own. He defines skills as magic that lets superhumans fight effectively, rare and coveted because ordinary people cannot use them. Finally, he explains that items can boost stats just by being equipped and sometimes even grant additional skills. He notes that even a normal human can gain immense strength from a single good item, which is why items matter so much. Smiling, he searches the dungeon with these thoughts in mind. He discovers a glowing treasure chest and announces that he has found what he was looking for. Opening it, he picks up a shining item and begins to react in shock. Staring at the object in his hand, he realizes it is something extraordinary. He starts to laugh in disbelief at his incredible luck. Sitting down, he exclaims that he can hardly believe what he just obtained from the chest. At the same time, the Brute's party follows the trail of corpses and concludes they must be close to the boss room. The Brute suddenly notices something strange ahead and stops the group. He walks forward alone, telling them to wait, while they look on curiously. Seeing the scene before him, he can only mutter in confusion. He steps into the boss chamber and finds the queen and already dead among piles of bodies, stunned by the sight. Realizing the boss has been killed before he arrived, he angrily demands to know what happened. The blonde fighter glares furiously while the protagonist looks back in wary confusion. The blonde man leads his group with swords drawn into the glowing ant cave. Alone amid ant corpses, the protagonist faces the newcomer's arrival. He wonders why that group has already found this dungeon, thinking it should be too early. The blonde man spots the protagonist ahead and is shocked. The protagonist blames the unexpected arrival on the girl, realizing his previous actions were a mistake. He realizes acting outside the diary's predictions has altered the future, so he can no longer rely on it alone. The blonde man clenches his teeth nervously, unsettled by what he sees. Observing the heaps of dead ants, he marvels that the protagonist wiped them out alone. He also notes that despite all that fighting, the protagonist barely looks tired. Gripping his sword, the blonde man angrily demands to know what is happening. He concludes the protagonist's lack of fatigue after so many kills means his stats must have grown, making him far more dangerous than expected. The blonde man orders the protagonist to move aside, confronting him with crossed swords. The two lock eyes, tension flaring as they size each other up. Intimidated, the blonde man backs down and awkwardly tells the protagonist to go ahead. The protagonist walks deeper into the cave while the blonde man and the girl watch him leave. The girl angrily questions why the blonde man let him pass, but he hints she does not understand. He admits he does not know what the protagonist gained in the dungeon but recognizes he is no naive pacifist. Regretting his approach, the blonde man laments, focusing only on achievement points instead of raising his stats by hunting monsters. Seething, he vows to get stronger and settle things later. Elsewhere, a panicked youth swings his weapon while screaming that he does not want to die. Another man reaches toward him, alarmed and asking what he is doing. The desperate youth brutally attacks the man's head, killing him mid-plea. Chaos erupts on the field as people fight and flee, with a terrified woman screaming for someone to save her. A system message announces that 148 people survived and the second stage of the tutorial is over. Another announcement states that failures will be removed and only the top 100 survivors by achievement points advance to stage 3, shocking those still fighting. Frantic survivors beg to be taken as well, desperate not to be left behind. Several people look up in dread as something ominous begins above them. Someone stares at a dark, red-streaked sky filled with falling embers, unable to comprehend what is happening. Their screams echo under the burning sunset as disaster engulfs the area. The protagonist closes his eyes as he is transported away. He slowly opens them, taking in his new surroundings. He finds himself sitting in a large empty room filled with scattered survivors and weapons, confused about where he is. Looking around at unfamiliar faces, he notes these are people he has never seen before. Remembering the prior group, he is relieved that the dangerous blonde man and his companions did not make it here. A message appears announcing that the third stage of the tutorial is about to begin, drawing everyone's attention. It explains that 3 doors have appeared ahead of them. The rules specify that up to 10 people may enter the red door, 5 the blue door, and only 1 the white door. The system adds that the tutorial will not proceed until they choose and enter one of these doors, leaving people confused. It clarifies that the red door, though allowing 10 entrants, carries the highest difficulty and no guarantee of survival. The blue door is described as easier than the red and suitable for 5 people to clear safely. Someone wonders aloud what the white door does as they stare at it. The next message reveals that anyone who passes through the white door instantly clears the tutorial, shocking the group. One man quietly gets up, clearly tempted by that guaranteed escape. He suddenly dashes for the white door while others shout to stop him. He frantically yanks the handle, cursing when it does not open and blaming the others around him. The system explains that door choice is determined by achievement ranking, and starting from the highest scorer, people will enter one by one, enraging a lower-ranked man. The announcement then calls the top scorer, Kim Yoon-jae, to choose a door, causing murmurs because of his reputation. The protagonist reasons that given these choices, it is obvious which door the strongest player will take. He calmly answers by selecting the red door. He states clearly that he will choose the red door instead of the seemingly safe white one, stunning everyone. Others interpret his decision as confidence that all 10 entrants could survive inside the red door. Some excitedly speculate that if they follow him into the red door, all 10 might indeed make it through alive. When the next ranked player, Park Joo-ho, is asked to choose, he unexpectedly claims the white door for himself. Other survivors angrily accuse him of being selfish and ignoring the protagonist's implied intention to help everyone via the red door. Park Joo-ho coldly argues that he cannot trust others to also pick the red door, and refuses to give up a guaranteed survival chance. He further insists that taking the white door ensures his safety, so there is no reason to sacrifice that certainty for others, leaving them frustrated. Another man nervously decides to choose the blue door instead. Several others, including Park Joo-ho, follow suit and declare they will also take the blue door. Park Joo-ho approaches the protagonist and mocks him for choosing the risky red door when he could have guaranteed success with white. The protagonist answers that everyone simply picked the door they believed was right. Park Joo-ho dismisses his words, telling him to stop talking nonsense to cover up his foolish decision. The protagonist replies that Park Joo-ho would have been better off with the blue door anyway. A new message summarizes that one person has taken the white door, 5 the blue, and that the remaining people are now forced to enter the red door within 10 minutes, angering those left. One frightened man panics, convinced he will die if he has to go through the red door. Fixated on survival, he decides he must somehow get into the already taken white door. Obsessed, he declares the white door his and rushes toward it. Park Joo-ho yells after him as the man sprints for the glowing exit. Before he can reach it, he is violently struck in the head and knocked away. Park Joo-ho furiously kicks him aside, venting his fear and fury. Still enraged, Park Joo-ho continues beating the man, screaming obscenities. The protagonist grabs Park Joo-ho by the collar and stops him, threateningly telling him to back off. He orders Park Joo-ho to let it go, reminding him that this man still has to face the red door tutorial alongside him. Feeling the protagonist's overwhelming strength, Park Joo-ho is shocked by the power difference despite his high ranking. As a warning that the doors will close in 5 minutes appears, the protagonist notes there is no more time to argue. Park Joo-ho finally steps through the blue door into its bright interior. Before disappearing, he glances back and wishes the others good luck. The white and blue doors finish closing, sealing their choices. With most people gone, the protagonist tells the remaining 2 to head in as well through the red door. Standing in the red doorway, he asks the beaten man if he is coming and offers concern about his injuries. The terrified man refuses, saying he will not enter the deadly red door. The protagonist shrugs off his refusal, stepping alone into the glowing red passage. Left behind, the coward lies on the floor staring at the 3 doors. As time passes, he still does not move, paralyzed by fear. The doors slam shut, leaving him trapped and alone in the empty room. Trembling and clutching his head, he begins to sob in despair. He screams in anguish, questioning why he has to die this way. Suddenly he notices something strange as light flares around him. Flames engulf the area, and he finds himself kneeling in a blazing inferno. Horrified and burning, he can only stammer as the fire closes in. Elsewhere, a bright peaceful sky appears over a quaint village. The protagonist emerges from the red door into this medieval-style village and realizes his new location. Exploring the quiet alleys, he notes how eerily empty the village feels. He calls out, asking if anyone else from the red door is there. 2 other survivors, the girl and blood-stained Youngyu, appear armed with swords and approach him. He observes that only 3 people, including himself, ended up here and asks for their names. They introduce themselves as Kim Eun-ji and Yu Youngyu. The protagonist silently notices the heavy human bloodstains on Youngyu's clothes. Turning on him, the protagonist begins to confront Youngyu. He accuses Youngyu of having killed someone to get here, reasoning that the blood on his shirt is not from monsters. Youngyu panics and tries to deny it while Eun-ji looks on, startled. The protagonist casually brushes it off, saying it ultimately does not matter. He explains that in this situation even a cowardly survivor is more useful than a reckless fool, regardless of past deeds. A new announcement begins explaining the rules of the Red Door 3rd stage to the 3 of them. They learn that this stage will last 10 days, prompting the protagonist to urge the others to listen carefully. The system states that twice a day, for a total of 20 times, monsters will appear in the village. Further rules clarify that appearance times are random, they must defend against each attack, and if the central boulder is destroyed they fail the tutorial. The protagonist concludes that their role in this stage is purely defensive. Another condition specifies that at least 1 person must remain in the village at all times. The message adds that if no one remains inside, survivors outside will be teleported back according to distance, which alarms the protagonist. Finally, it clarifies that the exterior of the village is completely safe and announces the official start of Stage 3. The protagonist realizes these rules will make it difficult for the group to stay together, and that people are incentivized to run away. He proposes for now that they all head to the central boulder. Privately, he thinks to himself that this challenge will be tough. Watching his two companions follow, he repeats inwardly that clearing this stage will not be easy. He then asks them whether they intend to remain and fight or try to escape outside the village. His question startles Eunji and Youngyu, forcing them to consider their options. Eunji worries that surviving the waves might be impossible with only 3 people when it was meant for 10. She then speculates that the warning about needing 10 might be psychological, meant to scare them. The protagonist points out that someone must stay in the village while the outside is safe, making the escape option tempting. He illustrates that even with 10 participants, at least one person would likely try to flee. He reasons that once one person left, others would follow, so the stage was always designed to be cleared with a reduced team. He apologizes for doubting them but admits the rules almost guarantee that such thoughts of running would cross anyone's mind. Youngyu, shaken, says that fleeing will not truly change anything. He decides that if he abandoned the others and they died, he would probably end up back in this situation anyway, and that his desertion would only increase their chances of dying. The protagonist agrees and concludes they must fight together, since 3 fighters are better than fewer. He reflects that perhaps the small team size itself helps them stay united, since with only 3, either of the others is likely to run. Still cautious, he notes the diary predicted he would choose the blue door, so he knows nothing about this altered red door route. They reach the massive central boulder, and the protagonist confirms that this must be the object they need to protect. Placing his hand on the stone, he tells them that even with just the 3 of them, he believes the stage is still beatable. He explains that because this is a different world, the rules favor those who adapt and grow stronger. He outlines his plan. By repeatedly hunting monsters in this stage, their stats will rise, and with only 3 people sharing kills they can power up faster. He reveals this was his true reason for choosing the red door, expecting that red door survivors would be far stronger when everyone reunites for the later stage. A flash forward shows how, in the original timeline, red door challengers returned overwhelmingly powerful compared with others. Eunji angrily asks if he treats the ordeal like a game, criticizing his enthusiasm for fighting more monsters. She suddenly stops mid-complaint as something catches her attention. The ground around the boulder cracks open, and the protagonist warns them to get ready for an immediate attack. A clawed hand bursts from the fissure in the earth. A snarling, yellow-eyed creature hauls itself out of the ground. Dozens of similar demon goblins emerge around the village, forming the first monstrous wave. Terrified, Eunji and Youngyu tremble while the protagonist orders them to guard the boulder. As they realize he intends to fight out front alone, they call after him in shock. The protagonist charges into the swarm, cutting goblins down in wide, powerful swings while the other 2 stay by the stone. His eyes sharpen with deadly focus as he unleashes his full strength. Blood rains around Eunji and Youngyu as they watch his slaughter in stunned silence. Youngyu gasps in disbelief at how overwhelmingly strong the protagonist is. One armed goblin breaks through and lunges at Youngyu with a knife. Youngyu braces himself and shouts as he moves to block the strike. Their blades clash violently as he manages to intercept the attack. Meanwhile, more goblins rush the boulder, forcing Eunji and Youngyu to desperately fend them off to keep the stone intact. The protagonist worries if his defenses will withstand the enemy as he prepares to fight. He is suddenly struck hard in the neck. He chokes from the blow, barely holding on. Recovering, he slices through a demon goblin with a powerful swing. Another blue demon goblin leaps at him from above. Realizing he cannot dodge, he activates the skill Solidify. A hexagonal magic barrier forms, rapidly draining his mana. The goblin's weapon slams onto the barrier instead of his body. The attacking goblin is shocked that its strike failed. It regains its aggression and prepares to attack again. The protagonist counters and beheads the goblin with one clean strike. He notes how useful the Solidify skill is. He then admits there is still a problem despite the skill. Hearing classmates scream nearby, he rushes over, offering to help. Something small and fast hits the ground, signaling movement. Seeing the chaos, he realizes protecting everyone will be harder than expected but still runs in, shouting that he is coming. After the battle, 2 classmates sit exhausted by the boulder, breathing heavily. Approaching them, he asks if they are injured. The male classmate says he is okay but points out the girl, who clutches her bleeding shoulder. The protagonist tells her to bandage the wound and reassures her that their enhanced stats mean rest should be enough, and she agrees shakily. He offers to help with the bandaging, thinking he still has 19 Solidify uses left. Watching them struggle with their injuries, he thinks that if things worsen he might have to fight alone. They decide together to rest for now. Time passes and the sky turns to sunset. Later, the protagonist is thanked by the male classmate. Confused, he asks what for, and the boy nervously says it is for all the help he has given them. Sitting together against the boulder, the protagonist asks if the boy expects something in return. The boy says he just wanted to express his thanks. The boy hesitates, clearly wanting to say more. He tenses up while the protagonist looks at him questioningly. The protagonist tells him to speak his mind if something is bothering him. The boy starts, referring to what the protagonist said earlier. Shaking, he insists he did not kill that person because he wanted to. He explains that the man he killed had attacked him first, and he never wanted to kill anyone. The protagonist asks if that was what had been weighing on him. The boy bursts out, asking how the protagonist can be so nonchalant and repeating desperately that he never wanted to kill. Sobbing, he says he killed in self-defense or he would have died instead, and the protagonist apologizes for misunderstanding, thinking he had judged the younger boy too harshly. The protagonist pats his head and lightly scolds him for crying. The boy cries into his knees while the protagonist gives him a comforting half-smile. Something suddenly occurs to the protagonist, making him look up in surprise. He wonders aloud where Kim Eun-ji has gone. When he asks if she was found, the boy admits he could not locate her. They conclude she must have run away from the village, which unsettles them. The protagonist reasons that, injured and afraid of dying, she probably fled even though death would only return her here. The boy protests that she should know how vital every member is, insisting 3 people are far better than 2. The protagonist says she likely was not thinking clearly and that this is simply what must have gone through her mind. When the boy asks what they should do now, the protagonist replies that with fewer people they simply have to kill more monsters. The boy complains that this is no time to be relaxed, but the protagonist argues that worrying will not change anything and staying calm is better. The boy falls silent, conflicted. The protagonist admits he cannot defend the boulder alone and pointedly tells the boy not to lie about running away, since he plans to stay. The boy again goes quiet, thinking. He asks what will happen if the boulder protecting them is destroyed. The protagonist answers that failing the tutorial would likely be the result. The boy then points out that failing probably means they die for real. Exhausted, the protagonist tells him to aim for killing about 10 monsters, trying to set a concrete goal. The boy panics about handling 10 enemies alone, while the protagonist retorts that he fights dozens, teasing him for complaining. The protagonist instructs him to simply stall monsters away from the boulder and promises to assist as much as he can, which the boy acknowledges. During another wave, the protagonist shouts to his partner that more goblins are coming and orders him to deal with them. The boy agrees. Watching the boy fight, the protagonist thinks he is performing better than expected. When a goblin attacks the protagonist, Solidify automatically activates, blocking the blow. He kicks away another goblin, thinking that with his current skills these enemies are now trivial. As he continues fighting, messages inform him his strength has increased and he has gained achievement points. He notices his partner surrounded by goblins and reacts in alarm. A goblin turns and notices the boulder reflected in its eye, hinting at its target. The protagonist yells for his partner to watch his back while another goblin lunges, and the boy apologizes as he narrowly avoids danger. The protagonist focuses on how crucial the younger boy's performance is to their success. He thinks he will gain some breathing room once the boy's stats increase through battle. Checking his own status, he observes that his attributes and achievement points have grown rapidly compared to fighting moss ants before. He concludes that choosing the dangerous red door path was the right decision. A system message announces that the first day's tutorial is perfectly cleared. Additional notifications grant him a random stat point, a magic increase, and a day's worth of food as he and his partner rest. He praises the boy for his efforts, notes the tutorial leaderboard where he tops the kills, and receives a large bonus of achievement points. He reflects that 9 more days of this stage remain. Reading from the diary, he recalls that each day of the red door grants increasing random stat points just for surviving, totaling 55 over 10 days. He also remembers there will be an extra reward at the end and notes he has gained a new skill. Curious, he asks about the skill his partner obtained. The boy explains he got an E-rank skill called Deal with the Devil that boosts strength and agility, while slightly lowering stamina and defense. The protagonist points out the boy only killed 26 monsters. When the boy confirms this, the protagonist complains he killed 98 and still received no skill, making the boy call him greedy for wanting even more power. Elsewhere, Kim Eun-ji eats alone with the day's food beside her. Watching the distant village lights, she feels relieved the others appear alive and reassures herself that fleeing was the right decision. Trembling, she insists she cannot possibly fight such monsters and is sure she would die if she tried. She worries aloud whether the 2 boys will make it through the ordeal. Trying to calm herself, she denies that they will die. She envisions the protagonist cutting through goblins and tells herself that if it is him, they should succeed. She repeats that they will be fine, though she continues to sob. Back at the boulder on day 4, the protagonist asks if his partner is alright after another bloody fight, and the boy tiredly says he is fine. Lying on the ground, the boy complains that he expected only demon goblins but new types of monsters keep appearing. The protagonist lists the variety they have already faced, such as animated trees, giant rats, and orcs. Looking at his leg wound, the boy marvels that he never imagined seeing such creatures in real life. The protagonist tears his own clothes to make a bandage. He offers the makeshift wrap, saying preventing more blood loss matters most, and the boy gratefully accepts. As the sun sets, the boy sits silently, staring at him. He then asks if the protagonist thinks he will survive all of this. The boy wonders what comes after a tutorial that is already so deadly, and if it will ever truly end. While tying the bandage tighter, The protagonist insists they will live through it. The boy yelps at the pain and tells him to be gentler. The boy laughs weakly, saying he cannot die because he has younger siblings depending on him. He worries aloud about whether his siblings are eating properly or making it to school on time without him. He imagines them crying because he is gone and wonders how they are coping. Hearing this, the protagonist starts to respond, saying that because he is gone he himself also has reasons he cannot die. The boy breaks down crying, confessing he really does not want to die. The protagonist replies that he too cannot afford to die and must survive to return home. His thoughts shift to memories of his own family. He remembers a happy day playing outside with his partner and their laughing child. Grinding his teeth, he silently swears that he will not die. He tells the boy firmly that this time he will not let him die either. He promises to look after him, reminding him they are already on the 4th day and close to the end, which slightly reassures the boy. The boy sniffles and slowly calms down. The protagonist watches him with a quiet, determined expression. He tells the boy to rest while the sky glows red with sunset and the boulder looms nearby. A flashback shows a baby wriggling in a crib. The baby happily flips over while unseen parents exclaim in joy. Both parents excitedly try to record the moment on their phones, joking about photos versus videos. Laughing, they jostle each other, eager to see the footage. The mother playfully punches the father when he refuses to share. They chase each other around, still teasing about who owns the recording. The baby's sounds interrupt them, drawing their concerned attention. They approach the crib, cooing over her and assuming she is just hungry. The father lifts the giggling baby into the air. He dotes on her, calling her beautiful. The mother jokes that the baby's looks are obviously from her, not him. She pauses, looking at him with affection. She tells him to look at himself, and he self-consciously asks what she means. Back in the present on day 10, the protagonist admits he was remembering the past when asked about his distant expression. On the final day of the Red Door, the two boys wait tensely by the boulder, uneasy that no monsters have appeared. The boy wonders if they are being spared since it is the last day, but the protagonist doubts the system would be that kind. He recalls that monsters usually attack in 2 daily waves and worries there might be a combined assault coming. They note that Kim Eun-ji clearly has no intention of returning after running away. As they talk, the boulder begins to crack and glow with light. The protagonist suspects the boulder itself may be some kind of portal home as the fissures widen. The ground starts shaking and the boy nervously asks what is happening. The trembling intensifies and they back away in alarm. The protagonist orders a retreat as the boulder violently erupts with light. The massive stone finally splits apart in an explosion of debris. Both boys stare in shock at what is emerging. Fear flashes across the protagonist's face as well. The glowing interior continues to burst outward with energy. When the dust settles, the boulder stands broken open before them. A message announces that the seal on the boulder has been lifted, making them wonder if it is really a portal. The protagonist tells his partner to wait and keep watching. A heavy figure steps out from the glowing rift. Looking up, they see a gigantic skeletal creature towering above. A system warning declares that the monster once sealed by the boulder is now free. Another message identifies it as the boss monster, demonic Lich, which appears with an army of skeletons. The demonic Lich's skull face and red eyes glare menacingly at them. The protagonist tells the boy to stay focused, and the boy nervously agrees. Panicking at the sight of the boss, the boy asks what they should do, and the protagonist tells him to buy some time. He says he will personally handle the demonic Lich. He orders the boy to fight the skeleton army and ensure his own survival. The demonic Lich watches them, its skeletal jaw twisted into a chilling grin. The protagonist steels himself, staring back with grim determination. Yoon-jae charges head-on at the rampaging skeletal bull. The bull's charge smashes violently into the ground. Yoon-jae gets kicked away by the monster's leg. A powerful sword slash is unleashed. Yoon-jae counterattacks, swinging his glowing sword upward. The other boy decides to trust Yoon-jae with the bull and back him up. He steels his resolve despite his fear. Seeing the surrounding skeleton soldiers, he decides to focus on fighting them. He activates the skill deal with the devil, trading stamina and toughness for increased strength and agility. Yoon-jae drives his sword straight down with force. He hangs on to the bull's side, the blade buried deep in its body. The bull howls in pain as it crashes forward. Yoon-jae clings on while the bull's side gushes blood. The maddened bull barrels toward a building with Yoon-jae still stuck to it. Yoon-jae realizes the bull intends to crush him against the structure. The bull slams into the building. The impact creates a massive explosion of debris. The shattered wall and rubble settle after the crash. Yoon-jae, bruised but alive, breathes heavily amid the dust. Looking at the devastation, he admits he barely survived. The bull's roar makes him realize the monster is still alive. Frustrated, he complains that he had hoped the bull died in the crash. He is shocked as he notices something unexpected. The bull's huge wound begins knitting back together. Its flesh fully regenerates, with fiery energy. Staring at the restored enemy, Yoon-jae deduces that the bull can heal its injuries. He curses at the realization of its regeneration. Elsewhere, a girl pants in fear, hearing the chaos outside. Watching from hiding, she is horrified and wonders what that monster is. Yoon-jae runs around the bull's legs, trying to avoid getting trampled. Meanwhile, the other boy cuts through skeletons, amazed at his own improved power. The girl nervously wonders how the boys became so strong when she expected them to die. Panicking, she frets over having run away and worries the others will hate her. She imagines that if they try to kill her in anger, she will have to defend herself. Still biting her bloody finger, she agonizes over what she should do. Yunjae confirms the bull can regenerate and doubts whether it can even be killed. He reasons that the bull must still have a weakness somewhere despite its healing. The bull lashes out with its spiked tail as Yunjae braces himself. The tail smashes him and sends him flying. Sliding across the ground, he acknowledges he cannot yet counter the regeneration. He launches another massive sword wave at the bull. The attack severs the bull's tail. He watches in dismay as the tail stump begins regenerating again. Yunjae wonders if the monster's regeneration is limitless, and how he can possibly win. Despite doubts, he forces himself back into motion. He thinks that all he can do is keep fighting on. The enraged bull roars and charges once more. Yunjae leaps onto its body again, driving his blade in. Using the momentum, he vaults high above the bull with his sword raised. He smashes his full-powered strike into the bull's head. The blow cracks the glowing red gem embedded in its skull. Yunjae lands confused as he senses something change. He urgently shouts to his companion to watch out. The companion takes the brunt of a sudden blast meant for Yunjae. Yunjae recoils in shock at seeing his friend hit. He exhales shakily, trying to steady himself. Rushing over, he finds his friend badly wounded and barely conscious. They notice a robed skeleton mage among the enemy ranks. Yunjae starts to recognize what his friend is about to say. The friend topples as another impact knocks Yunjae away. Yunjae is flung far by the bull's tail while his companion screams his name. Gritting his teeth, Yunjae forces himself up despite the pain. His eyes flare as he gathers his resolve. As the bull attempts to crush him, he activates the skill solidified to brace himself. He strains, using the skill to withstand the crushing force. The collision explodes in another shockwave. Yunjae roars from inside the impact. While pinned on the bull's body, he invokes vital strength, empowering himself. He reflects that this life-saving skill, obtained on the 5th day, has just saved him. Looking determined, he prepares to exploit the bull's weak point. Seeing the cracked gem on the bull's head, he remarks that such gems are usually vital weak spots. He vows to smash the gem and ends it. His sword shatters the red crystal completely. With the gem destroyed, the skeleton soldiers around his friend collapse. The friend watches the enemies fall apart and realizes something major has changed. A system message announces boss clear and that the demon Lich has been slain. Another message states all skeletons have stopped moving, and the friend joyfully calls out to Yunjae. He runs across the field, shouting for Yunjae and searching for him. He finds only the bull's giant pile of bones and fears for his friend's fate. On the verge of tears, he mutters in denial. He realizes he is about to cry again. Yunjae climbs out from the bones, assuring him he is still alive. The friend rushes over, asking if he is okay, and Yunjae says the battle is over. The friend starts to move toward him. He suddenly stops as something feels off. Tearfully, he asks if they really survived and if it is truly over. Yunjae answers uncertainly that he thinks so. The friend begins crying from overwhelming relief. Yunjae silently notes his reaction. The friend throws his fist into the air and screams that they are all alive. Mid-celebration, he notices something unexpected. The girl appears behind him, gripping a sword with both hands. The blade thrusts through his torso from behind. Yunjae shouts in horror at what she has done. He furiously screams insults at her. The girl, trembling, stares at her bloody hands, horrified that she has killed someone. She looks at Yunjae, demanding to know why he is angry. Yunjae roars, asking why she would kill his companion. She stammers that he was going to kill her, and claims it was just self-defense. The dying friend insists she believed they intended to kill her, and says they have already killed. In terror, he repeats that he only wants to live and refuses to die here. The girl smiles crazily and points out they do not even know if this ordeal is truly over yet. She reveals she gains achievement points even from killing allies and thinks their weakened state makes them easy targets. She begins to justify herself, saying that is why she must act. Raising her sword over Yunjae, she declares she intends to kill him too. A blue flash interrupts her killing swing. Her weapon is suddenly knocked from her hand. She stares in confusion. Realizing she has been struck, she clutches herself and screams. Yunjae, glowing with vital strength, explains he was never close to dying and his skill lets him ignore pain and heal with magic. The girl backs away, shaking, asking how this is possible. Yunjae advances, pointing out she killed his friend in a single clean blow. She can only gasp in fear. Yunjae screams and slashes her down. He glares coldly afterward. Cradling his mortally wounded friend, he asks if the boy thinks he is going to die. Yunjae firmly tells him he will not. The friend weakly jokes that Yunjae is teasing him even now as he feels like he is fading. Yunjae pulls out a special potion, cutting him off and saying to shut up. He pours the elixir onto the wound, insisting again that the friend will not die. The liquid surges with bright healing energy over the shattered chest. The friend, surprised, wonders what is happening to his body. A description explains the grand elixir, a diluted but vital healing item obtained earlier. Yunjae recalls getting this item from defeating the queen ant and saving it for a desperate moment. He thinks back to that prior battle, eyes intense. As the wound closes, the friend marvels at the sensation, while Yunjae grumbles that using it is wasteful. Yunjae says if he had used it earlier, his friend would have died now, so using it now is the right choice. The friend realizes he is alive, and Yunjae repeats that he promised not to let him die. Yunjae admits to himself that spending the elixir still feels like a loss. Remembering the attack, the friend trembles with delayed shock. Yunjae had shielded him earlier, and now the memory hits them both. The scene replays of the blast he blocked for Yunjae. They recall the moment he staggered afterward. Yunjae decides he simply has to be more cautious from here on. The friend suddenly hugs him, and Yunjae jokes, asking if she hit his head too. Later, outside the building, the friend asks if Yunjae is okay. The friend reflects aloud that killing someone feels horrible. Yunjae admits he felt even worse his first time and could not stop vomiting. He falls silent, remembering that trauma. Taking a deep breath, he tries to calm himself now that everything is over. A message announces that the third stage of the tutorial has ended, and the two note that it is finally concluding. Further messages state Yunjae's achievements are being checked and that he will receive extra rewards for defeating the demonic Lich. They realize that simply surviving for another 30 minutes would have cleared the stage anyway, and complain about the system's trickery. Rewards roll in, massively increasing Yunjae's points and stats while his friend praises him, and he tells him to stop. Yunjae is pleased, thinking this power boost is great. A final reward, the shackles of Zahar, suddenly appears on his wrist. He examines the bracelet, wondering if it is the bonus reward and what the number 218 signifies. He tells himself to calm down and assess the item. Still staring at the shackle, he reacts to a new sound. A glowing door materializes beside a boulder, and a message instructs them to pass through it to reach the next tutorial location. The two battered young men stand outside at night, realizing they have both survived and are together again. They silently size each other up, tension hanging between them. One tells the other it is time to move, and they head toward a glowing doorway with swords drawn. They emerge through the light into a new chamber, stepping forward warily. Another survivor with a sword enters behind them, shocked at how they managed to arrive. Kim Yunjae greets him jokingly, and the other protests that they had just met moments ago. As the confused friend asks what he means, Yunjae recalls that any door chosen funnels everyone back together for the start of the fourth stage. Yunjae thinks about how, while their arrogant classmate was frozen in time, the rest of them had 10 days to grow stronger, leaving him destined for regret. Doors open one after another as all remaining survivors are gathered into the same vast room. Yunjae notices something and reacts sharply, eyes widening. Heavy footsteps echo as more people walk out from the bright entrance. A huge blood-stained man and a woman casually stroll in together, prompting Yunjae to think darkly about them. He wonders if that brutal pair are the only ones left from their branch of the tutorial. Narration notes that everyone would assume the duo chose the lethal red door, though it is unclear which route they actually took. The narration hints they might have done something else entirely, as the woman smiles beside her hulking partner. A system voice announces there are 56 survivors and begins explaining the rules of the fourth stage of the tutorial. The fourth stage is declared to be a team-based competition. The rules state that everyone standing near each other now forms one team that will fight against survivors from other tutorials. Victory will depend on which team kills the most monsters and accumulates the highest team points, which one man grumbles sounds troublesome. It is revealed that the team with the most points will advance to a final tutorial, exciting many survivors. The losing team, however, will be unable to progress any further, instantly sobering the group. The system explains that team points are gained by entering a white door and hunting monsters inside. Entering the black door instead allows players to raise their stats and gain personal points rather than team points. Additional rules say monsters killed and individual points earned in the black door grant daily items, and the place they return to with the command door will be remembered. Another rule states that even if a team fails by points, the top 10 individuals and personal points will advance anyway, which one ambitious survivor sees as an easy path for himself. He calculates that since he ranked 12th of 148 before, reaching top 10 among 56 should be trivial, so he plans to focus on items via the black door instead of helping with team points. He notices something unexpected and looks over. Seeing Yunjae and his friend heading toward the white door, he mocks them internally for planning to play fair again. Smirking, he calls them foolish for prioritizing the team door. In the forest beyond the black door, he sprints through the grass, about to meet stronger enemies. He panics as two powerful one-eyed ogres chase him, realizing they are far stronger than anything from earlier stages and that two at once may be impossible for him. As the monsters close in, he despairs, unsure how he can possibly handle them. A sudden blue slash cuts through the ogres before they reach him. He watches, stunned, as Yunjae rushes past and finishes the monsters with overwhelming speed. The arrogant survivor stares in shock at the display of power. Yunjae and his friend stand calmly while the felled ogres crash to the ground around the would-be soloist. The man is left speechless, realizing how outclassed he is. Yunjae's friend comments that their white door path led to a hallway while the black door is an open forest, and notes that monsters near the edge seem weak. Yunjae adds that even these might still overwhelm players who chose the easier white doors in the previous stage, further humiliating the listener. Yunjae suggests they push deeper into the forest before nightfall, and his partner agrees. As they walk on, the friend snickers that the selfish guy has completely misplayed his choices. Changing the subject, he asks how Yunjae's new bracelet is working, since Yunjae had been pleased with it earlier, and Yunjae modestly answers that it is decent. Internally, Yunjae admits the item is actually astonishingly powerful. The item description reveals it is the Shackles of Zahar, a B-rank adjustable bracelet that consumes the wearer's magic to massively boost attack and defense, and reduce magic usage overall. Yunjae marvels that cutting magic consumption by 20% is incredible and realizes he can now use his skills far more often. He reflects that by feeding more magic into it, his attack and defense will keep rising and even ignore enemy defenses, making the item far better than he let on. While cleaving through another monster with ease, Yunjae says the item's true value is not just its raw stats. After killing the creature, he decides he needs to reach the rival group soon, before events progress too far. Later, the system ends the first part of Stage 4 and announces that team and individual point calculations will begin. A ranking board shows Kim Yunjae leading individual points by a huge margin, followed by Kim Do-hyung and Yu Youngyu. Other survivors whisper that Yunjae is once again in first place and that the point gap is enormous. Yunjae notes that Do-hyung must also have pushed deep into the forest to earn such a high score. Another board shows Yunjae also topping team points, with Yu Youngyu second and Kim Ji-yoon with 0. Yunjae's friend observes that apparently only their small group has earned any team points so far, and Yunjae agrees that is true for the moment. The system then reveals the opposing tutorial group has amassed 28,550 team points, shocking everyone. Rewards are distributed based on individual points, and Yunjae receives a random stat increase to magic plus 12 coins. The system explains these coins can be exchanged on the last day for powerful skills or items. Yunjae remembers from the diary that coin-bought items are extremely strong and resolves to save his coins even if they might not surpass the Shackles of Zahar. As the crowd murmurs, he prepares to address them with another plan. Yunjae steps forward and proposes making a deal, introducing himself to the gathered survivors. His friend repeats the word deal in surprise, wondering what Yunjae intends. Yunjae explains he has a method that could let all of them live, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Do-hyung smirks, curious what miraculous plan for universal survival Yunjae is about to offer. Do-hyung jokes that the plan had better not just be everyone working hard to gather team points, and the woman beside him insists the idea must be worthwhile. Do-hyung confirms Yunjae's core point, saying they only need to beat the opposing team to survive. He laughs loudly, amused by the situation and eager for the challenge. Yunjae and his friend watch his reaction tensely amid the echoing laughter. Many hardened fighters stare back at them, waiting to see how this power struggle will play out. Do-hyung falls silent, mulling things over. Then he flatly refuses, saying he will not cooperate if that is all the plan amounts to. He argues that he does not need team points to survive, since he can rely on ranking and individual points. Yunjae counters that the same logic applies to him, so he is not acting out of self-preservation alone. He reminds everyone there is still an unknown final stage ahead, implying that helping teammates now could matter later. Yunjae warns Do-hyung that the next stage might also involve team battles, so ensuring everyone's survival now is strategically smart. He proposes a simple system where everyone first earns a minimum quota of team points before focusing on personal gains. When asked about the quota, Yunjae suggests 1,000 team points per day as sufficient. He adds that since he conceived the plan, he will take double the quota for himself each day, surprising the others but framing it as a fair leader's bonus. After some murmurs and consideration, several people start nodding in agreement. Do-hyung's lieutenant and others agree to the arrangement, and Yunjae points out that it appears everyone has accepted. Do-hyung confronts Yunjae directly, demanding to know what he is really trying to achieve. He accuses Yunjae of acting like a selfless saint merely to save weaker people, calling the plan foolish. Yunjae coolly repeats that future stages may still require teamwork, though Do-hyung complains there is no proof and resents being asked to trust speculation. Yunjae answers that believing him is Do-hyung's choice, then presses him again on what he will ultimately decide. Later, inside the white door, Yunjae's friend teasingly calls him a devotee of justice for pushing himself to earn so many team points. As they exit, the friend says Yunjae is working this hard just to save everyone, but Yunjae denies that is the full story. Yunjae clarifies that keeping their own team alive means their opponents are the ones who will die, so his plan simply shifts who survives. He admits to himself that he is really only trying to save his own team because the diary advised this approach. He thinks further that helping others is ultimately beneficial for his own goals, so he is fine with playing the benevolent leader. Explaining to his friend, he says that by following the diary they can secure predictable rewards, but to gain everything the opposing team would have earned they must eventually eliminate them. He then focuses on meeting their daily team point quota and tells his friend to finish off the remaining monsters for the day. Channeling magic from the shackles into his sword, Yunjae prepares for a powerful strike. Inside the black door, he faces an enormous ogre while hunting for individual points. Magic surges again through his weapon as he prepares a second empowered swing. He unleashes a devastating blow that cleaves through the monster with overwhelming force. The ogre collapses in a crater, its body destroyed, while Yunjae stands victorious. Catching his breath, he notes that the shackle's power is impressive but drains magic rapidly. He realizes a single such swing can consume half his magic and resolves to fight more conservatively despite the temptation to spam the boost. His friend is stunned by how Yunjae sliced through the ogre's rock-hard skin and asks if he gained a new skill, while Yunjae says it is not exactly a skill but close. Looking at the corpse, the friend jokes about which of them is really the monster here. Resting on a fallen log, he worries they might have ventured too deep into the forest and suggests it is becoming too dangerous. Yunjae reminds him of their philosophy of high risk, high reward, which the friend reluctantly acknowledges. The younger boy silently studies Yunjae, sensing deeper motives. He calls out to Yunjae with concern, wanting to know more. He asks whether Yunjae's true objective is something beyond mere survival. Yunjae pauses, then admits he has a goal and begins to articulate it. Under the night sky, he says he cannot afford to only survive like everyone else, and hints his aim involves returning to their original world or something similar. He falls quiet again, staring up at the stars as he reflects on that ambition. After resting, Yunjae declares it is time to move on, though his exhausted friend begs for just a bit more time. The friend looks up, noticing something unusual in the environment. He points behind Yunjae and asks what the strange sight ahead is. Yunjae turns and his eyes widen sharply in surprise. On a distant rock in the forest, they spot a tiny glowing golden creature standing alone. The narration jumps ahead, saying that on the last day of Stage 4, rumors spread that someone had discovered a gold-colored goblin. A scene shows the rare golden goblin perched with a large sack, emphasizing its importance. The narrator admits he initially doubted that such a powerful creature in this forest could be a goblin but later learned it was true. Back in the present, Yunjae gasps in shock as he recognizes what they have found. He and his friend sprint after the fleeing golden goblin, shouting to capture it as it bounds away with incredible speed. The narration identifies this elusive goblin as the missing link of Stage 4. Elsewhere in the forest, Do-hyung's faction complains about the hassle of earning team points with so many people. One of them notes that winning solves everything, but losing means disaster. They calculate that only 10 survivors from their side would live if they lost the team battle and survived by individual ranking, and they doubt they could ever outscore Yunjae, Do-hyung, Yoongyu, or Yuri. Another man calls it a serious problem because they cannot rely on definitely winning the team fight either. Suddenly someone intrudes on their conversation, saying they are being amusing, startling the group. The newcomers step from the trees, and the wary group draws weapons and demands to know who they are. Do-hyung chides them for being so jumpy over something minor. He approaches with Yuri, saying he did not come here to fight. Smiling, he prepares to pitch his own scheme. The other team warns him not to come any closer or they will assume he wants a fight, while he mocks them as overly serious. Do-hyung claims he only wants to negotiate. Their leader repeats the word deal, suspicious but listening. Do-hyung says his proposal is not bad for them and offers a method for all of them to reach the top 10. Grinning darkly, he asks if they want to hear the details of his plan. Meanwhile, Yunjae and his friend keep racing through the forest, following the goblin's trail. Panting heavily, they push themselves to keep up with its insane speed. They watch the golden goblin bounce lightly through the trees, always staying ahead. The goblin looks back with a mocking grin, seemingly enjoying the chase. Exhausted, the two boys slow down, and Yunjae's friend suggests they just give up. Yunjae, still gasping, admits the creature is something else entirely. Frustrated, he punches a tree and curses their inability to catch it so far. He realizes the goblin is deliberately drawing every monster's attention while fleeing, making pursuit even more dangerous. Despite that, Yunjae insists they need to catch it even if it takes days, while his friend worries because only 4 days remain in the stage. Yunjae acknowledges the time pressure but remains determined. His friend suggests they should start heading back for the day, asking if Yunjae will really keep chasing it now. Yunjae reluctantly agrees they should return for the moment, and his friend opens a door back to the hub. The diary has told Yunjae that this goblin is the keystone of Stage 4, so he resolves that he absolutely must capture it. Back in the hub room, the system announces that day 2 of the 4th stage has ended. It again begins tallying everyone's team and individual points. Yunjae notices the crowd is smaller, and counts that 6 people are now missing. He wonders if Do-hyung's plotting has already led to killings. Looking over at Do-hyung among the others, Yunjae thinks darkly that those guys have already started their own deadly plan. The team point rankings show Kim Yunjae in 1st, Yoo Youngyu 2nd, and Kim Myung-hak 3rd. The ranking list continues downward, displaying lower-placed members. The bottom of the rankings reveals Yoon Yure and Kim Do-hyung with 0 team points, shocking an observer. The protagonist realizes those two must have failed to earn any team points. A narration states the opposing team has 69,150 team points as someone approaches asking what went wrong. Individual earnings are shown, with Kim Yunjae 1st, Kim Do-hyung 2nd, and Yoo Youngyu 3rd. Facing the other group, the protagonist angrily asks why they collected no team points despite agreeing each would earn 1,000. The blonde leader feigns ignorance, claiming he never agreed to such a promise. He argues none of his people need team points to survive, so they chose not to gather them. Another teammate reminds him that the protagonist's side still must sacrifice one member. The protagonist challenges them, asking if they plan to abandon someone from their own united team. Tension rises as someone steps nervously, small debris falling. The blonde scoffs that the protagonist is still trying to play the good guy. Growing irritated, the blonde warns that such behavior will get the protagonist killed. The protagonist coolly responds, questioning that assumption. With fierce determination, he dares them to try killing him. A companion places a calming hand on his shoulder. The companion urges him to stop, saying they cannot force the others to honor their promise. He adds that they are outnumbered 9-2, with the buff leader being particularly dangerous. When the blonde moves to attack, his own teammate stops him. That teammate criticizes drawing a sword, admitting they broke the deal and saying fighting is unnecessary. He proposes they will meet their point quotas by the final day and asks to focus on individual points for now. The protagonist remains silent, weighing this concession. He then turns away, ending the confrontation for the moment. His companion runs after him, still shaken by what almost happened. Behind them, the blonde scolds his teammate for not killing the protagonist as planned, who replies that he joined precisely because of that plan. Yet that teammate explains logically that they lack the advantage in a direct fight. The blonde is confused by this sudden reluctance. The teammate clarifies that the protagonist and his ally could survive on individual points alone but instead chose to save everyone, earning broad support. He notes that in any real clash it would not be 9 versus 2, because the crowd would take the protagonist's side. Realizing this, the blonde starts to reassess who he is dealing with. The teammate admits the protagonist is also clever and asks what their plan for dealing with him should be. The blonde replies that they simply need to proceed carefully, step by step. He concludes there is no reason for them to start a fight first, and they should wait for an opportunity. Later, the protagonist and his ally sit resting, the ally asking if he had truly meant to fight and why he is provoking conflict. The protagonist explains that clashes with that other team are inevitable. His ally protests that such thinking is still reckless. He repeats that they cannot force others to cooperate even if they break promises. The protagonist says he would not care if the other group only farmed points quietly. Thinking of his diary, he recalls its warning that an entire team of 6 has vanished. He reasons that some people are murdering others to steal individual points and coins, likely that ruthless team. He identifies the killers as Park Sing-soo's strengthened group from the Red Door. He concludes that they will keep killing for points and coins and that leaving them alone means losing the team competition. Though dangerous, he resolves to act against them as his ally asks what he is thinking. His ally wonders what he wants to do and about what, confused. The protagonist warns it will become more dangerous to remain with him, while his ally jokes he was never safe anyway. The protagonist then admits they may need to kill people instead of monsters, startling his ally. His ally is left speechless, sensing the gravity of that decision. The protagonist tells him to listen closely to the plan he is about to explain. Time moves to tutorial stage 4, day 3, where someone complains about having to chase a fast target. The protagonist insists they must catch it because of its value, while his ally asks what it is carrying that makes it worth the chase. As they pursue the creature, the protagonist notes they will never catch it by simply running and says he has a plan. The golden goblin with a huge sack sprints through the forest. It leaps away with great agility, trying to escape. The goblin bounds off a tree branch high above. Below, the protagonist slices through the tree trunk, causing the goblin to lose balance. The tumbling goblin screams loudly as it falls. The protagonist leaps after it, declaring he has it. But the goblin flicks dirt into his eyes, knocking him off balance midair. Blinded, the protagonist cries out as the goblin escapes again. The goblin catches another branch to stop its fall. It hangs there, chittering mockingly at its pursuers. Wiping his bloody nose, the protagonist vows to get revenge on the creature. His ally suddenly warns him to look left. A huge ogre appears, towering over the protagonist. They realize the goblin deliberately lured the ogre's attention to stall them. The protagonist eyes the situation and sees a new opportunity. He thinks this is his chance to use his abilities. The ogre grabs a massive tree, preparing to swing it. The protagonist notes the goblin is hiding behind the ogre, relying on it as a shield. He activates a glowing magical bracer on his wrist, declaring this is the moment. The ogre charges with the tree club as someone calls the protagonist's name in alarm. The protagonist believes that if he uses his magic just once, he can manage this, while his ally panics and asks what to do. Power builds as the protagonist moves, impressing his ally. A tree is shown from below just as something powerful is about to strike it. A tremendous magical slash cleaves through the tree. The attack carves a glowing line down the ogre's body, fatally wounding it. The goblin watches in shock from behind as the ogre collapses. Realizing its protector is gone, the goblin panics and tries to flee. The protagonist ends the chase, declaring the cat and mouse game is over. He lunges forward and pierces the goblin with his sword. The goblin's head drops as its life fades. The protagonist, standing over it, states that he has finally caught the creature. His ally stares in stunned silence. Off-screen narration apologizes to humanity for what must be done. Elsewhere at night, another group debates moving deeper into the forest despite worries, noting top earners like Yunjae never stay near the edge. One man explains that the strongest players hunt in the deepest areas and that they must face some danger to grow. He continues that survival matters, but so does becoming stronger for the final stage. The others hesitate but are forced to consider his argument. He insists they cannot remain forever at the forest's edge and asks if they understand. The group agrees and heads inward, weapons drawn. They walk resolutely into the darker forest. Suddenly, something slashes past and one of them screams. A woman is knocked flying, and the leader demands to know who attacked them. A smirking man casually apologizes, claiming his hand slipped. His blood-stained companion mocks the victims, calling their resolve pathetic for people about to die. The ambushed group realizes Park Sing-soo's team has surrounded them and questions why they are doing this. Sing-soo grins and answers that they are after their coins. The victims offer to surrender all their coins, even future earnings, if they are spared. Sing-soo refuses, saying keeping them alive would be troublesome and killing them also yields individual points. The victim can only stammer in disbelief, asking what they have done. Sing-soo's teammate sneers that he has no reason to explain and urges that they start killing. With a flick of his hand, he signals his people to attack. One of his followers draws a sword as another victim watches fearfully. A woman steps forward dual-wielding swords, ready to join the slaughter. A terrified woman screams for help, insisting they could all survive together if they cooperated. Sing-soo coldly replies that they attack simply because they can. Another man smiles maniacally, enjoying the cruelty. Their ideology is spelled out: if you are able to dominate, you should, and the weak are to blame for their fate. A sudden scream from elsewhere makes Sing-soo turn his head in confusion. He then sees that two newcomers have already cut down some of his team and are calling them trash. Sing-soo winces in pain, recognizing that the situation has changed. One of the newcomers reminds the victims that this murderous group has already killed its own teammates, so their behavior should not be surprising. Sing-soo and his strategist stare tensely at these unexpected rescuers. A split panel shows the protagonist and his ally, now armored and determined, facing them. Later, the ally marvels at the huge pile of loot from the slain goblin and enemies. He shows off the treasure spread on a cloth, amazed by the quantity of gear, coins, items, and a decorated book. The protagonist searches the pile, saying what he wants should be hidden there. His eyes light up as he spots the desired item. He lifts a small orange vial from the loot. Examining it, he is pleased, noting how lucky he is to obtain it even though the goblin did not guarantee this drop. An information window reveals the item is Tirava Goddess, which permanently boosts magic power and recovery. The protagonist states he will keep that potion, while his ally asks if he can pick something too. The protagonist tells him to take whatever he wants as long as some is left, and the ally happily agrees. The protagonist drinks the Tirava Goddess, a system message confirming its consumption. System notifications explain that all his magic is restored and both its power and recovery are permanently increased by 20%. He reflects on how valuable the item is, pleased that the magic spent defeating the ogre has been refunded. He enjoys the improved feeling in his body, thinking this outcome is very good. His excited ally calls him over to show off more of the newly found items. The protagonist asks which one his ally is talking about. The ally activates a sword skill, imbuing the blade with energy. He then dashes forward and slices through a tree trunk with his enhanced sword. The cut log crashes down, demonstrating the sword skill's power. Delighted, the ally reads that he has gained the passive skill Energy Sword from the book and praises its strength. He marvels that such a powerful skill came from reading a single skill book. The protagonist comments that while stats matter, skills and items like these are just as crucial, which is why catching the gold goblin was vital. He considers that, given the quality of the Tirava Goddess and his new sword and magic storage ring, the risk was worth taking. The ally observes that the protagonist seems to understand this world extremely well. He lists past decisions like choosing the red door and targeting the gold goblin, saying everything the protagonist does turns out well. He jokes it is like the protagonist has a foresight skill, while the protagonist privately credits his diary. Ending the discussion, the protagonist tells him to stop talking and get moving because things will only get busier. When asked what their next step is, the protagonist answers that the plan is obvious. The ally looks puzzled, not yet realizing the implication. Cut to later, where the ally furiously confronts Sing-soo's group, demanding to know what they are doing to the innocents. Sing-soo replies that killing others for coins and points is the obvious choice for survival. The ally argues they do not need to murder people to live, while Sing-soo mocks him as a coward who will not survive. Enraged, the ally curses them and prepares to fight. Meanwhile, the assaulted civilians try to flee through the forest as Sing-soo's team chases and cuts them down. Sing-soo raises his sword to stop one fleeing woman, asking where she thinks she is going. In the midst of this chaos, the protagonist's feet step forward, signaling his intervention. The black-haired fighter lets the civilians run while he confronts the blonde leader in the forest. The blonde man mocks him for acting righteous and questions if he has a death wish. The protagonist replies he only has one life but something he believes in. Without warning, an enemy behind him is cut down, shocking the others. He focuses and invokes a skill. The blonde leader panics, realizing he could not even see the protagonist move. He orders his subordinates to hurry up and kill the protagonist. The four subordinates hesitate silently, unsettled. Their leader insults them in anger. He charges at the protagonist with a powerful sword strike. The protagonist narrowly blocks the heavy blow. The blonde man frowns, recognizing the protagonist is stronger than his own men. The protagonist braces his sword and confirms he is indeed superior to the others. He remembers being told his body is still thin as his bracelet begins to glow. That comment about being skinny echoes in his mind. Empowered by the bracelet, he holds off the leader's sword more firmly. Their clash intensifies as his grip strengthens. The blonde leader wonders if this opponent is actually stronger than him. The protagonist unleashes a crescent energy slash that sends the blonde man flying. The follow-up shockwave knocks the rest of the enemies away as well. The protagonist coolly tracks their movements. He cuts down one foe and fatally wounds another while a woman rushes him. Swords clash as the remaining woman tries to block him. Her injured ally suddenly attacks her from the side, asking if she forgot him. The woman yells at him to move out of the way. The protagonist cuts down another opponent, while the two former allies fight. One of the surviving enemies stares around in confusion, wondering what is happening. Terror spreads as another realizes the battle has gone completely against them. The blonde leader, badly hurt, gasps that this cannot be real. He grits his teeth and insists this situation should not be happening. Furious, he charges the protagonist one last time. The protagonist dismissively tells him to get lost. He then lands a powerful kick to the leader's torso. The blonde man is sent crashing to the ground. The protagonist raises his sword to finish it with a glowing strike. The blonde leader lies bleeding, realizing he has been defeated. Another enemy watches in horror, eyes wide. The protagonist wordlessly approaches the fallen leader, radiating menace. He asks the blonde man if he has any last words. The dying leader weakly begs him not to kill. The protagonist coldly refuses. He clarifies he is actually asking if the man has any regrets or apologies for the people he murdered. The blonde man instead spits out an insult, showing no remorse. The protagonist thanks him for that response. He says the man's attitude removed any remaining guilt he felt about killing him and executes him. System messages award him a large amount of individual and achievement points for the kill. The injured woman survivor desperately claims she only followed orders and begs to be spared. She insists to her male ally that the leader forced her and threatened her life. He listens in silence, conflicted. She keeps pleading that she simply made a mistake and wants to live. The protagonist fatally stabs her from behind, saying excuses do not change the fact she killed people. He adds that his own killings fall under the same judgment. He turns to his shaken ally and tells him to pull himself together. He scolds him for letting his guard down and reminds him he cannot be saved twice. Then he tells him to get it together or end up dead like the woman. The ally stays quiet, processing everything. When asked where he is going, the protagonist replies they still have a surviving enemy to deal with. That remaining enemy staggers alone through the woods. Cursing his opponents, he vows he will not give up so easily. He swears to kill them someday and make them beg for mercy. A rumbling sound behind him makes him turn in surprise. He finds himself face to face with a towering blue ogre. Knowing how strong ogres are, he panics since even his full team barely managed to defeat one. He decides his only option is to flee. Before he can, something astounding happens that leaves him stunned. The ogre is suddenly cleaved in two by a distant slash, saving him. Realizing how hopeless he is, he accepts he cannot possibly win against that protagonist. He hears footsteps approaching. Fearfully, he watches as the protagonist closes in. Bathed in blue energy, the protagonist appears before him like a monster and calmly states he has found him. The enemy drops his bravado and begs not to be killed, apologizing. He blames his actions on losing his mind after the world changed and promises never to do it again. The protagonist ignores the pleas and swings his sword toward him. He advises the man not to beg for his life. He adds that such pleas just leave a bad taste in his mouth and kills him. Returning to the clearing, he confirms to his ally that he is back. The ally asks what happened and whether he caught the fleeing man. Seeing the protagonist's expression, the ally presses him about it. They stand among the corpses of their foes, taking in the aftermath. The protagonist suggests they start by gathering the coins from the dead. He tells his ally to loot the enemies he personally killed. When the ally hesitates, the protagonist tells him to get used to it because similar situations will happen again and hands him coins. The ally stays quiet but begins to accept this reality. He finally agrees, and the protagonist acknowledges that response approvingly. Someone internally reflects that the whole situation is unbelievable. Back in the waiting room, other participants are shocked to hear that only 2 guys wiped out 9 top-ranked fighters. Some think losing strong people could be good, but others worry it weakens their chances in the upcoming team competition. The scoreboard shows the opposition leading in points over their team. One confident speaker declares their side will still win. The protagonist explains that the point gap is small enough for them to overcome. Others question him, pointing out the large difference and asking what he means. A woman asks if he has an actual plan. He replies that everyone else just needs to keep doing what they have been doing. He suddenly presses his glowing bracelet against his ally's wounded stomach, causing pain. Putting an arm around that ally, he tells the group that the 2 of them already have something prepared. Later, in a monster room, they slice through a giant snake. The ally asks if endless monster hunting is the plan the protagonist mentioned. The protagonist confirms they must grind monsters here all day or else they will lose. After hours of hunting, the ally calls the protagonist impressive while the latter urges him to keep going. The exhausted ally asks if they really have to continue after 10 hours, and the protagonist challenges whether he is tired. The ally says that is not the issue, so the protagonist insists they keep moving so they will not regret losing by a small margin. As the protagonist heads out again, the ally reluctantly follows, saying he is coming too. Time passes and narration notes it is now the final day of the 4th tutorial stage. The two collapse in the waiting room, with the protagonist praising his ally's hard work. The ally wonders if they performed well enough, and the protagonist says they will soon find out. Other injured participants anxiously ask if losing really means death. Someone speculates that only 10 survivors will remain. Another tells him not to talk like that, trying to stop the panic. The protagonist thinks to himself that he has already done everything possible. He reviews his accomplishments so far, including topping individual points, capturing the gold goblin and killing Park Sung-soo, hoping only the team victory remains. A system message announces that the 5th and final day of the 4th tutorial stage is over. It then states that team and individual points will now be calculated. Rankings appear showing the protagonist first in individual points. More rankings show his ally first in team points earned and their total team score. The opposing side waits tensely for their own total points to be revealed. The protagonist and his ally watch nervously. They both steel themselves for the result. The system announces the opposition's total team points, which are lower than theirs, and declares the tutorial stage cleared. Shocked contestants wait for their fate as the announcement sinks in. One participant starts to say something as realization builds. Everyone erupts into cheers when they understand that their team has won and survived. The ally happily exclaims that they are alive and celebrates. He tells the protagonist he was amazing, and the protagonist smiles modestly. Suddenly people begin to disintegrate into light, and someone yells in confusion about what is happening. As his ally is also enveloped in light and calls out, the protagonist tells him they will meet again. The ally cries out in shock as he is transported away. The ally's form completely dissolves into glowing particles. The system declares that the 4th stage of the tutorial has officially ended. Another notification says Kim Yoon-jae's team points are now being processed. It shows that he earned the highest amount of team points overall. His achievement is recorded and he is promised a special tribute for his righteous acts. Transported into a starry space, he learns all his stats will increase by 4 and receives a huge number of achievement points. He calculates that this totals 24 stat points, and notes that the system does reward hard work. He is also granted 63 coins and told he has 1 hour to spend them on rewards. Counting everything, he realizes he has 162 coins to use. A holographic coin shop interface appears before him. He browses it in silence. Seeing only odd items and nothing that boosts stats, he opens the item tab. He reviews his current powerful equipment, and decides he is already well stocked with gear. He concludes that only skills remain worth buying, though they are costly. Then something on the skill list catches his eye. He inspects a skill called Zahar's Magic Circle, which strengthens magic and recognizes the name. Noting that his bracelet is called Shackles of Zahar, he wonders if the skill connects to it. After thinking it over, he considers the option. He decides to purchase Zahar's Magic Circle from the coin shop. He reasons there is no point overthinking it, since the skill's effects are good even if the evolutionary description is unclear. The system deducts 160 coins and confirms he obtained the B+ ranked Magic Circle skill. When asked to accept the skill, he answers yes. Blue light engulfs him as the new power fuses into his body. A final message announces that he has acquired the new skill Zahar's Magic Circle. The protagonist activates a glowing magical shackle on his wrist. Feeling power flow from the shackle, he notes that it feels good. A system message announces that the 5th stage of the tutorial is starting. The system tells him he will move to an S-rank tutorial where rewards scale with rank and achievements. Clenching his fist, he thinks that an S-rank stage will not be easy. He advances toward a giant luminous door forming before him. He arrives at the towering gate that marks the start of the S-rank tutorial. He hesitates in front of the door, swallowing nervously. He exhales to steady himself. Resolved, he steps forward, accepting that there is no backing out. He pushes the door open, vowing to clear whatever appears and asking someone to wait for him. A status window shows Kim Yoon-jae's balanced high stats and large pool of achievement points. Dark storm clouds gather over a new world. A hand grabs his shoulder from behind. A castle guard demands to know who this suddenly appearing man is. More guards surround him in confusion, wondering if he is part of the tutorial. One guard urges him not to just stand there and asks for his help. The tutorial objective appears, ordering him to defend the castle from the undead. He sees a massive horde of skeletons advancing toward the walls. Close up, the skeletal army rattles and advances menacingly. Watching the oncoming army, he questions whether what he is seeing is real. At the main gate, soldiers struggle to hold the doors as they shout that the undead are endless. The defenders panic as skeletons begin to force the gate open. Skeletons start squeezing through the widening gap while soldiers shout they have to do something. Kim Yoon-jae's sword flashes, decapitating the first skeleton that breaks through. A message grants him achievement points as stunned soldiers demand to know who he is. Ignoring their protests, he dashes alone out through the half-open gate toward the undead. Outside, he unleashes a powerful sweeping attack that sends skeletons flying. He charges forward, sword raised, focusing on the battle. His strikes destroy large numbers of skeletons all around him. The soldiers peek out through the gate, shocked into silence by what they see. In the melee, a skeleton's hand grabs his shoulder. Its toxic touch burns through his armor and flesh. He spins, flinging the skeleton away after being clawed from behind. Noticing the spreading black corrosion, He wonders if their bodies are made of poison. He concludes he does not know the mechanism but notes that the undead are slow and weak. Judging them as small fry if he guards his back, he anticipates they will vanish with sunrise. He decides he only needs to endure until morning. Dawn begins to break over the forest. Under the morning sun, a skeleton starts dissolving. All around him, undead crumble to dust as he watches. Seeing the battlefield clear, he remarks that he has survived the first wave. A soldier approaches and thanks the unknown stranger for his help. Their commander, Max, introduces himself and credits Kim for saving the castle gates. Kim gives his name, wondering if Max is a real inhabitant of this world, and Max finds his name unusual. Max asks what exactly Kim is, saying they are grateful but curious about a man who suddenly slaughters undead. Kim replies that it is hard to explain yet assures Max he will not be a burden. Max accepts that answer and decides not to pry further. With some reluctance, Max begs Kim to continue helping them. Max explains that the castle has been besieged nightly by undead who revive every night and refuse to stay down. While they talk inside, Kim asks what the undead are and where they come from. Max admits they only know the dead appear at night and vanish at daybreak. Max adds that no one understands the true origin or nature of these undead. He says reinforcements will arrive in 10 days if they can just hold out that long, though he doubts they will survive. Listening, Kim thinks the situation is strange and far too easy for an S-rank tutorial. He compares this stage to the C-rank diary account and senses there must be another hidden element. Max presses again, asking Kim to stay and defend the castle until reinforcements come, convinced he will be invaluable. Kim agrees to help, and Max overjoyedly promises to repay the favor. Before planning further, Kim says he needs to step outside. He leaves the room, telling Max he will return after going out briefly. Night falls with heavy rain over the castle. In the storm, the undead rise again and start advancing on the walls. As the soldiers mobilize, Max realizes Kim is missing and wonders where he went. Fearing Kim has abandoned them, Max blames himself for expecting too much. He falls silent in despair as the rain pours down. Regaining focus, Max organizes the archers and infantry positions along the walls. A lookout suddenly spots something and shouts. They point to the field, where they see Kim already fighting among the undead. Kim carves through skeletons with huge sweeping blows despite the rain. He stares intensely at the enemy, determined to continue. The gate slams as someone moves quickly back inside. Kim helps brace the doors from within as the army regroups. Breathing hard, he recovers after holding the gate. Max rushes over asking what just happened. Kim announces he has discovered the source behind the undead. He explains that he found the reason the undead appear. He says necromancers in a nearby meadow are calling up the dead and regrets not finishing them due to last night's rain. Max follows Kim into the forest, saying even locating the necromancers is a big help, while Kim notes that Max did not need to accompany him. Max insists they cannot leave such a dangerous mission to an outsider alone and that the castle guards will fight at his side. Kim reflects that because this is an S-rank tutorial, he may not be able to protect the soldiers while facing whatever appears, so he resolves to focus on clearing the stage. He leads the group toward the meadow, and they advance together. Hooded figures appear ahead and say they would have ignored Kim if he had fled instead of confronting them. Kim glares back, ready to fight despite their warning that he is rushing to his death. The necromancers activate a glowing magic circle that shields them, declaring that no one can touch them and that the humans will be left alone until sunset. One cultist explains that once darkness falls, the undead will return to finish the intruders. Kim answers defiantly and prepares his sword. He unleashes a massive vertical slash empowered by magic. Cracks spread across the protective barrier, startling the cultists. One of them realizes Kim is far from ordinary. The robed figures decide they must hurry with their ritual because they need Kim's strength. Their chanting intensifies as magical light spills across the area. Kim orders the knights to attack. He and the soldiers strike the barrier repeatedly while shouting. As he fights, Kim wonders why the cultists are still chanting when they should no longer be able to summon undead. Uneasy, he decides to finish things quickly using his shackles power. He channels magic through his blade and smashes the barrier apart. The soldiers cheer that he broke the shield and charged the exposed cultists. Suddenly ominous power flares from the circle as someone remarks that they have completed their objective first. The ritual circle glows and surges, confusing everyone about what is happening. Realizing the danger, Kim yells for everyone to run away. The sky above the forest brightens unnaturally. A massive beam or column of energy descends from the sky onto the ritual site. The soldiers within the circle scream in agony. One knight begins disintegrating, crying out as his body breaks apart. Watching comrades crumble, Kim feels a chilling sense that this is the true nature of the S-rank tutorial. A gigantic demonic beast with glowing eyes manifests in the stormy forest, commenting on how strange the situation is. The demon questions why it was summoned under daylight and demands an explanation. A terrified cultist stammers in response. Desperate to save himself, the cultist blames Kim, saying the human caused everything. The demon grabs the cultist brutally. It dismisses Kim as a mere human and the cultist begs for mercy. The demon crushes the cultist to dust while the knights watch in horror. Kim and the remaining soldiers ready their swords to face the new foe. The demon snarls and bares its fangs. The towering demon notes there is a human present who can use magic. Kim tells the others to focus on fighting the remaining robed enemies while he handles the demon. The exhausted knights brace themselves behind him. The demon asks Kim if he truly intends to fight it. Kim responds that the answer should be obvious as he prepares his stance. Amused, the demon laughs and calls Kim an interesting opponent. The demon remarks that it is surprising for a human to challenge it, and Kim judges that this monster must be taken seriously. Kim decides his best option is to concentrate his magic into the shackle for one decisive blow, and wonders if the tactic that worked on an ogre will work here. Acknowledging that this opponent is intelligent unlike the ogre, he gathers power and readies himself. He launches himself at the demon with a powerful, magic-charged slash. Shocked by the demon's sudden movement, he exclaims as the situation shifts. He realizes the demon's speed makes it seem to teleport right in front of him. Kim reacts in alarm as the demon closes the distance. The demon's punch smashes into the ground where Kim had been, forcing him to dodge with difficulty. Kim notes how fast the demon is and that he cannot waste any more time. He resolves to finish the battle before sunset by pouring half his remaining magic into a single strike. He charges again, shouting as he swings the empowered sword. The slash slices through part of the demon in a massive arc of energy. Seeing that the blow worked, he thinks that one more well-timed strike might secure victory. The wounded demon looks down at its injury, stunned that a human managed to hurt it. It concludes Kim is no ordinary human and becomes interested in the mysterious bracelet he wears. Kim smirks and says he has no intention of explaining the bracelet. Enraged, the demon declares that Kim will die and lunges to crush him. Realizing he cannot dodge, Kim braces with his sword and shackle, cursing. The demon's attack slams down with overwhelming force, shaking the forest. The knights and cultists alike are stunned by the clash. Kim trembles but plants his feet, refusing to yield. He strains desperately, using both swords to hold back the demon's massive claw. The infuriated demon roars at him. Kim wedges his broken blade into the demon's hand, surprising it. The stress of the impact cracks his weapon even further. The sword finally shatters in the demon's grip and Kim is hurled away by the force. The demon looms unhurt and advances on the fallen Kim. Kim notes in disbelief that his sword broke, wondering if prior fighting against undead had weakened it. Fortunately, he has a spare weapon, so he draws the second sword to continue. The demon's eyes glow red as it tells Kim this battle is over. Kim's eyes widen in shock at whatever the demon is about to unleash. The wounded swordsman is struck by a massive blow that sends him flying. He crashes painfully across the ground, gasping in pain. Struggling up, he realizes his enemy has appeared behind him again and concludes the monster can teleport. The towering demon threatens to devour his flesh, turn his soul into a ghost, and torment him forever. The man thinks he is too injured to use any skills. Despite that, he sees a brief chance and rushes into attack. He dashes up the demon's body, aiming his sword toward its head. The demon prepares a crushing counterattack with its hand. A devastating beam or shockwave forces the man to duck, barely avoiding it. He uses the moment to slice at the demon's leg while leaping past. Landing, he repositions himself for another assault. His sword and bracelet begin glowing as he channels power into the weapon. He charges forward at high speed toward the demon. Armor forms on his body as he closes in on the monster's face. Gripping his sword with determination, he prepares a decisive strike. He identifies the demon's neck as the vital target. He unleashes a powerful, arcing energy slash and counts it as the first strike. Gathering himself again, he grips the weapon for a second blow and mentally counts 2. While he hangs before the demon's face, the demon notes it can no longer sense magic from him and assumes victory. The demon declares the fight finished while raising its arm to crush him. The man counts 3 and activates the ring of magic storage, planning to use its stored magic once. Empowered by the ring, he swings his sword with immense force. The empowered strike cleaves through the demon's body, shattering it. The demon's body breaks apart into flying chunks. Watching the destruction, the man exclaims in relief that he has succeeded. He pulls his sword free from the collapsing demon and steadies himself. The demon crashes to the ground with a final agonized cry. Its giant corpse lies motionless as the exhausted man collapses nearby. Catching his breath afterward, he reflects that he narrowly escaped death. Nearby soldiers rush over, shouting to ask if he is all right. One armored man praises him for slaying such a powerful demon and says they had no chance without him. The protagonist downplays it as luck, saying the summoning was flawed and sunlight seemed to weaken the demon. A sinister laugh interrupts, warning them not to celebrate yet. The demon, still barely alive, complains that only its imperfect body allowed such a defeat, while the man curtly tells it to stop making excuses. The demon calls humans mere puppets, warning them to consider the cost of the strength they are gaining. Annoyed, the man raises his sword and tells the demon to die already. As it fades, the demon promises they will meet again, and the man casually agrees. A system message proclaims the tutorial cleared with all achievements completed. Another message states he cleared the S-rank tutorial and earned 200,000 achievement points. The knight remarks the incident is finally over and laments that cultists tried to summon this monster, then asks if the protagonist knows what it was. The knight explains that of course he knows it, describing the creature as death incarnate that devours both living and dead. Hearing it called a demon, the protagonist wonders if he will have to fight such beings once the tutorial ends. The The knight tells him he should be on his way and offers any help he can provide. The protagonist apologizes that he has no time and must leave immediately, refusing further assistance. They shake hands, with the knight saying he will repay the favor if they ever meet again. As the protagonist walks away, narration announces that this is the end of the tutorial. He stands before a massive door, thinking that beyond it lies his next destination. He recalls a warm memory of a smiling woman and child. He believes that beyond the door is the place where he will be able to meet those loved ones again. A serene sky scene marks the transition to whatever lies ahead. He steps forward into the cloudy, otherworldly path. He looks ahead with a calm, resolute expression. The fog parts to reveal a grand temple floating amid the clouds, which he approaches. Inside the temple, he nervously asks the unseen presence who it is and how he arrived here. A gigantic robed man appears before him, dwarfing him inside the hall. The giant looks closer at him in mild surprise. He notices the bracelet on the protagonist's wrist and asks where he obtained that item, saying someone lost it long ago. The giant adds that the magic flowing in the protagonist's body is unusual and asks if he knows the monarch. Introducing himself as Arian, servant of the monarch, he then asks how the protagonist managed to reach this place, and the man admits he is unsure. The protagonist explains he was walking through a foggy area when this temple suddenly appeared. Arian muses that the man truly seems ignorant of how he arrived. Arian silently ponders the situation. The protagonist watches tensely as Arian remains deep in thought. Suddenly Arian reacts to an unseen command from above. Looking upward, Arian acknowledges his lord's will. He tells the protagonist that the monarch appears to favor him. Arian asks if the human is prepared to receive a mighty power that could cause unbearable pain and still might not be granted. He further warns that accepting this strength will come with great responsibility, and asks if the man is ready to bear that burden. The protagonist steels himself in silence. He answers firmly that he is absolutely willing. Arian questions whether he truly understands his situation, and the man answers that he does not, but he still needs the power. Arian then asks him why he needs such strength. The protagonist declares he must see someone important, and will do anything necessary for that goal. Hearing this resolve, Arian agrees to proceed. Arian touches the man's chest, initiating the transfer of power as the man reacts in shock. A glowing object resembling a heart forms in the man's chest, stunning him. Intense pain surges through him as he screams. He collapses to the floor, writhing and convulsing from the agony. Arian remarks that the pain will make him wish for death, but says if the man truly wants this strength he must endure. Arian commands him to bear with it while the energy continues to ravage his body. The man clenches his teeth and sweats, enduring the torment. He claws at the ground, shaking as the ordeal continues. Arian notes that the man has passed out and wonders if he will be able to withstand the process. Despite having blacked out earlier, the man's hand suddenly twitches and braces against the floor. Arian is surprised to see him moving again. The man forces himself up, gasping the names of his loved ones through the pain. Blood drips from his mouth as he continues to suffer. Arian observes that he is incredibly persistent. Sitting nearby, Arian encourages him not to lose to the pain. In the midst of the torment, the man's inner thoughts beg for death, saying it hurts and feels like he is dying. A mysterious voice rejects that desire, saying that is unacceptable. The man, barely conscious, weakly asks who is speaking to him. The voice tells him to think carefully about his reason to live. He focuses on that question, repeating it in his mind. His eyes slowly start to clear as he concentrates. He fully closes his eyes as memories stir. Then his eyes open again with renewed determination. He envisions reaching out to the smiling woman and child he loves. Calling their names, he reaches a hand forward in desperate longing. He resolves that he must see them, and cannot allow himself to die here. He jolts awake from the ritual, sitting up in surprise as Arian addresses him. Arian asks if he feels any different, while the man is speechless. Breathing hard, the man realizes he is alive and wonders about the strange voice he heard. Arian explains that what was implanted in him is the monarch's heart, though not a heart in the usual sense. The man wonders if this monarch's heart is simply a tutorial reward, but Arian says it is far more than that, and the man senses a new heartbeat within. After a pause, the protagonist asks if he may pose one question. Arian agrees to answer if he can. The man asks who the monarch actually is and whether he is some kind of god, but Arian says that is hard to explain. The protagonist begins to ask if the monarch mentioned anything about him and his loved ones. Arian cuts him off, saying he will learn in time. Arian then says it is time for the man to leave, reminding him that the monarch has given him 3 gifts, including shackles, a magic circuit, and a heart, expecting him to use them well. As the protagonist's body starts to teleport away, Arian wishes him good luck. Afterward, Arian addresses his unseen lord, accepting this decision. Arian resolves that if this is his lord's will, he too will place his faith in the human. A system message shows that hundreds of thousands of achievement points have been spent, and the tutorial is officially ending. Another message states he will be transported to the beginning village called Meloon. In a rocky canyon filled with confused people from Earth, the protagonist appears among them and wonders if this is the parallel world. He notices foreigners nearby yet understands their speech and rationalizes that nothing here should surprise him anymore. A blood-stained young man recognizes him and runs over shouting his name. Relieved, the friend hugs him, saying he feared they would never meet again, and the protagonist greets him calmly. Armored figures approach the gathering from outside the canyon. The protagonist asks his friend why everyone is gathered, and the friend starts to explain about an invisible barrier at the edge. A booming voice orders everyone to be quiet. A heavily armored man steps forward and casually greets the newcomers as weak chicks. He introduces himself as Walker Alvin, a leader who has survived in this parallel world for 7 years. Hearing this, the protagonist is shocked and realizes that people from Earth have been summoned here long before his group. He wonders how such mass disappearances could occur with no trace or rumor left back on Earth. Some people confront Walker and Lois at the barrier, demanding to know if they created the wall and who they really are, and Walker answers that he did not make it. He explains that the magical wall was made by Lois, and acknowledges that everyone must be confused about why they are here and why things have not truly ended. The crowd angrily shouts questions, demanding to be taken home and asking if Walker brought them here. They continue yelling for the wall to be removed, while Walker stands silent and visibly irritated. He finally explodes in rage, screaming for silence. His outburst stuns the crowd into quiet. Walker starts to berate them for not appreciating how well they have been treated and hints at killing them, but Lois firmly calls his name to restrain him. He bites back his anger and falls silent. Walker states that the wall exists to protect them, saying the dangers of this world make their tutorial experiences seem trivial, and it keeps them from wandering into deadly areas. The crowd listens uneasily, momentarily speechless. Walker says he will explain the situation as they travel, warning them not to act rashly out of anger. He adds coldly that if they cause trouble, he might simply kill them all. Walker announces that they are heading to the starting village called Meloon, a place the protagonist already knows of. He notes that the real problem lies beyond the immediate area, since even the route toward the village is filled with monsters they could never handle. He points toward distant mountains and describes the dangerous monsters along the way. He pauses, considering how much more to reveal. He then says that beyond the mountain reside an angel and a demon, which shocks and confuses the crowd. When asked if those beings are dangerous, he confirms they are far more dangerous than ordinary monsters, though he says the newcomers do not yet need the details. Walker cautions that they must never be careless around such entities, while the protagonist thinks specifically about that demon. Walker gestures ahead and says that right there is their destination. He reveals a sprawling fortified city, explaining it is the first village they will live in within this world, named Meloon. The newcomers marvel at the huge settlement, realizing it is far more than a simple village. Walker declares that from now on, housing and basic meals in Meloon will be provided to them free of charge. The armored man tells the gathered newcomers that they will only be supported with food and shelter for 10 days, after which they must fend for themselves. He reminds them that the Tower clan is doing this to protect weak newcomers and orders them to remember that. Observing the settlement, someone notes that although the village is spacious, the individual houses are very small. Inside one such house, 2 newcomers discuss how building it must have burdened the Tower clan, assume the clan sincerely helps new people, and conclude the place is better than it looks. One of them adds that without this assistance surviving here would have been difficult. Exhausted, they wonder what to do next, uncertain about their plans. Lying on the bed, the protagonist remarks that the Tower clan is only supporting them for 10 days, so they must accomplish everything within that span. He adds that they also need to go back, confirming this resolve with his companion. Thinking to himself, he decides that reuniting with Young and Mina matters more than merely returning home. Later he says he will wash up while his friend stays behind, commenting on how long it has been since he last bathed. Left alone, the protagonist pulls out a book from beside him. He starts reading the book seriously. After reading a critical passage, he realizes that the diary means he can see his loved ones again. As he flips the pages, he is surprised that he can now turn past a section he previously could not. He notes aloud that the book had not let him go beyond that page before and wonders about the reason. After a pause, he decides to read the newly accessible section first. He opens the diary to continue reading. He focuses intently on its contents. Time passes quietly as he sits alone in the room, reading in the sunlight. Something in the book shocks him, and he reacts with a startled exclamation. Realizing the truth, he becomes certain that a particular enemy he hates has been in this town. His friend returns from washing, feeling refreshed, and urges the protagonist to wash as well. The protagonist agrees and sets the diary down, preparing to leave. Night falls, signaled by a lit candle in their room. Lying in bed reading again, he concludes that the diary has given him a rough idea of how to proceed but laments that it contains nothing about the angel or the demon. He reflects that even after finishing the diary there is still much he does not know, though immediate action is more important than full understanding. As they sleep, someone knocks and calls out asking if Kim Yoon-jae is there. Yoon-jae wakes, confused because this event was never mentioned in the diary, and calls out to identify the visitor. The voice outside asks him to open the door, claiming there is important information to share. His partner, awakened, wonders if it is the innkeeper. The 2 men exchange uneasy glances, sensing something is off. The person outside insists again, formally addressing Yoon-jae and demanding the door be opened. Yoon-jae and his partner silently ready themselves. Yoon-jae grips his sword, preparing for trouble. With sword drawn, he asks through the door how the visitor knew to find him here, and the voice promises to explain. Opening the door reveals a smiling man who introduces himself as Din of the Brown Clan, here to recruit Kim Yoon-jae. From inside, Yoon-jae and his partner hear Din urging them not to be so wary and recalling that fighting between people is supposedly forbidden in Tower Clan territory. Despite those assurances, the two remain silent and cautious. They finally open the door for Din. Din greets them cheerfully, saying it is nice to meet them. Seeing there are two of them, Din politely asks if he may come in and talk for a moment. Once inside, Din formally introduces himself again as one Din of the Brown Clan based in Meloon. Yoon-jae introduces himself and his partner Yoo Jung-yeon, then asks how Din knew about him to attempt recruitment. Din explains that rumors of Yoon-jae's exploits during the tutorial have already spread and that clans seek out such promising recruits. He invites Yoon-jae to discuss joining the Brown Clan and says their clan leader is waiting outside. Yoon-jae skeptically asks why they came late at night when there was plenty of time during the day. Din hesitates, starting to answer evasively. Yoon-jae presses whether there is some special reason this had to be done at night, making Din fall silent. Yoon-jae then states he is currently not interested in joining the Brown Clan and will contact them himself if he ever changes his mind. He adds that he will only consider joining after learning exactly what kind of group the Brown Clan is, which clearly frustrates Din. Dropping his friendly act, Din complains to himself about how stubborn Yoon-jae is. Jung-yeon, alarmed by Din's change in demeanor, reacts nervously. Yoon-jae tightens his grip on his sword, readying for a fight. Din notices Yoon-jae's wariness and Jung-yeon asks if Yoon-jae already knew something, to which Yoon-jae answers vaguely while Jung-yeon anxiously asks what is happening. Yoon-jae reveals that the Brown Clan is actually a sham, infamous as a group full of murderers. He thinks that if he had not read the diary, he might have trusted Din, cursing the clan for luring naive newcomers at night to rob them. A brief memory of two smiling girls flashes through his mind, reminding him of what he has lost. Fueled by that memory, he vows not to forgive the murderous clan for preying on people. Din arrogantly calls them trash but offers to spare their lives if they hand over all their items, admitting their secrets have been exposed. Yoon-jae responds by leveling his sword and harshly rejecting Din's demand. Din sighs and remarks that their refusal is unfortunate. He then unleashes his power, mocking them as inexperienced hatchlings who lack the discernment to recognize true skill. As purple energy flares, Yoon-jae charges forward to attack. Din moves with extreme speed, rushing past Yoon-jae with a curved blade. Their weapons clash violently. Yoon-jae manages to block Din's attack, surprising his opponent. Jung-yeon backs Yoon-jae up as the two prepare to fight together. Din counterattacks with a powerful strike that Jung-yeon struggles to block. Yoon-jae moves to protect Jung-yeon from Din's assault. Yoon-jae releases a sweeping sword technique that sends an energy arc across the room. The slash tears open the inn's wooden wall, shocking Din and Jung-yeon. Din quickly repositions, his footsteps signaling he is about to use another skill. Seeing the aftermath of the magical slash, Din wonders aloud what kind of magic Yoon-jae just used. He internally questions whether Yoon-jae is really a mere newbie, deciding the fight is more troublesome than expected and that he should finish it quickly before attracting the Tower Clan's attention. Using a shadow ability, Din's body begins to dissolve into darkness, startling the two newcomers. Jung-yeon yells in panic that Din suddenly vanished, while Yoon-jae silently assesses the situation. Din, hidden, smirks to himself. Concealed in the shadows, he is confident they cannot see him. He believes that even powerful people cannot see him when he melts into shadows, so inexperienced newcomers certainly should not be able to. He prepares his blade, thinking they will not even realize what killed them. Yoon-jae coolly decides his first priority is to take care of Din. Suddenly Yoon-jae senses something strange and reacts. He thrusts his sword into his own shadow, impaling the invisible Din as the assassin materializes in agony. Din coughs blood in shock, demanding to know what Yoon-jae is doing. Yoon-jae stands calmly while shadowy energy disperses from Din's pierced body. Din panics, wondering how Yoon-jae could see through his shadow technique and possess such powerful magic. Reeling, he questions in terror who Yoon-jae really is. Deciding the situation is too dangerous, Din resolves to escape. As Din crawls toward the door, Yoon-jae appears behind him and asks where he thinks he is going. Yoon-jae strikes Din in the back with another powerful blow that sends him flying. Din collapses on the floor, defeated at Yoon-jae's feet. Yoon-jae exhales in relief after ending the fight. Jung-yeon excitedly asks how Yoon-jae knew where the invisible Din was, since all he saw was Din vanish and then reappear from Yoon-jae's shadow. Yoon-jae answers that he himself could not see Din either but has a theory about what occurred. He suggests they deal with the unconscious Din first, while Jung-yeon worries about the serious implications of what they have done. Jung-yeon asks whether they are in trouble, and Yoon-jae hints he has a plan. Yoon-jae smiles faintly, implying confidence in handling the aftermath. The next day, rumors spread through town that a newcomer killed someone rather than being killed. People gather curiously in the street near the inn where the incident happened. Onlookers stare as Tower Clan members arrive at the building. A heavily armored knight and a robed companion step through the entrance to investigate. Inside, the knight asks the innkeeper where the involved parties are and is directed to the second floor. The knight tells his companion they should go upstairs. Meanwhile, Yoon-jae and Jung-yeon wait tensely in their room, discussing the situation. The knight identifies their captive as Din Iladro, a man who has lived here 2 years, is infamous for killing newcomers, and belongs to a murderer clan. He then asks Yoon-jae and Junghyun if they truly were the ones who defeated Din. Yoon-jae calmly confirms that they did and asks if that is a problem. The knight thinks he never expected such a development from newcomers. After a pause, he decides there is no problem. Consulting a record book, he notes that Din Aladro carries a bounty of 30 gold. He explains that criminals receive bounties proportional to their crimes and that, since they captured Din, the reward belongs entirely to Yoon-jae and Junghyun. Junghyun excitedly tells Yoon-jae about the bounty while Yoon-jae comments on how enthusiastic he looks. Junghyun admits he feared punishment, then asks if Yoon-jae somehow already knew about the bounty system. Yoon-jae answers that he simply guessed such a system existed for murderer clans. The knight gets their attention to continue speaking. He unexpectedly asks if they would like to join the Tower clan. The two newcomers are stunned by the sudden recruitment offer. Yoon-jae questions whether the knight is serious about inviting them. The knight confirms he is, reasoning that anyone capable of easily defeating someone as strong as Din is a rare talent he cannot ignore. He thinks that joining a clan is normally a huge opportunity for a newcomer. Emphasizing that the Tower clan is particularly prestigious, he asks Yoon-jae what his decision will be. Later, walking through town, the knight's companion suggests he might have rushed things with the offer, but the knight only half agrees. The companion argues that no matter how impressive the capture of Din was, Yoon-jae and Junghyun are still just newcomers, so recruiting them into the Tower clan is unusual. The knight brusquely calls out to his companion. He scolds him, asking if he is blind or stupid for not recognizing such talent. The companion is flustered and confused by the rebuke. The knight then laughs it off as a joke while the companion complains that such jokes might give him a heart attack. The knight clarifies that, joke aside, his decision to recruit especially Yoon-jae was serious. He concludes that Yoon-jae was not merely lucky in defeating Din and that this promising newcomer may lead to interesting developments. Back in the room, Yoon-jae bows an apology and politely declines the Tower clan's offer. The knight and his companion react in disbelief at this refusal. Frustrated, the knight asks why he would turn down such an advantageous chance when joining a clan is best for beginners. Yoon-jae answers that he understands but still must decline. The knight internally wonders what other plan Yoon-jae could possibly have, given how new he is to this world. Turning to Junghyun, the knight asks if he, at least, wants to join, startling the young man. Junghyun looks to Yoon-jae and hesitates, unsure what to say. He ultimately follows Yoon-jae's lead and also apologetically refuses, which the knight accepts with some reluctance. The knight states they will send the bounty money to them later that day. He reminds them that once they receive the reward they are responsible for paying to repair the damaged wall. As he leaves, the knight adds that if they change their minds they can visit the Tower clan and ask for him. He reiterates that the Tower clan will always welcome the two of them. Later, someone delivers a pouch and tells them it contains their 30 gold bounty. Outside, dressed in new gear, they marvel at how much money it is. Junghyun calculates that each coin is worth about 1,000,000 won back home and says they are financially secure for now. He then asks why Yoon-jae refused such a famous clan's offer and whether he has another plan. Walking through town, Junghyun presses Yoon-jae to explain that plan, insisting Yoon-jae deserves all the credit for defeating Din. Yoon-jae smiles and says not to worry because he does have a plan, though he is unsure if it will surpass joining the Tower clan. When Junghyun asks what the plan is, Yoon-jae answers that it involves meeting a Grand Mage. He tells Junghyun to follow because they are going to meet that Grand Mage immediately, leaving his friend surprised. The scene shifts to Meloon's town center, where a grand circular structure stands in a plaza. Approaching an old-robed man there, Yoon-jae asks if he is Mr. Abraham, signaling the start of their attempt to meet the Grand Mage. The old portal keeper demands 50 gold to use the portal and tells anyone without money to leave. The two adventurers approach him saying they have another request, but he initially refuses to listen. When they offer to find the location of his lost lab, the old man is suddenly startled. Shocked that they know about the lab, he demands to know who they are, insisting that only he should know of it. The black-haired man claims he is just ordinary, says he heard Abraham had lost a laboratory, and believes he can locate it. Abraham silently studies him. He keeps staring, clearly thinking. Abraham notices the younger man's glowing bracelet. Seeing the bracelet jogs Abraham's memory, and he wonders where he has seen it before. The younger man calls to Abraham, snapping him out of his thoughts. Abraham finally agrees, saying he cannot leave town himself, and will reward them handsomely if they find the lab. Before they depart, Abraham tells them there is one important thing they must remember. He warns them that if they take anything from his lab, he will make their fate worse than death. The black-haired man nervously accepts the warning while his companion is startled. Later, on the way, the companion asks how he knew about Abraham's lab, and the black-haired man lies that he heard village rumors though the other has never heard any. They discuss whether finding the lab is better than joining the Tower clan, and the black-haired man says it is but tells his friend he can turn back if he doubts him, which the friend rejects. Walking through the rocky pass, they speculate about what Abraham did in the lab and repeat rumors that the governor used it to kill people as magic catalysts. The black-haired man adds that the lab was infamous as a human slaughterhouse. The companion panics about how dangerous this must be, but the black-haired man reminds him Abraham cannot currently leave town and they just have to locate the place. He explains that Abraham seems bound to the portal and that their task is only to find the laboratory. As they search the cliff face, he suddenly declares that he has found the entrance. He points out a hidden cave in the rock and says that is the lab's entrance, surprising his friend. They begin climbing up toward the cave. Narration explains that, according to the diary, discovering the dungeon Abraham's laboratory triggered huge changes. It clarifies that this was the first dungeon near the town of Meloon and lay right beside it. The narration adds that the dungeon itself was not the truly important part. The key was the dungeon's reward, a treasure born of Abraham's long research. That reward, later appraised by the Tower clan, turned out to have incredible effects, and the system message announced discovery of the dungeon Abraham's laboratory. The two men enter the newly formed dungeon, feel creeped out, and the black-haired man tells his friend to stay alert and to return to Abraham once they retrieve the needed substance. He reminds himself this is the dungeon's first discover reward and resolves to obtain it. He reflects that turning down the Tower clan's offer feels wasteful, but keeping this item while under a clan would be hard, while his companion remarks he sees nothing ahead. They decide to proceed deeper into the tunnel cautiously. They walk further into the dungeon. The companion wonders why Abraham could not find a lab so close by, and the black-haired man replies that Abraham simply forgot. Asked if the mage is senile, he suggests that as a grand mage there must be another reason behind his lost memories. The red-haired man guesses Abraham's memory loss might be connected to the corrupt governor. The black-haired man agrees that is possible, speculating Abraham might have lost his memories due to some spell and ended up stuck operating the portal. The companion questions why Abraham did not openly ask for help if he wanted the lab found and wonders if some treasure is hidden inside, while the black-haired man stays silent. The black-haired man suddenly halts them. Both stare ahead tensely as the companion realizes what lies before them. They see piles of corpses and bones littering the dungeon floor. Horrified, the companion assumes this massacre is Abraham's doing, and the black-haired man agrees it likely is. The red-haired man angrily curses Abraham for committing such atrocities. They look over the many bodies and skeletons, appalled by what was done here. Then the corpses and skeletons start to twitch and rise. A skeleton fully pulls itself upright. More undead and gore-covered humanoids stand up around them. Surrounded by the reanimating dead, the black-haired man realizes this is why the place was so quiet and understands this threat makes the dungeon. He charges forward with sword drawn to attack. His companion also rushes in, ready to fight. A horde of zombies and skeletons advances on them. The two clash with the charging undead in a flurry of motion and blows. The battle noise echoes through the cavern. Blades keep clashing amid the fight. One monstrous foe growls and bares its fanged teeth. The black-haired man cuts through several enemies with swift sword arcs. His companion smashes a skeleton apart. A lunging monster dives at the black-haired man from above. He meets it head-on, colliding violently with its face. He activates the skill Solidify, forming a glowing hexagonal barrier that blocks the creature's fangs. Power flows into his bracelet and sword as he reinforces his grip. Using the buffed strength, he unleashes a wide sweeping slash that hurls enemies away. After the fight, his companion runs over asking if he is okay, and the black-haired man replies that he is fine. Surveying the dismembered undead, they remark the battle was easier than expected though the aftermath is gruesome. The red-haired man silently looks around, unsettled. He wonders aloud what kind of experiments twisted these people into such monsters. The black-haired man notices a small glowing shard embedded in one of the bodies. He bends down to pick the shard up. Examining it, he realizes it is something unusual. His friend asks what the glowing object is and why it was inside the corpses, while the black-haired man uses appraise on it. The appraisal reveals it is a Chimerian magic fragment, a magic ingredient Abraham used to animate chimeras. Unsure of its value, he decides they should collect the fragments for now. Time passes, and a caption notes that several days go by. Resting in the dungeon, the companion asks how long they have been inside. The black-haired man estimates about a week. The black-haired man checks whether his friend has recovered enough to move on. Though still tired, the red-haired man says he has rested enough, and the black-haired man suggests they continue deeper. They finally reach a massive ornate door and assume it marks the end of the dungeon. The black-haired man thinks this chamber must hold the first discoverer reward. They see the door bound by magic chains and note it is sealed with sorcery. The companion offers to try cutting the enchanted chains with his sword. He slashes, shattering the magical lock with a burst. Proud of himself, he boasts about his skill, while the black-haired man curtly tells him to just open the door. Together they push the great doors open. The doors begin to part, flooding the room with light. Straining, they continue pushing until the opening widens. The doors fully open, releasing a blinding glow from inside. Both men stare in astonishment at what they see. They step into a vast laboratory filled with books and equipment, centered on a huge glass tank. Inside the tank floats a muscular, long-haired figure suspended in liquid. A close view shows the man's serene, unconscious face inside the tank. The scene cuts to Meloon's Tower clan, where someone announces a status report on Abraham's dungeon. A knightly leader reads the report at his desk while another armored man stands before him. The leader silently reacts, troubled by what he is reading. He tells the subordinate the report must be wrong, surprising the man. The subordinate insists the report contains no mention of Abraham's dungeon despite their search, which baffles him given the Tower clan's reputation. The leader angrily orders him to bring the real report and discard the one he has as worthless. The subordinate hesitates, trying to explain himself. The leader sees that they have spent 2 months hunting for Abraham's dungeon with no results. He shouts that an elite clan like theirs failing to make progress for 2 months is absurd and demands to know what his men have been doing. He also berates them for failing to deal with the murderer clan in Meloon, asking if they have accomplished anything at all. Finally, he orders the subordinate out of his sight to go do something useful, and the man reluctantly agrees. Before leaving, the subordinate timidly brings up one more matter, asking about certain people. He clarifies he means the duo who captured the criminal den a week ago and asks if there is any news about them. The leader replies there has been no news and dismisses him. Left alone, the leader slumps back in his chair with a weary sigh. He mutters in frustration, questioning what the Tower clan is even accomplishing in this region. Back in the lab, a desk with scrolls and equipment hints at Abraham's extensive research. The two adventurers look at the tank and wonder what exactly Abraham was researching here. Seeing no other paths, they conclude this room is indeed the end of the dungeon. The black-haired man reasons that if this is the final room, then the first discoverer reward must be hidden somewhere here. He notices something among the bookshelves that might be it. He opens a cabinet concealed behind the books. Inside, he finds shelves of reagents and tomes. On one shelf he spots several colorful potions and exclaims that he has found the reward. He realizes these potions are the culmination of Abraham's research. He notes that one purple potion does not match anything described in the diary, making it an unknown element. Deciding it is safest to take every potion, he concludes their objective is complete and they should leave. Just then his companion nervously calls out that the figure in the central tank seems to be moving. The black-haired man questions this, and his friend insists he saw the man's eye twitch. They watch the tank as bubbles rise around the motionless body. The man's closed eyes remain still at first. Then they flicker open slightly. His eyes close again, leaving his status ambiguous. Seeing that there really was movement, the companion asks what they should do. The black-haired man decides that if the person is alive, they cannot leave him in prison like this. He proposes breaking the glass tank to free the man. The story jumps back to Abraham at the portal, who reacts when the two return. Assuming they failed, Abraham is surprised when they calmly state that they found the lab. Abraham is stunned into silence. Overcome, he rushes toward them with his staff, excitedly asking if it is true and where it is. Before answering, the red-haired man says there is something they want to ask first. He demands that Abraham explain exactly what he had been researching there, and what those horrific things in the lab were. Abraham instead asks them what they saw inside, turning the question back on them. Their confused silence shows they were not expecting that response. The black-haired man asks if Abraham truly does not remember. Abraham confirms he has no memory beyond knowing he once conducted research there, and no longer recalls where the lab is or what he studied. The red-haired man angrily questions why Abraham is searching for a place whose purpose he has forgotten. Abraham replies that he knows his belongings are there and needs no other justification to reclaim what is his. The two adventurers exchange a look and reluctantly drop the issue. The black-haired man then asks if Abraham can go to the lab if they tell him its location, since he had seemed bound to the portal, and Abraham answers he can leave briefly and urges them to just tell him. They begin explaining the location to him. The narration shows the familiar cliff entrance to the dungeon they discovered. Abraham listens closely as the black-haired man finishes the directions. Realizing where it is, Abraham suddenly brightens with recognition. Laughing, he exclaims that of course the lab was right there in front of him all along, thanks them, and says his memories are returning. He hands over a bundled set of scrolls as their promised reward, unsure how useful it will be to them, and they politely accept. The black-haired man immediately uses appraise on the reward. The appraisal reveals it as a teleportation scroll that can transport the user to any village once before vanishing, and he notes such an item alone is worth 50 gold. He appraises an additional reward, a magical ring owned by Abraham that can store and bestow various properties using stored magic. Considering its high rank, he realizes this ring of property storage rivals top artifacts like the shackles of Zahar while being as convenient to use as a simple ring. The two adventurers marvel at the unbelievable items they received. The old-robed man chuckles and says he is leaving. As the old man teleports away, he says they will meet again, leaving the guards shocked. The two stand staring at the spot where the teleporter vanished. While one admires the powerful items, the other worries whether letting the old man go was safe. The black-haired man says there is no point interrogating someone who claims to remember nothing. He holds up a glowing vial, saying they already obtained the crucial object. While his companion asks what it is, he suggests the vial is what Abraham was searching the lab for and reassures himself that things will be fine. Elsewhere, Abraham exults that he has finally found what he was seeking. The protagonist reflects that despite his earlier worries about surviving 10 days, everything has worked out. In their upgraded room, the younger man thanks his senior for the loot, money and lodging, and suggests reporting the dungeon to the Tower clan for rewards. The red-haired man collapses happily on the bed, glad to finally relax after the dungeon. His senior tells him they still have one more task, shocking the younger man. The senior tosses 2 potions to his partner. The younger man examines them as life and magic potions that his interface cannot fully identify. The senior orders him to drink the red potion then the blue one, and the junior hesitantly asks if it is safe. To convince him, the senior gulps down his own bottles, insisting they are beneficial. The younger man silently steels himself, clutching his 2 vials. He drinks the blue potion. As he swallows, something sudden happens inside him. Power begins surging through his body, and he calls out to his senior. Both men are overwhelmed by intense pain as the transformation hits them. They scream in agony, collapsing to the floor while energy rips through them. System messages show their stamina, agility, resistance, and strength all increasing. The protagonist grits his teeth in pain and wonders if drinking everything was a mistake. He recalls bringing the potions because they were meant to massively advance the body, but now it feels like he is burning alive. He compares the current agony to an even worse suffering he once endured and forces himself to endure. Remembering that past torment, he resolves that this pain is still bearable. As his fist trembles, he decides the pain is manageable. He roars that he can endure it, and pushes through. Their screams echo in the room as the ordeal continues. Exhausted, the protagonist pants heavily. Both lie spent in the room, with the junior saying he thought he would die and the senior acknowledging his effort. The junior wakes, asks the time, and checks if his senior is alright after downing 2 bottles. The protagonist says he feels fine now and believes the red potion is rapidly restoring his stamina. His companion marvels that the potions have increased his stats, stamina and magic beyond belief. The protagonist calls Abraham a genius for creating such potions, and muses darkly about what might have happened if Abraham had used them. The junior then wonders why Abraham never drank his own creation. The protagonist admits he does not know and says they should head out. He insists they go to the Tower clan immediately, though the junior protests about the late hour. Looking out at the night sky, the protagonist reconsiders and agrees to wait until morning. Later he takes out Abraham's diary. Sitting on his bed, he starts reading through the diary. He is surprised to discover he can now freely flip the once sealed pages. He turns the newly accessible pages filled with Abraham's script. Confused, he studies the text more closely. Something he reads shocks him. He grabs his sword belt in a hurry. He rushes out, ordering his companion to follow him urgently. His junior scrambles after him with his own sword, shouting for him to wait. The protagonist pounds on the Tower clan's door. As he bangs on it, his junior asks why he is in such a hurry. He insists something serious has happened and that they are out of time. He shouts up to the building, begging anyone inside to open because it is urgent. A clan member cracks open the door and asks what they want. The protagonist demands an audience with Walker Alvin. The guard curtly replies that such a person cannot be met casually, and tells them to leave. When the protagonist says it concerns Abraham's dungeon, the guard is startled and suspects they may have found it. The protagonist dismisses that detail as secondary and presses that he must speak with Walker. Walker arrives from inside and asks what the commotion is about. Walker jovially wonders if they changed their minds about joining the Tower clan, while they greet him. He explains he only came because their noise disturbed him and asks what they want. The protagonist states he has critical information about Abraham's dungeon. Walker asks if they actually found it, and the protagonist starts to confirm. Walker praises him as remarkable for both defeating Din and locating the dungeon. Walker tells his comrade he had said these two were not just lucky, since they somehow managed to find something important. The protagonist suddenly shouts Abraham's name in alarm. He warns that Abraham, now in a new body, intends to invade Meloon, his junior, and he looked grim while delivering this revelation. Walker and his comrade are stunned silent. The comrade asks in disbelief what the protagonist means. A voice from behind comments that they were all gathered here. All 4 turn in shock toward the newcomer. Abraham appears outside in his youthful body, to their astonishment. The junior points at him in alarm. He exclaims that Abraham is the same man they saw in the lab and laments not destroying the body then. They recall the body they saw floating in a tank and realize it was Abraham's prepared vessel that they failed to destroy. Abraham suddenly launches an attack toward the protagonist. The protagonist blocks or dodges a powerful projectile that smashes into the street. Walker notes that Abraham attacked without warning and demands to know who this intruder is. Abraham ignores Walker, saying he has no business with him and only wants something from the 2 adventurers. The protagonist tells him the potions are already consumed, but Abraham calmly replies he can simply make more. Abraham declares he will instead take the protagonist's bracelet, threatening to rip off his arm if necessary, prompting the protagonist to ask what he knows about it. Abraham answers that he knows more about the bracelet than its current owner. He commands the protagonist to hand it over while levitating stone spears around him. A glowing lattice barrier intercepts Abraham's incoming projectiles. The stone spears begin to crack under the barrier's pressure. The magical defense shatters the spears into rubble. Walker, sword drawn, acknowledges that Abraham's claim of identity was no joke and notes the cursed villager has indeed returned with power. Walker demands to know how Abraham removed his curse and acquired a new body. Abraham stays silent, staring down at them. Walker says he did not expect an answer anyway and prepares to fight. He tells the protagonist he will ask later how he knew Abraham was coming. The protagonist suddenly dashes toward Abraham, surprising Walker. Walker yells for him to fall back because Abraham is far beyond a novice opponent. Abraham envelopes himself in crackling lightning and taunts that the protagonist must have a death wish. Abraham floats and unleashes a massive lightning strike toward the charging protagonist. Walker curses the protagonist's recklessness. Instead of dying, the protagonist catches and channels the lightning through his sword. He focuses the electric power into his grip. He hurls the stored lightning back at Abraham in a huge arc. Abraham is caught off guard and struck by the redirected lightning. The protagonist reveals the ring Abraham gifted him, which stores magic and allowed him to absorb and release the lightning. Walker exhales in astonished relief. Enraged, Abraham begins to retaliate. A colossal explosion of power erupts around him. When the dust clears, Walker clicks his tongue at the shattered ground. Abraham realizes his new body is too weak without the enhancement potions. He admits he was too hasty in attacking them now. Suddenly an icy prism forms around Abraham, trapping him. A mage named Lewis arrives, and Walker tells her to contain Abraham, calling him the human slaughterer. Lewis is shocked that the youthful man is Abraham, and Walker says he will explain later. Walker warns Abraham that he is now up against the full Tower clan and should think carefully. Enclosed in the ice, Abraham curses and judges most of them weak but recognizes two as real threats. He specifically deems Walker and Lewis dangerous opponents. Deciding to retreat, Abraham begins to float the frozen block away, and Lewis wonders if he is fleeing. Abraham laughs that they should enjoy their freedom while they can and promises they will meet again. The ice prison vanishes, and Walker notes that Abraham has escaped. Walker complains to Lewis that letting Abraham go feels unsatisfying, but she insists there was nothing they could do against him. Walker concludes they will just have to capture Abraham later, and turns back to discuss matters with the two who know more. He orders the protagonist to follow him, making clear it is not a request. In a meeting room, the Junior is horrified to learn from the Tower members that the potions they drank were made from the lives of countless people, while the protagonist apologizes for not explaining sooner. Walker reflects that if their power comes from those potions it is understandable, but regardless they are clearly beyond ordinary rookies. He confirms that they drank the very potions Abraham intended for himself. Walker explains that Abraham planned to use those potions after moving into a new body to amplify his strength and magic to absurd levels. Walker reasons that Abraham's purpose with such power is now obvious. The protagonist affirms this grim implication. He elaborates that Abraham despises humans and is likely attacking to vent that hatred while harvesting more victims as ingredients. Lewis recalls that Abraham's long-standing curse kept him trapped guarding the village portal, and now wonders how he managed to leave for his lab. The protagonist admits he does not know how Abraham escaped that restriction. Walker concludes Abraham came to Meloon specifically to create more potions, and the protagonist confirms that is why he is seeking the Tower's help. Walker calls it shameless to ask for help after stealing the potions but admits Abraham would have invaded regardless. He notes that because they stole the potions Abraham is now attacking without being at full power. Walker decides he should at least thank them for weakening Abraham, and reaches out his hand. Before finishing the handshake, he hesitates. Narrowing his eyes, he demands to know how a supposed newbie could possess such detailed knowledge. The protagonist realizes he revealed too much because he believed he desperately needed Walker's cooperation. He internally frets about whether he must reveal Abraham's diary as his information source. A knight rushes in, urgently summoning Sir Alvin Walker outside. Walker asks in alarm what is happening. The panting knight starts to report an emergency. He announces that a massive wave of monsters is approaching the village. Terrified screams echo across Meloon as the attack begins. Ordinary villagers scramble to arm themselves, cursing the cruel surprise. A ferocious chimera with a glowing red forehead gem charges forward roaring. A defender shrieks as he is overwhelmed. The chimera slams into a glowing barrier just before reaching fleeing civilians. The villagers recognize that the Tower clan has raised a defensive barrier. Over the town, Louise's barrier fully encloses Meloon as an emergency measure. Louise declares that their mission is to protect Meloon and wipe out the invading chimeras. The mage announces that all area leaders will now act under the Tower clan's command, spreading her voice across Meloon. Watching the powerful elites, the young man reflects that he has much to learn and agrees with Alvin Walker's order to keep him back. A declaration goes out that the operation to exterminate the chimeras is beginning. The group dashes forward as someone guides them toward the battlefield. The elite squad races ahead, saying they must quickly finish off the enemy before Abraham's large-scale attack ends. The vanguard charges straight at the oncoming chimeras. He unleashes a powerful sword strike that cuts down multiple chimeras at once. Noticing how easily they fall, he wonders if his newfound strength is due to the potion. He looks up, sensing something more despite the easy kills. The party sees an enormous horde of chimeras and questions how many there could possibly be. He considers testing a new power as crackling energy surrounds his sword. He makes a small hand gesture to activate or focus his skill. Before he can act, Alvin suddenly points and unleashes his own ability, surprising him. A wave of roaring chimeras rushes toward them. Alvin's golden slash obliterates a large swath of chimeras in a single blow. The party is left standing amid the shredded remains of their enemies. Alvin spots something ahead and urges everyone to move out. The protagonist is stunned, thinking Alvin just cut through space with a mere hand wave and wondering if such a feat is even possible. He concludes that Alvin Walker is truly extraordinary as Alvin calls for him to hurry. The protagonist answers that he is coming and dashes after the others. Elsewhere, a man stands on a complex magic circle within a vast library. That man complains that souls are not being collected fast enough in his laboratory. He grumbles that he should already have hundreds of thousands of souls and blames the heroes for interfering. Watching his vial fill, he resolves to complete at least one potion before the intruders arrive, knowing they are close. The elite squad walks through the cavern and marvels at how enormous the underground laboratory is. Alvin explains it once took him a week to reach the end of this cave but insists they must now traverse it in just 2 days. The brawler senses more chimeras approaching. Hearing endless shrieks ahead, someone notes that the enemies seem to have no end. The female mage confidently says they simply need to annihilate them all. She then unleashes a devastating area spell that tears through the tunnel and explodes ahead. The protagonist recognizes her attack as an area of effect skill and thinks that these district heads are on a different level. He believes even Abraham would struggle against them, while Alvin praises her work amid the chimera corpses. She suddenly notices something unusual inside the fallen chimeras. Examining a glowing stone, they conclude it is a low mana magic stone acting as an artificial heart that keeps the blood circulating. She reasons that if the stones only serve as hearts, their magic capacity would allow the chimeras to function for a long time, and the fact that all chimeras have them is significant. Alvin deduces this proves the old mage had been long preparing an invasion of Meloon. As they continue searching bodies, they wonder how he managed to create such an arrangement, and debate whether investigating more of his secrets is worthwhile. Alvin ends the discussion, saying they have wasted time and need to hurry, while the protagonist pockets one of the stones. The protagonist silently studies the captured magic stone, deep in thought. Back in the city, the younger swordsman fiercely rushes into battle with his blade drawn. He executes a fluid combination of slashes, cutting down several monsters in rapid succession. Distracted and tiring, he fails to notice a clawed chimera leaping at his back. A blue glowing force suddenly intercepts the attacker, saving him. Realizing he was just rescued by the mage woman, he stammers his thanks. She observes that he is exhausted and suggests he rest. He refuses, thinking he cannot stop if he wants to someday stand beside Yunjae and regretting how helpless he was during Abraham's last attack. She tells him not to be so hard on himself, noting that he has reached the level of people who have trained in this world for years despite being here less than a month. He falls silent, absorbing her words with a conflicted expression. Tightening his grip on his sword, he steels his resolve. He walks away declaring he cannot allow himself to be a burden, leaving the concerned mage watching his back. She looks after him with a worried, pained expression. Alvin confronts Abraham in the lab, remarking that at least the mage did not flee. Laughing loudly, Abraham mocks the idea that he would run from them and reminds Alvin who was forced to retreat just days earlier. Abraham grins menacingly and insists that today's situation is completely different from that last encounter. He boasts that this laboratory is his domain as he stands on the magic circle while the heroes close in. A sudden surge of magical pressure bears down, shocking the protagonist. Outside, the barren cliffside silently marks the hidden entrance to this deadly cave. Inside, screams echo near the ornate lab door as the magic circle activates. The brawler collapses in agony, overwhelmed by the spell. The mage woman also falls to the floor, gasping under the same crushing power. Alvin struggles to stay upright, demanding to know what Abraham has done. Surrounded by unconscious allies, Alvin shouts his question while Abraham, standing on the circle, marvels that Alvin can remain conscious. Abraham proudly explains that the magic circle is his life's work, designed to absorb human souls. Alvin reacts in horror as Abraham admits he had first targeted Meloon's inhabitants for their souls. Abraham then reveals he has modified the circle to now harvest the souls of the intruding heroes as well and taunts them to stay focused or be drained. Alvin grudgingly acknowledges Abraham's status as a true grand mage. Abraham laughs, brandishing a potion, and declares that despite their struggle they will die and he has only managed to drink one potion due to their interference. Alvin smirks and says he finds it amusing that a grand mage must rely so heavily on a magic circle. Enraged, Abraham vows Alvin will be the first to die. Abraham summons a barrage of fireballs that rain down toward Alvin. With a sinister smile, Abraham bids Alvin farewell as the flames descend. Facing the incoming destruction, Alvin wonders if this is really where everything ends. As the firestorm falls around him, Alvin thinks he does not know how the newbie did it, but he gathers himself and charges forward through the flames. A massive explosion rocks the lab as Abraham's magic detonates. Abraham focuses back on the protagonist, saying he will leave finishing Alvin to someone else while hurling another blue arc of power. Suddenly, Abraham is shocked by something unexpected. The protagonist rockets toward him with killing intent. Abraham, already wounded, panics and yells in disbelief at how his opponent can still move. Abraham lashes out with more magic, shaking the battlefield. The protagonist quietly prepares a counter, beginning to speak. He answers that Abraham's question about movement is the very thing he wants to ask, standing ready with his sword. Abraham's earlier boast about the circle being his life's work echoes in the protagonist's mind. He recalls Abraham saying the circle draws in souls, while the mage now starts to feel its pull himself. The protagonist notes that he feels no soul-drawing effect and wonders why. He suspects his protection comes from the combination of Zahar's shackles, heart, and magic formula embedded in his gear. Realizing something, he looks toward Alvin. Alvin, still acting dazed, repeats that Abraham truly is a grand mage. The protagonist understands Alvin is pretending to stall Abraham, who now knows the newbie can move. Alvin thinks that if Abraham keeps ignoring him, the protagonist might actually have a chance to win. Determined, the protagonist decides it is time to use the mysterious potion he took. After slashing Abraham but failing to fatally wound him, he notes the cut was shallow and attributes Abraham's survival to his protective bracelet. Abraham realizes he can now sense the protagonist's movements, and that his focus on powering the magic circle had previously blinded him. Calculating quickly, Abraham decides he cannot stop the circle without leaving himself open, so he resolves to kill the bracelet-wearing foe first. The protagonist launches another powerful charge attack. He creates a swirling blue shockwave that slams into Abraham. As Abraham's body begins to distort and melt in shadow, the protagonist notices something is wrong. Abraham suddenly reappears nearby using teleportation, catching the protagonist off guard. Abraham vows he will not fall for the same trick twice. The protagonist activates Solidify, forming a honeycomb barrier to defend himself amidst another large explosion. Alvin, panting heavily, admits the situation looks bad and that their only hope is to rely on the newbie. The two incapacitated allies groan, unable to help, while realizing how far things have spiraled. Alvin still does not understand how the protagonist can move but resolves to entrust the outcome fully to him. The lab rings with clashes and blasts as the duel continues off-panel. The protagonist sprints, sword in hand, pushing through another burst of power. He surges forward under a streak of blue light, closing the distance. Gasping, he complains that even just running away is exhausting and wonders if his first strike's success was only luck. Watching Abraham control both the circle and offensive spells at once, he questions how the mage can wield such overlapping magic. Abraham sneers that a nimble mouse like his opponent deserves a proper mousetrap. Magical shackles spring up around the protagonist's ankles, binding his feet. Shocked, he realizes he has been trapped in place. He tries to break the shackles with a sweeping slash. When the chains do not break, he panics just as Abraham remarks that his trap has finally worked. Abraham compliments him for running well like a mouse while preparing shattered projectiles to finish him. The protagonist wonders if it is still too soon to trigger his last-ditch plan. Abraham, convinced of victory, tells him the battle is over. Just as Abraham moves to finish saying a final word, something interrupts him. A sudden crash scatters spikes or debris across the floor. The shackles around the protagonist's ankles crumble and fall away. Abraham collapses, confused and asking what is happening. He realizes in horror that his own magic circle is now pulling his soul out of his body and cannot understand how. The protagonist quietly confirms to himself that his plan worked. Facing the staggering mage, the protagonist approaches as Abraham desperately demands to know what he has done. Abraham's potion bottle drops to the floor, rolling away from his outstretched hand. Staring at it, Abraham begins to grasp that the potion is the key and tries to ask if the protagonist used it. The protagonist admits that the bottle is indeed Abraham's own potion. He identifies it as the potion of soul capturing. He explains that this potion was likely meant to let Abraham return to his original body if his new host had side effects. The protagonist notes that because Abraham's possession was stable, the potion remained unused until the protagonist claimed it for himself. He reveals that instead of making Abraham drink it, he coated his sword with the potion, so the mage's soul is now trying to flee to its original body only to be seized by the active magic circle, erasing it. Abraham internally panics, unable to believe the protagonist figured out how to weaponize the potion and resolving that he must stop the circle and retreat to his original body. However, he finds himself paralyzed on the floor, unable to move at all. Desperate, Abraham begs to be dragged onto the circle so he can stop it, arguing that shutting it down will save all of the protagonist's comrades. The protagonist agrees that stopping the circle would indeed rescue his allies. Abraham starts to smile, thinking he has convinced him. Instead, the protagonist delivers a decisive slash that gravely wounds Abraham. As Abraham screams, the protagonist points out a ring he has taken and remarks that it was the device Abraham used for teleportation. He then accuses Abraham of planning to shut off the circle only to use the recovered mana and ring to escape, saying he saw through the scheme. Furious and terrified, Abraham can only shout at him. The protagonist kicks him away, leaving him sprawled and helpless. He tells Abraham to stay put while he checks on his comrades, adding that he may spare his life depending on how he answers later questions. As Abraham rides, the protagonist warns that he will also have to eliminate all of the remaining chimeras. Afterward, the protagonist gathers his 3 weary allies in the cavern, helping them sit up. He wipes sweat from his brow in relief. One ally groans that the situation is humiliating, having been so easily incapacitated. Alvin laments how badly things turned and asks if the protagonist will be all right continuing alone. The protagonist says he will be fine and steps through the laboratory door, promising to return soon. Alvin curses his own uselessness, frustrated at being unable to fight. Back in the lab, the protagonist announces that he will start by asking his first question. He demands to know who restored Abraham's memories of this laboratory, insisting that Abraham could not possibly have remembered it by himself. The protagonist furiously demands to know who orchestrated the lab incident. The wounded scientist mockingly reminds him that he himself located the lab. Raising his sword, the protagonist says the scientist does not need to answer if he does not want to. The scientist, pinned to the floor, insists he does not know who is behind it. The protagonist reacts in disbelief that the scientist truly does not know. The scientist recalls how an unknown robed man simply gave him a note with the lab's location. The protagonist judges that the scientist seems honest and wonders if there is a hidden mastermind. Accepting that, the protagonist moves on and asks how the scientist recognizes the bracelet weapon. The scientist laughs as the protagonist shows the bracelet on his wrist. The scientist explains he recognizes it because the person who transformed him wore that same bracelet. The protagonist asks if that person was Monarch Zahar, while the scientist admits ignorance but says Zahar used it far better. Hearing the scientist call the bracelet a treasure, the protagonist wonders what kind of being the monarch really is. When the scientist asks to end the interrogation and stop the magic circle, the protagonist says he still has one last question. He begins asking why the scientist did all this. The protagonist demands to know why the scientist killed the victims and created the chimeras. The scientist stares up blankly at the question. He asks if the protagonist thinks he wanted to kill everyone, which makes the protagonist pause. The scientist says he only needed test subjects and originally never intended to use humans, until certain people appeared. Twisting his answer, he taunts the protagonist and asks if that tragic motive is what he wanted to hear. The scientist breaks into manic laughter, filling the room. The protagonist glowers silently at the mocking laughter. The scientist scoffs at the protagonist's moral outrage, pointing out that the protagonist killed many people on his way here. He explains he started killing to gather ingredients, and then continued simply out of habit. Grinning, he says he eventually killed for no reason at all and challenges whether any further justification is needed. Enraged, the protagonist slams the scientist's body to the floor. He then brutally punches the scientist in the face. The protagonist clenches his fist and repeats incredulously that the murders were done for no reason. Looking down at the dying man, he remembers that every victim had loved ones and announces he has changed his mind. He declares that saving someone like the scientist is pointless and asks if the man expected mercy after such crimes. He swings his weapon down to finish the scientist off. Time transitions to a quiet night sky. Two hooded figures sit atop a cliff under the stars. One hooded figure informs the other that Abraham has been killed. The other remarks that Abraham died sooner than expected and criticizes him for failing to kill enough people. They discuss Abraham's supposed prowess, conclude he was still skilled, and blame his defeat on an unexpected human resistance. Calling the outcome disappointing, they decide to withdraw since Abraham's plan has failed. As they sprout bat-like wings, one questions leaving without results, but the other says it does not matter. Flying off, they say there will be more chances in the future. Elsewhere, demonic creatures charge forward roaring. A warrior intercepts one of the charging monsters with his sword. Some of the monsters suddenly react in surprise. They turn and flee at high speed, baffling the warrior. The warrior comments in confusion as the monsters retreat. The scene shifts to a peaceful view of the town at dawn. Morning arrives over a different district of the town. Inside a building, someone reports that 20,000 people died in the attack. A blonde knight laments the heavy toll and learns that inexperienced recruits suffered the most. Another officer explains that district leaders will buy the gathered magic stones as both payment and reward. The blonde knight, worried, asks if his comrade is feeling better. The comrade says he is physically fine, prompting the knight to press for the real issue. The knight then asks about the condition of Yoshiro. He is told she remains unconscious and seems almost soulless. The knight slams his fist on the desk, blaming himself for taking his companions along. His comrade insists no one could have predicted what occurred. The knight reflects that without the protagonist their situation would have been far worse. Outside, the protagonist is asked what he and his friend will do next, and he answers that they plan to travel to another village. The knight and a mage suggest his skills suit another village and invite him to join the Tower clan. The protagonist politely declines their offer. The knight tells the mage he expected that refusal, while she says he can still join later. She warmly reiterates the invitation, saying he can always return to the Tower clan under their recommendation. The knight then asks which village the protagonist is heading to next. The protagonist replies that he and his friend are thinking of going to Darkmeum. Hearing this, the knight and mage react with shock and alarm. They explain that Darkmeum was once bustling in later years of the tutorial. The mage adds that every village is overseen by a clan, and Darkmeum's overseeing clan is special. She reveals that Darkmeum is ruled by the Murderer clan, making it the most lawless and deadly settlement. The protagonist's friend nervously suggests they picked the wrong place, but the protagonist insists they are still going. The knight confirms the protagonist understands just how dangerous Darkmeum is, and he says he does. The protagonist tells his friend he will not force him to come and that the choice to follow or join the Tower clan is his. The friend answers that his mind was made up long ago, as the protagonist once saved his life. He says he decided then to stay with the protagonist from that day onward, surprising the onlookers. Smiling, he silently reaffirms that decision. Seeing their reactions, he worries they might be misunderstanding and asks what they are thinking. The knight changes the topic to their rewards for the battle. He presents 2 rings, saying they are Abraham's most useful items and offers one to each of them. The protagonist and his friend examine the rings as the knight explains his clan is keeping the teleportation rings instead. The protagonist says the gift is more than enough and is told to appraise the ring's true value. Activating his appraisal ability, he examines the ring in his hand. Information appears describing the item as an A-rank ring called Time Rewind that lets the user control their own time. Shocked by its A-rank and time rewinding ability, the protagonist contemplates its power. When asked if they like the reward, both the protagonist and his friends say they are amazed by their first A-rank item. The knight and mage bid them farewell, hoping they will meet again and urging them to stay safe. The protagonist and his friend thank them and say they also look forward to meeting again. The protagonist grips a scroll while wearing both the bracelet and the new ring. He activates the teleportation scroll, declaring their destination is Darkmuum. A teleportation portal appears and whisks the two away as the tower members watch. The knight and mage remark that the pair have already gone. The mage suddenly pinches the knight's ear, making him yelp in pain. She scolds him for giving away such precious clan property and asks how he will explain it to their leader. She continues berating him for handing over an A-rank ring, while he claims the items rightfully belong to the protagonists. Looking over the town, the knight reflects that although the clan blames the incident on the newcomers, they are actually the ones who resolved it. He points out that she must agree, since she did not object while he was giving away the rings, and she shyly admits he did well. When he asks why she then pulled his ear, she bluntly answers it was simply because she felt like it. Meanwhile, in a forest, the teleportation lights signal the protagonist's arrival. Their feet appear on the ground as they step out of the portal. The friend looks around and concludes they have reached the outskirts of Darkmuum. They gaze at the gloomy, sprawling city known as the Land of the Murderous Clan and note its size compared to Meloon. The friend, suddenly anxious, asks why they came to such a place. The protagonist says he believes the person he is hunting might be here. The friend asks who he means. The protagonist reveals he is searching for the people who butchered his family. He recalls reading his own journal. He grimly reflects on the memory described there. The journal entry states that the murderer once appeared where he lived. The scene shifts to his past life in a modern office during a rainy night. A younger version of him works late at his desk. He receives a phone call from his wife Eun-jaeon. Answering cheerfully, he starts to apologize for being late, but hears only terror on the other end. Realizing something is wrong as she begs for her life, he calls out to her in panic. Before he can understand what is happening, the call abruptly disconnects. Horrified, he stares at his phone as the line goes dead. He rushes out of the office, racing to get home. Overwhelmed with fear, his vision blurs with a single focus on his loved ones. He wakes from that memory on a couch, initially thinking it was only a nightmare. Calling to Eun-jaeon and their daughter Min-ah, he walks through his apartment, assuming they are asleep. Opening the bedroom door, he discovers the room drenched in blood and their bodies lying motionless. He is stunned speechless by the horrific sight. The scene jumps outside to the rainy street where he finds their mangled corpses. Shaking, he stumbles closer, denying what he is seeing. Collapsing in anguish, he screams their names, unable to comprehend how this happened. A sinister voice tells him they begged for their lives. A shadowy, smiling figure explains that their pleading only made killing them more enjoyable. The protagonist freezes in horror, tears streaming down his face. He erupts into a wordless scream of rage and despair. He jolts awake in his current bed in the fantasy world. Breathing hard, he realizes he has just relived that traumatic memory. Clenching the bedsheet, he repeats to himself that it was only a dream. His friend wakes up, asking if he is okay and if he suffered another nightmare, but the protagonist apologizes and says he is fine. The friend looks at him worriedly, unable to respond. A slip of paper suddenly falls into their room, drawing the friend's attention. Reading it, he sees a notice summoning newcomers who wish to join the murderer clan to the town square at noon, with a warning to watch their backs. He wonders why such a notice is in their room, while the protagonist remarks that the clan is moving faster than expected and tells him to get ready. The protagonist says they will go take the murderer clan's entrance test so he can capture the killer he seeks. At the crowded square, the two arrive among many rough-looking candidates. They observe that the people gathered here are all aspiring members of the murderer clan. A burly man at the front asks if everyone has assembled. He introduces himself as Hellard Sifman of the murderer's clan, a notorious lunatic, and the crowd murmurs about his reputation. Grinning, Sifman says he is pleased that so many crazed people want to join their clan this year. He falls silent for a moment as the noisy crowd continues. He then orders everyone to calm down. A sudden shock or explosion startles the candidates into silence. They look around tensely at the disturbance. Sifman coldly announces he will kill them one by one. The crowd trembles in fear under his murderous intent. After the tension settles, he reassures them slightly, saying their clan forbids killing fellow members. He explains that as long as they can kill assigned targets and stay quiet, they can join, which makes the protagonist think about his disregard for human life. Sifman declares that the entrance test will begin immediately. He releases countless slips of paper into the air and says the test's rules are simple. Each candidate must bring back the head of the person whose face appears on the slip they pick up if they wish to join. Reading his own slip, the protagonist realizes they must hunt one specific person in this vast territory without knowing who is hunting them in return, making the test far more dangerous than it first appears. The examiner tells the protagonist to study the photos of Darkmuum residents carefully because not all faces belong to test candidates. The grinning man sends two subordinates off, telling them to enjoy themselves. A burst of energy shoots into the sky, signaling the start of the test. The protagonist urges his companion to leave because remaining without knowing who wants him dead is too dangerous. A thug robs and beats candidates for their papers, planning to kill many to increase his chances of passing. Disturbed by the brutality, the companion calls the thug crazy, and the protagonist decides they should move. As they walk, they discuss how the murderer's clan probably designed this test to encourage killing candidates for their papers. The companion confirms the protagonist is hunting someone likely in this test and asks why he thinks so. The protagonist finds it strange that so many people vanish into this world yet no one in reality notices, implying something is being hidden. He suggests everyone brought here has had their former existence erased from the real world. The protagonist recounts that after his wife and daughter were murdered, he quit his job to search for the killer but inexplicably gave up and returned to normal life. Still determined to avenge them, he reasons that something must have made him forget the killer, which only now makes sense. He speculates the murderer escaped into this world and would naturally join a clan suited for killers. He explains he gave up searching about half a year ago, when the murderer likely crossed over, and that the murderer's clan holds its test around this time, making the killer's presence here highly probable. The companion says the theory makes sense but asks for concrete clues, and the protagonist answers that every victim of the killer bears an X carved into their back. Shocked, the companion realizes this X mark is the killer's twisted signature. The companion questions why the protagonist must participate in the test if he only wants the murderer. The protagonist replies they must kill someone anyway and that their assigned targets might be innocent people. He notes his own assigned target seems like a decent man and decides they should search for someone else if their targets prove innocent. He says passing the test itself is unimportant. They need to clear it for another specific reason. A group of armed thugs blocks their path in an alley, ready to attack. Their leader mocks the protagonist as a newbie and orders him to die without explanation. Unfazed, the protagonist draws his sword and promises to spare the man if he truthfully answers some questions. The thug hesitates, confused by this unexpected response. Elsewhere, another man tells the seated leader that pairing the new arrival with a certain dangerous candidate has made things interesting. The leader asks what he means, and the subordinate clarifies he intentionally put the newcomer together with a notorious killer. Amused, the leader says watching that matchup unfold will be entertaining. They discuss betting on a fight between the newbie who killed Din and the homicidal maniac Sal Yunyun, wondering who will win. The subordinate backs the maniac, saying he suits the murderer's clan well and has a valuable ability. The leader eagerly looks forward to seeing which of them brings back the other's head. Back in the alley, the protagonist asks the surrounding thugs whether they know of a killer who leaves X marks on his victims' backs. The thugs think he is clueless about the situation and scoff at his question. Their leader orders them to just kill him, while the protagonist calmly expected this reaction. The protagonist activates his time-manipulating sword, causing it to glow. As the thug lunges, time distorts and his attack seems to pass through a delayed afterimage of the protagonist. Frustrated, the thug curses when his strike misses. The protagonist moves at extreme speed, weaving past multiple slashes as the thug flails wildly. The thug is shaken, realizing the protagonist's movements are abnormal and reminiscent of something he recognizes. Another bald thug yells at him for struggling against a supposed newbie and charges in to help. The protagonist calmly watches the incoming blade slowed by his ability. He effortlessly crosses his swords and parries the attack, stunning the assailant. The bald thug reacts in utter disbelief at this effortless defense. The protagonist counters with a powerful, glowing strike. The blow sends the bald thug hurtling away, smashing him into a wall. Seeing his ally defeated so easily, the remaining thug cries out in shock. Enraged, he screams insults and charges again with murderous intent. Time slows once more as his blade inches toward the protagonist, who stands calmly enveloped in a blue aura. The protagonist studies the frozen blade near his neck, completely unafraid. He notes his surprise at this sensation as he tests the limits of his power. Reflecting while time is slowed, he realizes that controlling time works exactly like this. He understands that only his own perception is sped up, making everything else move in slow motion. A status window identifies his artifact as Time Rewind, a high-rank magic item allowing him to control his personal time. He estimates he can maintain the effect for only about 2 minutes because of the heavy strain on his magic. While his enemy is frozen mid-swing, the thug's form is shown immobilized in the distorted time field. The protagonist closes in, his fist approaching the thug's startled face as time resumes. He slams a devastating punch into the thug's chest. The impact sends the man flying across the alley, and the protagonist marvels at how overwhelming the time ability is. After the fight, his companion notes he defeated all the attackers easily, and the protagonist remarks that these men are surprisingly weak. The protagonist grabs the surviving thug by the collar, lifting him for interrogation. He calmly asks again whether the man knows a murderer who carves excess into the backs of his victims. The thug nervously confirms he is referring to the infamous serial killer from Anyang. The protagonist tightens his grip, demanding any information the thug has, while the man gasps that he cannot breathe. The protagonist lets go, and the thug collapses, clutching his throat and gasping for air. He then orders the thug to explain how he knows the killer, who admits he also lived in Anyang and heard of that psycho before coming here, but claims ignorance of his current movements. The thug asks for assurance that he will be spared if he talks. The protagonist silently nods, signaling he will keep that promise. The thug hesitates, gathering courage to reveal more. He finally confesses that the killer is also in Darkneum, and that he recently saw a corpse bearing the X mark. He adds that the serial killer is actually searching for the protagonist, and even paid their group to target him during the murderous clan's test. The thug recalls entering the killer's hideout and finding heaps of corpses with the telltale X carved into them. The memory makes the protagonist tense as he listens. The protagonist orders the thug to lead them to that location immediately. Night falls over a large building that will be their destination. Inside, a quiet corridor with identical doors foreshadows what lies within. Somewhere else, a bound man screams and begs for his life. A sadistic torturer thanks him, saying those desperate pleas are his favorite words, while the victim continues to beg for release. The killer coyly wonders aloud whether he should grant freedom. Instead, he asks if he may kill the girl hanging beside the man, horrifying him. The captive protests in panic, unable to accept that outcome. Blood spurts as the girl is brutally stabbed off-panel. The man shrieks her name in anguish, realizing she has been killed. The killer coldly tells him his answer was wrong. He explains that if the man had selfishly offered up the girl in exchange for his own life, he might have considered sparing him. Blood splashes across the killer as he continues his cruelty. Smiling manically, he says he intended to kill the girl regardless but still enjoyed toying with the victim's hope. Later, a different figure stands bloodstained between two more hanging corpses, laughing to himself. This killer giddily remarks how entertaining this world has been and asks his unseen audience if they agree. Back at the test site, the protagonist's wanted sheet is examined and his name, Kim Yoon-jae, is read aloud. The deranged killer from earlier grins at the poster, excited that he and Kim Yoon-jae have crossed paths again. Guided by the thug, the protagonist and his ally walk through town toward the building where the killer supposedly stays. The ally anxiously checks on the protagonist's emotional state, seeing how tense he is. The protagonist, still grim, tells him they should just keep moving. Their guide suddenly stops in front of a familiar building with the two following close behind. Pointing up, the thug says the murderer is lodging on the third floor of this house. Standing outside the indicated door, the protagonist confirms that this is the room. The three approach the door together, preparing to confront whoever is inside. The protagonist grips the doorknob, about to enter. He steels himself, and tells his ally it is time to go in. He steps across the threshold, sword at his side, entering the room. He notes to himself that somewhere beyond this door lies his family's killer. Suddenly sensing danger, he reacts with alarm. The previously dominated thug lunges at them from behind with glowing eyes and raised sword. A close-up shows the thug's vacant, controlled gaze as he attacks. The protagonist instinctively counters, striking the assailant away. As he does, something clamps onto his wrist. The thug's hand holds him while the rest of his body is flung away, revealing a trap. The thug's torso glows with strange symbols, hinting at embedded explosion scrolls. Realizing the danger, the ally shouts for everyone to get down. The protagonist tackles his ally to the floor, trying to shield him. He braces himself over the ally a split second before detonation. A massive explosion engulfs the upper floor of the building. Flames and smoke pour from the structure into the sky. From a distant rooftop, another candidate sees the blast and wonders what happened. He laments that his target likely died in that huge explosion, ruining his quick opportunity to pass the test. Looking at his assignment sheet, he realizes he will now need to hunt a different person. A voice comments that he seems troubled. The mysterious killer appears nearby and suggests the man leave everything to him, prompting the wary candidate to demand his identity. The killer mockingly insults his intelligence, personality, and strength, insisting he should handle things instead. The candidate angrily draws his sword, telling the stranger to leave if he values his life. He then senses something off just as the situation changes. The candidate discovers several tough-looking men have appeared around him on the rooftop. The killer asks what they want from him, then explains he is always interested in targeting the weakest people present. With a manic smile, he adds that the candidate is much weaker than he is. The offended candidate tries to respond but is cut off. The killer instantly grabs him by the throat, choking him. As purple energy spreads from his hand, the killer says this is why the candidate must obey his orders. A skill window explains Strong Soul, an A-rank ability that lets the user dominate people who have significantly lower stats. Later, one of the killer's controlled followers wonders aloud if their master really died in the earlier blast. Smiling, the killer walks with a group of now dominated candidates, admitting he did not expect his pawn to be captured so easily. He reveals he only needed to subtly manipulate a few people to lure Kim Yoon-jae into the trapped room. He is amused that Kim Yoon-jae fell for that plan right away. He assumes the explosion scrolls that detonated point-blank must have killed Kim Yoon-jae, calling it a slight disappointment. Musing aloud, he says killing someone while looking directly into their eyes is more enjoyable and that it would be interesting if Kim somehow survived. Mid-speech, he notices something that surprises him. His expression twists into a dark, anticipatory grin. The killer breaks into gleeful laughter, excited that the game might not be over. Outside, the building still burns fiercely, smoke rising over the town. Two figures' footsteps approach, emerging from the chaos. The ally supports a badly burned but alive protagonist as they limp away from the inferno, discussing how reckless it was for him to endure the explosion himself. The protagonist, satisfied simply to have survived, tells his ally to keep holding him up. As they stagger through the burning streets, the ally asks if he will be okay, and the protagonist says he is fine. He then mentions that the explosion jogged an important memory. Somewhere else, the killer idly spins a circular blade in his hand. He hums to himself, playing with the weapon. He and his controlled group stand before another tall building, preparing for their next move. Leading them up the stairs, the killer cheerfully tells his followers it is time to go. He thinks to himself that Kim Yoon-jae is in no condition to fight and that he can easily handle Yoo Young-gi alone. Convinced their numbers guarantee victory, he eagerly anticipates the coming fun and can hardly wait. Inside the building, the killer spots the protagonist and his ally waiting for him, realizing they have indeed come after him. The final image shows the battered but resolute protagonist and his allies standing side by side, ready to confront the approaching killer. A young man walks in, looking surprised as he notices something. Another man, furious, realizes that Kim Yoon-jae is completely uninjured. A black-clad man greets Park Yoon-sung after a long time apart. The scene shifts to the exterior of a quiet building under a clear sky. Inside, a burned, shirtless man clutches his chest as a glowing bracelet activates. His charred skin peels away and rapidly regenerates. A companion marvels at his overpowered recovery skill, noting it uses lots of mana and is inefficient at low rank. A status window explains that the active skill tenacity nullifies pain and heals wounds at the cost of magic. The companion is relieved the man looks fine after directly taking an explosion he thought would be fatal. The injured man says his skills let him jump in instinctively, and that the incident also gave them something valuable. He adds that when he was hit by the blast, something specific happened. A memory of him shouting for others to get down resurfaces. He recalls tackling someone out of harm's way just before the explosion. He remembers grimly confronting the attacker at close range. He desperately braces himself as the blast goes off. A skill window shows he acquired Solidify, which coats his skin in a magic membrane that boosts strength and resistance. The system then syncs his shackles with Solidify, upgrading it into a higher skill called Magic Armor, shocking him. The explosion rips through the building from outside. Back in the present, his friend is stunned he gained a skill during that chaos, and he confirms it, still unsure why. A new window details Magic Armor, an A-rank active skill that envelopes the body in shape-shifting magical armor. Testing Magic Armor, he explains it can be molded into forms like gauntlets or swords and even act separately from his body. His friend then asks what memory he said had returned to him earlier. The man reaches into his pocket to pull something out. He shows a photo of a long-haired man, saying he finally remembered who this person is and asking if his companion recognizes him. The companion grabs the paper tightly and answers that he knows him very well. He reveals with rage that the man in the photo murdered his wife and daughter. Confirming it, he states that this killer is his current target, which shocks the other man. The narrator explains he actually always knew this but somehow forgot. The shocked companion silently processes this revelation. They reason that the killer must also have crossed into this world, which explains the strange events. When asked how he knew the killer's name and face, he replies that he had captured the man once before. He recounts quitting his job to hunt the killer, spending weeks tracking him until he finally saw him attacking another girl. In his memory, he chases the knife man while the victim calls the police. He tackles the murderer to the ground to stop him. He seizes the fallen knife with murderous intent. He remembers trying to kill the attacker with his own knife. A policeman then grabs his wrist and prevents the killing blow. More officers arrive and surround them, pulling him away from the subdued killer. He tells his companion he failed to kill the man only because a policeman stopped him. He goes on that the killer simply vanished from public consciousness afterward despite being a notorious serial murderer. In a flashback to his old office, he notes that no one, including himself, could even remember the killer existing. He recalls how the story had once spread widely only for everyone to forget it like it was a myth. Life then returned to mundane routine as he mindlessly went back to work. Now, in this world, he says he too suddenly remembers the killer's name. He grows angry that everyone had once talked about the case yet somehow forgot it completely. Wondering why their memories returned now, they suspect seeing the photo triggered it. The companion fastens on his sword belt with determination. He declares they must go capture the murderer immediately, startling the seated man. He argues emotionally that, after all the cruelty and the new attempt on Yoon-sung's life, they cannot let the killer go. Yoon-sung stops him, saying the killer will come to them on his own because such cowards only target the weak and will think he is fatally injured. Yoon-sung actually welcomes this situation, seeing it as the perfect chance for revenge. Elsewhere, the killer confidently approaches with several thugs, intent on killing Park Yoon-sung. Facing Yoon-sung and his ally, he questions how Yoon-sung can be unhurt, but Yoon-sung refuses to answer. Yoon-sung glares and tells him he is going to die here. The killer mocks Yoon-sung for trying so hard to catch him and laughs at his confidence. Yoon-sung retorts that without his interference the coward would just keep hiding and only bullies the weak, fleeing from anyone strong. The killer casually admits he prefers easy victims like women and children, since there are plenty of them. With a twisted grin, he cruelly mentions Yoon-sung's wife and daughter as such easy prey, enraging Yoon-sung. Yoon-sung silently exchanges a look with his ally to coordinate. Seeing the henchmen as weak, the ally agrees to handle them while Yoon-sung goes for the killer. Yunsung tells him to take care of the lackeys while he personally deals with the main target. The killer scoffs that they talk too much as his men ready their weapons. He orders his thugs to block Yunsung while he casually walks away down the stairs. Leaving the fight to his men, he cheerfully says goodbye, assuming there will be a next time. A description panel introduces the A-rank artifact 98 Time Rewind, which lets its owner control personal time. Yunsung flatly refuses the killer's assumption that there will be another encounter. He tells the killer he will not get another chance. Yunsung then blitzes forward and smashes the killer's face with a devastating blow. The killer is hurled away, bleeding and incredulous at how this is possible. He panics and orders his men to block Yunsung as he lies on the ground. The henchmen charge Yunsung together with their weapons drawn. Yunsung's ally strikes one attacker with a bright, heavy blow imbued with magic. Using the enchanted weight from his artifact, the ally slams enemies into the floor, saying side characters should stick together. A description panel explains Giant's Ring, which enlarges and massively increases the weight of whatever the wearer touches. The ally taunts the thugs that they are not even worthy of being called side characters. Meanwhile, the killer, now on the ground, stares in horrified disbelief. Yunsung grabs his face again with brutal force. He drags and slams the killer through the floor, pulverizing the area. Looming over him, Yunsung demands if he understands what trouble he has brought on himself. The killer can only tremble as Yunsung's hand crushes his face. Yunsung punches again, his blow glowing with magic armor's power. The impact sends the killer skidding and smashing across the floor. Yunsung relentlessly rushes in for yet another strike while the killer fumbles for a knife. He then slams the killer into the ground with a powerful overhead blow. The killer staggers back, shocked and bloodied, staring at Yunsung. He thinks in panic that Yunsung's strength is impossible for someone who has only been in this world for such a short time. Terrified, he keeps wondering how Yunsung has become so powerful so quickly. Yunsung's fist glows as magic armor fully coats his arm. A status window shows magic armor's proficiency rising slightly as he uses it. He launches himself high and dives down with a magic charge strike toward the helpless killer. The killer swings his knife and swears, but Yunsung's armored fist drives straight toward him. The magic-coated fist effortlessly shatters the knife. The killer stares at the approaching fist in stunned horror. Yunsung slams him again with bone-crushing force. The killer screams as Yunsung repeatedly pounds his face with the glowing gauntlet. Yunsung keeps punching while the killer's agonized scream echoes. A brutal close-up shows Yunsung's magic-coated fist crushing the killer's skull. The impact cracks the skull apart, emphasizing the lethal force. Yunsung continues pummeling the dying man without mercy. The killer finally breaks down, begging Yunsung to stop and spare his life. Yunsung coldly asks if he really expects mercy, while the killer pleads desperately not to be killed. Yunsung laughs darkly, calling him an idiot for begging. With a haunted expression, Yunsung asks if the killer is joking by asking for his life. He clenches his fist and points out that countless victims he murdered must have begged him the same way. Yunsung reminds him that every person he killed pleaded for their lives with those same words. Yunsung recalls desperately running in the rain the day he learned his family was attacked. In that memory he receives a terrified phone call from his wife asking him for help. Remembering her final plea to save her, he sprints through the storm. He now asks the killer if he ever spared any of his victims, already knowing the answer is no. Consumed by rage, Yunsung savagely beats the killer again, shouting that he has no right to ask for mercy. He screams that the killer murdered every one of his victims. In tears he cries out his wife and daughter's names, lamenting he will never see them again because of this man. His ally watches, conflicted, as Yunsung's grief and fury pour out. The scene cuts briefly outside the building accompanied by Yunsung's anguished shout. Tears stream down Yunsung's ally's face as he listens. Over the dying killer, Yunsung intones strange words in the local language. He repeats the phrase "done Bill," trying to perform a local prayer or farewell. Standing over the corpse, Yunsung says they should end it here and finishes the killer off with his sword. Blood splatters violently across the floor as he delivers the final stroke. Later Yunsung sits alone, drained and expressionless. His ally finds him sitting against the wall, quietly holding a book. The ally stands silently, unsure what to say. When asked about the book, Yunsung tells him it is his personal diary. He explains that the diary was a gift from his late wife Eun Jaeyoung and begins to read it. Hearing this, the ally softens and smiles sadly. He then quietly leaves the room, giving Yunsung privacy. Alone, Yunsung continues reading the diary, the ring of magic armor visible on his hand. Narration states that he has finally killed the man and obtained the revenge he could not in his original world. He reflects that this was the moment he had long dreamed of and that he can finally relax. As he speaks, his lips tremble despite his words. Tears begin falling as he continues reading. He breaks down crying openly, unable to hold back his grief. His tears splash onto the diary's pages as the narration hesitates with a but. He realizes that even with the killer dead, Eun Jaeyoung and Minna will never return. He repeats to himself that killing the man does not change that fact. His anguished hand presses down on the diary as he sobs. He cries out that, in the end, nothing has really changed. Outside the door, his ally cautiously peeks in to check on him. Later he asks if Yunsung is done crying, and Yunsung curtly tells him to be quiet. The ally laughs good-naturedly, trying to lighten the mood. Yunsung manages a small, genuine smile in response. The ally notes that despite everything, they were lucky to catch both Yunsung's target and his own thanks to Yunsung bringing the killer along. Yunsung falls silent again, thinking. The ally tells him that, for them, this is where things truly begin. Yunsung looks up at the sky and agrees that this is the real beginning. A panoramic view of the town accompanies commentary about passing or failing locations in their ongoing mission. Elsewhere in the town, another man casually threatens to beat someone if he lies to him again. Bored, this man lounges in a chair complaining about having nothing to do. Yunsung and his ally suddenly drop heavy coin pouches onto the table in front of him. The lounging man looks up in surprise as they stand before him with the payment, signaling their next step together. The recruiter checks the protagonist's document and hands him a paper. The protagonist looks at the paper in surprise. Reading Park Yunsung's player stats, he realizes this person has already died. Smiling to himself, he finds this unexpected. The recruiter declares they passed and offers a seed to join the murderer clan as family. The protagonist questions trusting them, and the recruiter says the choice is theirs. The recruiter explains they can either eat the seed and join the murderer clan or quit, but claims the seed grants great strength. Despite his friend's shock, the protagonist puts the seed into his mouth. The recruiter is pleased and officially welcomes them into the murderer clan, giving clan badges. The protagonist spits the seed back out. His friend complains the seed is disgusting, like a marble, and doubts it is really a seed. The protagonist calmly states it is actually a demon seed. He reflects that the clan feeds demon seeds to every newcomer and anticipates they will get busier. Clenching his fist, he wonders if all the past horrors were caused by something like this seed. His shackled hand suddenly erupts with purple energy. Both are alarmed as the protagonist's hand glows, and he admits he does not know what is happening. The demon seed fuses into his glowing palm. The magic rushes into his shackle, triggering a violent reaction. Racked with pain, he clutches his wrist while his friend anxiously calls out. He realizes the shackle hurts because it is absorbing the dark mist pouring from his body. A system message announces that the shackles of Zahar are transforming. Shocked, he questions this supposed transformation. His arm convulses as the shackle continues to change, frightening his friend. Another message states that his magi stat will be invigorated. The dark energy finishes flowing into the shackle and his arm. The system confirms that magi has increased by 1. He reads the updated shackles of Zahar description, learning they drain his magic to greatly boost his power and ignore resistances. He reacts to the new magi stat in disbelief. His friend checks on him while he says he is probably okay. The friend worries because the bracelet fused to his wrist, but the protagonist notes his stats rose and the pain is gone. Relieved, the friend admits he feared something terrible would happen. Examining the now gray marble, the protagonist thinks the magic inside it transferred to him. His friend again asks if he is sure he is fine, and the protagonist is uncertain. He muses that magi is still just a stat and decides he will learn later whether it helps or harms him. Seeing the first marble defunct, they are glad to still have a spare, since losing both would spell trouble. The friend jokes that as long as he does not touch the spare it should survive, teasing that the protagonist thinks he is special. The protagonist vaguely agrees while his friend teases him for acting like a delusional teen. The scene shifts to Meloon Tower Clan's headquarters in Trim City. A Meloon officer laments that such a crisis is happening during his tenure. Relaxing on a couch, a woman remarks that Abraham is dead and the chimera is contained, then asks the officer to help her if he is so free. She reminds him she cleaned up the mess from his embezzling clan items and demands time off while telling him to keep working. The officer rubs his forehead and tries to keep his patience. A subordinate knocks and announces Walker Alvin, and she tells him to enter. Walker reports that he has located Kim Yoon-jae and Yu Young-gyu. Hearing this, both officers immediately ask where those two are. The story cuts to the protagonists, who politely ask the Meloon officers how they have been. The officers answer they have been fine as they sit down opposite the two youths. The woman then asks why the pair came in such a rush, and what really happened in Darkneum. The protagonist prepares to explain their experiences. He puts the murderer clan badges on the table and says this is what happened. The badges clatter down, revealing they joined the murderer clan. The Meloon officers are shocked speechless at the sight. Walker explodes in anger, accusing them of abandoning their clan to side with murderers. The protagonist replies that the situation deserves an explanation. He begins by describing the demon seed that every murderer clan recruit is forced to swallow. He explains that those who took the seed rapidly grew stronger, and that this was how demons were brought into the world. Rumors that it was simply a power-up spread, leading everyone, including him, to swallow the seed. He recounts how the seeds sprouted inside their bodies, taking root and slowly transforming them. The transformation ultimately turned humans into demons. A visual shows a man erupting as he finishes changing into a demon. The narration confirms that the demon seed fully converts its host into a demon. Back in the room, Walker reels from the revelation and asks for a moment. He recaps their story, clarifying they joined the murderer clan test to catch his family's killer, passed, and were given demon seeds. He admits he had no idea any of this was happening, while the protagonist begins to outline the implications. The protagonist identifies the marble as a demon seed and sets it on the table, to the officer's amazement. Walker silently studies the ominous marble. He and the woman are stunned that they cannot appraise it and ask if this is what the clan tried to make them eat. The protagonist confirms it and begins to reveal the seed's true nature. He crushes the marble in his fist. Dark demonic energy leaks from his hand, leaving the officers shocked. He explains that the seed holds a baby demon which, once swallowed, grows inside the host and takes over their mind. The two Melon officers react with alarm to this explanation. They call the situation unbelievable, condemn the murderer clan for involving demons, and say this surpasses even the Abraham incident. Walker, still troubled, asks how the protagonist could know all this. He clarifies he is not doubting them, recounts their quest to avenge his wife and daughter, and summarizes how that led to the murderer clan test. He says what puzzles him is how the protagonist understands so much about seeds that even Melon cannot identify. The protagonist answers that he will show them something first before explaining further. He releases visible demonic energy around himself, startling everyone. The officers stare in shock as they sense his power. Seeing the demonic aura under his control, they marvel that a human can manipulate demonic energy. Walker urgently asks if he actually ate the seed, but the protagonist denies it. He explains that his bracelet absorbed the demonic energy, letting him appraise the seeds and leaving his body seemingly unaffected. Walker admits that though it sounds absurd, after Abraham's case he can believe it. He concludes that since the youth show no ill intent, he will accept their story and go to inform the clan leader at once. As he leaves, he notes how serious the matter is. He declares that they will have to go to war against the murderer clan. Later, outside Melon Tower, the protagonists remark how intense the meeting was but feel relieved by the outcome. Resting in their room, the friend says they got swept up but everything ended well and that he trusts whatever the protagonist decides. Still worried, he asks if they will survive the coming war, fearing the murderer clan now sees them as traitors. The protagonist reminds him he warned it would be dangerous, and says he did not need to follow, but the friend insists he cannot abandon him. The protagonist tells him not to worry too much despite his own unease. The friend recalls the promise that he would not be allowed to die and feels reassured. The narrative shifts to Trum City, where the allied clans have gathered. The Melon woman hurries through Trum toward an important meeting. She bursts dramatically into a large council room. Entering the roundtable hall, she notes that all representatives have assembled. Several clan leaders are shown with their insignias. More leaders of the 5 clans are introduced around the table. She formally welcomes all 5 clans and thanks them for coming to Trum as representatives. She stresses the gravity of the situation and begins briefing them that the murderer clan is conspiring with demons. Presenting a vial containing a small demon, she claims this is proof the murderer clan is distributing demon seeds. The assembled leaders react with shock, some muttering about demons and war. One leader somberly remarks that all good times must end. Asked how Melon learned this, she says they have an informant whose identity will remain secret. A bearded leader accepts this and says the informant's identity is not important. She reiterates that this is an urgent issue and warns that demon seeds are hatching even now. She insists that as clan leaders they must grasp the weight of the situation. The room falls into tense silence as they consider her words. She thanks them for agreeing with her stance and prepares to move on. She announces that they will now begin discussing war strategies. Later, Walker tells the protagonist that war will start once the Trum meeting concludes, and until it ends they should remain under Tower clan protection as repayment. He adds that he himself will fight in the war. Walker cautions the protagonist not to be blinded by vengeance, reminding him that fighting people is unlike fighting monsters and that the murderer clan knows who he is. The protagonist replies that he understands the risks. Walker studies him in silence, still concerned. He sighs, assumes the protagonist has his own plan, and thanks him for the crucial information. Walker then asks if, instead of protection as payment, he could request a personal favor. Back in the council, the Melon woman orders that everything about the operation remain secret, sets the attack for 1 week later, and tells each clan to prepare. Time skips to training, where the protagonist clashes fiercely with Walker in sword practice. They continue an intense, fast-paced spar, blades flashing everywhere. Walker presses his attack skillfully. He lands a heavy blow that sends the protagonist flying back. The protagonist crashes hard while Walker asks what is wrong with them. Exhausted on the ground, the protagonists listen as Walker notes a week has passed, critiques their progress, and advises them to refine their magic control and skill use. He ends the day's sparring, reminding them the operation is tomorrow and telling them to rest. Determined, the protagonist insists on sparring once more. He thinks about how much his stats, and especially his magic armor proficiency, have increased, believing he can now pass Walker's test. Walker agrees to one last bout and tells him to attack with killing intent. Watching from the side, the friend can only call them monsters as they resume their ferocious duel. Walker yells that the protagonist still is not doing anything different. He urges the protagonist to think before moving instead of repeating old patterns. The protagonist dashes forward, changing his footwork. He leaps high into the air toward Walker. From midair he swings down with all his strength while Walker prepares to counter. The friend realizes defending in midair is difficult and wonders if the protagonist will rely on magic armor. The protagonist activates magic armor as a solid platform while charging. A status display clarifies that magic armor can shape itself according to the user's will as proficiency rises. He uses a sloped plane of magic armor to push off with his foot and change direction. Walker shatters the first barrier as the protagonist launches away. Walker is stunned to see him take another step in midair. The protagonist successfully stabilizes himself on another magical platform. Walker realizes he is using magic armor as footholds and looks up, impressed. The two collide again in a powerful crossing of blades. The protagonist seizes the opening, knocking Walker's sword aside. Walker is smashed to the ground while the protagonist is also thrown back by the impact. The shockwave echoes through the forest sky. Sitting up and panting, the protagonist notes that even this technique could not decisively work, but he has discovered a new way to use magic armor. He then hears Walker chuckling off-screen. Walker, armor cracked, praises him and declares that the protagonist has won. Overjoyed, the protagonist celebrates finally defeating his mentor as his friend cheers behind him. The armored instructor urges Yoongi to attack him again, startling the boy. Yoongi flees screaming as the instructor chases him with the sword while another youth watches. The observing youth smiles faintly, pleased with the training scene. Time passes to sunset over the forest. Resting against a tree after practice, the instructor tells the youths to genuinely rest and prepare for tomorrow. While they rest, the instructor asks the black-haired youth why he wants to join the war and whether it is out of hatred for the murderers. The youth admits he does hold a grudge. He thinks that according to the diary, if he can avoid the worst outcomes, something important might change. Imagining his happy family, he worries he may never see them again. His two companions look uneasily at him, sensing the gravity of his feelings. The instructor asks Yoongi why he specifically chose to go to the city of Garan. Yoongi explains he picked Garan because it is the smallest city in the war, and he thought fighting there would be less intense. The instructor accepts Yoongi's reasoning with a brief acknowledgement. He then calls out to the black-haired youth again, prompting more discussion. Yoongi nervously asks why, if their leader could fight the murderers this well from the beginning, he did not do so earlier, insisting the enemies are evil anyway. The instructor explains that the murderer clan is powerful enough to rank among the top clans, so defeating them requires many clans cooperating. He reflects that the real problem among the allied clans is distrust and lack of cooperation. He recalls that despite these issues the clans united around a shared enemy perfect for binding them together. Looking at the sunset, he says that as long as demons stay out of it nothing unexpected should happen, but it will still be a war. He tells the two youths not to die and to survive so they can meet again. At Garan, commanders rouse the assembled forces, declaring their goal is to wipe out the murderer clan without letting any escape. The invasion begins as the mixed forces, including the instructor's unit, charge toward the city. Yoongi and the black-haired youth push forward among the advancing fighters. Inside the city streets, the muscular team leader announces a fork in the road. He orders Jekyll and Dai to lead a team to the right while he takes the others to the left. Away from the main leader, Jekyll casually insults the others and tells his squad to follow the team leader respectfully. One of the men grumbles about how annoying that comrade is. The squad continues walking along the stone street. The team leader follows a suspicious scent to a particular building. He cautiously opens the door and peers inside. Shocked by what he sees, he rushes in with Yoongi and the black-haired youth behind him. They discover drugged, terrified captives begging not to be killed, realizing the place is a den of abuse. A candle burns out nearby while an echoing plea not to kill continues, revealing the source of the stupor. Furious, the leader curses the murderers for using drugs for such depravity. In anger he smashes the candle. He concludes that the suspicious scent came from this candle, which is laced with drugs. He orders the two youths to escort the captives outside the murderer clan's territory. Saying he will check upstairs for more people, he suddenly encounters an attack. He realizes something shocking at the moment of impact. Upstairs, the black-haired youth quickly fends off a sudden attack from one of the seemingly helpless captives, startling Yoongi. Hearing the commotion, the leader yells at him, demanding to know what he is doing. Grabbing the youth, the leader angrily accuses him of attacking an innocent person. As he protests, more of the disguised captives launch lethal attacks at his back. A barrier from the black-haired youth blocks their strikes, exposing them as enemies. The leader, bewildered, watches the attackers nimbly withdraw as the youth asks if he still thinks they are helpless victims. The youth points out that, beneath the illusions, the supposed women actually appear to be well-built men. Processing this, the leader exhales slowly. He steels himself, realizing the deception they almost fell for. Armed killers then reveal themselves, surprised that the party noticed the hallucination and doubting their own drug trap. The leader is stunned as he and Yoongi rush to join the black-haired youth against the ambushers. The black-haired youth and Yoongi work together to cut down the attackers while the leader watches. The leader recalls the melted candle and connects it to the situation. He deduces the candle's smoke caused hallucinations. Later, surrounded by enemies' blades, he defiantly prepares to fight. He unleashes a powerful strike that sends several attackers flying. Seeing the youth block blows for him, the leader realizes his subordinate may have just saved his life. He is astonished that someone considered a newbie is fighting at such a high level. He remembers being told earlier by the armored instructor to trust and take these youths along because they would not hold him back. Now he understands why the instructor recommended them. As he continues smashing enemies, he wonders how the youths resisted the hallucinogen and whether they possess some special ability, but focuses instead on the bigger issue. Looking over the bodies and the intact but fresh candles, he reasons that the enemy must have known about the raid in advance and prepared these traps specifically. He concludes their information was leaked, something has gone wrong, and fears for his clan members elsewhere in the city. A distant scream makes the trio realize that their allies are being slaughtered. The scene shifts to the city where battle and chaos engulf the streets. In Brown City, the armored instructor receives grave news about the operation. He acknowledges the situation is dire. Surveying a street full of fallen comrades, he realizes the scale of the massacre. Enraged, he curses the murderer clan for this atrocity. A superior questions how such complete annihilation happened, and the instructor explains that intel was leaked and expects similar ambushes elsewhere. The bearded priest-like man, Turner, listens in grim silence. Over the corpses, they deduce that the murderers were far too prepared for merely a day or two, so someone high-ranking must have betrayed them. The instructor is furious that the murderers chose to set elaborate traps rather than flee, while Turner worries about further traps and what they should do next. The instructor replies that they have no choice but to force their way in regardless. Turner warns that such an assault is extremely dangerous. The instructor insists the civilians are the ones in real danger, and says he can attack alone if Turner is afraid. Turner refuses to back down, declaring he must avenge his fallen clan members. They agree to proceed, deciding that despite the setback their original plan remains unchanged. Elsewhere, the team leader tells the youths that their advance has failed and orders them to retreat to the safe zone. While running, Yoongi remarks that the leaders still do not trust them. The black-haired youth says the distrust is convenient because it lets them slip away unnoticed, which is what he had wanted. He urges Yoongi to head toward another destination immediately. An explosion sounds behind them as they realize the battle is intensifying. The two pause and look back, concerned about what is happening. The black-haired youth shouts in anger at the unseen enemies for their cruelty. In another alley, a wounded man is mocked by murderers who say he is the last survivor and taunt him about his failed assault. Bleeding and shocked, he realizes he truly is the last one and that the entire operation was a trap. Surrounded by many murderers, he laments that his own side has become the one slaughtered and bitterly thinks he could have done more without the ambush. On the verge of despair, he wonders if this is the end for him. Moments later, he is confronted again when allies suddenly call out to him. Yoongi and the black-haired youth appear, announcing they have come to help. The embattled survivors are surprised the two are still alive and realize the pair must have been hiding. One murderer coldly suggests they kill the newcomers as well. The wounded man is shocked at this merciless intent. Seeing the hostile reaction, Yoongi and his friend wonder what is wrong with these people. Some of the murderers run off, ordered to find and hunt down the fugitives. One injured murderer heads down an alley, weapon in hand, searching. The team leader hides and curses the enemies, readying himself. He realizes the murderer clan anticipated their entire plan and set deadly ambushes, confirming that their intel was definitely leaked. Looking around, he sees no other survivors and fears he is alone. He decides all he can do now is wait and hope Jaiwon returns. Hearing distant booms, he wonders if reinforcements have arrived. Meanwhile, the wounded ally Jaiwon braces himself as more enemies approach. The black-haired youth is shocked by the overwhelming numbers and the situation. He notes in disbelief that the enemies they face are supposedly mere newbies. He and Yoongi leap into battle, unleashing coordinated attacks that cut through multiple foes. Observers are stunned by how the youth moves through the air as if flying while attacking. The murderers scream as a massive counterattack tears through their ranks. Jaiwon finds himself face to face with the black-haired youth, both holding bloody swords. The youth stares silently at him, measuring his condition. Jaiwon, startled, exclaims in confusion. The youth asks if Jaiwon is the only survivor, and Jaiwon sorrowfully confirms that he has already been killed. Nearby enemies notice them and shout that some of their targets are still alive. The black-haired youth laments that there seems to be no end to the enemies appearing. He tells Jaiwon to reconnect with the main force and requests reinforcements. Jaiwon protests that if the main force is busy scouting, there will be no one left to actually attack. The youth explains that the murderer clan already knows they are here, so anyone inclined to run away has already fled. Therefore, he reasons, only committed enemies remain and they must be stalled. He concludes that while he and Yoongi buy time, Jaiwon must go seek reinforcements. The youth pointedly says that Jaiwon should at least be capable of doing that much. Though offended that a newcomer is ordering him around despite his 5 years of experience, Jaiwon grudgingly accepts the logic. He struggles with his pride but cannot refute the situation. At last he agrees and prepares to leave while the youth asks him firmly to go. As Jaiwon and others retreat, the murderers shout that their foes are escaping and rush in pursuit. Yoongi teases the black-haired youth about insisting they hurry earlier, while the youth says they could not just abandon Jaiwon. More enemies yell that the pair is running away and charge after them with weapons raised. The youth decides they should simply stall for time before withdrawing, and Yoongi agrees. Drawing his sword, the youth prepares to confront the oncoming group. He suddenly senses a deadly danger approaching. A powerful magical barrier snaps up around the two as a devastating attack rushes toward them. The black-haired youth's eyes widen in alarm as the blast hits. A blinding vertical beam tears through the street, annihilating enemies while the two are barely shielded. Looking at the aftermath, the youth remarks that Yoongi is pretty fast, though only the attackers died in the blast. Yoongi nervously wonders if they have violated any rules, but the youth coldly says that anyone this week deserved to die. Turner arrives, nonchalantly spinning his huge blade, and tells them to consider it not a rules violation. He identifies himself as Jeffrey and orders anyone who wants to live to stand behind him. A massive explosion rocks the rooftops elsewhere in the city. Red energy trails carve wildly through the streets as Jeffrey's attacks sweep the battlefield. Observing the attacks, someone first assumes they are energy slashes. Then they correct themselves, realizing it is actually an immensely long, invisible blade. The enormous arc of that blade slices through the area with terrifying reach. The black-haired youth notes that even their magic armor cannot fully block the attack's power. Elsewhere, a clenched gauntlet fist prepares another move. Jeffrey dashes forward wielding his massive cleaver-like sword. Simultaneously, the team leader unleashes a towering cyclone punch that blasts enemies into the air. The exhausted leader admits he had hoped the earlier explosion meant reinforcements, but is surprised to see who actually arrived. Realizing it is the two youths, he comments wryly that it is embarrassing to have been hiding for so long when they are fighting this hard. Jeffrey, having barely avoided the cyclone, remarks that the attack was somewhat dangerous. Standing by the huge crater it left, he complains that his own men failed to kill the last remaining survivor. The leader is stunned that Jeffrey dodged his surprise cyclone punch, for which he had used his remaining magic power. Reunited with the youths, he asks if they are okay, praises them for holding their own against Jeffrey, and Jaiwan asks in turn if he knows this formidable enemy. Jeffrey Dahmer, a notorious murderer clan member infamous for cannibalism, appears wielding a large cleaver. The leader explains Jeffrey specializes in massacring weaker opponents, prompting the black-haired youth to complain inwardly. The leader insists Jeffrey must be stopped here or the support team will suffer heavy losses, and someone begins to suggest a plan before being cut off. Jeffrey interrupts their discussion, saying he is in a hurry. With a crazed grin, Jeffrey hints he wants to eat them because he is getting hungry. Red energy erupts around the three defenders as something activates, shocking them. Amid the explosion, the burly leader charges forward, telling the others to leave Jeffrey to him. Jeffrey taunts that even together they would not be a match as the leader rushes him. The leader takes Jeffrey's powerful red energy strike head-on. He thinks that by enduring Jeffrey's blow with his body and magic armor, he can set up a counterattack. His plan is to disrupt Jeffrey's rhythm after tanking the first attack. Their weapons clash in a huge shockwave as the leader blocks the giant cleaver. The leader pushes in aggressively to follow up his block. Jeffrey is surprised his sword was blocked and furiously swings again, cursing at the leader. The cleaver crashes down in a vertical arc. The leader braces and meets the descending blade with his bare, armored hands. Jeffrey smirks confidently, thinking he has the advantage. His confidence turns to shock when something unexpected happens. Bloodied but determined, the leader successfully stops the cleaver with his shattered gauntlets, and says he has it. Jeffrey, still projecting a beam of energy from his sword, rants angrily as another teammate leaps high above him. The red-haired swordsman drops from above, shouting as he prepares a powerful downward strike. Jeffrey looks up in alarm at the incoming surprise attack. The red-haired youth unleashes his ability giant's sword, enlarging his weapon massively as it falls. Jeffrey raises his cleaver to block the gigantic blade. Straining under the impact, Jeffrey curses the attackers as he holds the huge sword back. At that moment, the black-haired protagonist appears beside him and curtly tells him to shut up. Jeffrey, focused upward, does not see the protagonist calmly standing behind him with sword drawn. Jeffrey keeps pressing up the huge sword, unaware the black-haired youth is about to move. A huge blast follows as the protagonist delivers a decisive attack, blowing Jeffrey away. The aftermath shows dust and debris over the town rooftops from Jeffrey's defeat. The support team rushes to their injured leader, who worries about blood loss and broken gauntlets. A comrade praises the leader for supposedly defeating Jeffrey, but he corrects him, saying it was not his doing. He explains he would have died without the help of the reserve clan members. His comrade assumes he is just being modest, doubting reserves could beat Jeffrey. The leader, still bleeding, reflects that it is hard for others to believe what happened. He internally compares this feeling of powerlessness to when he once met Walker Alvin. Other fighters, calling Yunjae and his ally monsters, thank them and marvel at how he blocked Jeffrey with a small sword. The wounded leader remarks that their strength is beyond comprehension and that they cannot be matched even with years of training, while noting remaining enemies have fled. Remembering how the two helped them, he imagines how terrifyingly strong they will become in a few years. Asked where those two are, a comrade says they chased the runaways and awkwardly lets go of supporting the leader. The leader is shocked to hear that Yunjae and his friend then disappeared. The comrade explains he first met them and used their help to call reinforcements. However, once the fighting started, he could not find them again no matter how he searched. The leader angrily orders everyone to search for the missing duo, insisting they would not die that easily. Worried, he curses himself for not forcing them to rest and fears facing Walker Alvin if something happens to them. Looking down an empty street, he desperately wishes that Yunjae and his friend are still alive. Meanwhile, a system message declares that they have entered the dungeon Guran's underground labyrinth. Inside the misty cave, the two youths say they finally arrived after wasting time on Jeffrey, crediting Mr. Guan Jiahuang for finishing that fight quickly, and ask why they are here. Yunjae answers that the murderer clan are hiding something in this dungeon, while his exhausted friend begs for a rest. His friend marvels that such a place exists beneath Garan and asks how Yunjae knew, but Yunjae evasively says he just knows. The friend notes this is not the first time Yunjae has had uncanny knowledge of events. Yunjae thinks to himself that a great tragedy will originate from this place, and that only prior knowledge allows it to be prevented. Resolving not to merely react to disasters anymore, he vows to change the future that awaits him. As he walks forward lost in thought, his friend suddenly thrusts a sword into his back. Yunjae senses something wrong and his eye narrows just before being attacked. Stabbed from behind, he turns in shock to see his friend lunging at him with a crazed look. Yunjae dodges and jumps away as his friend swings wildly in a sweeping attack. He quickly regains his stance, realizing this is not normal behavior. The friend, dazed, lowers his sword and seems confused about what he just did. Yunjae, maintaining distance, calmly asks what his friend is doing. The friend stays silent, looking vacant and unresponsive. Yunjae deduces that his companion is not in control of himself, wonders if an illusion is affecting him, and questions why it is happening now. Before he can act, the possessed friend charges again from above with his sword raised. Yunjae blocks the incoming blow, steel clashing. Holding the lock, he pauses and thinks urgently to wait a moment. He wonders if the strange fog pervading the cavern is causing the possession. Frustrated, Yunjae complains that the situation is troublesome as he keeps defending. He punches his friend hard in the face to break his momentum. The blow sends the friend tumbling across the floor while Yunjae exhales in relief. The friend shakily rises, realizing brute force alone will not free him from the influence. Yunjae, sword resting on his shoulder, asks helplessly what he is supposed to do in this situation. In a strained voice, the possessed friend weakly pleads for help. Yunjae is surprised to hear that desperate request. The friend again rushes him, incoherently shouting help as he attacks. A fierce clash of blades follows as Yunjae responds. The scene shifts to a memory where the same friend collapses during training in a forest. An instructor tells the exhausted trainee he can quit if the training is too much. Another trainee remarks they are only sparring because Yunjae insists on it. Despite being worn out, the friend insists he is fine and asks the instructor to keep watching over his progress. He admits the training is extremely hard but resolves not to lag behind the others. The instructor calls Yunjae abnormal but reassures the friend that he is doing quite well too. The friend says he knows that but fears that falling behind would make him a burden to Yunjae. The instructor silently takes in this determination. The memory shows the friend charging again, declaring he is coming as he trains with all his might. Back in the present fight, a blue-haired Yunjae, earlier days, thinks the duel is tough on him as well. Current Yunjae continues clashing with his possessed friend, reasoning that the demonic energy in the fog is driving him mad but not knowing how to restore him. He suddenly realizes that if demonic energy is the cause, his artifact shackle might be able to absorb it. He rushes straight toward his attacking friend to get close enough. Tackling him to the ground, Yunjae plans to let the shackle drain the corrupt energy. Grabbing his friend by the collar, Yunjae mentally begs for the plan to work. The shackle glows blue as it begins absorbing the demonic power from his friend. Red miasma pours out and into Yunjae's bracelet as he exclaims that it is working. The friend's eyes, once blank, start to clear. His pupils return and he wakes up confused. Sitting up in the cave, he mutters in bewilderment. Yunjae instantly flicks his forehead and scolds him for his clueless reaction, making him yelp. The friend panics, asking what just happened, while Yunjae asks if he really cannot remember. He notices his swollen, bruised face and demands to know what happened to it. Yunjae tells him to pull himself together, saying the fight with him was difficult, and the friend stammers, asking if he actually attacked. Yunjae explains that he had charged at him while mumbling strange words. Horrified, the friend says that if he ever loses control like that again, he begs Yunjae not to try saving him next time but to kill him outright. He bows his head, completely serious about this request. Yunjae responds by flicking his forehead even harder, drawing another pained shout. Calling him an idiot, Yunjae says dying is not better than being a burden. The friend, flustered, asks if they are truly allies, and Yunjae affirms it. Yunjae stresses that allies must rely on each other, and that strength is not measured only by what is visible, so such worries are pointless. He goes on to say his friend must not fear abandonment, and that in this strange world with no family or friends, having him nearby is a great comfort. Yunjae tells him never to consider himself dead weight. He teases that if the friend sees their relationship as mere give and take, it would be disappointing, which the friend hastily denies. Overcome, the friend admits Yunjae feels like family to him. Yunjae asks if he is crying, and the embarrassed friend insists he is not. Yunjae sits down and jokes that he will wait until the friend finishes crying. The friend quietly agrees, tears falling as he calms down. The two sit together in silence within the vast misty cavern. Elsewhere, commanders review the widespread destruction, asking about the situation in other regions and hearing that all but Darkmeum have fallen. They learn even Brown was devastated. After an initial successful counterattack, Walker Alvin appeared and incinerated everything. Among corpses, Heil Muwoon questions a survivor about demonic seeds, confirming they will hatch in 3 months and wanting to know who discovered their nature. The survivor answers that Kim Yunjae and Yu Yoongi were the ones who figured it out and reminds him they passed their earlier test. Suddenly the blood-red mist thickens around them, startling Heil Muwoon and the survivor. The survivor clutches his chest, suffocating in the dense blood mist and gasping that he cannot breathe. Hyle Muwoon coldly blames him for not confirming whether their enemies swallowed the seeds, saying his incompetence caused this disaster. The panicking subordinate apologizes desperately as he continues to choke. Hyle Muwoon glares at him in silence, clearly furious. Surrounded by blood and corpses, Hyle Muwoon sits amid the carnage while the survivor struggles to stand in the oppressive mist. The survivor recognizes Hyle Muwoon's increased power, realizing the blood he has absorbed has strengthened him enough to choke enemies by thickening the air. Hyle Muwoon abruptly announces they are heading to Gara, shocking his subordinate. He explains that something feels wrong there and they must verify it, planning to leave for Gara as soon as they finish. Back in the labyrinth, the bruised friend remarks it feels like half a month has passed inside and wonders if they should be grateful the monsters so far have been weak. Yunjae says the truly fortunate thing is that the dangerous fog appeared only once, while they stand amid slain wolf-like monsters. As they continue deeper, the friend worries about getting lost in the maze-like tunnels, but Yunjae assures him they are on the correct path. The friend then asks where they should head next. Reaching a chamber lined with many colored doors, Yunjae confidently states they must choose the red door. Opening it, the friend comments in awe about how Yunjae always seems to know such things. Before stepping through, he pauses thoughtfully, speechless. Yunjae asks what is wrong as the friend's hand rests on the knob. The friend nervously tells him to come closer and see something inside. Beyond the door lies a huge horned bear-like monster sleeping soundly. The two stare at the massive beast, noting how strong it looks. The friend anxiously asks if they should just grab what they need and escape, while Yunjae replies they do not actually have to fight it because injuries would be risky. Yunjae points out that their real goal is the black door behind the beast, which should be the final door of the labyrinth. He proposes they quietly sneak past the monster instead of waking it. They begin tiptoeing across the cavern floor. Unfortunately, the friend accidentally kicks a loose stone, making a noticeable clatter. The noise wakes the massive bear, which opens its eye and focuses on them. Yunjae and his friend freeze in alarm as the creature stirs. The bear's eye twitches, but it says nothing, its mood unreadable. To their surprise, the bear settles back down, allowing them to edge past. Taking advantage of its apparent indifference, the pair slips safely to the blue door beyond. The friend reaches out and places his hand on the door handle, ready to open the way forward. The purple-haired boy sighs in relief outside the door, saying he was scared the bear would wake just because he'd bumped into a rock. Outside, his companion reacts in surprise to the view. They see a gigantic tree towering in the sky and wonder if this really counts as an underground dungeon. The brown-haired boy marvels at the tree's size and asks if it is some kind of sacred world tree, but the black-haired boy says it is nothing holy. Touching the trunk, the black-haired boy is asked what kind of tree it actually is. He explains that it is a demon tree which grows demon seeds, shocking his companion. He tells the other boy to look closely at the black pods embedded all over the tree. The brown-haired boy recognizes the pods as the same things they received from the murderer clan. A past scene shows a murderer clan member confirming that the black orbs he gave them were demon seeds. Staring at the countless seeds, the brown-haired boy worries what would happen if they all hatched, while the black-haired boy says they came here to destroy the tree before that and explains the seeds need hosts. The brown-haired boy doubts the two of them can destroy such a massive tree, and the other admits it would be hard unless a certain plan works. The black-haired boy places his hand on the trunk and prepares to try his idea. He presses his hand to the demon seeds, channeling energy into the tree. He concentrates, bathed in glowing symbols as power flows. His partner watches in confusion as nothing obvious happens at first. From a distance we see him keeping his hand on the tree, continuing the attempt. Suddenly a huge surge of purple energy erupts from the tree where his hand touches, startling them both. A status message appears indicating his demonic energy has increased by 1. Surrounded by swirling purple power, he confirms the method works as his demonic energy rises while his stamina temporarily falls. He recalls how the shackles once absorbed demonic energy, and realized he could similarly absorb it from the tree. Seeing the stat messages repeat, he notes that he can continually raise his demonic energy this way at the cost of temporary stamina. As more messages appear, he feels pain and strain while his demonic energy rises and stamina keeps dropping. He clutches his burning hand, thinking it feels like it is about to explode from the influx of demonic power. Time passes under the night sky as the process continues. Exhausted, he collapses to the ground. The brown-haired boy rushes over, worried he is overdoing it, but the other says he just needs to rest. Catching his breath, the brown-haired boy says he had wondered what his friend was trying to do. They consider other options. The black-haired boy ends his attempt due to the strain, and the other offers to try chopping the tree down instead. The black-haired boy exhales, recovering while thinking about his current state. Checking his stats, he notes that the stamina loss is only temporary and that his magic and demonic energy are now equal, so he can raise demonic energy up to his magic level. Deciding that is enough, he lets the brown-haired boy step forward to handle the tree. Standing before the trunk and the embedded seeds, the brown-haired boy steels himself. He grips his sword tightly, channeling power into it. He activates his skilled giant sword, enlarging his blade with blazing energy. Wielding the enormous glowing weapon, he swings it down toward the tree. The massive slash of light cuts through the trunk. The demon tree begins to crack and tremble from the devastating blow. Elsewhere, in Trum City's meeting room, leaders discuss how the war is going fairly well. A female officer admits their losses at Brown were heavy but credits Walker Alvin of the Tower clan for their recovery. Another leader notes that Turner of the Truth clan also performed well but says Darkmuim, where Schiffman is, remains the main problem. One man suggests sending Walker Alvin now that the Brown battles have ended, since few could beat Schiffman. The bearded priest objects, explaining Alvin left after hearing that Tower clan reserve members defeated Jeffrey. They complain that Alvin acts on his own but concede that his skills and his recruitment of the reserve members are impressive. A guard bursts in announcing an emergency, and the leaders demand to know what is wrong. The guard reports that Schiffman has gone missing in Darkmuim. The priest exclaims that this is wonderful news and their chance. Privately, he wonders where Schiffman went, believing that even Schiffman could not stand against their combined alliance. The guard adds that all captured Murderer clan prisoners have suddenly started vomiting. Puzzled, one council member asks why that matters. The guard reveals in alarm that the prisoners are vomiting demon seeds, stunning the council. Back at the tree, it shakes violently, and someone asks what is happening. The trembling continues, signaling the tree is about to fall. The brown-haired boy keeps hacking at it with determination. His powerful strikes send debris flying as the trunk splits. A huge segment of the tree breaks off. The fallen mass crashes to the ground, shattering the area. The brown-haired boy celebrates that he chopped it down, while the black-haired boy praises his work. Grinning, the brown-haired boy says his ruined sword did more work than he did, after hacking the tree for half a day. He watches the badly damaged blade drop apart. Panicking, he frets over his broken sword, but the black-haired boy calmly says the timing is actually perfect. The ground suddenly gives way near the black-haired boy, shocking his companion. The brown-haired boy runs to the large hole that opened, yelling down to his fallen partner. From below, the black-haired boy tells him to stop panicking and come down. Reunited in the cavern, the brown-haired boy is awestruck by what they have found. They discover a hidden storeroom full of treasure and gear, identified as the Murderer clan's secret stash. The black-haired boy thinks how surprising it is that a demon tree and storeroom existed in such an inconspicuous area and credits the diary for guiding them here. He tosses the brown-haired boy a sword, saying it seems to be the best weapon in the stash. Information appears about the weapon, the Blood of Muhammad, a scalable B+ rank sword that consumes the wielder's blood to grow sharper and stronger, amplifying magic. Examining it, the brown-haired boy notes that it becomes stronger by drinking blood and finds that slightly disturbing. The black-haired boy tells him to just use it since he will not be sparing enemies anyway, including their blood. The black-haired boy chooses another glowing sword for himself, saying it is sufficient. A description shows his choice is half-evil sword Baltrix, a scalable B-rank blade infused with holy and demonic power that amplifies demonic energy and grows stronger by consuming it. He remarks that its rank is decent and that it can utilize demonic energy. The brown-haired boy suddenly calls his attention to another discovery. On a cushion they find a sparkling blue vial, which they identify as something special. Later, reporting to their superior, he reacts in surprise that an elixir appeared during the tutorial. They confirm it was diluted, and the superior notes, even that is extraordinary for a tutorial. Hearing that full elixirs can even resurrect the dead, the black-haired boy asks if they are really that powerful. The two boys excitedly hold up the vial identified as a pure elixir, a legendary potion that restores the user's body and can revive the dead, and feel incredibly fortunate. Under the night sky afterward, one of them says they have taken everything useful though there were no additional items like their rings. Walking away in armor, they say they only need to head back now and hope the bear boss is still asleep. Reaching the dungeon door, the brown-haired boy volunteers to peek in first. He cracks the door open and is confronted by the bear's single red eye staring back at him. He immediately slams the door shut in panic. Outside, he shakily confirms the bear is awake while asking if his partner's stamina has recovered. The black-haired boy says not fully, but suggests they treat this as an opportunity to test their new equipment, and the other agrees. Inside, they now face the enraged, bloody giant bear, weapons ready. Catching his breath, the brown-haired boy admits the bear is tougher than expected, and his partner agrees it is no ordinary monster. The black-haired boy observes that the beast pours out intense demonic energy with each attack, likely due to the dungeon's nature. He reacts urgently, preparing their next move. Both charge the bear again, leaping in for another assault. The black-haired boy decides they must fight head-on and orders a full frontal attack. The brown-haired boy agrees. Using the ring of property storage, the brown-haired boy ignites his sword with stored magic and slashes fire across the bear, which roars. The black-haired boy maneuvers quickly, avoiding retaliation. The flaming strike engulfs the bear, making it howl in agony. The burning monster roars wildly as flames lick across its body. Seizing the opening, the brown-haired boy charges in for another empowered blow. His attack sends the heavily wounded bear flying back with a shriek. Watching its movements slow, the black-haired boy notes that its speed and regeneration are weakening, and that continued damage will eventually bring it down. He wonders how he should be using the large amount of demonic energy he has accumulated. The bear suddenly starts convulsing and gagging, something building up inside it. The two heroes exchange confused looks at the change. A huge sphere of energy forms in front of the bear's mouth as it prepares a devastating breath attack. A flashback shows someone once shoving the brown-haired boy aside in a similar life-threatening moment. The bear unleashes a massive beam of destructive energy. Using magic platforms, the black-haired boy yanks his companion away just in time, both of them barely escaping the blast. They stare at the enormous tunnel the attack carved and call the power ridiculous. The black-haired boy wonders where the monster is getting such strength, and realizes it must be from the demonic energy stored within it. The bear's jaws glow again as it charges up another blast. Seeing the beam forming, they brace themselves on the magic platform, shocked. The black-haired boy thinks that with his magic armor he might endure such an attack while shielding his partner. The next blast tears through the underground area, causing a massive collapse. The explosion rips open the ceiling, creating a large hole to the surface. The brown-haired boy's gauntlet rattles as he clenches his fist, reacting to what just happened. Both boys land on the surface cliff edge, panting, and credit the magic armor for saving them from the otherwise lethal blast. Looking down at the huge crater, they remark that the attack unexpectedly flung them back up to the surface. They nervously wonder if the bear can follow them up, but decide it is unlikely. A new figure approaches from behind, asking what is going on. Turning, they hear him demand to know what they have been doing underground. The man says they look familiar and asks if they belong to his clan. We see Shifman in full, ordering them to answer him. Recognizing him, the black-haired boy is shocked that Shifman himself has appeared here. Shifman repeats his question, demanding an explanation. He asks what they were doing down below, and whether they are meant to replace Jeffrey. The boys stay tense and silent, weighing their response. Shifman narrows his eyes and again commands them to answer. Exchanging looks, the black-haired boy prepares to speak for them. He lies that they are indeed Jeffrey's replacements, assigned to guard the underground dungeon in case anything happened to Jeffrey. Shifman accepts this, concluding that Jeffrey really has been defeated. Internally, the black-haired boy judges Shifman as extremely dangerous, and resolves to avoid fighting him at all costs. When Shifman asks what happened to the terrain, they apologize and say the damage occurred while the bear was rampaging. Shifman asks if the tree is safe, and they assure him it is. Suspicious, Shifman decides to go check the tree for himself. He walks past them toward the hole. The two boys watch him go with nervous expressions. Shifman steps right up to the edge, preparing to descend. He stands looking down into the chasm while the boys watch anxiously behind him. Whispering together, the boys plan to act as soon as Shifman enters the hole. But before they can, he casually says he has just remembered something. Shifman remarks that he finally recalled why they look so familiar, realizing they were never on any wanted list. He identifies them as the newbies who killed Din. He continues, calling them traitors of the murderer clan. Turning back with a menacing look, Shifman calls the black-haired boy by name, Kim Yun-jae, confirming he knows exactly who he is. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Allied forces remark that the Dark Mume campaign is nearly over and that victory came easily once Shifman disappeared. Turner is thanked for his efforts, but he modestly declines the praise. Turner excuses himself to attend other business and leaves, with the others politely seeing him off. The two comrades comment on how polite and rare such a strong man is in this world. Watching Turner walk away, the narration notes that there is a reason he is known by the title The Gentleman. Back in a wooden shed, two murderer clan members quietly regroup, exhausted after the defeat in Darkmume. One of them is found drinking alone, and the other asks if he also plans to leave Darkmume. The drinker says he intends to go into hiding because once the demon tree was chopped down, their loss was sealed. The bearded man asks what the other plans to do and demands to know where Mr. Shifman is. The younger man explains Shifman went to Garan to inspect the demon tree, though he thinks it is already too late. The younger man admits he cannot understand how the situation has become so disastrous. The bearded man coldly suggests everything turned out this way because of the younger man, shocking him. The younger man argues that although they leaked more information than intended and the seeds were unexpectedly discovered, the labyrinth should still have been impassable. He reasons that only executive officers knew about the underground labyrinth's secret paths, so the most logical explanation is that the spy before him betrayed them. The bearded man remarks that Kim Taehan has grown bold and warns him he will die quickly if he keeps talking. Kim Taehan says they will go into hiding for now because both demons and their clan leader are likely to move soon. The bearded man is surprised the clan leader is about to act, and Kim Taehan reminds him she was the one who allied with demons. The bearded man says they will need to discuss the matter with Shifman when he returns, assuming he will be back soon. Outside, someone observes that aside from clan leaders, no one can truly stand against Shifman. A scarred man greets the famous Kim Yun-jae and expresses surprise that he even managed to pass through the underground labyrinth. Kim Yun-jae's side asks how this enemy discovered the place, and resolves that they have no choice but to fight. The enemy dismisses how they found it, saying he will force them to reveal it. A massive blood cloud surges around them, and one of the youths realizes they are enveloped in blood. Struggling inside the blood mist, one ally complains he cannot focus and calls the opponent's blood-based ability troublesome. Kim Yun-jae checks on his wounded comrade, who insists he can still fight. The blood wielder launches an incredibly fast attack. Yoongyu is struck and badly wounded by a blood strike, causing Yun-jae to cry out his name. The enemy notes that they can handle his blood wall, recognizing them as a special group. He remarks that Yoongyu barely avoided a fatal blow, as the young man writhes on the ground clutching his wound. Advancing through the blood storm, the enemy casually asks Yoonjae what became of the demon tree. Yoonjae, thinking he must turn the situation around, answers that he already cut the demon tree down, and claims he only destroyed a den of murderers. The enemy laughs and says that from Yoonjae's point of view it would look that way. He adds that in the demon's place Yoonjae would be furious too. The enemy swings his blood weapon down in another lethal blow. Yoonjae is slashed across the neck, apparently cut down. As he falls, Yoonjae's vision blurs. A barrage of blood blades descends from above toward his position. The blood attacks tear through where Yoonjae had stood. A system window describes the A-rank skill 98 time rewind that lets the user control their own time. Rewinding, Yoonjae charges again as the blood spears close in. He activates his A-rank magic armor, but the blood spikes pierce straight through it. The enemy appears beside him mid-swing, showing overpowering speed. Yoonjae is shocked, wondering when the man moved. A surge of blood lashes against Yoonjae's sword. Yoonjae braces himself against the crimson onslaught. The enemy smashes the ground with a blood-charged strike. He questions Yoonjae, saying if the demon tree was cut down, why does he sense demonic energy coming from him? The enemy reasons that even if the demon tree still stood, its demon should not have hatched yet, so he demands to know why Yoonjae carries demonic energy, and invites him to see for himself. Yoonjae, overwhelmed, notes that the man is at least as strong as Walker Alvin while accusing him of talking more than expected. The enemy vows not to let Yoonjae die peacefully, leaving Yoonjae anxious about what he will do next. The bloody storm over the forest intensifies with explosive sounds. Yoonjae darts through the forest floor as blood spikes erupt around him. He deflects another sweeping blood slash with his sword. The enemy counters by unleashing a massive shockwave toward Yoonjae. Seeing Yoonjae falter, the man comments that Yoonjae is reaching his limit and offers a painless death if he reveals how he learned about the seeds and the underground dungeon. Yoonjae thinks that speeding himself up with the time skill is useless and that his magic armor shatters after only a few hits. He analyzes that the enemy's blood skill enhances all blood-based attacks and drains his opponent's stamina. Yoonjae reflects that if the attacks rely on blood, there might be a way to counter them. The enemy says he will ask Yoonjae one question. Yoonjae demands to know why a human is fraternizing with demons, insisting humans and demons cannot truly coexist. The man replies that neither side matters to him, and he simply chooses whichever allows him to kill more. Yoonjae silently listens, blood on his face. He concedes that his earlier question was indeed foolish. A memory surfaces of a joyful mother and child now splattered with blood. Yoonjae declares he already understands how scum-like his opponent think. The man notes that words are useless and admits he is getting bored of this fight. He orders Yoonjae to just die. Yoonjae stands ready, but another blood spike speeds toward him. Blood splatters across a white field, obscuring his senses. A solid magical barrier blocks the incoming blood strike. The barrier stretches from Yoonjae to Yoongyu, intercepting multiple blood projectiles. Yoongyu rises with the blood sword, joking that he nearly died waiting but arrived just in time. The enemy is surprised Yoonjae's ally can still move and asks how he blocked the attack. He is then shocked by what he notices. He recognizes the crimson blade as the blood of Muhammad. Yoongyu, wielding that weapon, says he has understood how it works and that it is perfectly suited to counter their enemy. The enemy demands to know why Yoongyu has that sword, and Yoongyu replies he simply took it from the underground vault. The man thinks about Muhammad's blood, noting that the sword grows stronger as it consumes blood and that, by description, it should be ideal for his own style. He explains that because he must gather huge pools of blood, the sword's flaw makes it unusable for him and effectively poisonous. Yoongyu admits it is irritating but says that if they can absorb the enemy's attacks with the blade, they actually have a chance, especially since he is not fighting alone. Yoonjae adds that the situation is different now as the two stand side by side. The enemy scoffs at a weakling wielding such a weapon. Bright power flares as Yoonjae insists nothing about the fight has fundamentally changed. The two use charge in tandem, determined to press the attack. Together they use the barrier and sword to block and repel another barrage of blood strikes. Blood projectiles ricochet, and Yoongyu grimaces as he strains to defend. Yoonjae intercepts additional blood shots even while taking a grazing wound. He focuses, controlling the blade amid swirling blood petals. A massive explosion of blood and power erupts. Time skips forward to a peaceful town where someone notes it has been half a month since the search for the missing youths began. Two clan members wonder where the boys vanished, assuming they are alive since no bodies were found and hoping they are safe. One suddenly notices something unusual in the distance. They see a red cloud of blood rising from the nearby forest. The older man orders the clan to be alerted immediately, and the subordinate runs off. Back at the battlefield, the blood-wielding enemy stands confidently with his spear-like weapon. The area is now a crater, with Yoonjae and Yoongyu exhausted at its center while the blood storm still rages. Yoongyu collapses to one knee, clinging to the blood sword. Yoonjae urges him to get up, insisting their fight is not finished. Yoonjae turns back, confused by his ally's lack of response. He calls to Yoongyu again, demanding that he rise. Realizing Yoongyu is motionless and covered in blood, Yoonjae screams his name in panic. The enemy flatly informs Yoonjae that Yoongyu is dead. He explains that as the blood of Muhammad consumes more blood and grows stronger, the wielder's body is pushed into a critical state, and that a weakling recklessly swinging it around will simply die. Approaching Yunjae, he mocks him for thinking meddling with their plans made him important, and declares that Yunjae's arrogance ends today. Yunjae, shaking with rage and grief, vows that his enemies will die here. Memories of another desperate ally begging Yunjae to save him echo in his mind. He recalls a sadistic figure telling him that killing people, thanks to him, was fun. Another memory shows a killer bragging that helpless victims, like women and children, are everywhere, just like Yunjae's own murdered family. Yunjae's younger self resolves he cannot die because his siblings depend on him. A terrified younger brother cries that he does not want to die. Yunjae reaffirms that he must live and return, telling his brother not to worry. He remembers a promise he once made to keep Yoongyu alive and feels relieved he can still honor it. Back in the present, Yoongyu's battered body lies against Yunjae, emphasizing the cost of that promise. Power gathers around Yunjae as his armor and body begin to glow. He slowly stands, gripping his sword with renewed resolve. His bracelet and blade erupt with red energy, as he channels both magic and demonic power. Dark red flames swirl around Yunjae while he faces the enemy over Yoongyu's corpse. The enemy senses that Yunjae's magic and demonic energy are merging into one. He is stunned as Yunjae's magical power increases explosively. A system message states that through the shackles, Yunjae's magic and demonic energy have been harmonized. Empowered by this union, Yunjae glares forward with fierce determination. Another system window introduces the active B+ rank skill overflow, which temporarily links his magic and demonic circuits to massively amplify his power. The enemy warily eyes Yunjae, who now exudes overwhelming energy within the blood-filled arena. Yunjae, scarred and grim, steels himself to continue the battle. The enemy estimates Yunjae's magic has doubled or tripled and wonders how he achieved such a sudden surge. Yunjae uses the opportunity to rush in and slash the enemy's flank. Startled, the man reacts, his expression tight with alarm. At the same moment, Walker Alvin appears and unleashes a powerful blue sword wave at the blood user. Alvin follows through with swift sword movements, pressing the assault. His rapid strikes create a flurry of blue slashes around the enemy. The enemy tries to reposition, but Alvin's footwork keeps pressure on him. Alvin lands a leaping blow that forces the blood wielder back. The man barely manages to parry, his face showing strain. Another unseen strike lands, sending blood flying. The impact is marked by a streak of blood, signaling real damage. The enemy remarks in surprise that Yunjae actually managed to hit him. We see the wound in his side where Yunjae's sword pierced, dripping blood. Yunjae is shocked that his blade will not go deeper, realizing the man's sheer physical resilience. Coughing blood, Yunjae admits he was amazed by his own sudden power spike. The enemy coolly states that even so, Yunjae cannot overcome his natural toughness. Yunjae realizes the man blocked the empowered blow with only his base defense, and is stunned by the difference between them. The enemy concedes Yunjae was faster than expected but implies it still changes nothing. He says the outcome remains the same and offers to hear Yunjae's final words. Yunjae spits defiance, cursing and refusing to submit. The enemy accepts his answer and prepares to finish him. Suddenly a blue-gloved fist tightens, signaling another intervention. Guan Jiahuang unleashes his heavenly thundering fists, blasting both Yunjae and the enemy apart with a thunderous impact. As dust settles, the enemy turns to see new opponents standing against him. Guan Jiahuang strides through the bloodstorm, surprised to find it is these boys he has come to save. Yunjae calls out to Mr. Guan in shock, while the enemy clicks his tongue at yet another troublesome foe. A new figure steps forward, remarking that calling them bugs is harsh. Yunjae points out that those same bugs have given the enemy serious trouble. Walker Alvin formally appears, addressing Harold Schiffman and joining the confrontation. Schiffman recognizes Walker Alvin by name, and says it is an honor that such a figure knows of him. Alvin grips his weapon and says this development is welcome. He then launches a massive blue attack that hurls Schiffman away from the youths. Alvin levels his sword and orders Schiffman to release the children and fight him directly. Schiffman falls silent, facing this new, powerful opponent as the bloody battlefield momentarily pauses. Alvin orders his subordinate to leave him and deal with two other enemies. Schiffman dismisses the fight as a waste of his time. Alvin taunts Schiffman, asking if he is afraid. Schiffman laughs and calls Alvin arrogant. Alvin's ally checks on the badly wounded Yoongyu and explains they came because of the chaos. The ally recounts seeing the blood fog, requesting backup, and rushing over with Walker Alvin from Garan. Yoongyu thanks them, wondering internally why Alvin had been in Garan and unable to contact them. Yoongyu acknowledges and turns his focus to the critical condition of Yoongyu's companion. Alvin watches from afar as Yoongyu and the ally tend to their fallen comrade. Alvin, activating his power and drawing his sword, says he wants to end the battle quickly so he can return to the serious situation behind him. Schiffman gleefully unleashes more of his blood power, saying he was bored of holding back. Alvin's body begins to emit white energy as he fully invokes his ability. The white energy swirls around him, forming a powerful aura. Alvin completes his transformation, invoking the ability called White Shroud, and angelic wings appear behind him. Schiffman is suddenly struck and violently blasted backward, spitting blood. From Shifman's blood, a monstrous humanoid called Blood Beast forms, armed with blood blades. The clash of their powers tears up the ground and hurls rocks everywhere. The Blood Beast and Alvin in White Shroud face each other, as their energies violently collide. The Blood Beast reacts to something streaking past, signaling the next exchange. Alvin, wings spread and sword ready, prepares to strike again. Yoonggyu and the ally watch tensely from the side. Alvin dives down from the sky in a powerful, winged sword strike. His attack blasts the Blood Beast upward, overpowering it. The sky over the forest clears as the energies dissipate. A massive explosion of light erupts over the woods. The blast intensifies, engulfing the area completely. Time shifts to Trum at the Tower Clan building, where people discuss the expected arrival of new recruits. Over tea and snacks, two members wonder how many newcomers will join this time. The woman notes that more and more people have been appearing as time passes. She complains that the higher UPS seem to be summoning many people to this side without good reason. Her partner tells her not to be so shocked since she has thought this way before, and she apologizes. She broods sadly, recalling that newcomers must undergo a painful process to come to this world. Alvin replies that this is why they must hurry to end this cursed world. Realizing more newbies means time has passed, Alvin notes it has been a year since the two boys arrived, and she agrees. She adds that it has been 9 months since those two left them. Alvin says her wording makes it sound like the boys died, and she stammers in response. She admits they do not know if the boys are dead or alive, only that they headed to the demon woods. She wishes no one else would die or be injured anymore. Alvin gently tells her such a wish is impossible in either world. She says she knows but does not want another incident like Schiffman's to occur. Flashback. Injured Alvin and others are rushed into the tower building as people shout for a healer. Someone announces that Sir Walker Alvin and the reserves have arrived in critical condition. Louise runs up asking what happened, and the ally explains they encountered Schiffman near Garan. Louise hears that both Schiffman and Alvin, along with others, suffered severe injuries and is shocked. The battered Alvin, Yoonggyu, and Yoonggyu's friend lie unconscious and bandaged. The scene returns to the tower castle exterior. In a hospital room later, Louise slaps Alvin's bandaged chest, making him yelp. She asks if it hurts while he complains about being abused as a patient. She angrily chops his back repeatedly, scolding him for reckless behavior, while he protests in pain. Louise pauses, looking troubled and emotional. Alvin senses something is wrong and looks at her questioningly. She admits she really thought he would die when she saw his condition. Yoonggyu enters and asks what they are doing. Bandaged Yoonggyu and his friend tease that Alvin and Louise seem close. Louise reminds them she saved them from death and checks if they are feeling better, while they laugh. Alvin downplays his injuries, but Louise tells him to stop pretending to be fine. She scolds Yoonggyu for being unconscious for 2 days and still not fully recovered, and he concedes. Alvin asks the boys how they are doing, amazed they healed faster than him. They reply that they are managing thanks to skills. Yoonggyu says he is relieved they are alright, noting they were in serious danger. Alvin and Louise are surprised as Yoonggyu formally thanks them. Louise apologizes sincerely for her selfish actions that put many people, including them, in danger. She specifically apologizes to Yoonggyu for how she treated him, and he awkwardly accepts. Alvin comments that as long as she understands, everything ultimately turned out fine. Yoonggyu is told not to try solving everything alone anymore, and he agrees quietly. Alvin asks what became of Schiffman, learning that the villain is alive but chained and magically restrained so he cannot escape on his own. They keep Schiffman in prison instead of killing him so they can extract information from him. Alvin summarizes that the demon tree incident is resolved, Schiffman is captured, and the boys should use this time to rest. Yoonggyu and his friend exchange a meaningful look. Yoonggyu says it feels awkward bringing this up now but has something important to say. He and his friend announce they will head to the demon woods for a while. They explain to the shocked Alvin that they plan to train there while lying low. Alvin angrily calls them insane for risking death again after he just saved their lives. Yoonggyu states he knows exactly how dangerous the demon woods is. He describes the forest as a maze full of illusions and intangible monsters immune to physical attacks. He adds that most who spend more than 3 days there never return, which is why it is taboo. Alvin cannot believe they still intend to go despite knowing this, arguing the place is impossible even for skilled fighters, but Yoonggyu insists that is precisely why they must. Yoonggyu reasons that if they survive, they will become far stronger and prevent future tragedies like this. Louise notes they just finished apologizing, while Alvin grumbles that he has no say in their resolve. Yoonggyu thinks that even with Schiffman locked up, other powerful enemies remain, and the demon woods would be an ideal hiding and training place where surviving would greatly increase their strength. Alvin pointedly asks if they are sure they can come back alive. Yoonggyu declares he will make survival possible no matter what because he cannot die before everything is settled. Hearing this determination, Alvin smiles slightly. He praises Yoonggyu's tenacity, saying he is unchanged despite the ordeal, while someone else asks if Alvin is really going to let them go. Louise presses the boys on how they intend to return from the demon woods, and Yoonggyu mentions an item the Tower Clan has that allows safe return. Alvin realizes they mainly came to request that item rather than visit him, and they deny it sheepishly. Louise agrees to give them the return item and promises to keep their departure secret despite Alvin's protest. The boys enthusiastically thank her, and she adds there will be a condition. Alvin warns them they must come back alive, threatening to kill them himself if they die, while Louise silently wishes he would just forbid them from going. Yoonggyo and his friend promise confidently that they will return. Back in the present, Louise regrets not stopping them from leaving at that time. She worries because there has been no word from them in 9 months, while Alvin tells her not to worry and says at least they are not embroiled in current troubles. She reluctantly agrees, remarking that they never expected things to turn out as they have. Alvin thinks that, for now, it might actually be better for the two boys if they do not come back. The scene shifts to the Demon Woods, now named, where the story continues. In the woods, a dark-haired swordsman charges in with a powerful downward strike. His attack obliterates a group of enemies in a blinding vertical blast. He finishes the technique standing alone amid the fading light with swords in hand. Yoonggyo sheathes his sword after another fight in the Demon Woods. The aftermath shows their swift movement through the forest. A hooded, scythe-wielding spectre ambushes Yoonggyo from above. The spectre swings, but Yoonggyo counters with a powerful attack. His companion Yoonggyo's friend appears above, finishing off more ghost-like foes from a tree. The friend smiles confidently, showing how much he has grown. From atop a tree, the friend asks where they will go next, and Yoonggyo notes they have been in the Demon Woods for about 9 months. Yoonggyo takes out an item, the compass that will guide them back. The gyroscopic compass is revealed as a magic B-rank item that always points to a preset destination when infused with mana. Yoonggyo proposes they follow it back to Trum, and his friend excitedly agrees. Elsewhere in the middle grounds, a survey team moves cautiously through dense forest. The surveyors complain about feeling ill in this area and are warned they are entering uncharted, dangerous land. Some grumble about having to explore such an unnerving region but agree since it is considered important and must be mapped. They note that from this point on is an official danger zone, worrying they will not be able to survey properly. Their leader urges focus, reminding them of recent demon and murderer clan activity, and saying it is vital for surveyors to understand the situation. He insists they must finally explore new territory despite the risk, since the clan leader expects results. The forest rustles ominously as something approaches. The mustached leader halts the group, saying he heard a sound. He and the others hear heavy movement nearby. Believing it might be a bear, they draw their weapons and form up for battle. The group circles defensively, bracing for whatever is coming. The leader suddenly spots something ahead and shouts a warning. The forest erupts with screams, implying the survey team is attacked. Back in Trum, we return to the Tower Clan building. Alvin meets with the clan leader and confirms he has heard the news. He acknowledges that the entire surveyor party, valuable specialists, was wiped out, making the situation dire. The leader says that despite the loss it is crucial they still survey that area. Identified as Tower Clan leader Golden Lion Aryan, he orders Alvin to go there with the reserves he brought. Alvin incredulously asks if he is supposed to take the reserves into that deadly region and return, while Aryan dryly asks if there is a problem. Alvin reminds him that even a ranker survey team was annihilated and questions why the weaker reserves must be sent as well. Aryan casually drinks and says he trusts Alvin's team to get results and that the reserves themselves do not matter. Alvin snaps back, asking if death counts as a satisfactory result. Alvin argues to be sent alone if necessary, but Aryan refuses and insists he take the reserves. Alvin refuses the order, saying the reserves are not official Tower Clan members and he cannot assign clan missions to them. Aryan then says he wants to meet those reserves. Alvin replies they are currently on leave. Aryan tells him to bring them in once they return and says they will continue the discussion on the middle grounds. Alvin reluctantly agrees and leaves the room. Outside, he fumes internally about how unreasonable Aryan's request is. After Alvin exits, Aryan stands alone in the hall with his drink. He gazes out the window, deep in thought. Aryan drains his mug while staring outside. Smirking, he reacts to the drink and seems pleased. With a cryptic look, Aryan mutters about the key, implying hidden motives involving the boys. Time shifts forward to Trum, where Yoonggyo and his friend walk through the city after returning from the Demon Woods. Scenes show townsfolk going about their daily lives. The bustling square near the fountain reinforces that the city is peaceful. Yoonggyo's ecstatic friend stretches and marvels at being back in the city, while Yoonggyo asks if he likes it that much. The friend enthusiastically lists comforts like good food, hot baths and beds, and Yoonggyo tells him to rest properly. Yoonggyo adds that they will have to depart again soon for the middle grounds, which his friend confirms. Later, Alvin addresses a gathered group at the edge of the middle grounds, warning that this new place will be even more dangerous than the Demon Woods. Yoonggyo's friend boasts that they survived the fabled Demon Woods, while Yoonggyo teases him for his swollen ego and says they have arrived. The two stand before the Tower Clan fortress, greeting it after a long absence. As they approach the gate, armored guards block their way with spears and demand that the returning youths identify themselves. As Yoonjae and Yoonggyo approach the gate, the guards stop them. The two boys present small identification items to the guards. Close-up of the metallic badge they hand over. The guards realize the items are Tower Clan reserve badges and are surprised the clan even has reserves. Another guard explains the boys are the newcomers taken in by Sir Walker Alvin, the ones who defeated Jeffrey. While the guards gossip about more rumors surrounding the duo, the boys stand waiting. Yoonggyo politely asks to enter, and the distracted guards allow them through. Walking inside, Yoonjae wonders what rumors are spreading about them and notes they seem to have gained fame. Inside the hall they spot a woman, and Youngyu excitedly calls out to Miss Louise. Louise turns, puzzled by the sudden shout. Youngyu greets her energetically while Yunjae offers a more reserved greeting after some time apart. Recognizing them, Louise gasps in shock and dismay. Yunjae and Youngyu each grab one of her hands and hurriedly run with her. The trio dash away so quickly that onlookers are left confused. They sprint down a long corridor together. While running, Louise says she is relieved they returned safely but urges them to follow her before the clan leader sees them. Yunjae and Youngyu exchange a confused look as they are dragged along. Louise spots someone ahead, clearly startled. She realizes it is Alvin standing there. Alvin starts to speak about Yunjae and Youngyu's situation but is abruptly interrupted. The Tower Clan Master suddenly appears, cheerfully remarking that he finally meets the newcomers. He asks if they are the Tower Clan reserves, while Louise bows apologetically and the boys answer politely. The man introduces himself as Aryan, master of the Tower Clan. Aryan smiles confidently at them. Later in Aryan's office, everyone sits around as he prepares drinks and begins the discussion. Aryan requests that the group investigate a dangerous area called the Middle Grounds, promising to assign them a surveyor. Hearing this, Yunjae repeats the destination while Alvin immediately objects, saying his stance is unchanged. Alvin states he refuses to take the two newcomers to the Middle Grounds, and Aryan thinks about it. Aryan casually asks whether they want beer or tea, and the others place their drink orders. Yunjae declines any drink, prompting a brief silence from the others. Laughing, Aryan tells Alvin he has brought someone with a personality similar to his own. Aryan explains that the Middle Grounds contain demons and angels, making the place hazardous even for rankers. Alvin adds that there was a recent deadly incident there and demands to know why Aryan wants to send the boys into such danger. Alvin tells Aryan that if he wants troublesome enemies removed, he should send Alvin alone instead of involving outsiders. Alvin insists he does not intend to die easily, while Aryan jokes that an eavesdropper might misunderstand their talk. When asked for her opinion, Louise agrees the Middle Grounds are too dangerous and opposes the plan. Aryan considers their objections in silence. He then turns to Yunjae and Youngyu, asking what they think and whether they actually want to risk death. Yunjae firmly answers that he and Youngyu will go, shocking his friend. Aryan bursts into delighted laughter, saying he likes Yunjae's boldness, while Alvin questions his sanity. Alvin berates Yunjae for losing his fear after the demon woods, but Yunjae replies that he understands the Middle Grounds are far more dangerous. Yunjae explains there's a specific quest they must complete in the Middle Grounds. The others react to the mention of a quest, and Aryan notes they could have taken such a job elsewhere. Aryan slams down his mug and enthusiastically agrees to the arrangement. He declares that since the boys have business there, Alvin's party should accompany them, and he will provide a skilled surveyor. Aryan concludes the argument decisively, leaving no room for more objections. From outside the clan headquarters, his voice cheerfully sends them off on their upcoming journey. Later, Alvin walks ahead in a grand hall while the others trail behind. Youngyu wonders if Alvin is mad about their decision to go, and Yunjae admits he is upset to some extent. Louise explains that she and Alvin oppose the trip because of the danger but will respect the boys' determination. She adds that Alvin's irritation is not only about them, hinting he also has issues with the clan leader. Yunjae asks if something happened between Alvin and Aryan, and Louise replies that Alvin dislikes the entire first generation. When Youngyu asks what the first generation is, she explains they are the very first people who came to this parallel world. She elaborates that the first generation were the original arrivals here. Louise says legends claim the first generation started as strong as modern rankers and have since become unimaginably powerful. Youngyu asks why Alvin resents them, prompting Louise to continue. She says the first generation does nothing with their power. As the group walks, she explains they hold high positions but do little to solve major issues like returning home or ending the Demon Angel War. Despite their superior knowledge, the first generation only maintained clans to prevent chaos instead of truly helping. Because of this inaction, many clan members complain, and talk once arose of Alvin replacing Aryan as leader, creating tensions. Louise concludes that the first generation are simply content ruling this world as the strong. Alvin adds bitterly that they could never wield such power back in the real world, which is why they avoid returning, and he dislikes that attitude. He then turns to Yunjae and Youngyu and asks if they are still serious about going to the Middle Grounds. The boys reaffirm that they are determined to go. Alvin reluctantly agrees, unsure if this will be good or bad, since they insisted on going anyway. He finally says his team will accompany them to the Middle Grounds, which excites the boys. Alvin adds one condition in exchange for taking them along. He tells them to follow him to another place. He leads them down to the vast Tower Clan underground storage area. There they gather around a massive stump-like pillar of strange wood. Alvin explains it is reinforced wood from the Middle Grounds, extremely tough and used for testing attack power. He says the test is to see how deep they can cut it with one strike, likening it to a strength measuring machine. Yunjae suggests such tough wood could be turned into weapons, but Alvin says its pure magic conductivity makes it impractical. Alvin states his condition. If each of them can cut at least half a handspan into the wood, they are allowed to go, noting that only low rankers can normally do this. Yunjae asks how deep Alvin himself can cut. Alvin answers that he can reach about halfway, and Louise admits she is not a combat type. Alvin offers to demonstrate his own strike for them first. He draws his sword and prepares a focused swing. Alvin slashes the reinforced wood with great force. The blow carves deeply into the log, showing his power. The cut appears to penetrate roughly 80% through the wood. Yoonggyu and Louise are impressed, mentally comparing it to a high score on a power machine. Alvin then tells Yoonjae and Yoonggyu that it is their turn and urges them to try their best. He warns them that if either fails, then neither of them will be allowed to go. Yoonjae volunteers to attempt the test first. He steps up to the log while the others watch from behind. Yoonjae channels glowing power into his sword, repeating the required depth to himself. He unleashes a powerful downward strike at the reinforced wood. The impact sends debris flying, emphasizing the strength of his blow. Yoonjae stands ready after the strike, awaiting the result. The onlookers stare wide-eyed at what they see. The measuring device shows he has far exceeded the required depth, registering a score of 300. Yoonggyu celebrates Yoonjae's feat, claiming it rivals ranker-level power, while Yoonjae modestly says Yoonggyu can probably do similarly. Internally, Yoonjae is surprised that even using all his magic he did not manage a full half-cut, marveling at Alvin's earlier strike. He analyzes the unusual clean angle of Alvin's cut, wondering how he achieved it. Yoonggyu then steps up for his turn as Alvin wishes him luck and reminds him the test is harder than it looks. Yoonggyu readies his stance before the log. He slashes with determination, releasing his own wave of power. The strike lands with a dramatic burst. Yoonggyu eagerly turns, asking if he succeeded. The gauge displays a score of 100 and shows a respectable but smaller cut in the wood. Devastated by the lower score, Yoonggyu laments, while Yoonjae reassures him that he still achieved the required half-hand depth. Yoonjae smiles encouragingly and pats his despondent friends back as Alvin and Louise observe. Alvin asks Louise if she has ever seen such results before. She says no, noting it took her a year just to reach half a hand span. Alvin concludes that both are amazing, but Yoonjae in particular stands out. He adds that Yoonjae's strength already surpasses that of fifth-generation clan rankers. Yoonjae asks if they have passed the test, and Alvin confirms that both did well. Alvin agrees they will all head to the Middle Territory together, making the boys cheer and thank him. Alvin remarks that most people dread the Middle Territory, but these two are delighted because they trust the strong backup accompanying them. Louise reminds them they have not rested since the Demon Woods and tells them to recover fully before the expedition. Smiling, she says there is something they should do first. She reveals a grand feast and invites everyone to eat, amazing the boys. At the table, Yoonggyu marvels at the amount and value of the food, while Louise tells them they deserve it and criticizes idle elites who feast daily. Encouraged, the boys happily decide to dig in. After the meal, someone thanks their host for the food as the scene shifts to the exterior at sunset. Later, at the clan's bath area, water flows from an angel statue into a pool. Yoonjae relaxes alone in the hot bath, reading his diary. Yoonggyu arrives, teasing him for reading even while bathing. Yoonggyu joins him, worried the diary could get wet, but Yoonjae says not to worry. Yoonjae reveals he is protecting the diary with his magic armor ability so water cannot damage it. The two friends sit quietly together in the steamy bath. Yoonggyu gazes upward thoughtfully, falling silent. He asks if Yoonjae remembers what they discussed during dinner earlier. Yoonggyu brings up the topic of Shifman's murder, prompting Yoonjae to ask what about it. Yoonggyu says Shifman was killed right under the Tower clan's nose in their underground dungeon, and people suspect a demon was responsible. He adds that a group of surveyors recently wiped out in the Middle Territory is also believed to have been killed by demons. Yoonjae asks if Yoonggyu is scared, and Yoonggyu admits some fear but says that is not his main concern. Yoonggyu says he is curious about demons and angels, whether they truly belong to this world, and about the holy grail they are fighting for. Yoonjae then reveals he has actually met a demon before, to Yoonggyu's astonishment. He recalls how, during a previous tutorial when they were separated, he encountered a demon named Barlok who, despite a sloppy summoning, was still very powerful. Yoonjae remembers how Barlok spoke as if he understood this world and warned that humans were mere puppets whose growing strength would come at a cost. Back in the bath, Yoonjae admits he did not understand the demon's cryptic words but knows for sure that Barlok was an enemy. He concludes that enemies must simply be killed, as they always have been, in order to progress. Yoonggyu agrees that they must focus on moving forward instead of worrying about such questions. He insists he is not worried, joking that he is a changed man, but admits he is curious because demons seem to target the human world. Yoonjae answers that their job is to prevent that invasion from ever happening. Deeply focused, Yoonjae continues reading his diary. The diary's pages reveal a detailed written account of past events. The diary notes that their clan's war against the murderer's clan ended in nominal victory. It reflects that the victory came at a terrible cost, with numerous comrades killed. The narration adds that the broader war was far from over. A memory shows Aryan leading armed forces in that conflict. The text says that any joy over victory quickly faded. The diary describes the grand mountain that separates human lands from the Middle Territory. An ominous scene shows the mountain as flocks of birds scatter from it. The diary recounts that terrifying creatures suddenly surged across that boundary. Yoonjae reads on, his eyes narrowing with determination. He reflects that they must stop such beings before they invade again, meaning there is no time to waste. That night, as Yoonjae tries to sleep with the diary by his side, someone knocks and quietly asks if he and Yoonggyu are awake. The visitor identifies herself as Louise and politely asks them to open the door for a moment. A tense game of Go is underway on the board. One player places another stone, continuing the long match. The long-haired man remarks in disbelief that this situation has occurred. He complains that the game has already gone on for 3 hours, while the other tells him to take his time since it has been a while. The blue-haired man stays silent, focused. Clan leader Baekjeon asks if the other leader is really sending the 2 men to the middle territory. A woman appears carrying a box, arriving to meet 2 young men. She hands them the box, and they curiously ask what it is. Inside are 2 necklaces, which she explains are items given as a reward for resolving the Demon Woods incident. When they hesitate, she insists the reward is small compared to what they did in the Demon Woods. She adds that because they are going to the middle area, having another useful item will help, and the 2 gratefully accept. The 2 men magically appraise their new necklaces. After appraisal, they agree the items are quite good. One man chooses the red necklace, thinking it suits him since he already has magic armor. The other happily takes the blue necklace, an item called of the heavens that stores magic power and can manifest heavenly armor. The woman says she is glad they like the gifts and reveals the clan leader left his post but ordered her and Alvin to pick out good items for them. She explains that the powerful items were crafted by the White Top clan and are worth about a small clan's yearly expenses. The 2 men are shocked by their value and wonder if it is really okay to accept them. She cheerfully tells them to accept since the clan leader will probably never find out. Back at the Go table, the long-haired leader sits thinking. He notes that the 2 are leaving tomorrow and scolds Baekjeon for neglecting his duties so long. Baekjeon replies that his presence would only make it harder for the young men to receive items. He then questions whether sending them off without a proper team is really okay. The long-haired leader plays a stone and says they cannot act directly anyway because they are being watched. Baekjeon grabs more stones, continuing the game. He plays aggressively and asks what will happen if the 2 simply die. The long-haired leader grimly says nothing would change and internally laments that he is losing again. Baekjeon criticizes how casually he speaks about such things. The long-haired leader argues he is not wrong, but Baekjeon reminds him that humanity's current state is largely their fault and must not be forgotten. The long-haired leader solemnly agrees that it is indeed their fault. Baekjeon says that if he understands that, then sending a proper team would have been preferable, implying this is the time to act. The long-haired leader thinks to himself that now is the perfect opportunity. He declares that instead of an incomplete team, sending Walker Alvin alone is the better choice. Baekjeon falls silent, processing this. He eventually accepts the explanation and decides to trust the long-haired leader's judgment. Alvin introduces a middle-area surveyor to the 2 young men, telling them to treat him as their guide. The man introduces himself as Cheon Pyongtaek, a 10-year survivor and surveyor of the middle area. The 2 young men politely introduce themselves to him. Pyongtaek thinks to himself that no matter how hard one works, 1 year of experience is still just 1 year. He is glad stronger allies are coming along but has reservations. He worries that taking such novices into the middle area already makes the situation look bad. Gathering around a map table, he starts explaining the region they will be surveying. He points out their starting city Meloon, the bordering Grand Mountain, and notes they must cross it to reach the middle area. One young man points to a blank section of the map and asks why nothing is drawn there. Pyongtaek explains that area is unexplored territory no one has entered yet, and that is exactly where they are headed. He specifies a marked location where the last survey team was annihilated as their precise destination. This shocks the group, and the main protagonist recognizes the place, prompting concern from the others. He reveals that spot was already where they had planned to go. The veterans find that coincidence suspicious, believing something must be waiting there. Pyongtaek decides that since their destination is set, they should depart immediately. He announces their departure toward the middle area. The scene shifts to the vast and daunting Grand Mountain. Reaching its heights, one of the young men marvels aloud. The group admires the stunning view from the cliff's edge. Pyongtaek warns that such peaceful sights will vanish once they reach the middle area. The protagonist asks why they must cross the dangerous forest, and wonders why they cannot fly over it to avoid monsters. One veteran says they used to think the same but learned otherwise. Pyongtaek explains that flying is impossible because dragons dominate the skies. As they trek through the woods, he describes dragons as being second only to the Demon King and says any encounter with them would be disastrous. He adds that the ground is also perilous, filled with strong monsters, so nowhere is truly safe. Turning back, he reminds them of the dangers they already know. He explains that the middle area is a vast forest separating demons, angels, and humans, a research hotspot where any of the 3 races might appear unexpectedly. He concludes that this unpredictability is why they must stay constantly alert. The party officially steps into the middle area's colossal forest. The blonde veteran notes how enormous the trees are and points out that the reinforced wood they know is harvested from these trees. The protagonist confirms the wood's familiar texture, realizing the connection. Pyongtaek proposes giving the newcomers a small test to gauge their strength. The protagonist dashes forward, readying a powerful blow. He slams his fist into the ground with explosive force, shaking the forest. The impact rips open the canopy above. The blow leaves a massive crater in a tree trunk. The protagonist compares the wood's resistance to something he has cut before, noting the similarity. The noise summons something large approaching, startling the group. They hear ominous sounds and panic, with Pyongtaek blaming the protagonist for calling whatever it is. Confused, the protagonist realizes that his demonstration may have attracted monsters. He protests that he was told it was only a test. Pyongtaek grins and repeats that this is indeed a test. He cheerfully confirms that what is coming is part of that test. He identifies the approaching creatures as small omnivorous bears about 4 meters tall. Around 10 of these bears charge in, described as the most common monsters of the middle area. Pyongtaek explains that these bears sit at the bottom of the local food chain yet possess teeth and claws strong enough to feed on the tough tree bark. He warns the group once more to stay vigilant. The bears roar and attack, and Pyongtaek shouts for the newcomers to do their best. The terrifying bears bare their fangs as they close in. The 2 young men calmly ready their weapons and prepare to fight. Watching, Pyongtaek is stunned and begins to react. Moments later, the fight is over and the boys stand relaxed among the slain bears. Pyongtaek can only stare silently in disbelief. The 2 celebrate their effortless victory, clashing swords playfully. One veteran asks another why he did not warn him about the newcomer's strength. He explains that he wanted Pyongtaek to see their level firsthand, since many still doubt they defeated Jeffrey. Pyongtaek is left speechless by this reasoning. He reflects silently on what he has just witnessed. He notes that normally 3 rankers would be required to handle 10 such bears and that he had planned to intervene if needed. Instead, he realizes the 2 boys have become remarkably strong after only 1 year. He is especially impressed by the protagonist, and hears him ask if this extent of fighting is enough for the test. The protagonist argues that since the bears are supposed to be the weakest monsters here, using only them seems insufficient as a challenge. Pyongtaek wonders uneasily if they are mocking him. He reconsiders, thinking perhaps they simply do not understand how dangerous the bears really are. Looking at the unfazed protagonist, he questions whether the boy is just ignorant of the bear's true strength. Pyongtaek tells everyone to wait, hinting that the real challenges are yet to come. He says there is still much ahead of them in the forest. One young man sheathes his blood-stained sword. The woman healer asks why he is not cleaning it. He explains that his sword, which absorbs blood to grow stronger, is better left that way. The blonde veteran confirms the weapon is known as Muhammad's blood and asks if he can already use its berserker ability. He wonders if the young man is still unfamiliar with the skill, noting that while it greatly boosts attack power, it is very hard to control. The young man admits he has used berserker before but failed to control it. He recalls that after the blade absorbed too much blood, any attempt to use berserker left him unable to control himself, so he can no longer rely on it. The protagonist adds that in the demon woods the boy suffered after recklessly charging ahead while using berserker, which worries the healer. The boy says he was not himself then, but luckily the state did not last long. The blonde veteran asks if he overreached in seeking such power, and the boy answers that for now that may be true. However, he confidently declares that once he fully masters Muhammad's blood, he will be able to stand on his own in battle. Time passes as the forest canopy and sky are shown. Scenes of dead bears imply the group keeps defeating the local monsters with ease. The protagonist and his allies calmly move on past more slain beasts. A caption notes that 6 days have passed. As they continue walking, someone comments that they now encounter fewer bears. Pyongtaek explains this is because bears are at the bottom of the food chain and cannot survive this deep into the forest, and admits he is getting tired after 6 days of marching. The group remains on alert as they proceed. Pyongtaek notes the bears have stopped attacking head-on and are now hiding, waiting for a chance to strike, which keeps the team from resting properly and causes fatigue. He checks whether the 2 younger fighters are still doing fine, and they assure him they are. One boy cheerfully says that after spending over half a year in the demon woods, and with the protagonist's help, dealing with these monsters has been easy. Pyongtaek internally grumbles, calling the boy a brat. Then he smiles, thinking the youngster already behaves like an experienced ranker. Suddenly he notices something ahead that shocks him. He announces that they have reached the starting point of something significant. He explains that beyond the marked trees lies uncharted territory, the unexplored lands. Elsewhere, a magical orb reveals the party's movements to watching demons. 2 archdemons gleefully observe through the orb, noting that humans have returned. The archdemon Ballad hopes this batch of humans is more entertaining than the last. The archdemon Relizia eagerly urges the humans to hurry inside like an excited spectator. Ballad spots the protagonist in the orb and feels he has seen this human before. He asks a bearded human collaborator if he knows who the man is. The collaborator cryptically answers that those people are familiar. He explains they are the same humans who killed Abraham and felled the demon tree, confirming Ballad's memory. The collaborator remarks that since those humans have reached this far, tools remain just tools to be used. Ballad, still wary, wonders if the humans have come to interfere with their plans again. Back in the forest, the healer woman suddenly senses something ominous. She feels a strange presence from above and questions whether it is what she suspects. The protagonist and healer identify a faint but recognizable demonic energy in the area. The blonde veteran concludes that demons have indeed entered this part of the forest, and notes that any demon able to come this deep is dangerous. Pyongtaek says they must assume they could face at least an archdemon, a being just below the demon king, which terrifies him. One of the younger men reacts nervously. He then notices massive claw marks on a tree and points them out, thinking at first they might be from a bear. Observing the mark's enormous size and distance from bear territory, the group realizes something much larger caused them. A heavy, ominous vibration echoes through the forest, making everyone tense. The booming sound intensifies from above. Something massive begins descending from the sky with that same thunderous noise. The party looks up in alarm with weapons drawn as the unseen threat looms overhead. A colossal fanged beast roars menacingly. The enormous purple bear-like monster confronts the human party in the forest. The explorers note it resembles a bear but is far larger than normal and unlike anything known to survive here. The researcher angrily concludes that something is clearly very wrong. Two demons watching through a crystal ball gleefully remark that the situation with the humans has gone awry. The giant bear lets out another furious roar and prepares to attack. The monster slams its claw down as the party scrambles to dodge. One swordsman leaps up toward the attacking limb, ready to strike. He unleashes a powerful sword technique at the monster. The beast counters mid-attack, swatting the swordsman away. The swordsman is flung into the air, shocked by the counter. His comrade shouts to him in alarm while running in. The monster crashes heavily into the ground, shaking the area. Another teammate quickly moves into position. The mage woman begins casting a spell, gathering blue magic in her hands. Her barrier of ice traps and restrains the roaring beast while she warns the swordsman to be careful, and he thanks her. The others check on the swordsman, commenting that the beast is faster than it looks and puzzling over what it is. They decide to let the barrier user and frontliner handle it for now while the monster struggles. The observing knight evaluates this bear as the strongest monster here, difficult even for a skilled ranker. Hearing this, the researcher smiles in relief that their own party is stronger than that. The bear roars again in frustration from within the magic. The knight calmly draws his sword, noting that they are more than just ordinary skilled rankers. The creature is fully encased in a massive cube of ice as the team surrounds it. The mage opens the barrier slightly around the frozen monster as part of their coordinated tactic. She then seals it back, demonstrating precise control while they watch. Some teammates look on in silent amazement at the display. As the knight approaches, the immobilized bear tries to roar but is effortlessly silenced. The knight lightly teases the mage for being slow to put up the initial barrier, and she retorts that she only reacted a bit late. The observer internally praises the knight. Mage duo's combo of trapping with barriers then releasing for perfect attack timing. The researcher wonders aloud how the bear grew so huge and whether it mutated. He notices something odd on the bear's body and moves closer. He plucks a small dark orb from within the beast's fur. Examining it, he recognizes the object with surprise. The knight and mage react in shock to his discovery. He identifies the orb as a demon seed that had been embedded in the bear. The group questions why such a seed was inside the bear and speculates that a demon tree might exist in the middle area. The mage reasons that demons likely exploited the bear's bark-eating habit to infect them with seeds, calling it a shrewd tactic. The protagonist remembers that his original goal in coming to the middle area was to find the demon tree. Recalling his diary, he notes that the demon tree turns local monsters into demons via seeds and that so far only the bears seem affected, so there is still time. He concludes that if they can cut down the demon tree, the monsters will revert to normal and urges haste. The protagonist scans the surrounding forest, searching for signs of the tree. He narrows his eyes, sensing something unusual nearby. His view shifts upward through the canopy where the suspicious area lies. He grips his sword, preparing to act on what he senses. Before the others, he suddenly slashes toward the trees, startling them. His teammates ask what is wrong and whether he sensed something ahead. His strike severs a hidden floating eyeball that had been spying on them. Far away, the demon's crystal sphere that was showing the party begins to crack. One demon angrily reacts as the viewing crystal shatters in his hands. Back at the party, they find the melted remains of the eyeball and puzzle over the disgusting object. They realize from the evidence that someone had been watching them through the eye. The enraged demon curses the human who destroyed his crystal and calls him impudent. The others ask how the protagonist noticed such a thing, and he explains he is highly sensitive to demonic energy and disliked being spied on. The knight predicts that with all these signs they will probably run into an archdemon soon and asks how far their destination is. The researcher falls silent, worried by the implication. He inwardly panics about the idea of meeting an archdemon, while another teammate admits he is scared as well. As their surroundings rustle ominously, the protagonist senses another threat approaching. He mutters a curse as he realizes what is coming. A large pack of demonized bears appears, and he notes how troublesome the situation has become. He starts counting the creatures, watching group after group emerge. The count keeps rising into the teens as even more bears show up. The party estimates that around 40 demon bears now surround them, and amidst this battle looks extremely hard. The knight decides they must flee because there are far too many to fight head-on. The group dashes away through the forest with the pack in pursuit. We see them sprinting at full speed, desperate to escape. While running, they mention using the protagonist as bait but reassure each other that, given his calculated recklessness and skill, he should survive. The researcher still worries about leaving him alone against so many enemies. He steels himself, saying they must focus on their own front for now. As a bear lunges ahead of them, he shouts that they should concentrate on the immediate threat. The mage quickly casts another spell to defend the group. The frontline fighters coordinate, readying weapons to strike at the attackers. One trapped bear smashes frantically against an ice cube barrier while roaring. The knight notes that dealing with this smaller chasing group is manageable. The party watches tensely as they fight off the pursuers. The researcher then glances upward and notices something enormous flying overhead. A massive shadow passes over the forest canopy, leading him to wonder if it is a dragon. The bears continue growling, momentarily distracted. Earlier, the protagonist had volunteered to act as bait so the others could escape. The knight protested that he should join as well, but the protagonist refused. Smiling, the protagonist reveals a magic item called a Fool's Necklace, which lets him temporarily negate all physical damage. Somewhere else, a demon closes his eyes, concentrating on the human's changing magic signatures. The demon senses that one person has split off as bait, and the male demon vows to kill that impudent human for destroying his crystal ball. The smaller demon protests, saying she wanted to kill that human herself. The male demon shrugs that if the humans die here they were not worthy opponents anyway, and she reluctantly agrees. He remarks that the fleeing humans will probably survive, unlike the bait who stayed behind. The demons note that the forest is the bear's hunting ground, implying the bait is in grave danger. Meanwhile, the protagonist sprints through that forest with the demon bears thundering after him. He races toward a sheer cliff or giant tree wall, drawing the pack along. A bear crashes down on him, but its attack strangely passes through his body thanks to the necklace. As he runs on unharmed, he confirms that the Fool's Necklace works as intended. He realizes the item allows him to phase through all physical barriers, so evading bears this way is easy. One giant bear's swipe harmlessly passes through him while he continues running. The frustrated beast smashes the ground where it thinks it hit him. The bear looks confused that its attack had no effect. The protagonist calmly stands amid the bears, confident he can ignore any physical strikes. One bear begins to falter, giving off steam or smoke as its leg gives way. A description appears of another artifact, 98 Time Rewind, which lets the user control their own time like a great mage's masterpiece. Time distorts as a bear roars and the protagonist manipulates events in an instant. He reflects that while the foolishness state also makes his attacks ineffective, he can cancel it at the moment of striking, and though it drains magic heavily he can still fight without being injured. The forest quiets after the slaughter of many bears, their roars fading into the canopy. Back in the demon's hall, the male demon grows furious that someone is wiping out all his bears. They deduce that the one killing the bears is the human who stayed behind as bait, and note that he must be very strong. A human collaborator suggests that if the bait is that strong, he might be a particular individual. He identifies the powerful human as Walker Alvin, a top fighter famous for capturing Shiftmen alive. The demons become excited on learning this, and the smaller demon begs to be allowed to kill that human herself. The male demon casually grants her permission, saying the result will be the same regardless. He looks forward to meeting such a strong opponent, and vows that if Walker survives to reach them they will personally kill him. Suddenly magic lines flare throughout the shrine, signaling that someone has arrived. The demons and their human ally react eagerly, realizing Walker is approaching. Meanwhile, the other party members wonder how they reached the shrine so fast as they stand before a magical barrier at its entrance. The view shifts back to the forest canopy where the protagonist had run earlier. His footsteps show he has safely returned to ground level. He notes with relief that he survived but realizes he has wandered too far and is now lost. Spotting sword marks on a tree, he recalls that Mr. Alvin promised to leave trail signs. However, the overabundance of such slashes everywhere leaves him unsure which way to go. A rustling sound alerts him to something nearby. A new monstrous, icy-looking beast suddenly appears right behind him. He swiftly draws his sword to attack the threat. Before the strike lands, a blue-haired stranger catches the blade with his bare hand. The protagonist is shocked to see his sword effortlessly stopped by this barefoot man. The stranger remarks that the protagonist is quite fierce, and says such a blow would have killed him if he were human. The protagonist is stunned that the man caught his reinforced strike with just his hand. The stranger, unfazed, says the attack actually hurt, and insists he is not here to fight, asking the protagonist to lower his sword. When questioned, he confirms that he is indeed not human as implied earlier. He reveals his true identity as a dragon, astonishing the protagonist. A narration explains that little is known about dragons, though a few solid facts exist. The dragon says he heard from the others that a companion was nearby, realized that must be the protagonist, and that he had already passed by the rest of the party. The narration adds that first, dragons are very few in number. The protagonist urgently asks whether his friends are safe, while the dragon complains that someone thousands of years younger should speak more respectfully. The narration's second fact states that each dragon is strong enough to rival the Demon King. The dragon casually assures him that the group should have reached their destination safely because he personally guided them. The narration continues with a third, yet unstated fact. The protagonist recalls that dragons normally isolate themselves from other races and confronts the dragon about why he is with them. He directly asks why this dragon is helping humans at all. The narration states that dragons usually maintain strict neutrality. The dragon muses that it is interesting how easily the protagonist believed he was a dragon, and notes that he can also sense something non-human about the protagonist. He explains that he stays in human form because his original form comes with many inconveniences and living like this is easier. Then, remembering the question, he starts to answer why he is offering help. He corrects the protagonist, saying the assumption is wrong. The dragon clarifies that rather than him helping the humans, they will actually be helping him with his own objective. Elsewhere, the rest of the party marvels that such a hidden place exists in the middle area. They stand before a massive shrine-like structure towering over them. Unsure whether to wait for Yunjae, they decide they cannot waste time and choose to investigate the shrine first. The researcher apologetically admits he is unfamiliar with this kind of place and would be useless as a guide. The knight asks Louise to use her magic to scan the shrine's interior, and she agrees. The researcher, feeling overshadowed, laments his own worth as a surveyor while a friend consoles him. Louise places her hands on the barrier, sending magical waves through it. The magic expands in concentric circles, and someone explains she is mapping the entire building from the outside. Narration notes that though Louise is not suited for direct combat, her magical power is immense. She says that with some time she will be able to fully analyze the shrine's interior, while the dejected surveyor quietly reconsiders his role. At a grand stone complex near the forest, the scene shifts to the area where the party is exploring. The mage woman senses something disturbing and begins to sweat nervously. She tells the armored leader that she has detected a demon tree. Probing further, she reports that there are not just a few but enough demon trees to form a small forest, and mentions another room beyond them. She reveals that in the adjacent room she senses 2 demons and 1 human, worrying they might be archdemons. The leader wonders why a human is with demons and guesses they are affiliated with the murderous clan. As she continues sensing, the mage suddenly clutches her head from overusing magic and her comrade hurries to support her. She urgently yells that something is happening right now. She then announces that the demons are heading toward them as flying archdemons rush in. The wall explodes and the party reels back in shock as enemies burst through. 2 archdemons emerge excited to have prey, while one of them calmly tells the other to settle down. The humans recognize their horns and wings as proof they are archdemons and curse the sudden danger. The female archdemon calls out for Walker Alvin, surprising him when she asks if he is present. A surge of power signals the start of the clash. One warrior engages the excited female archdemon in a fierce initial exchange. Alvin intercepts her attack and criticizes her impatience. She laughs, praises his strength, and says she likes him while pressing the assault. Alvin counterattacks and drives her back through the air. Alvin assesses the situation, noting that fighting 2 archdemons at once will be difficult with their current numbers. Footsteps announce the arrival of someone new. Alvin notices and reacts to the newcomer. A man he recognizes as Turner appears beside the demons, and Turner coolly tells him to figure out for himself why he is there. Alvin realizes from his presence that Turner has been the traitor all along. Turner denies being their ally, claiming he has nothing to do with the demons even as he stands with them. One archdemon asks Turner if he can kill the humans, and Turner sarcastically replies that he does not need Turner's permission. Alvin's group steals themselves while Alvin says he only asked out of formality. The male archdemon invites them to come at him, mocking how quickly they arrived and suggesting they must be eager to die. Grinning, he vows to rip apart the one who destroyed his crystal ball. He realizes that the human he expected is missing and wonders why that person is not here. Elsewhere in the forest, a blue-haired man is asked what he means by needing help. The blue-haired man asks the black-haired swordsman's party to wipe out all the demon trees in the middle area because he dislikes demons roaming there. He adds that turning cute animals into monstrous demon beasts disgusts him, while the swordsman questions his idea of cute. The blue-haired man warns that if the demons keep planting trees, the neutral middle area will become demon territory and insists it must stay neutral. He explains that his own side cannot make the first move, so he wants the swordsman's group to eliminate both the demon trees and the demons there. He opens a path for the swordsman, assuring him that his companions are waiting, so he should go without worry. The swordsman silently considers this request. Reflecting on the man's motives, he wonders if someone so strong values life at all, since he joined in only because he now has a reason. The blue-haired man looks puzzled by the swordsman's reaction. The swordsman resolves to think positively, believing the tragedy written in the diary has been averted and that with the dragon's conditional help the future has already changed. He thanks the blue-haired man, saying their help made finding the demon trees easy, while the other notes it benefits him as well. The blue-haired man asks if he knows what kind of place the shrine is, realizes Aryan told him nothing, and hints there is more he is unaware of. Saying it does not matter, the blue-haired man departs abruptly, leaving the swordsman calling after him. Left alone at the canyon entrance, the swordsman calls Aryan's name in confusion. Aryan is then shown watching from above on a tree branch. From his vantage point, Aryan observes the swordsman below and muses about the appearance of a new key, wondering how to handle it. Another blue-haired figure questions the idea of a key and identifies it as referring to that human. A blue-haired woman arrives and asks if that is why he helped the swordsman, but he replies he mostly acted because he disliked ballad disturbing things. He asks why she is there, and she replies that the king of the heavens has begun acting strangely. Hearing that even divine forces are moving, he agrees to leave with her. Before going, he glances back once more at the canyon. Aryan quietly expresses hope that the swordsman will indeed become the key. He finishes that thought, wishing the swordsman will end a long, exhausting war. Back at the shrine, a sword strike drops from above. The female archdemon lunges at Alvin, eager for more combat. Their clash continues, with the two trading rapid blows. Alvin blocks another assault while the mage maintains a protective barrier. Louise keeps casting, striving to reinforce Alvin with magic. The male archdemon watches calmly, wings spread, preparing to join in. His tail whips out and batters Alvin's defenses, shocking the party. One fighter charges Turner, demanding to know why he betrayed mankind, while someone shouts his name. Turner parries and counterattacks, sending one of the humans flying. The combatants reposition quickly across the shattered floor. Turner claims he is not a traitor, insisting his alliance with demons is only about survival and asking if they still do not understand. Two of the younger fighters are stunned by his words and the ominous feeling in the air. Alvin catches his breath and refocuses amid the chaos. The male archdemon taunts Alvin's earlier feats, says he seems weaker than rumored, and Alvin analyzes the demon's extending, cut-resistant tail that makes approaching difficult. Alvin thinks that fighting just this demon would be manageable, but the situation is complicated by more factors. He notes there are two archdemons, with the female specializing in close-quarters combat enhanced by her body reinforcement. He observes an ominous secondary ability manifesting on top of her physical power. Alvin realizes that she can regenerate any wounds he inflicts, making her nearly impossible to disable. Frustrated, he thinks about how troublesome this endless regeneration is. He also notes that Louise is drained from the earlier search and will struggle just to keep supporting him with magic. Alvin nevertheless charges forward again with renewed determination. Both archdemons rush to intercept him, intending to overwhelm him together. Explosions of light and shattered barriers fill the hall as their battle escalates. Alvin hacks through attacks, giving it everything he has. Louise urges Kim Yunjae to hurry and join the fight. The male archdemon notices Yunjae's movement. His tail lashes out at high speed across the battlefield. The tail spears toward Louise as she struggles to maintain her barrier. Her shield shatters under the strike. The tail continues toward her exposed body. Louise looks at the glowing bracelet that suddenly reacts in alarm. A bandaged hand, Yunjae's, reaches in, blocking the attack just in time. Alvin cries out that Yunjae has arrived, while the male archdemon recognizes him as the troublesome human. Their comrades turn with relieved smiles upon seeing Yunjae. Yunjae asks Louise if she is hurt as he restrains the tail, and she shakily says she is fine. The camera briefly pans to the temple exterior where the clash continues inside. The male archdemon confronts Yunjae, realizing he is the one who destroyed his crystal and killed his bears. Yunjae confirms that these are the demons who had been spying on them, and warns his allies that the man is an archdemon who has repeatedly sabotaged their plans. The archdemon charges, eager to see if Yunjae can stop him again. Louise warns Yunjae that the tail is a deadly weapon, not just an ordinary appendage. Yunjae steps forward, declaring that he will personally handle this demon. He dashes straight into the tail's path, asking Louise to support Alvin instead. A description of Yunjae's item, a fool's necklace, explains that by spending mana he can activate a skill called Foolishness that lets all physical attacks pass harmlessly through him. As the tail pierces his body under the skill, Yunjae closes in and shocks the archdemon. He capitalizes on the surprise, slashing the demon and knocking him back. The demon realizes Yunjae is using a powerful human item with a useful ability. However, he mocks Yunjae, saying reliance on such items makes humans weak, and unleashes a surge of dark purple flames. Bathed in demonic fire, he soars upward, preparing a devastating attack. Yunjae strikes through the flames and wounds the demon, who spits purple blood. Their weapons clash again in a dazzling exchange of power. The archdemon admits that Yunjae repeatedly foiling their schemes is not mere coincidence. Yunjae evaluates him as extremely dangerous, realizing even magic armor or reinforcement may not withstand the demon's power. Sensing demonic energy from Yunjae, the archdemon questions whether he swallowed a demon seed, but Yunjae denies it, leaving him confused. The archdemon silently wonders what exactly Yunjae is, feeling an unusual aura unlike any human he has met. He hesitates, silently mulling over this unsettling impression. Deciding that regardless of the mystery Yunjae must die, the archdemon gathers power, saying he will dissect the corpse later. He erupts in immense purple flames that tower over the hall, startling Yunjae. Yunjae first thinks the demon is burning his own body, then realizes it is something even more ominous. The black and purple flames intensify, warping the surroundings. Hooved legs step out from within the demonic blaze. A new, more imposing demon voice complains about the discomfort of the current body. A mounted armored demon knight emerges from the flames, saying both the borrowed body and the flames themselves are unsatisfying. Yunjae faces this new foe but steels himself, beginning to respond. The mounted demon remarks that despite his complaints, this power is excellent for killing and invites Yunjae to enjoy the impending fight. Elsewhere, weapons clash as Turner duels the other humans. Turner blocks another attack with skill born from his newly revealed demonic nature. Two party members charge together to confront him. Turner slams his weapon into the ground, unleashing a shockwave. He laments that the fight is dragging on, and says he did not want to resort to his next move. Turner notes he may die if his battle outlasts those of Ballad or Relesia, implying a dangerous trump card. The others sense a sudden spike of demonic energy from Turner, and react in fear. A blood-red aura and ominous sounds signal his transformation. One ally stares at Turner in horror, realizing something is happening to him. Long demonic horns erupt from Turner's head. Fully transformed, Turner stands as a horned demon, and Alvin remarks that Turner apparently was never truly human. Exhausted, Louise pants heavily after overexerting herself. She collapses to the ground, thinking that her body will not obey after using too much magic at once. Meanwhile, Yunjae is chased around the arena by the mounted demons sweeping purple flames. Louise despairs at being useless while others are fighting for their lives. She looks at her comrades battling desperately against Turner and the archdemons and feels guilty. She resolves instead to focus on restoring her magic power as quickly as possible. One ally shouts at Turner, accusing him of abandoning his humanity, and asking if he thinks he can ever return to the real world after this betrayal. Turner ignores the moral rebuke and charges forward with demonic speed. He mercilessly beats down the humans in a flurry of strikes. Drawing back his fist, Turner prepares another heavy blow. He slams into one of them at close range, dealing a brutal strike. The man coughs blood and pain. His young companion screams for him as another explosion erupts nearby. Yunjae questions the distracted ally, asking what he is looking at. The ally spins around with his sword, reacting to the warning. He barely manages to intercept another attack from the female archdemon. Alvin keeps slashing fiercely to keep her at bay. She blocks and counters with equal ferocity, eyes gleaming with excitement. Alvin realizes something mid-fight as his eyes widen. The archdemon dives again, and Alvin parries, but the battle wears on. She then fires a powerful ranged blast that forces Alvin to dodge. Catching his breath, Alvin admits aloud that the fight is not easy, while the archdemon taunts him about tiring already. She grins manically, saying the battle is incredibly fun and urging him to keep fighting even more. The armored man admits his plan to exhaust the demon's regeneration by slicing him repeatedly has failed. He notes that even when he mutilates the demon and exposes his insides, the demon keeps regenerating, which the demon cheerfully confirms. The man lists the demon's vital points, focusing on the neck, heart, and head. He explains those are the most critical human organs and concludes the demon likely shares those vulnerabilities. The demon dismissively asks what the man is getting at. The knight lunges forward and attacks with his sword. He says he just needs to land a cut on one of those vital spots and strikes the demon's chest, startling him. The mounted horned demon charges powerfully, his lance ready. While fleeing from a torrent of purple flames, the knight is taunted to stop running and fight. The pursuing demon gleefully bears down on him with fanged excitement. The fleeing knight is told to face the demon arrogantly like before. The rider's horse lands forcefully, continuing the pursuit. Another knight intercepts, leaping up toward the mounted demon through the flames. The horned rider viciously swings at this new opponent in close quarters. The knight is overwhelmed by a massive blast of purple energy. Using conjured platforms, the black-haired knight sprints through the air toward the rider. He dives down at the armored demon from above to strike. The mounted demon grimaces in pain as the blow lands. The black-haired knight watches intently, gauging the situation. The rider again floods the field with fiery purple energy, knocking the knight back. The knight activates his magic armor skill to withstand the assault, and internally notes how absurdly strong the demon is. He analyzes the enemy's lance and horse as firejet weapons and realizes he cannot win in a straightforward clash. Determined, he charges once more despite the disadvantage. Focusing his sight with magic armor, he thinks he can now perceive something crucial. He references the time rewind skill, visualizing himself rewinding his own movements amid the flames. The mounted demon is suddenly confused by an unexpected change in the knight's actions. The demon's horse starts spewing purple flames, intensifying the chaos. The rider again unleashes a roaring wave of fire down the hall. The knight realizes this demon behaves in a particular way and begins to form a theory. The demon's eyes glow ominously as he prepares another overwhelming attack. The knight judges that the demon has only ever fought from a position of guaranteed victory, and is now screaming as that certainty crumbles. The demon cries out in pain as the knight's counterattack destabilizes him. The knight concludes the demon relied on overwhelming strength and is vulnerable once that advantage is disrupted. He mocks the demon for merely spewing flames whenever cornered and questions that supposed omnipotence. Because of this habit, the knight notes, even a mere human can exploit the demon's predictability. He further provokes the demon, asking what it means if such a powerful being is pushed around by a human, enraging him. Observing, the knight notes that the demon is easily agitated. The furious demon vows to burn everything down as he charges again with his lance. The knight decides that the demon's volatility makes his actions easy to read. The knight activates magic armor again while closing in on the charging rider. The demon is shocked as his expectations are shattered. The knight guesses the demon is wondering how he can be losing despite being stronger. He tells the demon that assumption is wrong. The knight declares that true strength is something else entirely as he channels power into his sword. A description box reveals the distortion skill, which lets him freely manipulate his magic and demonic circuits. He proclaims that true strength belongs to the victor and delivers a powerful sword slash at the rider. The demon begins to protest as the glowing blade cleaves down toward him. The knight's glowing hand firmly grips the sword, reinforcing the decisive strike. His expression shows grim resolve as he follows through. The battle ends with the rider and his horse lying dead amid lingering purple flames while the knight stands over them. Breathing hard, the knight looks at the fallen demon, realizing the fight is over. He collapses backward with relief, exhaling after the deadly struggle. Sitting on the ground, he reflects that he survived only by luck, that missing his last blow would have killed him, and he wonders how strong the demon kings must be if an archdemon was this powerful. Looking around, he suddenly remembers his comrades. Seeing them safe, he relaxes and smiles slightly. The blonde knight comments that he did not need to intervene and that targeting the demon's vitals was indeed the right strategy. Facing a smaller demon whose body is now battered, he notes that her regeneration has slowed significantly. When she asks how this happened, he says the answer is obvious. He explains that her movement patterns have changed. He insists the explanation is simple. He reveals that once he told her he would aim only for vital points, she focused her defense there and neglected other areas. He continues that by obsessively guarding those spots, she left openings elsewhere and even began fighting more timidly. Smirking, he calls her an inexperienced novice, further angering her. She screams at him to shut up and charges wildly. As she rushes, he prepares to counterattack. He taunts her by asking which arm he should cut off this time. He points out that just a few provocative words made her lose control again as she gasps in rage and pain from renewed wounds. Leveling his sword at her, he tells her this will be the end. He rushes in and delivers a finishing blow that slices her in two. Elsewhere in the hall, another knight watches in stunned disbelief at the intensity of the battles. With wide eyes he wonders what is going on. The berserk ally laughs maniacally as he charges the traitorous horned warrior. The scholarly knight realizes he blacked out briefly and guesses his comrade entered berserker mode in that instant. Clutching his chest, he notes that such a reckless mode is unusable in normal combat. Watching the berserker slash furiously, he recalls being warned that the sword would consume its user and remarks that his friend seems like a completely different person. He admits he himself is in no condition to fight but is relieved that they appear to be winning. As he says this, the berserk swordsman savagely attacks the traitor. The berserker pins the horned man down and exults that the fight is becoming more exciting. He raises his sword to deliver a killing thrust to the traitor's throat. The traitor grimaces, gripping the berserker's neck to resist. The berserker howls as he is wounded in the struggle. Nonetheless, he continues his frenzied assault, slashing again. The horned traitor reels from the blow, shocked and bleeding. Watching him slowly recover, another ally comments with disgust on his tenacious vitality. The berserker excitedly announces he is charging back in. Suddenly, the horned man drops his sword, puzzling the berserker. Standing still, the traitor declares he has lost and refuses to fight further, inviting them to kill him or not as they wish. Addressing the gathered party, he calmly acknowledges that they have lost this battle. When the berserker protests, the black-haired knight knocks him out, telling him to rest. Another ally praises the group for managing to repel two archdemons, while someone else says they were easier than expected and another admits he truly thought he would die. The blonde knight tells the captured traitor they will spare him if he answers their questions, and the traitor infers they otherwise intend to kill him. He replies that his fate depends on how he answers. Asked why he betrayed humanity to side with the demons, he answers cryptically that they will soon learn the reason. He claims flatly that humans cannot win this war, prompting the blonde knight to demand clarification. Bleeding, the traitor concedes they may have won this day but ominously predicts that in the end humanity will lose the war. Before they can question him further, he collapses dead, shocking the onlookers. The mage examines the body and deduces his magic circuitry was reversed, a common form of magical suicide. They conclude he never intended to give real answers and puzzle over his statement that humans can never win. Holding the unconscious berserker, the black-haired knight curses that the traitor accomplished nothing but confusing them. The bespectacled ally reasons that the man likely was not just talking about raw power and that something else is at play. The mage worries that if humans cannot win, they might never return to their original world. Deciding speculation is pointless, the blonde knight says they should focus on their mission and cut down the demon trees. The mage agrees nervously, and the group prepares to move out. Someone volunteers to lead the way through the ruins. The party walks together down the corridor toward their next objective. The mage suddenly tells them to wait, sensing something. She points out a magically sealed room protected by a powerful preservation spell. Calling the preservation magic strange, she suggests they investigate and begins opening the door. The blonde knight steps in first with the others close behind. He freezes in shock, saying what he sees is astonishing. They discover a chamber whose walls and ceiling are entirely covered with unknown writing. Walking inside, they remark that the whole room is filled with these symbols, none of which they understand. The black-haired knight, still carrying his friend, wonders if this is all there is and finds it unimpressive. The mage insists the writing must be important even if she cannot interpret it, and suggests they handle the demon trees first and return later. The blonde knight notices a change in the black-haired knight's expression. Startled, he demands to know what is wrong as the black-haired knight reacts strongly to the writing. The black-haired knight hesitantly starts to speak. He reveals that what they thought were meaningless drawings are actually words he can read. He suspects the bracelet he wears is what allows him to understand the script. The others compare it to the mysterious item from Abraham and agree the bracelet is no ordinary object, asking him what it reveals while the berserker cheers him on. Later, the berserker wakes up restored to himself, saying he came back to normal while unconscious and is asked about his wounds. He reports that although berserker mode makes him black out, it seems to accelerate his healing, and he resolves to master this risky but useful skill. Looking around the inscribed chamber, he asks what the place is and why the walls are covered in strange writing. The blonde knight cuts to the point, asking how long it will take the black-haired knight to read everything. The answer is that it will require considerable time. The blonde knight confirms the demon trees are not far and that they can be reached by walking straight from here. He proposes they handle the demon trees while the black-haired knight stays behind to read, asking him to join them afterward. The blonde knight scoffs that it is ironic for the black-haired knight to worry about his safety. The black-haired knight agrees to the plan and says they will reunite soon. Outside the room, the mage feels along a stone wall to locate the demon tree's position. She tells them the trees lie beyond that wall, and the blonde knight urges everyone to finish the task quickly and return. The blonde knight charges forward, preparing to smash through the wall. He punches through it with explosive force, creating a huge opening. Looking through the rubble, the party is stunned by what lies beyond. They see an immense forest of monstrous demon trees and remark on the unbelievable sight. Among the trunks, glowing demon beasts appear, confirming the area is heavily guarded. More of the luminescent beasts emerge, and they realize felling the trees while battling these monsters will be difficult. The mage traps the beasts in icy cubes, buying them time. She vows to hold the monsters off as long as possible, and the blonde knight orders the others to start the operation. Standing before a colossal demon tree, the blonde knight and mage prepare for its destruction. The blonde knight grips his sword firmly, ready to strike. With a powerful slash, he cuts through the huge trunk, causing the demon tree to topple. The scene shifts to a peaceful lone tree atop a cliff in another region. A black-haired martial artist named Kim Jin-suk, titled Past the Heavens, sits meditating by that tree. Sensing someone's arrival, he opens his eyes and asks the visitor why he has come. A blonde-robed man greets him by name, saying he simply wanted to see an old friend. Kim Jin-suk ignores the pleasantries and asks what really happened, and the visitor says he believes the key has reappeared. Kim Jin-suk's expression hardens at this revelation. The visitor repeats himself with a sly smile, asking if Kim heard what he said. Kim Jin-suk solemnly reiterates that he believes the legendary key has resurfaced. Back in the inscription room, the black-haired knight is surrounded by floating characters as he reads, observing that although the amount of information is immense, its core content is simpler than expected. The world consists of 3 opposing races: humans, demons, and angels. These 3 races wage war over the Holy Grail, each possessing a special key needed to obtain it. A dark-haired warrior reacts skeptically, asking if what he just heard is serious. The blonde man insists he is serious, and says a certain person might be able to correct their past mistakes. Narration explains that the Holy Grail can only be claimed by using one of these keys. Therefore, any race that loses its key is unable to obtain the Holy Grail. The blonde man recounts that after humans lost their key, they abandoned their ambitions and hid the truth. He explains that once a key fulfills a specific requirement, it earns the authority to claim the Holy Grail. The blonde man now believes they can change their situation by getting the Holy Grail. Yoon-jae thinks to himself that if he can just obtain the Holy Grail. The blonde man says that by using the key to acquire the Holy Grail, he reveals that the Grail can grant any wish the key's wielder desires. A massive boulder crashes down, signaling the end of a battle. A cheerful fighter raises his sword and shouts that they have destroyed the last enemy. From above, the leader thanks everyone for their hard work after the battle. The purple-haired woman reports that the bears are dispersing now that the demon trees they were bound to have been cut down. Their superior praises the team, remarking that the 5 of them completed the mission. The others happily note they defeated 2 archdemons and the demon trees and decide to rest until Yoon-jae returns. One armored man quietly adjusts his sleeve, preparing something. When asked what he is doing, the bespectacled man says he must record everything on a map as part of his surveyor duties. Someone marvels at how professional the surveyor is as he works. The group watches him draw, intrigued by seeing cartography for the first time. Yoon-jae returns through a broken wall, apologizing for being a bit late. The others say it is fine and ask Yoon-jae if he read everything in the mysterious room and what was written there. The surveyor silently considers whether to reveal what he learned. Another teammate walks off, saying he is going to go ask Yoon-jae as well. The scene shifts to the imposing castle that serves as their clan's base. Footsteps echo as someone walks purposefully through the hallways. The anxious pacing continues, emphasizing the person's worry. Inside a room, a man admits he is anxious because Sir Walker Alvin's party has been gone to the middle area for a month without news. As they fret over the dangerous middle area, someone suddenly notices Alvin's party has just returned. Alvin, Yoon-jae, and their comrades stride into the hall as someone calls out to Sir Walker Alvin and Lady Louise. Alvin's acquaintance joyfully greets him for returning safely, while Alvin says he has come to meet the clan leader. Surprised the visit is so soon after their return, the friend questions him as Alvin insists he must go now. Alvin says there is something he must ask the clan leader immediately. Louise, drinking tea, confesses that she still cannot calm her nerves. She and another teammate, also uneasy, wonder if the mission truly ended and ask where the surveyor went. Louise explains that the surveyor said the matter no longer concerned him and left alone, which worries her companion. Another member wonders what the clan leader is like and comments that he does not seem entirely trustworthy. Louise admits she barely knows the clan leader because he has done nothing for a long time, reiterating that the first generation hardly intervenes. She lists notable first-generation members, including Kim Jin-suk, Baek Cheon, Aryan, and Emily of the murderer clan, saying none of them are currently active. Her companion confirms that Emily is indeed a woman and that, despite being first generation, she somehow became head of the murderer clan. They speculate whether Emily was a criminal even in the real world but admit little is known about her. Louise concludes that Emily's actions and whereabouts are shrouded in mystery even after the murderer clan fell. Elsewhere, a cabinet of bottles rattles as someone prepares drinks. The blonde clan leader offers Yunjae and Alvin tea or beer while Yunjae declines, saying he is fine. The leader comments on Yunjae's consistency and sets beer on the table to at least create a relaxed atmosphere. Yunjae decides to speak plainly and prepares to ask him a direct question. He asks the clan leader if he is hiding something from them. The clan leader grows serious and asks what Yunjae learned in the temple room. Yunjae recounts meeting a dragon there who recognized the leader and claimed he was concealing something. The clan leader, startled, confirms that Yunjae indeed reached the temple. Yunjae presses him about whether he read the crucial inscription and concludes that the leader does know the truth. The leader admits that if the inscription is accurate, he bows deeply and apologizes to Yunjae and Alvin. Shocked, they listen as he begins confessing they have lied to everyone up until now. He explains they misled people into believing that defeating demons and angels would earn the Holy Grail and a way home, when that is not how things work. He reveals that, in reality, humans never had any chance of winning the Holy Grail war. He adds that this was true only until Yunjae appeared, implying that Yunjae changed their odds. The leader explains there is an indispensable element for surviving the war, namely the key needed to claim the Grail. He then declares that Yunjae himself is that key, proven by his ability to read the writing in the temple room. Preparing to reveal everything, the leader says he will now share the secret the first generation has long concealed. He narrates that the first generation arrived in this world already powerful. They easily adapted to the parallel world without trouble. Even reaching the same temple the newer party visited posed no difficulty for them. Inside that script-covered room they discovered who the key was and learned the fundamental truth of how this world operates. Overjoyed, they realized that earning the Holy Grail would allow them to return to their original world. But that discovery also marked the beginning of their misfortunes. On their way back, the first generation encountered a formidable dragon. Overconfident from prior victories, they launched a reckless all-out attack against it. Though they managed to kill the dragon, Yunjae exclaims in disbelief upon hearing they faced such a creature. The leader reveals that their designated key died during that battle. From then on everything went downhill, and knowing what happens to a race that loses its key, they did their utmost to hide that truth. Alvin reasons that if demons or angels learned humans had lost their key, humanity might have been annihilated. The leader adds that they also kept the truth from other humans, fearing people would lose hope and destroy one another, so they simply urged everyone to survive and somehow obtain the Grail. He says they initially told themselves this deception was only temporary, believing a new key would eventually appear. However, years and then decades passed without a new key. Alvin notes that the key never reappeared and asks if that is why the first generation ceased their activities. The leader agrees, saying they saw no point in acting rashly without a goal, though they maintained order by forming and managing clans. Alvin says he now understands the situation. He then asks the leader what he intends to do from this point on. Yunjae reminds him that the key has finally appeared again and suggests it is time for the leader to change as well. Encouraged, the leader resolves to return to his former proactive self, saying there is no reason for him to remain stagnant. Someone firmly takes hold of a beer mug, ready to toast this renewed resolve. Alvin jokes that the leader should have explained everything earlier, but says he is glad to see him differently now. The leader smiles quietly, still processing his guilt. He reflects that regardless of the reasons, they have lied to countless people by giving them false hope and wonders if it was truly right. Alvin responds that it is not too late to change course. Yunjae adds that what matters most is correcting their path before going further astray. Alvin promises that as long as the leader has not given up, he will always be ready to fight alongside him. The clan leader is grateful for their support and thanks them. The three men clink their mugs together and vow to do their best from here on out. Later, someone casually asks Yunjae what he thinks about eventually becoming the new clan head, and he immediately refuses. On a distant cliff, wind howls as a voice announces that Ballad is dead. A hooded figure reports that Relesia and Turner have also died and that their demon tree plan in the middle area has failed. Looking out over the landscape, Emily listens and learns that Alvin, Louise, and the two new Tower clan reserves were responsible. She dismissively notes that the setback was their work and questions why it matters. Emily, revealed as the murderer clan head, asks what her contact is really trying to tell her. The hooded demon admits all their schemes have failed and declares that his people will now pursue their own course. Emily coldly muses about how long a demon would last if cut apart piece by piece from the feet upward. The demon nervously asks if she is threatening him and reminds her she is no longer human. Emily replies she knows that and, since they no longer need her, she feels the same and is relieved. Power surges as she attacks, blasting the demon away. The cloaked demon begins to warn she will regret this. His words are cut off as she slices him apart in an instant. Walking away, Emily states that human or demon, anyone dies if you cut them to pieces. Sitting down to adjust her footwear, she notes that given the current state of affairs, she concludes that her only option is to find her own path forward. Back at the clan house, Yunjae lies on his bed, resting after everything that happened. He sleeps deeply, unaware of time passing. Someone knocks on his door and calls out to ask if he is awake. Yunjae jolts up, answering that he is awake. He opens the door to see Alvin waiting outside. Alvin comments that Yunjae must have been tired to sleep so long, and Yunjae agrees he slept soundly. Alvin says he had been searching for Yunjae, surprised he was in his room the whole time, and Yunjae realizes he really had slept for quite a while. Yunjae mentally scolds himself for sleeping so deeply that he did not even hear the knocking. Alvin tells him the clan leader wants to speak with him and instructs him to wash up and come down in 2 hours, which Yunjae accepts. Alvin departs, closing the door behind him. Yunjae reasons that if Aryan needs him now, it must concern their next objective. He reflects that as the key he is central to tracking down the Holy Grail when he suddenly notices something odd. He looks at his wrist and sees that his magical shackle has changed. The shackles of Zahar have evolved again, greatly amplifying his magic and reducing its consumption. A status window explains that the shackles of Zahar, now rank A+, grow stronger by consuming his magic and can freely channel stored magic to boost the power and defense of his weapons. Yunjae notes the expected boosts but is amazed that he can now freely use any magic the shackles absorb. He imagines using that ability to unleash powerful lightning spells. He also pictures himself wielding devastating demonic energy stored in the shackles. Concluding from these visions, he believes he will be able to fight even more effectively. He pulls up his status window and focuses on his own stats. Noticing his stamina lagging behind, he realizes that attribute has barely increased lately. Comparing, he sees his magic and demonic energy already exceed 100 and concludes he needs to raise stamina, or he will not be able to handle his strength. He recalls Alvin's advice that fighters who rely on their bodies should balance their stats instead of focusing solely on magic. Frustrated, Yunjae wonders what good all this magic is if he cannot yet use it efficiently. He now fully appreciates Alvin's earlier lecture about maintaining synergy between magic and stamina for body-based fighters like them. Wondering how Alvin keeps all his stats equal, Yunjae contemplates how to emulate that balance. He pauses, sweating slightly as he thinks. Deciding to stay optimistic, he tells himself that having room for improvement is not a bad thing. Looking again at the shackle window full of question marks, he wonders what hidden abilities still remain undiscovered. Time passes and he and Alvin head to the clan house's middle floor, where Alvin says they have arrived. Entering a dining room, they are welcomed and told they are late and the others have already finished eating. Yunjae is puzzled by the unfamiliar face at the table. The masked shoulder swordsman also wonders who Yunjae is. Alvin in turn asks who that unfamiliar man is. The leader introduces the newcomer as Kim Jin-suk and asks if they have heard of him. Yunjae reacts with shock at hearing Jin-suk's name. He recalls that among the surviving first generation, Jin-suk alone has stayed unaffiliated with any clan. Alvin adds that Jin-suk is reputed to be the strongest individual in this world, equivalent in power to an entire large clan. Jin-suk himself wonders why someone like him has come to this clan's hall. Aryan invites everyone to relax and take a seat around the table, and Yunjae agrees. Yunjae silently questions why a supposedly unaffiliated man like Jin-suk is here. He concludes that Jin-suk's presence must be connected to him being the key. The protagonist and Kim Jin-suk silently size each other up. Someone calmly pours tea while saying he has already told the other first-generation members about the protagonist. The clan leader explains that Jin-suk was the first to come when he heard about the key. Jin-suk states that he came because he intends to mentor the protagonist. The protagonist, surprised, repeats the idea of Jin-suk mentoring him. Jin-suk bluntly warns that if the protagonist dies like the previous key it will cause serious trouble. The protagonist is left speechless by this harsh remark. The clan leader says the decision to accept Jin-suk as mentor is ultimately up to the protagonist. A companion remarks that this offer seems like a huge opportunity for the protagonist. The protagonist reflects that he no longer fights just to survive and must learn to balance his growing stats. He thinks that if it is Kim Jin-suk mentoring him, he believes Jin-suk might know how to help him balance his stats. The protagonist abruptly stands, making his decision. Bowing deeply, he thanks Jin-suk and says he looks forward to training together. The clan leader and Jin-suk exchange a brief look and then agree to the arrangement. The protagonist admits he is still anxious, but the clan leader assures him Jin-suk is highly skilled. The protagonist asks why the clan leader chose this secret meeting place and wonders if being seen together would be problematic. Realizing the implication, he asks if there are traitors among them, and the leader confirms his suspicion. The protagonist explains they encountered Turner in the middle area. He reveals that Turner turned out not to be human at all. The protagonist adds that Turner somehow knew the confidential information he had just been told. The clan leader's hand tenses on his teacup at this information. The leader concludes Turner probably learned the secret from Emily, a first-generation member now siding with demons because she thinks humans cannot win. Jin-suk deduces that all major figures in the murderer clan must already know this truth. The clan leader reasons that the secret is likely widespread even among regular clan members. He says the real problem is that some on their own side have allied with demons. The protagonist asks if the clan leader knows who those collaborators are. The leader says they have been searching but only know the traitor is extremely cautious and might even be a greater demon. He then explains he will avoid further meetings with the protagonist to reduce suspicion. He notes that frequent contact between a reserve member and the clan leader would look strange, and the protagonist decides to focus on training while the leader hunts the traitor. The unseen speaker tells the protagonist his only duty now is to become stronger. The clan leader promises to fix the internal problems while acknowledging this arrangement may be burdensome but is all they can do. The protagonist accepts, resolving to break his limits and grow stronger in order to reach the Holy Grail. Jin-suk ends the strategy talk and tells the protagonist to get ready to depart. The protagonist is told to prepare whatever he needs and then come outside. He nervously asks if Yoongi will also be joining the training. Jin-suk points out they have traveled together so far and says he must avoid actions that might raise suspicion. Outside, the protagonist politely says he looks forward to training with Jin-suk. Jin-suk gives a non-committal response, saying they will see how things go. Jin-suk looks at the protagonist with a serious, appraising gaze. The protagonist, still nervous but resolved, adjusts his ringed hand. Later, as they walk through town behind Jin-suk, Yoongi asks who this man is and whether he should call him teacher. The protagonist answers that Jin-suk is very skilled, leaving Yoongi surprised. The protagonist reflects that Jin-suk stands at the peak that everyone strives toward and that he will soon witness Jin-suk's unbelievable skill firsthand. During the journey, the protagonist moves tensely, fully aware of the challenge ahead. A montage shows the three of them traveling together into the wilderness. They continue across snowy terrain, following Jin-suk. Narration explains they leave Trum and head away from the demon forest toward a cliff bordering two cities. Climbing the sheer cliff exhausts the protagonist and Yoongi, who wonder if Jin-suk really lives somewhere like this. They push on, spot the top of the cliff, and vow to see once they arrive. Jin-suk reaches the summit with a powerful leap. Gasping at the top, the two younger men marvel that Jin-suk shows no signs of fatigue. Yoongi yells in disbelief while the protagonist focuses grimly on keeping up. They finally see Jin-suk's isolated house at the cliff's edge and exclaim that he truly lives there. The protagonist observes that the house sits where even competent fighters would struggle to reach, making it an ideal hiding place. Staring at the remote home, the protagonist again wonders who Jin-suk really is. He answers Yoongi that this mysterious master is Kim Jin-suk. Yoongi reacts in shock, repeating Jin-suk's name. He loudly questions whether that intimidating man is really going to teach them. The protagonist explains that Jin-suk offered because letting a weak key die would cause big problems. Yoongi falls silent, processing this harsh logic. The protagonist thinks Jin-suk truly is first generation and, knowing the former key's death, is trying to prevent history from repeating. He decides that if they can gain what they need from this place, the hardship will be worth it. Yoongi asks how long they will stay, and the protagonist estimates at least 3 to 6 months of training. The protagonist still feels that even this duration may be insufficient, admitting he lacks the skill he wants to reach. He recalls that the Holy Grail lies in a special zone between demon and angel territories. Jin-suk had warned him that even reaching the middle area, let alone demon lands, will be extremely difficult for his current level. Viewing this as a major opportunity, the protagonist resolves to become as strong as Jin-suk. Jin-suk calls from the house, telling them to hurry inside. They answer nervously and rush toward the door. The protagonist steps up and pushes open Jin-suk's door. As light spills out, he announces that he is entering. Inside, they find a large training hall filled with weapons, where Jin-suk awaits them. The camera briefly surveys shields and equipment hanging on the walls. Yoongi is awestruck by the armory full of bows, spears, and other weapons. The protagonist wonders how many weapons Jin-suk owns as Yoongi notes the room seems to contain every type imaginable. Jin-suk casually browses the racks while the protagonist watches curiously. He suddenly pulls out a particular sword. The protagonist instinctively catches the thrown weapon, startled. Jin-suk tells him to use that weapon from now on. Examining it, the protagonist realizes it is not a standard straight sword but a single-edged, slightly curved falchion. He admits to Jin-suk that he has never used a saber-type blade before. Jin-suk pointedly asks why he has been using a straight sword. The protagonist answers that straight swords are simple to cut and stab with and can slash using both edges. Jin-suk observes that the protagonist chose it merely because it was easy. Jin-suk explains he personally tested every weapon in the hall and discovered the straight sword suited him best, then asks what purpose the two of them have for their swords. The protagonist realizes he has never truly considered that question and internally berates himself. Jin-suk says the first lesson is understanding which weapon fits you best. He adds that knowing why you choose a straight sword is an entirely separate issue from simply wielding one. Jin-suk recounts that he spent 3 months with each type of weapon, needing 10 years to test them all. Startled by that time frame, the others ask if they must do the same, but Jin-suk tells them to at least try each weapon for a day. Jin-suk studies the protagonist's condition with sharp focus. He comments that, relative to the protagonist's magic, his physical body is fragile. Jin-suk lectures that strength users need stamina and defense, since without a durable body the internal power will rip them apart. The protagonist listens tensely, understanding that an undurable container will crack under its own strength. Jin-suk then turns to Yoongi, saying he has heard that Yoongi is sometimes overwhelmed by the power in his berserker sword. Jin-suk instructs Yoongi to activate that berserker skill morning, noon and night until he can control it, assuring him he will intervene if things go too far. Yoonggyo nervously thinks there is no proof this plan will work, yet it somehow sounds convincing. He reflects that if he could remain conscious while berserking, he might one day rival Turner in battle. Jin-suk lays down the rule that until both trainees reach a level he deems satisfactory, they are not allowed to leave his supervision. The two young men react with shock at this strict condition. When asked what level he means, Jin-suk says they must at least be capable of surviving a fight against Emily, master of the murderer clan. A vivid image of Emily wielding twin blades illustrates the deadly standard Jin-suk has set. The protagonist asks in alarm if Emily is currently targeting him. Jin-suk replies that if she learns another key exists, she will certainly come to kill him. He adds that Emily is no longer human, having become something else. The protagonist begins to ask if she is perhaps a demon. Jin-suk confirms she has consumed a demon seed, though doing so does not automatically change one's personality. After a brief silence among them, Jin-suk prepares to start their rigorous training. The protagonist notes how well-informed Jin-suk is about the Holy Grail and how he seems to have distanced himself from everyone else. Jin-suk's face shows a hint of hidden emotion at this recollection. The protagonist reacts as if realizing something about him. Jin-suk ends the discussion and tells them to come out once ready, because training will begin immediately. Watching him leave, the protagonist wonders to himself what Jin-suk's true intentions might be. A wide view shows the isolated clifftop house where their intensive training will take place. The two youths haul various weapons outside, overwhelmed by the assortment. Yoonggyo comments that from now on they will be working extremely hard. Jin-suk approaches while the protagonist turns, curious about what comes next. Jin-suk steps before them with a strange chain weapon glowing faintly in his hand. He slams the chain down, startling them. The protagonists stare as Jin-suk's chain lies coiled on the ground, and they ask if such a thing can be used as a weapon. Jin-suk says they will train with their arms and legs bound by the chain. Both trainees shout in disbelief at this brutal method. Jin-suk explains they must wear the chains at all times here because it is the fastest way to build stamina and strength. Steeling himself, the protagonist bends down to pick up the chains. As soon as he grabs them, he cries out from their overwhelming weight. He reports that the chains are so heavy he cannot lift them without using a skill. Jin-suk forbids any skill use, including healing, during this training. The two react with alarm as Jin-suk clarifies that recovering through skills prevents natural stat growth. Training begins with the two sparring hard using practice staves. Jin-suk watches their clumsy but earnest duel from the side. Yoonggyo attacks with his arm wrapped in chain, starting the real regimen. The protagonist fights fiercely through the pain, determined not to fall behind. Jin-suk orders them to push past their limits until their whole bodies scream. He commands them to keep moving until they are nearly dead. The protagonist roars as he continues, refusing to stop. Jin-suk states that nothing is as effective for growth as this kind of extreme training. The protagonist keeps swinging despite the agony, wrapped arms cutting arcs of force through the air. Jin-suk instructs that true training begins when they feel close to death, and the protagonist embodies that resolve. A system message shows that the protagonist's stamina has increased by 1 point. 10 days later, the training continues relentlessly on the sunny clifftop. Jin-suk observes that the protagonist is undeniably talented and moves his feet better than expected with each punch. Watching, Jin-suk admits he thought it would take a year to fix the protagonist's per stamina. He revises his opinion, impressed by how determined the protagonist has proven to be. The protagonist's chain-wrapped arm trembles and bleeds from overuse. Gasping for breath, he reaches his limit yet again, while Yoonggyo looks on in concern. Jin-suk notes that the protagonist's muscles are torn and he is exhausted, yet he still keeps attacking. Amazed, Jin-suk wonders where such ferocity comes from as the protagonist continues swinging. Concluding that it has only been 10 days, Jin-suk nevertheless finds the protagonist's relentless effort captivating and wonders how long he can sustain it. The scene closes on a bright full moon over the training ground, marking the passage of brutal days and nights. In a quiet medieval town, people go about their day unaware of looming conflicts. Among the townsfolk, a bald man lingers near an archway, watching the street. He notices a dark-haired armored woman passing by and eyes her suspiciously. The woman, a composed warrior in black armor, surveys the town with calm confidence. She strides through a narrow alley with determined purpose. Stopping, she greets someone ahead by commenting that it has been a long time. As she walks, she and the unseen man banter about how long it has really been and how rarely they want to meet. A scarred man in dark clothes waits inside, reacting to her arrival. He warns her menacingly, asking if she wants to add another scar. Their tense standoff intensifies as they lock eyes and grit their teeth. She cuts off the small talk, saying they should skip words and get straight to resolving things, demanding the location of the key. He reveals that Kim Jin-suk has taken the person tied to the key, shocking her. When he asks if she can handle Kim Jin-suk, she confidently assures him she can, which visibly relieves him. She double-checks that the key has really appeared, and he insists his information is accurate. Without warning, she steps forward aggressively. She slams him by the throat into the wall, making him cry out in pain. Holding him up, she threatens that if his intel is false and he lied, the consequences will be far worse. Gasping, he promises to remember her warning, terrified as she implies broken bones would be the least of it. She lets go and calmly adjusts her hand as he recovers. He pants in fear while she watches him coldly. Turning away, she begins to leave but mentions there is one more thing. He brings up a rumor that she killed a devil sent after her, saying this has angered Flitton. He explains that Flitton is now considering how to deal with her, but she states she could easily stay hidden from him if she chose. He presses her, asking what she plans to do once the war ends. His question about her future and loyalties leaves her silently conflicted. From above, he urges her to think carefully about which side she is on, but she insists she has no doubts. She concludes that if they kill the key, they can compensate for the earlier mistake and that the death of a minor demon commander was insignificant. She then asks when Flitton himself will come, knowing his appearance is crucial to resolving everything. Walking back through the streets, she reflects that unless Flitton shows up, none of this can be settled. Elsewhere, the scarred man grimly notes that time is running short. The armored woman agrees inwardly that there is not much time left. On a remote training ground, another man lies exhausted on the grass amid scattered weapons. Various discarded blades and axes around him show the intensity of his practice. Holding a short sword, he notes that he is almost fully accustomed to this new weapon. Kim Yoon-jae thinks that it now takes him only half a day to adapt to a new weapon. Remembering that it once took over a day, he acknowledges how much faster he improves now. Gazing at the sunset, he realizes an entire month has already passed since he arrived here. Flashbacks show him rigorously training with a bow. More memories depict relentless practice with that bow in harsh conditions. He recalls how every moment of that hard training felt endless. Now he feels so focused that he hardly notices time passing at all. He calls out the command to display his status. A status window shows his name Kim Yoon-jae and significantly increased stats in strength, stamina, agility, magic, defense, reflection, and demonic energy. He observes that his attributes are rising faster than he expected, especially stamina within just a month. He adds that continuously using magic armor has also greatly boosted his magic stat. The chains around his forearms, part of the tenacity technique, are shown. Looking at them, he grumbles that tenacity is still painful to use. He reasons that tenacity, a magic amplification method, has become a skill and that his body is gradually adapting to it. He concludes that higher tenacity proficiency reduces its side effects, like other skills. Finished training, he returns to a secluded house where he stays with his instructor. He enters the house, tired from the day. His teacher looks up from a book and remarks that he finally came back. Yoon-jae explains he was lost in thought, and his teacher tells him to wash up and rest. Later, lying in bed half asleep, Yoon-jae worries about his comrade Yoongia and admits the training has been very intense. Watching over him, the dark-haired man notes that although Yoon-jae still faints, it happens less often, showing improvement. The teacher asks if Yoon-jae is all right, and Yoon-jae replies he has grown used to the strain. Startled, the teacher grips his book tighter. He warns Yoon-jae not to lie, saying he knows Yoon-jae's body is not normal. He clarifies that Yoon-jae has been repeatedly using a body overworking skill while adapting to new weapons. Yoon-jae protests that his body is being damaged much faster because of that constant use. The teacher, staring into the fire, asks why Yoon-jae is pushing himself to such extremes. Torn clothing and minor wounds on Yoon-jae's body reveal how harsh the training has been. Flames blaze in the fireplace as Yoon-jae steels himself to answer. Yoon-jae admits he is driven by thoughts of his family, surprising the teacher who asks if he still has family. Yoon-jae clarifies his family is already dead. The teacher silently studies him, affected by this confession. Yoon-jae meets the gaze with firm resolve. He says that if he finds the Holy Grail, he hopes to see his family again. He acknowledges it may sound foolish, but he is working hard toward that goal. He adds that in a world this crazy, even more unbelievable things should be possible. The teacher is quietly moved, thinking how rare it is for someone to dedicate themselves so much to others. He turns away and admits he admires Yoon-jae's determination. He agrees that nothing about this world is normal and muses that if any world could allow resurrection or changing the past, it would be this one. Hearing about changing the past makes Yoon-jae recall something and reconsider his situation. He asks the teacher if he knows anything about altering the past. The teacher says he has only heard rumors of special items capable of changing past events. Snapped from his thoughts, Yoon-jae says he will go shower and leaves the room. Walking away, he reflects that changing the past might actually be possible here. He thinks he already knows the key to finding such an item. Night falls over the house, with the moon high above. Later, Yoon-jae sits alone by the fire, reading his mysterious diary. Studying the diary, he notes it is not recognized as an item but clearly relates to the world they left behind. He reasons that some other object might serve as a medium to connect the diary to time manipulation. He wishes he knew how to obtain such an item so he could know the future without relying only on the diary. Flipping through the pages, he pauses expectantly. He senses it should unlock again, thinking the future has already changed so much that the old entries might no longer apply. His fingers search for the next unread section. A specific page suddenly glows as he touches it. Startled by the reaction, he realizes a new part has unlocked. Shock is visible on his face as he reacts to the activation. He wonders aloud what conditions the diary uses to unlock and what just triggered it. Seeing that only one page has opened, he questions if it really unlocked just to help him now. Fragmented images show someone else once reading the same diary and smiling ominously. Yoon-jae concludes that whenever the diary unlocks, it reveals only a single upcoming event. He infers that the newly revealed event must be extremely important. As he reads the fresh entry, his expression turns grave. Whatever is written shocks him, and he realizes it is something crucial. Elsewhere, someone reflects that they no longer know who is friend or foe. A hand stirs tea, setting the scene for a tense discussion. In a lavish room, two armored allies meet. One assures the other of his loyalty, and says they must discover which human joined the demons. The male knight laments that the real issue is they have no idea who the traitor is. His female partner admits she has investigated other clans as well but still has found no clue. He recalls gruesome scenes and wonders if that many people are connected to demons or the murderer's clan. He adds that aside from one man, the conspirators always hid their faces, and she presses him about whom he suspects. He names Cheon Woo-hyun of the Zinger clan as his primary suspect. She is surprised since that man defended Turner, but he insists that behavior itself is suspicious. Curious, she asks again who exactly he suspects, seeking confirmation. A voice outside the ornate doors announces Kim Yoon-jae arriving with Kim Jin-suk. Inside, Yoon-jae joins the meeting and asks whether they have identified the traitors who sided with the demons. The knight says he is monitoring several people and is nearly certain about one, then asks how Yoon-jae's own investigation is going. He explains they are focusing on those with connections to the murderer's clan or Turner, and that most such people come from the Zinger clan. Yoon-jae acknowledges this quietly, fiddling with a bracelet bearing a purple gem. His teacher watches from nearby, listening in. The knight asks everyone to listen carefully to what Yoon-jae is about to reveal. The scene narrows to the teacup, heightening the seriousness of the conversation. Kim Jin-suk sits quietly at the table, ready to hear Yoon-jae's findings. The knight and priestess focus intently, a hint of worry on their faces. Yoon-jae's teacher looks on with a stern, unreadable expression. Yoon-jae begins to speak, preparing to share his suspicions. From outside the window, the group can be seen gathered, emphasizing the secrecy of the meeting. The camera pulls back to show the tower where this crucial discussion is taking place. Elsewhere in the city, a bored man complains about how dull and tiring his current life is. This man, a killer in hiding, notes it has been about half a year since his clan scattered and went underground. Restless, he gripes that if he moves openly, the major clans will immediately hunt him down. Sighing in frustration, he longs for action. Sitting up, he laments that hiding forever is unbearable and that his hands itch from not killing anyone for 6 months. A comrade enters and asks if he is still sulking like that. The visitor says he has brought a message from their clan leader. Hearing this, the bored killer suddenly pays attention. The messenger explains the order is meant for many clan members, not just them. He relays that there is someone the clan wants dead and that they are gathering extra manpower for the job. He reveals the target they are told to kill is Kim Jin-suk. The assassin repeats Kim Jin-suk's name in disbelief. The messenger mentions the Black Widow's involvement in killing Kim Jin-suk, implying they may be helping or finishing her work. After a moment's thought, the killer agrees to take the assignment, though he doubts even with Black Widow's help they can easily kill that man. A grin spreads across his face as he says it actually sounds fun. Standing up eagerly, he remarks that without such a job he would be bored and is pleased something exciting has finally come up. Laughing maniacally, he vows to slaughter the target in the cruelest way possible, no matter how many enemies oppose him. 1 month later, training resumes outdoors as Yoon-jae spars intensely with Yoon-gyu under a bright sky. Their teacher critiques Yoon-gyu's footwork, telling him to coordinate his stride with his sword. He explains that moving feet and sword together greatly increases strength and speed even without extra power. Yoon-gyu adjusts and responds energetically that he understands. Yoon-jae narrates that he has tried every weapon available and ultimately decided to return to using the sword. He feels like he has gone back to the beginning, but now with meaningful progress. Gripping his glowing sword, he realizes that understanding why he fights is itself a major achievement. After sparring, Yoon-jae asks Yoon-gyu how he feels, and Yoon-gyu happily says he is fine. Yoon-gyu learns he stayed conscious for 5 minutes this time and is pleased with the improvement. The teacher notes it took about 10 days of practice to extend Yoon-gyu's controlled state from 1 to 5 minutes, a substantial gain. Yoon-gyu excitedly thanks the teacher for exceeding his expectations, still calling him old man despite the teacher's mild annoyance. Suddenly the teacher senses something alarming, his eyes sharpening as danger approaches. The long-haired instructor suddenly senses something in the sky above. The students notice their instructor's reaction, and one of them starts to say that something is coming. Another man orders the 2 trainees to stop what they are doing. One trainee suggests ending training for the day while the other is confused. The instructor ends the session and allows everyone to use healing abilities. He then announces that an unexpected visitor has arrived. The 2 trainees react with confusion at the mention of a guest. A black-clad figure rockets down from the sky toward them. The figure continues its high-speed descent. The stranger slams into the ground near the group, creating a shockwave. The instructor calmly faces the landing intruder. The armored woman stands where she landed, exuding power. She greets the instructor casually, saying it has been a long time. The 2 trainees are shocked by her appearance. One trainee recognizes her and is alarmed. He thinks to himself that this woman is someone significant. The scene focuses on the mysterious woman's face. The trainee identifies her aloud as Emily, leader of the murderer clan. Both trainees are stunned silent by this revelation. Emily asks the instructor why he is here. She asks for a moment to talk privately, and he hesitantly agrees. He tells the trainees to wait where they are while he goes with her. The worried trainee activates a defensive or support ability on his chest. He mentally reviews that Emily, the murderer clan's leader, stands before them, and though she seems non-hostile, she could attack at any time. Emily tells the instructor to come with her, and he agrees to follow. She leaps off the cliff, leading him away at high speed. The instructor dashes after her, leaving the two trainees behind. The remaining two silently watch their seniors disappear. The black-haired trainee reasons that their instructor must have a solid reason to follow Emily even though she aims to kill him. The key. The background shifts to the forest they are heading toward. More blurred forest scenery shows their rapid movement. Emily and the instructor race through the forest together. The instructor internally orders himself to stop reacting emotionally. Emily glances back in surprise as he suddenly moves. He lands hard, ready to confront her if necessary. Emily stops in a secluded forest clearing and warns him not to move suddenly, or he will be hurt. She repeats the warning about sudden movements with a faint smile. She teases that his caution shows he still does not trust her. The instructor studies her and begins to say that she is different. He finishes the thought, declaring she is no longer human. Emily, hurt, begins to demand why he did what he did. He looks at her intensely, listening. Leaves swirl as tension rises between them. From a distance she says he should already know her reason. Emily explains that she betrayed humanity because she wants to live and believes humans cannot win without the key. The instructor asks bitterly if that selfish desire for survival is really why she betrayed them. Emily is silent, lips tight. Then she argues that wanting to live does not make her evil and reminds him he once killed simply to survive. He has no immediate answer to this accusation. Emily says she is not condemning his choice. She adds that if he now harms humans as a demon, she will be forced to raise her sword against him. Emily turns away, saying he is being too harsh after all this time apart. The instructor admits he let his thoughts run away with him and that his threat was only in his head. Emily smiles, saying he is still terrible at lying and that she can see he has not given up yet. She muses that without these circumstances they could have been happy together. The instructor stands in silence, weighed down by regret. He angrily thinks that everything changed once the murderer clan was created. Emily counters that this event was not the true start of their tragedy, but he cuts her off, telling her to stop. He ends the emotional argument, saying reminiscing is pointless since they can never return to the past. Emily lowers her head, listening quietly. She steels herself, reminding herself that his words are just a trick and to stay calm. She reasons internally that Emily must still be aiming for the key and that now is not the time to lose focus. The instructor demands to know Emily's real purpose, saying she did not come simply to talk about old times. Emily stays silent, eyes closed, preparing her next move. She inwardly curses that he recovered from her emotional manipulation faster than expected, and he asks what she just said. Emily opens her eyes with a sinister aura as dark shapes coalesce behind her. The instructor looks up as something approaches from above. Hooded assassins race through the forest toward the battlefield. More images show numerous murderer clan members converging on them. The instructor remains calm as enemies rush past him from all sides. Emily tells him he will have to endure a little longer as the ambush unfolds. The instructor concludes that Emily has already sent other murderer clan members toward his trainees. He grips a device or hilt, beginning some sort of activation. He blames himself for the impending danger. He activates a powerful barrier or skill, resolving that clinging to hope led to this situation and giving himself 5 minutes. Emily reacts with surprise as his power flares. He declares he will break out of the barrier within 5 minutes. Back on the hilltop, the brown-haired trainee worries because he cannot sense how far their instructor is, then asks if his partner can still fight. The black-haired trainee replies that only his stamina is low and hopes nothing happens until he recovers. The brown-haired trainee agrees and notes they cannot just abandon their post. Suddenly the black-haired trainee senses approaching enemies. He grows serious and silent as danger nears. He tells his friend to get ready. Dozens of hooded enemies leap up the cliff toward them. A close-up shows one of the hooded attackers charging fiercely. More assassins climb, rushing the two defenders. The horde continues its ascent in a coordinated assault. Many assassins launch themselves into the air over the cliff edge. The trainees look down and realize they are vastly outnumbered. The brown-haired one insists their instructor must have anticipated this and will return soon. Still, he draws his sword, saying they cannot simply wait. The black-haired trainee asks how long his friend can stay sane while using his berserk skill, and learns it is about 5 minutes. He analyzes that each enemy is not very strong though some are tougher than others. He urges his friend to pull himself together since dealing with these enemies is their job. The trainees rush forward to engage before they can be surrounded. The black-haired trainee shouts that this is an unexpected opportunity to test what they learned in a real fight. The brown-haired trainee, still nervous, agrees to fight. An assassin continues climbing, unaware of the counterattack forming above. The black-haired trainee surges past one attacker, catching them off guard. He launches himself high into the sky, sword glowing with power. His face shows fierce determination as he dives. He unleashes a flurry of powerful slashes that tear through multiple enemies in midair. The shocked assassins yell, wondering what just hit them. One enemy is sliced apart by a sudden strike and screams. The black-haired trainee continues cutting through foes while shouting in exertion. The brown-haired trainee's blows send several enemies flying as they cry out. A horned commander realizes they are under surprise attack and protests that their intel said this fighter was dead. Slices of energy continue to knock assassins away from the cliff. The black-haired trainee prepares another rapid strike. He dashes through the air, cleaving yet more enemies. His movements form sweeping arcs as he keeps up the assault. The sky is filled with falling assassins and explosions of light as they cry out in pain. The brown-haired trainee, now fully berserk, massacres foes while shouting. Close up, he roars with bloodlust as he swings his blade. One assassin tries to counterattack but is overwhelmed by the berserker's power. Another panel shows the berserker scything through multiple enemies while one pleads for help. The surrounding enemies panic, realizing they are losing to a single crazed fighter. The berserker's eyes glow red as he pushes himself further. He dives again, slashing through yet another opponent. Blades of energy and debris explode as attacks collide in midair. The berserker's wild swings carve through several assassins at once. He laughs maniacally while continuing his rampage. Terrified assassins remark that he is far too fast for them. Their horned leader curses the berserker, vowing revenge. The berserker focuses intensely on the battlefield, eyes blazing. Swords begin raining down from above in a deadly barrage. The berserker threads through the falling blades, charging another foe. An assassin lunges at him with a desperate strike. The berserker is stabbed, gasping in shock. Another enemy closes in from above as he is wounded. The berserker is knocked from his position and sent plummeting downward. Even while falling, he screams and prepares another attack. He drives himself like a spear toward the ground, channeling energy through his sword. The impact reverberates. Nearby enemies cry out as rocks and dust explode. The berserker pants heavily, nearly at his limit. Yet he stands laughing on the cliffside, still gripping his sword. He exclaims that this brutal fight is thrilling. Above, the black-haired trainee unleashes an immense attack that blows enemies away. The survivors attempt to reposition and rush back up the cliff. More assassins sprint toward him in a last effort. The black-haired trainee realizes with alarm that he is close to being surrounded. He thinks frantically about his worsening position. A particularly strong assassin dives at him from above, screaming for his death. The trainee braces himself, muttering in frustration. Their blades clash violently as the attacker presses in. A new foe appears suddenly, startling both fighters. This horned commander orders his subordinates to stop, declaring the fighting has gone far enough. The black-haired trainee reacts tensely as the situation shifts. The horned commander shouts at the berserker to stop his rampage. The final image shows the horned commander and the black-haired trainee crossing swords in midair as their duel truly begins. The protagonist launches into the air using square platforms while enemies are flung away from the cliff. One cloaked enemy is stomped down violently by another fighter. A swordsman jumps in, shouting for the fight to stop. A horned man glares fiercely, preparing a powerful strike. He dives down with his sword, unleashing a huge downward slash. Another horned fighter charges through falling debris, stunned by what he sees. The horned attacker is shocked that his powerful blow failed. The main hero smirks calmly amid the shattered ground. The horned leader realizes something unexpected is happening. He recalls how his special ability activated faster during battle and has clearly improved. A glowing mark on the hero's hand activates, with bright energy. An enemy is sliced by a sweeping blue arc and cries out in pain. Another cloaked foe is struck in the chest by the same attack. The hero spins, sending out circular energy waves that slam the surrounding enemies. Using the momentum, he leaps high into the air in a sweeping arc. The horned leader is confused that the hero suddenly changed direction. Realizing the hero is retreating, the horned leader shouts that he is running away. As the hero flees, one pursuer grabs his arm to stop him. The horned leader orders everyone to chase the escaping hero. The hero continues bounding away using his purple platforms. The horned leader curses the hero's evasive movement skill. He warns his men to stay alert because they do not know when the hero will strike back. Having gained some distance, the exhausted hero lands on a hill to catch his breath. He notes that his strength has partly returned and decides he can fight the pursuers here. Enemies rush in from behind as the hero waits with his sword ready. Watching the horned pursuers, the hero deduces that many of them have already turned into demons. The hero narrows his eyes, thinking about what he is facing. He concludes that in the future they will probably fight beings like these demons rather than normal humans. The horned leader stares back at him, clearly intelligent and composed. Other demonized followers stand tense behind their leader. The leader smiles, revealing sharp fangs. Facing the hero, he remarks that the hero is the key they have been after. Believing fortune is on his side today, the horned leader looks confident. The hero studies him coldly, preparing for what is to come. A distant rumble and scattering debris signal a new disturbance in the sky. Bats or dark creatures suddenly swarm overhead, darkening the air. Many cloaked enemies are left fallen or dazed across the misty battlefield. Several of them lie dead or bleeding on the ground with dropped weapons. One surviving enemy, stunned, wonders what just happened. Another man, knocked back with a comrade in his arms, stares at the devastation. He realizes that in an instant the acclaimed top first-generation fighter wiped out their group and that he underestimated that reputation. He admits to himself that he did not grasp that power until witnessing it firsthand. Shaking and coughing, he struggles to recover from the shock. Fear fills his eyes as he reflects on how overwhelming the opponent is. He concludes he would not dare fight such a monster. Two long-haired fighters face each other, clearly former acquaintances now on opposing sides. One calmly catches or adjusts his weapon, readying for combat. The woman mocks that his strange skill is unchanged but remarks that he himself has changed a lot. Revealing horns and a sinister smile, she says he should not judge her by looks because she has not truly changed since the past. He realizes that explains her current state and attitude. He asks if she came merely to convince him to follow her path and change as she did. She smiles that he understands quickly. Surging with demonic energy, she declares she wants others to experience the power now coursing through her body. Her eyes sharpen as she prepares to launch into motion. She unleashes a furious multi-blade attack with blinding speed. Her opponent dashes forward decisively to meet that assault. She and her shadows rush past him while he stands centered, apparently having already countered. He focuses intensely, unshaken amid the fast motions around him. Surrounded by several demonized warriors, he states that the reappearance of the key will not change the larger situation. The demon women insist that the hero will eventually kneel before the overwhelming power they wield. They silently watch him, confident in their strength. One steps forward and warns that if he is going to reject her offer, she hardens her expression, clearly prepared to fight seriously. She decides there is no other choice and several copies of her leap at him from all directions. He closes his eyes briefly, centering himself. Power flares around him as he activates the technique. A column of energy descends, isolating him at its center. One demon woman screams, throwing herself into a desperate attack. He moves with his hair streaming, prepared for a decisive strike. His eye gleams sharply, signaling he is about to unleash his technique. A massive slash of blue energy tears across the battlefield, splattering blood. Several demon women are struck simultaneously, and cry out as the attack rips through them. Their leader looks on in stunned silence at the carnage. The swordsman calmly returns his blade to its sheath. Around him, the remaining demon warriors are blown away by the aftermath of his technique. One fallen demon woman lies on the ground, gasping in pain. More bodies litter the forest floor as the dust settles. He asks the remaining enemy what else they plan to throw at him. The surviving demon woman trembles but begins to laugh. She admits their objective was never to kill him in the first place. She hints that while she has been holding back, something terrible may already have happened to his beloved disciple. Hearing this, he simply smiles faintly, seemingly unconcerned. He says that if these weaklings are all they sent, he has no need to personally intervene. One enemy demands to know what he means by that. He explains that his disciple is not someone who must be shielded. He then asks a companion if they believe the disciple can handle the threat. The dark-skinned woman looks uneasy at that implication. Meanwhile, the disciple fights fiercely, cutting down multiple demonized enemies around him. He charges with determination, continuing his relentless assault. A horned foe is cut and yells in pain. The disciple teleports or dashes again, slashing another opponent from above. Watching, the horned leader curses that the boy never seems to tire and keeps leaping around. He realizes that their attacks are ineffective because the disciple's magic armor nullifies damage. The disciple swings as purple shards burst, indicating his defensive skill has just been broken or suppressed. He is shocked to feel his protective skills suddenly disappear. He rapidly changes position with repeated high-speed movements. While fending off attacks, he thinks that merely blocking or dodging will drag the fight into a draining war of attrition. He notes it is also difficult to safely use his time rewind ability in such chaos. He darts toward the horned leader while knocking other enemies aside. His eyes narrow as he spots something unexpected. A huge crescent-shaped slash suddenly hurtles down toward him, startling him. He senses and glimpses an invisible attacker racing by and realizes someone is cloaked. The horned leader taunts him, wondering how he will handle this new tactic. The hidden strike hits, driving the disciple back and drawing a cry of pain. Regaining his footing, he considers that the enemy may be using some sort of hiding skill. He responds by sending a broad horizontal slash across the field. The blow digs into the ground, leaving a long scar as the enemy dodges. He observes that the leader's movements are more intricate now, likely enhanced by the demon seed's power. Deciding how to counter, he prepares another charged leap into the sky. The horned leader angrily reacts as the disciple once again moves unpredictably. He orders everyone to chase the boy, insisting they cannot let him escape. The group dives from the cliff after the fleeing disciple, vowing to catch him before the powerful Kim Jin-suk returns. The disciple plummets downward, resolute, clutching a glowing pendant. He crashes into the ground with his sword, creating a shockwave. Somewhere else, another red-eyed youth pants heavily, clearly under great strain. That youth looks around in confusion, noticing he now stands alone amid the devastated area. Seeing only an empty battlefield and a lone house, he wonders where everyone went, saying he came here to help. Another red-eyed ally rushes toward the scene, drawn by the commotion. Someone yells that the enemy hero's sword absorbs blood and warns comrades to avoid being injured. The red-eyed youth smirks that only high rankers remain as his foes. One of those rankers attacks, insisting the youth is in no position to take anyone down. The youth braces on a ridge while more opponents rain down toward him. He clenches his teeth, determined to respond. A blinding explosion of fiery light erupts. The disciple falls rapidly through the forest as birds scatter from the shock. He recalls that Kim Jin-suk told him to avoid using a certain technique, but he is ready to break that rule. Enemies are hurled through the air, panicking as the situation shifts again. Gripping his sword with the glowing mark on his hand, the disciple decides that now is the moment to use time rewind. A luminous ring activates on his arm, signaling the ability's trigger. Some enemies shout in alarm as they sense something strange occurring. One of them hears the phantom ticking of a clock in the forest and is baffled by it. Another yells that the disciple has suddenly vanished, leaving them confused. Frantically, they say he was just ahead of them and order everyone to find him. One fighter realizes that the strange sound they heard must have been connected to his time-related skill. In the rewound moment, the disciple appears among them and carves through the group with sweeping blue slashes. He then charges another foe with a wide, powerful swing. In a rewound timeline, he slips under an attack that previously hit him. Continuing along the altered path, he bisects more enemies with flawless movements. The surviving cultists scream in terror, demanding to know what unstoppable force is cutting them down. Observing his own actions, the disciple recognizes he is using time rewind to force a frontal breakthrough. A flashback shows his mentor first explaining the concept of the time rewind skill atop a cliff. The mentor had asked if the ability simply made him move faster. The disciple clarified that it puts him on a different time scale from others, which could also be seen as manipulating everyone else's time. The mentor had listened silently, considering the implications. He then warned in training that this powerful skill would be forbidden to use casually. The disciple explained that the skill consumes concentration and mental strength rather than magic, which he thought could be handled by improving stamina. The mentor agreed but stressed that depending on such a skill in real combat is a different and dangerous matter. He taught that the most dangerous thing in battle is complacency and that the disciple must develop sharp combat instincts instead. The mentor concluded that honing that keen battle sense is the first priority when learning to handle the skill. Back in the present, the disciple touches his armor, steadying himself as he prepares to fully apply that lesson. The mentor warns the armored youth to use his power sparingly, saying he will understand someday. A violent explosion scatters rocks through the sky. Hooded enemies are struck down by a sudden, overwhelming attack. The attacker continues slashing, cutting through multiple foes at once. As the world blurs past, the protagonist notes, he is not only faster now. He dashes at high speed toward the cliffside battlefield. Realizing he can now use his skills without restraint, he accelerates. He unleashes sweeping strikes from above, mowing down the ambushes below. Watching the massacre, a horned man shouts to Emily that this is nothing like she described. The blue-horned woman insists Emily is not someone who lies. The long-haired warrior calmly faces the remaining enemies. Emily decides she should kill him now before he grows any stronger. She charges in a rage, twin daggers ready to strike. She closes the distance on him with frightening speed. Several clones of Emily encircle the swordsman to attack. The swordsman calmly focuses, eyes closed. The Emily clones dive in with synchronized slashes. As their blades sweep by, Emily is startled by something unexpected. The swordsman appears among them and resolves to finally get serious. Emily reacts in shock as the tide turns against her. He grabs her by the clothing in mid-motion. Using that grip, he smashes her into the ground and cuts through other enemies. Emily is hurled away, reeling from the blow. The swordsman, expression hard, moves in again. He cuts down more horned foes with swift, precise strikes. His sword leaves his hand as he prepares a different attack. He drives a devastating punch into Emily's torso. The impact sends her flying and detonates a shockwave through the forest. He follows up with another crushing aerial strike on an ally of hers. One of the blue demons collapses to the ground, badly beaten. Another enemy is slammed into the earth by his assault. Emily's remaining allies try to strike him, but he meets their attacks. His rapid footwork carries him through their ranks. He darts among them, cutting them down as they fall. Watching their futile efforts, he calls the fight boring. Emily lunges again but is suddenly struck and stunned. Gritting her teeth, she pushes herself to keep fighting. He coolly reads her movements, eyes narrowed. He counters with a powerful punch to her midsection. He seizes her by the throat and slams her against a tree. Her hair falls, revealing something that catches his attention. Gasping, she asks why he is not finishing her off. He realizes aloud who she really is. Smirking through the chokehold, she is pleased he finally noticed. Enraged, he accuses her of trying to deceive him even at the end. The forest falls quiet, birds scattering after the battle. He stands over her fallen form as dust and leaves settle. She begins to transform, her hair changing before his eyes. Shocked, he stares, recognizing the person beneath the disguise. The body now clearly resembles another blue-skinned woman with blonde hair. He realizes their entire strategy was far more elaborate, and that the demons never meant to confront him here. Confused, he demands to know why they orchestrated this. He suddenly understands their goal is to eliminate the one holding the key. The scene shifts to the bright forest sky, marking time passing elsewhere. Nearby, another horned woman stands alone among unconscious humans. She bites her lip, anger or frustration written on her face. Clutching her chest, she groans and wonders if he defeated all her allies. She admits she thought copying Emily's face, voice, magic, and soul would fool Kim Jin-suk, but it did not. Determined, she breaks into a run. Knowing time is short, she hurries toward her next objective. Bodies and debris streak past as she races over the battlefield. Energy bursts upwards through the treetops as she moves. She spots her target in the distance and resolves that they cannot waste this chance. Elsewhere, a cultist tries to ambush Yoongi but is intercepted. A horned woman watches the skirmish coldly. Yoongi cuts down another hooded attacker with a swift sword strike. Confident, he decides he does not even need magic to finish these remaining enemies. While fighting, he worries about Yoongi's condition, assuming his ally has probably gone berserk. He urges Yoongi in his thoughts to hold on, then notices something alarming. Emily's doppelganger dives at him from above as he prepares to move. Her expression is focused as she charges straight for him, her dagger thrust toward a blinding target. Yoongi narrowly dodges and she compliments his reactions. Watching her, he questions if this really is Emily, since she looks different but still seems like her. The blue Emily taunts him, asking why he is worrying about Kim Jin-suk in the middle of their fight. Yoongi angrily demands to know why she is acting this way. He reels in shock, realizing he should have rewound time but still finds himself wounded. She rushes in again while he steadies his stance. She praises his survival, saying many others have died to her but he persists. He shouts, asking why she is here instead of staying with Kim Jin-suk. As they close in on each other, he begins to fear what may have happened to his friend. She mocks his confusion, while readying her blades once more. She tells him that if he wants answers, he has to fight her. Emily lunges, ordering him to defeat her first if he can. Their weapons clash, and Yoongi cries out from the force. He braces himself, teeth gritted, refusing to fall. Other cultists watch the duel from a distance in surprise. Seeing fallen bodies, Yoongi wonders if the entire situation was a trap from the start. Emily drives in again with another downward slash. She launches a powerful horizontal strike that slams into his defenses. Yoongi blocks and groans, barely withstanding the blow. Emily taunts him, asking if he has already run out of power. He marvels that she can unleash such destructive attacks using only a dagger. Her weapon suddenly glows with ominous magic. Empowered by that magic, she rams her strike into his guard and sends him flying, screaming. Reeling, he realizes the strange energy coating her blade is a form of magic. The magical shockwave hurls him backward across the forest. The blast carves a deep path through the trees as he crashes. Yoongi slides to a stop, yelling in pain. From afar he recognizes that this extraordinary magic could not have been gained in just a day or two. Emily advances through the mist left by her last attack. Smiling, she admits he is doing better than she expected and that she truly intended to kill him earlier. She wonders aloud if it is time for her to fight seriously. Yoongi struggles back to his feet amid shattered stone. He recalls Kim Jin-suk once saying it would be impressive if he could merely survive fighting her. Roaring, he remembers that warning as motivation. Emily rushes at him again while he prepares himself. She stares down at him, eyes cold and predatory. He thinks that all his strength is going into just staying alive. A torrent of purple energy slams down around him. He orders himself to stay calm, endure, and slow time as much as possible. His eyes sharpen as he begins focusing his power. Even as she barrels toward him again, he registers the danger in slow motion. Frustrated, he realizes that rewinding time has not changed how outmatched he is. Their blades collide once more in a shower of sparks. He unleashes a wide arc of energy to push her back. He wonders in fear what her true speed must be if this is her slowed. Elsewhere in memory, Kim Jin-suk is shown performing a similar high-speed assault. Yoongi thinks now is the moment to act decisively. A massive slash of light cuts past an opponent, signaling his counterattack. But he is suddenly caught in a different, ominous energy surge and reacts in alarm. His eyes widen as he glimpses something unusual mid-battle. Time seems to distort as multiple images of Emily and himself overlap, leaving him bewildered at what he just witnessed. She tells him he resembles Kim Jin-suk a great deal. She adds that both of them are terrible at hiding their emotions when it matters most. Yoongi charges again while she moves with purple-tinged speed. Her empowered kick smashes into his guard or body. The impact sends him tumbling away while he screams. He realizes her strength, magic, and speed each outclass his own. She weaves through the trees in a serpentine trail of energy as he chases. Overwhelmed, he admits he cannot keep up with any of her amplified abilities. Shock fills his face as he recognizes just how outmatched he is. A towering column of energy descends toward him from above. The destructive force tears across the ground toward his position. Debris and dust shoot skyward from the devastation. Lying in a crater but alive, Yoongi gasps that he barely escaped death. Catching his breath, he wonders how he can possibly counterattack. Looking up at the many Emily copies, he despairs at following her movements or identifying the real one. Burdened by his limit-pushing magic, he realizes he cannot even safely use Amplify. He considers combining Amplify with his tenacity skill despite the risk. Gripping his weapon, he prepares to channel both powers together. Remembering past training, he thinks he can merge those skills into a single focused state. He recalls Kim Jin-suk doing the same thing in a previous life-or-death battle. Yoongi decides that if he amplifies only one sense, he might manage it. He focuses power into the bracelet on his wrist, while holding his sword. The bracelet flares as Amplify activates, flooding his arm with energy. Realization dawns and he resolves that this approach is the answer. Placing his hand over the glowing mark, he vows to maintain this heightened feeling. Surrounded by red and blue auras, he enters a concentrated, empowered state. The magic surges from his bracelet throughout his body as he prepares for a decisive counterattack. The young man steels himself as power surges through his body. His eye flares with light as he senses something unusual. A horned blue woman hovers in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. The horned woman calmly appears before them, her aura glowing. The man sharply spots her location and calls it out. A violent impact shatters the ground where an attack lands. The man blitzes forward, slashing one of the horned woman's allies. The horned woman is startled and realizes the danger. She is shocked that the man managed to detect her hidden presence. She darts around him with blades drawn, moving to attack. She charges in at high speed, purple magic trailing behind her. The man dives down toward her from above, weapons drawn for a clash. He notes that her magic has been drained by making duplicates. As he rushes in again, he observes that her movements have slowed. Realizing the situation is becoming dangerous, she panics. Watching his explosive power, she wonders if such amplification is even possible. Their opposing magical energies collide in a chaotic blur. She suddenly recognizes the energy he is using as demonic in nature. He roars, unleashing an intense wave of demonic power. She recalls Jinsuk asking if she could handle that kind of power. As the massive attack descends, she finally understands the weight of his earlier words. The battlefield is left cracked and shrouded in dust after the explosion. The ground is split open, showing the scale of the clash. The horned woman drags herself from the rubble, having survived. She is stunned that he saw through her tactic instantly and counterattacked. She briefly hesitates, then decides she cannot give up yet. The man is surprised as a dark purple strike lashes out at him. Wreathed in dark energy, she charges again with renewed determination. She forms a huge purple vortex above him, gathering more magic for a final blow. She reasons that he will soon attempt another stealth attack and prepares to end things. Floating in a sphere of magic, she resolves to settle everything with her next strike. The man, battered and surrounded by her energy, struggles to stand. Breathing hard, he steadies himself, refusing to fall. Red demonic power swirls around him as he faces her once more. She is horrified that he still has enough strength to fight. She thinks he should not be able to endure this much magic with his stamina. He plants his feet, sword drawn, gathering demonic energy. His grip tightens as the magic concentrates into the weapon. Cloaked in violent red power, he prepares a decisive strike. He focuses all remaining magic into his sword for one final attack. Watching him, she smiles sadly and wishes they had met under different circumstances. Seeing her charge up again, he knows he must block the looming attack. Demonic energy wraps around his armor as he braces himself. He screams, pushing his body past its limits. Their ultimate attacks collide, the horned woman descending while he slashes upward. The clash sends her tumbling, purple energy scattering. The man howls as he drives his empowered sword through the oncoming blast. Red and blue energy spheres crash into each other with blinding force. Nearby cultists see the approaching energies and flee in terror. The collision erupts in a massive explosion that engulfs the area. When the smoke clears, the land is shattered and scarred. Debris and dust drift over the devastated battlefield. Exhausted, the man kneels, using his sword to keep himself upright. He reflects that in raw magical capacity Emily surpassed everyone and had just poured all of it into that attack. He looks down at his body, now crystallized and cracking from the impact. The crystalline shell continues to break off him as he stands. Bruised but alive, he acknowledges how endlessly Emily adapted during their fight. He forces himself back to his feet, leaning on his sword. Through the thinning smoke, Emily reappears, still standing. She strides forward, battered yet unyielding. The man curses internally, realizing he has no power left. The two face each other across the ruined clearing, tension hanging in the air. Emily silently studies him, saying nothing. He tightens his stance, trying to ready his failing body. With a shout, he forces himself upright, sword in hand. Their eyes meet, each measuring the other's resolve. Emily draws her curved blade once more. She tells him the battle is finished, and he has lost. He reacts in shock, sensing what she plans next. She begins to say that he can no longer continue fighting. Mid-sentence, she notices something unexpected and tenses. The ground bursts as she suddenly darts sideways in alarm. She charges at Jinsuk, demanding to know how he can still move. The younger man watches in confusion at the new turn of events. Jinsuk appears between them, ordering Emily not to come any closer. The younger man recognizes him and calls out his name. Jinsuk apologizes to the younger man for arriving late. Emily glares at Jinsuk, bracing for another confrontation. She remarks that he showed up sooner than she expected. Jinsuk answers that he hurried because there is something he needs to hear from her directly. Emily laughs that there is still more he wants from her. Jinsuk demands to know the true reason behind all of her actions. He tells her bluntly that she has become corrupted. He insists that whatever her past reasons, they no longer justify what she is doing now. Emily echoes the word corrupted in disbelief. Jinsuk says she already knows the truth and that the key must be stronger than anyone. The younger man argues that instead of letting some random person become the key, she tried to eliminate the risk early. Emily shouts back that there is nothing wrong with her way of thinking. Jinsuk says she must be merciless enough to cut him down if necessary. He closes his eyes sadly, weighing what must be done. He tells her to answer honestly what she felt while crossing swords with the younger man. Emily looks up toward the sky, pondering his question. His voice asks if she ever doubted the choices she made. He further questions whether her deeds were truly for the sake of the key. Her eyes widen as his words pierce her resolve. Her hand slackens on her weapon as doubt takes hold. Jin-suk suggests she may have been consumed by the thrill of gaining strength. He asks if, in chasing power, she has forgotten her original purpose. The younger man observes in silence as Jin-suk confronts her. Gasping and crying, Emily begins to say she just wanted something. She reaches for her sword while trying to explain herself. She adds that everything she did was meant for everyone's sake. Finally she breaks down, confessing that she simply wanted to return home. Jin-suk steps toward her, expression heavy. He quietly apologizes for what he is about to do. He says that is precisely why he must cut her down. The younger man watches, stunned by Jin-suk's resolve. Emily lowers her head, accepting his decision. Jin-suk agrees he should do it, but hesitates at the sadness of ending things this way. Emily weakly protests that dying like this feels too tragic. Jin-suk is taken aback, confused by her words. Suddenly a flash of purple erupts as she makes an unexpected move. Jin-suk looks down in shock as blood spreads across his chest. The younger man cries out in alarm as Jin-suk is struck. Emily kneels, driving a glowing dagger into her own body. The younger man shouts in panic, while Jin-suk orders him not to approach. Emily coughs blood from the self-inflicted wound. She tells them not to act like they understand her, insisting the plan is entirely her own. Jin-suk realizes in disbelief that she had orchestrated this outcome from the beginning. In a flashback, she reminds him she came intending to die at his hands as the murderer's leader. She narrates that her original assassination plan failed. She explains that, as leader of the murderer's clan, she has chosen instead to die by her own hand. Someone recalls her earlier statement about hunting down killers. In the past, Jin-suk asked her to keep their mission secret from everyone else. He had revealed that many criminals had already adapted to this world. He warned that those criminals would seriously obstruct their larger plan. Emily had resolved then to gather and control those criminals herself. She declared she would build a clan specialized in managing and using criminals. Jin-suk had asked if she was truly determined to go through with such a path. She had looked back with a faint, defiant smile. Smiling playfully, she had answered that perhaps she would. Her voice from the past adds that if she never returned, there was more to her motives. Back in the present, Jin-suk stands over the kneeling, dying Emily. Her hand reaches weakly toward him as she collapses. Jin-suk catches her in his arms before she falls. The younger man runs toward them, while Jin-suk murmurs that he himself is the final target. The younger man stares in shock at this revelation. Emily tells Jin-suk that by doing this he will be able to forgive her. Jin-suk angrily rejects the idea, shouting that her work is not yet done. Watching them embrace, the younger man wonders what really happened between the two. He asks if there was another reason for forming the clan, but Emily says Jin-suk will explain it someday. Jin-suk recalls she once asked why he was doing all this. In his memory she begins to say that it was because of her own feelings. Her bloodied lips move as if to finish the confession. Her hand slips, losing strength as life fades. Jin-suk stares at her in horror, realizing she is slipping away. Emily gives him a faint, resigned smile through the blood. Her hand falls to her side, the last of her strength gone. Jin-suk looks at her lifeless profile, grief etched on his face. Emily's final thought is that she had truly believed he had changed. A man looks over a familiar landscape and reflects that nothing in the world seems to have changed. He stares ahead in silence, lost in thought. A fireplace crackles and burns strongly. A log shifts in the blazing fire. Someone seated near the hearth grips his sword hilt. The long-haired man sits pensively by the fire. He breaks the silence by asking what kind of person Emily was. The bandaged man explains that 10 survived the tutorial and Emily was the only woman among them. He recalls that Emily was the strongest woman he had seen and that she created the murderer clan to lead killers. The long-haired man admits he never knew how to stop her, and his companion asks if that is why she formed the clan. He confirms that such a measure was necessary. He explains that the clan's purpose was to impose rules and stop reckless killing. His tense hand reaches toward the firewood. He adds that Emily turned herself into a demon in order to control the murderers. The younger man says all of this was carried out in total secrecy, unknown even to Aryan and Baekchin. The long-haired man states that he alone knew this fact. He repeats to himself that he alone carried this knowledge. In anger he crushes a burning log in his armored hand. Standing before the flames, he struggles with his emotions. He wonders if things could have been different had he persuaded Emily to change her mind. The fire surges as his regret lingers. The bandaged man thinks that Emily's eyes looked like his own, as if she were trying to protect something. He wishes he had met her a little earlier. He gazes ahead, still dwelling on these thoughts. At Emily's grave he blames his lack of strength for the path she chose. Her sword stands as a marker beside the grave. Time shifts to the bustling big city of Barum. The city streets and central plaza are shown. A lively market fills one of Barum's streets. Focus moves to the imposing headquarters of the Zinger clan. Inside a refined office, a blond man waits while another approaches. The blond man reacts sharply as he begins to speak. The dark-haired visitor remarks how unusual it is for the other to summon him and asks about the situation, saying he has been away. The blonde man smiles over a drink and suggests they start discussing business. The visitor notes that at least the drink is not drugged, accuses him of obvious acting, and the blonde feigns ignorance. Genji Fukushi, leader of the Zinger clan, says he was curious why his old acquaintance suddenly came to see him. The blonde man narrows his eyes, growing serious. He points out documents about Abram and notes that Genji has been extensively researching Abram's titles. Genji calmly asks if there is any issue with that. The blonde presses, asking what Genji planned to do after investigating Abram, while Genji deflects that he looked him up because of recent turmoil. The blonde asks what Genji intends to do once the current situation ends. He emphasizes how unprecedented the commotion was and tells Genji not to try deceiving him, since he always takes interest in such events. Concluding Genji is hiding something, he bluntly asks Genji's opinion of Aryan the Golden Lion. He then demands to know what Abram left behind. Genji puts down a bottle and laments that he only wanted to reminisce, but is being pressured instead. Genji complains that his friend is cornering him despite their past friendship. The blonde quietly repeats the word friends with evident skepticism. He asks if this supposed friend is why Genji invited extra people to greet him. Genji smirks and admits the blonde noticed his preparations. Genji drops the pretense and says he will stop lying. Armed men begin moving through the mansion's halls. A group of black-clad swordsmen gathers near the office doors. The blonde man realizes the extent of Genji's betrayal. He concludes that Turner was not the only spy involved. Genji claims surprise that Turner worked with the murderer clan and says Emily planted that spy, noting how shocking it must have been. The blonde is taken aback and wonders if Genji is implying the clan was not fully cooperative. He coldly asks since when Genji started siding with the devils. Genji responds with a dark chuckle. Surrounded by ominous energy, Genji says he does not remember and remarks that demon trees require a long time to grow. The blonde clenches his fist and says he once considered Genji a true friend. Genji agrees, saying that trust is why he was told about the keys and why the blonde foolishly accepted his invitation. The blonde asks if Genji now intends to kill him. Genji replies that murder is the only reason he called him here, while his men advance. The blonde notes Genji must have achieved something significant and says not to worry about the key, since Emily probably reached the destination already. He watches Genji warily, thinking. He says he understands the situation but had wanted to discuss why Genji changed so drastically. Genji is puzzled by the sudden question. A violent explosion rocks the building as the attack begins. The blast hurls Genji across the office. He dashes through the wreckage, trying to respond. Smoke and debris swirl around him as he tries to regain control. A crystal shard appears, and someone comments on the intensity of this invitation. Outside, Walker Alvin arrives with allies, and the blonde reminds others he trusted Walker's instincts. Walker's companion observes that by the look of things, the enemies were probably defeated by others before they arrived. Genji recognizes Walker Alvin's name in shock. A knight recalls a warning to be cautious of Genji. Walker states that Genji must also have made a pact with demons, and that many suspicious people belong to the Zinger clan. The knight says he has researched Turner as well. Walker adds that he learned from the Zinger clan that they were searching for information about Abram. He concludes that the clan must be plotting something. The knight says they might also be hunting clues about the key, and reminds Walker that he was crucial in stopping Abram. Walker responds that Aryan is actually in more danger than he is. The knight asks why Aryan would be targeted, but Walker says he cannot reveal the details. Walker reasons that even if Aryan is inactive, his symbolic importance makes him a prime target. Eliminating him would ease the conspirators' plans. The priestess asks why Walker warned them about Genji specifically. Walker urges them to be especially cautious when alone with Genji, since he cannot predict what Genji will do next. The knight wonders how far Walker's uncanny senses extend. Back in Genji's ruined office, he notes Walker's growth yet doubts the boy's interference will matter. Genji declares that the Zinger clan rules big cities and that such ambition is their domain. The blonde man smiles faintly at this claim. He points out that his arrival with companions should have warned Genji he brought more support. Genji mocks him, asking if he brought the rest of the Tower clan. Another figure steps in and calls Genji more foolish than expected. Baekshun appears, revealing he has joined the confrontation. Genji is stunned that Baekshun has arrived here. The blonde says it is unfortunate, implying Genji's schemes have failed. Baekshun says he had hoped this meeting could have been a friendly gathering. He adds that at least the view from here is impressive, while Genji rages in frustration. Later, in a calmer scene, a friend asks the protagonist if he fought with Emily, and whether Jean Seo was with him. The protagonist answers that events escalated and his friend asks if he survived because he won. He smiles and admits he actually lost the fight. His friend notes that despite losing, he still escaped alive, which the protagonist confirms. The friend reflects that many things happened while he was out of his mind. The protagonist notices the bandages and scars on his friend's arm. He remarks that the friend's wounds are already healed and asks if he used his skills, but the friend says he woke up already healed. The protagonist thinks this recovery is unnatural and wonders if it is due to some strengthening effect. The friend senses that even without consciously using skills, the aftermath of power still lingers in his body. He then asks if it is time for them to start moving again. Their long-haired mentor appears before them under the blue sky. The boys assure him they are fine, and he says he is relieved to hear it. The protagonist asks if they can avoid staying longer. The mentor replies that something more important awaits them elsewhere. The protagonist agrees, while his friend wonders what the mentor is referring to. The mentor says he will explain on the way and tells them to return to Turum. A view of Turum is shown as rumors spread that something extreme happened there the previous night. An old man in town claims there must have been a war in Barum that lasted from lunchtime until dawn. People discuss that Barum is Zinger territory, yet the Tower clan apparently raided it alongside Baekjeon. As the trio walks through Turum, one asks how quickly the Tower clan moved against the Murderer clan and notes how fast rumors spread. Their mentor explains that such famous figures cannot hide anything here. Asked if Aryan is alright, he says they are close to the clan house and can check on Aryan personally. They arrive at the Tower clan building, where their mentor steps inside. Empty bottles lie near a couch as Aryan's tired voice acknowledges their arrival. They find Aryan drunk on the floor, and someone questions if this is an appropriate time for him to be drinking after claiming everything was fine. Aryan says he is reminiscing about the past and comments that they should at least handle the current situation if they want to see him. The mentor says Alvin and Loisu outside told him Aryan failed to catch Genji. Aryan points out that even with Baekjeon and Alvin present, Genji still slipped away and asks if they let him go on purpose. He concludes that is essentially what happened. He then asks why the group has come and whether they have something to report. Abruptly, Aryan orders everyone except one person to leave and says others can speak later. The two younger men protest that they just arrived. Aryan tells them to go bother Baekjeon downstairs for information since he knows just as much. The mentor decides they will continue the discussion once Aryan sobers up. Later, Walker asks a now sobered Aryan if he is alright. Aryan laughs bitterly, saying he hardly looks fine and that even if they clash, he and Genji have been comrades for over 20 years. Walker comments that it is hard adjusting as the pillars he relied on in this world keep disappearing. Aryan realizes Walker arranged to meet Genji alone because if Genji accepted, it would prove Genji intended to kill him. Walker notes he heard the two elders were on bad terms but not to the point of trying to murder each other. Walker grows grim, focusing on the implications. He learns about the middle area between humans and devils and that its emergence is likely due to a constructed road. A narration states that he has now learned the secret of the future. Walker recounts that Aryan visited the middle area and revealed secrets of the past to him. Reading Aryan's diary, Walker discovers that it records events 3 years in the future. The text reflects that after numerous disasters, the expected future has been disrupted. Walker concludes that the timeline has changed dramatically. He continues reading by the fire, trying to grasp the implications. The diary suggests that future events no longer follow fixed dates and might unfold in better ways than before. Suddenly, he reacts in shock to what he reads next. The diary states that Aryan dies and that the mastermind behind his death is eventually exposed. Walker reads that Genji Fukushi, another first generation like Aryan, is responsible for the killing. The narration finishes by explaining that after Aryan's death the Tower clan quickly collapsed, with Baekjeon barely surviving. Around 3 months after Aryan's death, monstrous beings began to stir. At that time, an ominous group started appearing as if by design. A man questions whether the current plan to forge a path differs from how things were done before. The black-haired man explains that their enemies plan to wipe out the dragons. They confirm that the central region is actually the dragon's stronghold. He explains that dragons use the middle area to keep the factions from openly invading each other, allowing only covert incursions. He reasons that the demons they met are like others in that area, but notes a local dragon claimed he was forbidden to attack demons. The other man says dragons follow a rule not to interfere outside their own domains, then wonders why nearby dragons ignored the demon threat. He concludes that the dragon they killed had probably been the sole guardian of that location. The younger man is shocked by this realization. They admit that by killing that guardian they may have doomed themselves, effectively digging their own grave. The older man drains his bottle in agitation, while the younger watches. Complaining that the situation is troublesome, he grumbles about the burden ahead. He reports that demons are also seeking the Holy Grail, while the younger man replies that this might not be entirely disadvantageous. The older man asks what he means, and the younger answers that if war is inevitable it should be kept as short as possible. He elaborates that if demons overextend their power early on, humans may reduce their own burden in the later stages. The older man muses that if a route opens, they can even launch a counterattack. He agrees that timing is now all that matters. Thanking the younger man for his advice, he decides they must accelerate their own plans. He notes that now that their strategy is exposed, their enemies also have no time left to waste. The scene shifts to a vast, ominous castle under a dark sky. The castle's bell tower looms as if heralding impending events. Inside, the camera lingers on the silent, stained glass interior. A voice states that the recent operation ended in failure. Someone demands clarification, asking which objective was not achieved. A horned demon king on a throne is told that both objectives failed. Outraged, he shouts that they failed to thin enemy numbers and also failed to kill the key target. He violently lashes out with magic at the kneeling subordinate. The wounded demon begs the king for another chance to correct the mistake. Choking on blood, the subordinate continues to suffer under the king's attack. The king coldly asks if the demon truly thinks he can fix such a blunder now. As he crushes the subordinate with more power, he introduces himself as the demon King Pluton and claims he is only repeating what he heard. Pluton declares that someone will pay dearly for this failure. The subordinate continues pleading with his liege while bleeding heavily. Pluton coughs harshly, revealing even he is strained by the exertion. He clenches his hand, controlling his temper and power. He then releases a surge of energy that slams the subordinate to the ground. Looking down at the battered demon, Pluton demands to know how long until their project called the road is completed. The subordinate replies that little time remains, as the last dragons are nearly finished digging their tunnel. Pluton asks for a concrete time estimate. Hearing that completion should take 3 to 6 months, Pluton orders it finished within 3. The demon nervously suggests taking more time because the failed plan still worries him. Pluton dismisses the concern, saying the enemy has not yet completed their own preparations. He decides to advance their schedule and instructs his servant to be ready to cross the central region as soon as the road is done. The subordinate accepts the order and addresses him respectfully as king. Elsewhere, a white-haired mage cheerfully agrees to help the protagonist. During tea, the protagonist asks how he can help, and the mage says he heard from Jin Suk that Yoon Jae's skill still carries side effects. Jin Suk explains that while those side effects have lessened since the beginning, they still persist. The mage says the side effects cannot be erased but can be reversed using magic amplification via a medium in contact with the mana circuit. He adds that he thinks the approach is worth trying, prompting a skeptical response from the protagonist. Stirring his tea, the mage remarks that unproven things without theory have limits. He believes the skill's side effects are one such inherent limitation. However, he says that by applying established theories they might shorten the trial and error needed to tackle those side effects, leading the protagonist to ask if he knows how to remove them. The mage clarifies that while they cannot be removed entirely, their impact can be softened. He then asks if the protagonist remembers Abram. He brings up the extensive research books Abram kept in his laboratory. The mage asks if the protagonist knows what happened to those materials. Realizing something, the protagonist begins to suspect the answer. The mage admits he acquired Abram's research on behalf of the White Tower clan and found it full of fascinating studies. The protagonist asks what kinds of research were recorded in those books. The mage says there was too much to quantify and that it took him over a year to read more than 1,000 volumes, surprising the protagonist. The protagonist asks if it is really possible to retrograde the side effects, as the mage suggested. The mage places a hand on the table, preparing to demonstrate. He asks if the protagonist has time, saying there is somewhere he wants to take him. The protagonist silently considers his proposal. They then arrive at a familiar door leading into Abram's laboratory. Inside Abram's vast library-like lab, the mage announces where they are. He explains that most of Abram's chimeras sacrificed intelligence in exchange for enhanced physical power. Because of that lack of intellect, controlling these chimeras proved difficult. Walking through the lab, the mage tells the protagonist he has found the key medium needed for their own experiment. He reveals a large blue mana stone, explaining it is the stone embedded in chimeras' bodies. He notes that while Abram's method is crude, it offers a workable approach. He concludes that Abram's experiments ultimately yielded valuable results. The mage explains that after gaining a new body, Abram intended to apply this experiment to himself. This means Abram had discovered a way to negate his own experiment's side effects. Facing the protagonist, the mage says there are 2 possible methods. The protagonist asks if one of those ways will let him survive by relying on the potion. The mage clarifies that the potion's main effect is actually to strengthen the mana circuit instead of merely boosting physical ability. The protagonist reflects that this enhancement is nearly miraculous, and that no one knows how the experiment will end. The mage says that since the protagonist has already finished taking the potion, they can start the procedure right away, and the protagonist agrees. He warns there is no guarantee of success, and that unforeseen side effects, or outright failure, are possible. The protagonist then simply asks whether there is any chance it can succeed. The mage replies that he cannot know the odds, only that surviving the process itself will count as success. The protagonist accepts this condition. The mage notes that his knowledge comes solely from Abram's written records, not first-hand experimentation. The protagonist decides it is better not to know what happens if the experiment fails so he can commit without hesitation. He declares that they should proceed, prompting the mage to confirm his resolve. The protagonist confidently asks the mage to take good care of him during the procedure. As preparations continue in the lab, someone calls out to begin. The mage starts by reminding him that all living beings possess mana. The protagonist agrees, repeating that every creature, no matter how small, carries mana. The mage teaches that mana is equivalent to life force, and that each cell contains a little of it. He adds that mana's nature changes depending on who wields it and what life form it resides in. The protagonist then asks about the path mana takes and how the mana circuit is structured. The mage answers that normal training only develops the muscles around the mana circuit, not the circuit itself. The protagonist realizes Abram's experiment is meant to directly strengthen the circuit itself. The mage confirms this, explaining it greatly boosts regeneration and makes mana use more efficient and reliable. The protagonist understands that to accomplish this they must use the very essence of mana. A visual shows Abram's new body immersed in a glowing purple substance that contains that essence. We learn Abram soaked his new body in this essence for a long time, effectively discovering a method to live forever by elevating his talents to miraculous levels. The mage remarks that if Abram's work had remained intact, it would have been disastrous for their side. The protagonist asks if that same method can be applied to him. The mage is taken aback by how boldly he requests it. Smiling, the mage prepares to explain the precise procedure. The protagonist tensely agrees to hear the details. He is then placed naked inside a large cylindrical tank filled with glowing liquid. The mage jokes that this approach spares the protagonist from being physically cut open. Gesturing at the tank, he says the protagonist should be more at ease now that he is using prepared equipment. As the protagonist enters the fluid, he recalls his friends and resolves that his companion's encouragement was right. Inside the tank, he notes to himself that breathing and moving in the liquid feels strange. He realizes he can move and breathe freely in it. What stands out to him most is how distinctly he can sense the flow of mana. Time and space begin to blur for him as he wonders how long he must endure this state. Outside, the tank begins to glow more intensely. The light suddenly shifts and intensifies, signaling the true start of the transformation. Inside, the protagonist senses something change and looks around in alarm. He watches as dark lines and cracks spread across his body, feeling something erupt within. Agonized, he convulses as the process overwhelms his body. His expression contorts with pain while his eyes widen in fury and strain. In the lab, the mage monitors the equipment as sound and energy surge. He notes aloud that the main phase of the transformation has begun. Split images show the mage watching while the protagonist writhes in the tank. The protagonist screams as his body is ripped and remade by the red liquid. He cries out even louder as the pain peaks. A violent burst of power explodes from his body within the tank. The shockwave slams against the tank wall in front of the watching mage. The protagonist continues howling as the process batters him. The mage explains that this excruciating cycle will repeat countless times. A visualized mana network shows that the essence surrounding him is reshaping his mana circuits throughout his body. The mage likens the essence to a protein that repeatedly tears, breaks, and rebuilds those circuits. Overlaid with his suffering body, the narration says that such pain is unavoidable. The mage silently observes, worried yet resolute. He analyzes that the mana used on the protagonist is a warped extract, and wonders what kind it is. As the protagonist convulses, the mage marvels that mana from other lifeforms can directly seep into human circuits, deciding that only the final result will matter. Eventually the protagonist's vision fades, and he hears the mage greeting him as he begins to wake. He jolts upright in bed, realizing he has survived the experiment. Embarrassed, he notes his surroundings while the mage explains he moved him to a more comfortable room. The mage tells him he had been unconscious for some time. The protagonist asks how long he was out. The mage is relieved he woke at all, saying he had struggled to sustain him until the end. The protagonist admits he cannot remember what happened during the experiment, an experience unlike anything before. He then notices something about his body or surroundings that draws his attention. The mage, holding a cup, asks if he is able to move now. Still dazed, the protagonist answers uncertainly as he reaches for the offered drink. He says his last memory is of feeling like his body was about to explode, and the mage remarks that the process is essentially another way of forcefully injecting mana. The protagonist reflects that the sensation closely resembled when he first took Abram's potion. Sitting up with the cup in hand, he notes it took longer to regain consciousness this time because they used much more mana than before. The mage quietly studies him, gauging the outcome. Off-screen, someone asks if he is not curious about what has changed, and he responds by asking curious about what. The answer comes that he should be interested in the transformations that have just occurred within his body. The pink-haired instructor asks the protagonist what changes happened to him, and the protagonist hesitantly starts to answer. Smiling, the instructor proposes finding out by experimenting on it. The scene shifts to a powerful surge of energy erupting over icy mountains. Winter trees appear as the setting moves to a secluded forest. The protagonist and instructor walk toward each other through the forest clearing. The two continue walking together in silence, heading deeper into the area. The protagonist admits he never knew this place existed and asks if any facilities are nearby. The instructor says they are almost at their destination. Stopping, the instructor decides that this spot is suitable. He announces that they should start, and the protagonist responds uncertainly. The protagonist realizes this will be a duel against Baekjeon, who confirms he is personally in charge of evaluating him. Baekjeon promises not to overdo it but warns he will not hold back and expects the same. The duel begins as the protagonist prepares to move. Baekjeon stomps, triggering a surge of mana. Surrounded by swirling blue energy, Baekjeon volunteers to attack first. The protagonist is shocked as towering spirals of mana descend on him. Baekjeon, intrigued, asks what the protagonist has brought into the field. The protagonist, sweating, steels himself in response. The story cuts away to show the academy castle under a bright sky. Someone advises an exhausted person to sleep for several hours to quickly recover. A blonde man wonders why another is worrying about him as they sit in a study. Overwhelmed by paperwork, the blonde laments that his work seems endless and is told he cannot keep going without rest. His companion questions what is so problematic about all this work. The blonde lists burdens like managing personnel, coordinating outsiders, and handling residence registration. He continues with issues like compensation and processing, until his listener cuts him off. The dark-haired man notes that a certain rumor has spread widely. When asked which rumor, he explains it started when they began moving. He says people are whispering that something big is about to occur. The blonde reflects that until now they had worked in secret, but recently there has been a lot of visible activity. Pouring a drink, the dark-haired man cites Baekjeon as one example of someone who has stepped up. A voice at the door calls for the clan leader, who allows the visitor to enter. The newcomer says there has been a lot of disturbance, and is asked what is going on. They report that even people from the distant town of Meloon noticed the commotion, surprising the leaders. One asks if Baekjeon is responsible, and another remarks that he appears just as they mention him. Looking out at the distant sky, someone demands to know what Baekjeon has done. The ground outside is shown torn up and frozen, evidence of massive power. Seeing the devastation, one of the leaders can only stammer in shock. The two leaders run toward the source of the damage. They find Baekjeon sitting in the ruined clearing and demand to know what he has done, while calling out to Kim. Baekjeon laughs nervously and says he only did a little. The two leaders stare at him in stunned silence. Nearby, the battered protagonist lies against a rock and angrily asks if the two duelists have lost their minds. A leader looks over the shattered field and questions if they were really just sparring with swords. A foot slams the ground, emphasizing frustration or anger. Baekjeon apologizes, saying he thought the evaluation match would end easily and never expected this outcome. The blonde leader, after a pause, comments that Baekjeon must have had a hard time too. Baekjeon suggests postponing detailed explanations until later. Walking away together, the blonde notes that Baekjeon actually seems in high spirits. Baekjeon silently smiles, clearly pleased. He admits it has been a long time since he enjoyed himself that much, while the others react in disbelief. The two leaders exchange a quiet, exasperated look. 10 days later, the bandaged protagonist lies in bed as a friend says he heard about the fight with Baekjeon, and asks how long he has been gone. The protagonist realizes he has been unconscious or absent for 10 days. The friend prepares to leave to train himself, prompting the protagonist to ask what he has been doing. The friend shows his still bandaged arm and says his own wounds are not yet healed. He reassures the protagonist that the situation is not too dangerous because Mr. Loiju is helping, which makes the protagonist repeat the unfamiliar name. Leaving, the friend orders the protagonist to rest. Smiling to himself, the protagonist thinks that his friend is working hard too. Curious, he calls up his status window to check for any results and reacts in surprise. The status screen reveals his name Kim Yoon-jae and shows that his physical, health, agility, and demonic energy stats now exceed 100. He notes that his mana stat has barely grown since passing 100. Then he realizes his mana has actually increased by 6 full points. Amazed at the gain, he concludes the experiment had a huge effect. A flashback shows him in the duel cursing as he endures Baekjeon's assault. He thinks that his body is being shredded by countless tiny mana blades. Surrounded by swirling blue slashes, he wonders if he must simply endure the attack. He rejects that idea and considers another approach. Baekjeon notices something unexpected in the protagonist's counter. The protagonist charges straight through the storm, deciding to break through the front. Wrapped in purple energy, he rushes Baekjeon to clash head-on. He recalls that if Abraham's experiment worked, he could rely on it now. He chooses to use the experiment's power as armor instead of a defensive spell so he can close the distance while dodging. Empowered by purple aura, he roars as he advances. The two combatants collide in a massive exchange of purple and blue energy. Their swords meet in a close-up, emphasizing the intensity of the clash. Back in the present, the protagonist clenches his fist and decides his minimum preparation is complete. He notes that getting used to his new mana quickly is important, though challenging. He silently reflects on his situation. Acknowledging his body is still not fully healed, he resolves to move slowly because more important tasks remain. He retrieves a yellow notebook from his clothes. Looking at the notebook, he thinks the future he knew has already changed significantly. He adds that, despite those changes, some future events will still occur as originally predicted. The scene shifts to a calm blue sky above a forest. A tranquil view of trees sets the stage. Flames suddenly rise within the forest, signaling disaster. An enormous army of purple demons marches with their red-skinned leader seated on a throne above them. The demons prepare to charge, exhaling steam as they move. A narrator states they have waited a long time for the road to be completed. The demonic king, watching his forces and smoke around him, thinks that everything is finally beginning. Over an image of blazing fire, a narrator asks what became of the last dragon. A subordinate reports to the demonic king that the last dragon is believed to have been properly eliminated. Smiling darkly, the king questions this and inwardly savors that their long wait is finally over. Looking to ominous storm clouds over mountains, he asks about the status of the key on their side. Another demon replies that the key bearer has already departed ahead of them. The king is irritated the key moved despite orders to stay put, while the messenger nervously says he tried to warn him. In anger, the king slams his fist down with explosive force. He admits he was foolish to think that man would listen and recognizes that the disobedient one is nevertheless crucial to their plans. He asks if the human named Genji has contacted them, and is told Genji is hiding and will join where the king appears. A lesser demon dares to ask why they even need to accept this injured human ally. The king recalls hearing that Genji suffered serious wounds in the previous battle. Clicking his tongue, the king concludes that despite his state, Genji will still be useful for their immediate objectives. The king narrows his glowing eyes, preparing to act. Lightning cracks across the sky as he commands his forces to set out. Rows of demons glare ahead as they receive his order. The assembled demon troops bow in unison. The king calls out to all of them. He orders the entire army to march. The narrative shifts to the sunny summit identified as the top of the Grand Mountain. A group of humans is shown gathered on a flat ledge of that mountain. Armored warriors stand around the blonde leader, looking out over the sky. A priestess or mage kneels, sensing something in the distance. With eyes closed, she listens intently. Touching the ground, she announces that the enemy forces are approaching. The gathered warriors react in alarm while the leader thinks he expected this but still feels uneasy. He asks how far away the enemy is, and is told they will probably arrive in about half a day at their current pace. He asks if the priestess can keep tracking them, and she answers that although difficult, the demon's strong energy barely allows her to sense them. She adds that maintaining this sensing from such a distance would consume too much of her magic power. The leader silently worries and wonders if events will really unfold as feared. He remembers first hearing the prediction and thinking it was absurd. He notes that these revelations were things even the previous key, Lucia, had never been told. He hesitates, gathering his resolve. Back on the mountaintop, he instructs his people to spread the news to everyone. He then loudly proclaims that the enemy army is coming. The bearded officer declares he will station rankers and semi-rankers at the central stronghold and request additional backup from the Union. The leader orders Royce to act according to their previous plan, and Royce agrees. The officer then asks where their own key is at the moment. The leader answers that this person is probably already moving to confront the enemy key. The scene shifts to the lush devil forest. Within the forest, someone remarks they have heard different groups will be joining forces. The protagonist's party meets Royce and Walker Alvin, and he notes it has been a while since he saw Alvin. Alvin explains he has simply been busy recently, then asks if they located what they were searching for. The protagonist confirms that he and his companion have indeed found it. The female mage says the others are waiting and they should head out quickly. She tells them her group will guide the way along the route. The protagonist and his friend dash forward through the forest. Royce and the mage follow close behind. The whole group races under the rushing canopy toward their destination. The sky shifts to an ominous purple as tension mounts. The protagonist observes that the sky's changing color signals the beginning of war. The sky turns blood red as dark shapes swarm overhead. Demonic creatures scream as they charge into battle. More demons rush forward amid chaotic energy blasts. A horned demon roars at the front of the assault. Lines of charging demons surge across the landscape. Several demons leap aggressively toward the unseen defenders. On the human side, soldiers survey the now ruined horizon and remark that it has become a genuine battlefield where both sides are aware of each other. The blonde leader closes his eyes in uneasy silence. The demonic vanguard continues its headlong rush. Even more demons pour forward, fully committing to the opening clash of the war. A horned demon senses several powerful energies approaching. He identifies the foremost enemy as the one radiating the strongest demonic aura. Concluding that this figure must be the enemy leader, he rushes forward. Charging while laughing, he acknowledges that the humans truly have been waiting for them. Observing the battlefield, he notes that the human forces are numerous. He reflects that humans have grown strong enough to slay powerful demons like Velade and Larazir, and that the coming war will cause heavy losses. He decides their top priority is minimizing their own side's damage. Noticing the humans strike first, he reacts with surprise but mocks their initiative. He whips his massive tail. The tail lashes out violently toward the enemy. He derides the humans as arrogant fools unaware of their place, while nearby demons suddenly react in alarm. His attack slams into the ground with explosive force. Surrounded by swirling energy, he shouts a command to his troops. He declares that they have only a single objective in this battle. Demonic soldiers roar and charge forward to attack. He proclaims that their objective is to secure victory for the great demons. He orders his forces to kill every human they encounter from now on. A brutal melee erupts between demons and humans wielding weapons and magic. Human mages unleash powerful blue magic to support the frontline fighters. Explosions of fire and energy devastate the battlefield. A demon lunges aggressively at a human opponent. A human warrior counters, swinging his weapon with determination. Their clash results in a massive fiery blast. The horned commander watches with a stern, focused expression. He then dashes rapidly toward a bright light on the horizon. Confronting a human, he demands to know who this opponent is. The human calmly replies that based on the demon's energy, he must be the leader. Smiling, the human remarks that a leader can recognize another leader. The human says he will accept that role for now, prompting the demon to question what he means by for now. The human suggests the demon is only acting as temporary leader and that the true head is elsewhere. The demon silently narrows his eyes at this implication. The human adds that his own situation is similar and proposes they fight to see which of them is the lesser substitute. Enraged, the demon growls at the audacity of a mere human speaking that way. The human internally realizes the demons may already know their strategy and even details of their war plan. The demon demands to know how much the human actually understands, and the human begins to answer. The human states that he merely knows there is no demon king present for them to serve here. This revelation shocks the demon commander. Elsewhere in a forest, someone senses that the signal for the war's beginning has arrived. A scouting group reports that they still cannot find any sign of the demon king or the key. One of them asks if this means it is time for their own group to act. Looking toward a distant glow in the mountains, they identify the location they must head to. Another party arrives, relieved they are not late to join events. The black-haired young man reacts tensely to the situation. His companions also grow serious as they register the change. They observe that the demons are confident and are not bothering to conceal their energies. A demon senses that the timing is favorable and becomes convinced that a particular young man is the key. One human exhales nervously. Another assures him that this development does not require altering their overall plan. Someone unsheathes a weapon, commenting on how straightforward their objective is. The small group resolves to survive the coming battle and reunite afterward. Powerful vibrations echo across the sky, heralding the movement of large forces. The disturbance shakes the forest around them. Rocks fall as the shockwave spreads across the ground. A demon general arrives at a rocky clearing where a cloaked figure is already waiting and greets him. The red demon reprimands the cloaked subordinate for acting alone against orders. The subordinate complains that waiting was too boring. He casually mentions that the so-called dragon they fought was already near death and unimpressive. The red demon pointedly reminds him that he is their key and must not forget his role. The young demon brushes off concern, saying there is nothing special to know about that responsibility. Noticing the assembled demon army behind the general, he remarks that he did not know these additional forces were coming. As he walks, a human mutters with a laugh that things have become troublesome. Introducing himself as Demon Baal, the horned figure jokes that he seems to have irritated Satan. Baal tells the key demon that unlike the others, he does not come across as mere baggage, and says the same about another ally. Two more demons look on questioningly at this comment. The red commander chides Baal that his judgment of the others is rather harsh. A robed human approaches their group. The newcomer strides confidently toward them in a school-like uniform. The red demon asks if this human is Genji. Genji confirms his identity, and pledges to serve the demon commander from now on. The demon demands to know where the other human seeds are, implying Genji cannot be the only one left. Genji reports that almost all the seeds, including Emily, have died. He adds that he is still waiting for any surviving seeds to re-establish contact with him. Baal notices Genji and remarks with surprise that a human is cooperating with them, while the commander explains Genji has been their long-term collaborator. Baal muses that this complicates matters. He says that because of such cooperation he cannot indiscriminately slaughter humans anymore. The demons and Genji stand together in the clearing, preparing for future moves. Baal clarifies that his earlier words were mostly a joke and promises to restrain himself, though he hints he might lose control if overly excited. Genji smiles darkly and curtly rejects something, saying no. Bowing to Baal, Genji states he is grateful for being chosen and asks Baal to look after him. Baal thinks approvingly that perceptive individuals like Genji are useful. The red demon observes that introductions are now complete. He assures Genji that he remembers the benefits of their cooperation and vows to reward him after the war. Genji thanks him and speaks of what he intends to do once everything is over. The commander grins and says he will personally take Genji in afterward, calling him a pitiful human. Elsewhere, two human knights discuss concerns about Arhan. One wonders if Arhan will be alright without a major demon boss on his side, prompting teasing about whether he is worried. Another companion asks curiously if Arhan is really that strong. Their priestess begins to praise Arhan's background, but the knight cuts her off before she reveals too much. Alvin notes that although Arhan has been inactive for some time, he is still capable of handling serious threats. Alvin explains that otherwise they would have replaced Arhan long ago, picturing Arhan leading many warriors. Hearing this, one of the younger knights concludes that Arhan must indeed be remarkable. The priestess explains that in their current mission they are serving only first-generation elites, so it is natural the younger ones know little of Arhan. She adds that once they witness Arhan's true power someday, they will not be able to deny his merit. The scene cuts back to the battlefield where a massive golden explosion erupts. Arhan and the demon commander clash with blazing energy, their movements a blur. Arhan's eyes burn with focus as he attacks. He dives toward the demon at high speed, fists wreathed in golden light. The demon roars furiously as he charges to meet Arhan head-on. As they fight, Arhan remarks on Agarithra's high rank among the demons. The demon howls in pain as he is struck by Arhan's powerful blows. Arhan and the demon exchange another devastating impact, shattering the ground. Their collision causes a huge explosion that sends rocks flying. When the dust settles, Arhan stands while the demon lies battered in a massive crater. Arhan gazes down calmly at his fallen opponent. The demon coughs blood and struggles to comprehend what is happening. He internally questions how such strength could belong to a mere human. He thinks bitterly that he is being toyed with by prey and laments wasting time here. Arhan tells him he would have liked to play longer but current circumstances will not allow it. Arhan gathers golden energy in his fist and says they may only meet again if fate allows. The demon's eyes bulge in furious terror as he realizes what is coming. Arhan lunges, declaring that their next meeting certainly will not be in this lifetime. His glowing fist drives forward with tremendous power. The demon's eye fills the frame as he faces the finishing blow. A blinding eruption of light obliterates the area. Elsewhere, another human and demon notice the distant blast and react in shock mid-battle. The scene reveals the demon commander's body lying motionless in the shattered crater before Arhan. Arhan reflects that events unfolded exactly as someone else had predicted. He realizes the demons only pretended they would commit everything to a fierce fight. Looking toward the distant mountains, Arhan thinks about the next, unseen enemies. He notes that certain top-tier demons still have not appeared at this front. Determined, Arhan resolves internally to act independently. The narration repeats his resolve to move on his own. In a later council scene, a knight asks if Arhan truly intends to go alone, and Arhan confirms he plans to head for the Devil Forest. His superior demands to know why Arhan wants to enter that dangerous forest. Arhan says he has heard a special rite or key is hidden there. The revelation startles his superior. Arhan explains that he believes that item lies in the Devil Forest, and that the demons likely have the same information. The superior laments that this news makes strategy difficult, and wonders if they must divide their forces. Arhan insists there is no need, since he knows the location of the piece better than anyone, and can go alone. Back on the battlefield, Arhan concludes that their risky gamble has paid off but cautions that it is too soon to relax. He smiles faintly as he prepares to act further. He reflects that it is unusual for the famed Golden Lion Arhan to play a mere supporting role. Deciding he will vent his frustration, Arhan turns toward the remaining enemies, ready to unleash his full power. Elsewhere near a cliffside, the Red Demon commander remarks that they have discovered some pesky intruders. He questions Baal and Genji, reminding them they claim no one else knew about this location. Baal and Genji stand before him with demon troops, betraying nothing. Baal smirks, hiding his true thoughts. Using his sensitivity to emotions, Baal senses lingering traces of fear, anxiety, and determination in the area. He adds that he can also feel emotions similar to his own, suggesting another demonic presence. A boot steps forward, indicating someone is approaching. Baal estimates not much time has passed since the others left, perhaps only a couple of hours. The Red Commander wonders aloud if this presence might actually be the key. He speculates that the humans may have found their own key here as well. Baal downplays his suspicion, saying he could be mistaken. The commander decides regardless to proceed inside the cavern. Their army gathers before a massive sealed gate deep within the mountain. Baal steps up and presses his glowing hand against the door's surface. His demonic imprint activates a magical panel, triggering the mechanism. The gate erupts with blue energy as stone and metal are blasted apart. Dust and debris swirl, revealing the darkened interior they have just opened. A group of powerful horned demons, led by a red-skinned warrior and a calm blue-skinned figure, advances through the ruins. Someone reacts to the vast chamber they have entered, remarking on how unusual the place is. The red demon leader senses an expected presence arriving and is startled. Armored footsteps approach across the stone floor toward the demons. The black-haired human leader appears with his party, saying he was close to growing impatient while waiting. Seeing the humans exclaim that their enemies truly are here. The blue demon with red eyes quietly chuckles as he observes the humans. The human leader narrows his eyes, scrutinizing his opponents. Both sides stand facing each other across the fog-filled hall, preparing for confrontation. The demons and humans stare each other down, tension rising between the opposing groups. The blue demon thinks that his instincts tell him the human leader is the crucial key. The human leader reflects that seeing this demon in person feels strange after only knowing of him indirectly. A diary-style narration recalls how demons began emerging from the demon forest, plunging the world into chaos, and how the writer once met another key tied to a supreme devil. The narration names that absolute evil as Satan, described as the key belonging to the devil. Intense red fire energy floods the hall, signaling an overwhelming power. The red demon king strides forward as blazing flames swirl around him and his subordinates. The flames surge more violently, filling the area with searing heat. The humans shield themselves from the sudden inferno, reacting in alarm. The fire spreads across the entire floor as narration identifies this as the fire-manipulating Fire King displaying his might. One human is shocked that the Fire King heated the once freezing floor in an instant. The Fire King's eyes burn intensely as he focuses on his enemies. He acknowledges that he does not know how the humans anticipated him here but declares they have made a serious mistake. The human party questions what mistake he means, confused. A squad of snarling lesser demons lines up behind the Fire King, ready to charge. The demon strategist in a suit stands with another horned demon, both eyeing the situation. The blue demon mocks the humans, saying they should have brought an army of thousands instead of just 4 if they intended to fight. The human leader smirks faintly, unfazed by the mockery. He admits their 4-man group is insufficient alone but explains he has brought allies stronger than 1,000 soldiers. The Fire King repeats the word allies, skeptical of what the human means. A sudden explosive flash announces the arrival of unexpected reinforcements. 2 silhouettes emerge dramatically from the light, walking into the hall. The demon strategist looks back in surprise at the new arrivals. The narrator recognizes the newcomers as Baek Cheon and Kim Jin-suk, calling out their names. The Fire King also identifies them as Baek Cheon and Kim Jin-suk, realizing who they are. The demon strategist thinks to himself that these are the figures Genji had previously warned him about. He reflects that, along with Arhin, these two are the three people he must fear most because they were the first to cross into this world. Someone asks among the humans which of the newcomers is the key they were told about. The blue demon confidently points out Kim Jin-suk as the key. Baek Cheon is surprised that the rude-looking swordsman is the key, having assumed it would be the imposing Fire King instead. One of the original humans agrees he had thought the massive demon was the key as well. As footsteps echo, a demon taunts that the humans intend to fight all of them with only 6 people. The blue demon belittles the humans, calling them foolish or reckless, perhaps both. The human leader replies that he is unsure and invites the demons to find out for themselves. The blue demon, feeling bored, welcomes the chance for some excitement. He vows to kill the human party in the most agonizing way possible. The Fire King glares fiercely, his body enveloped in crimson flames. The demon strategist and another demon watch tensely from behind him. Blue aura gathers around the human leader's hand as he declares that defeating them will not be so simple. The blue demon looks over, puzzled by this sudden surge of power. The human leader becomes fully wreathed in swirling blue magic, preparing to activate a spell. He recalls an elder's words that this world, and thus the battlefield, effectively belongs to him. The Fire King and his allies suddenly sense something wrong and rush forward in alarm. The Fire King shouts for his forces to block the humans immediately. The lesser demons charge across the floor toward the magic circle. Dozens of blue projectiles or beams rain down from the ceiling toward the demon's position. The charging demons are buffeted and thrown by the force as the trap triggers. The human leader slams his blue-empowered hand into the ground, releasing a huge burst of magical energy. He dashes forward with that energy, driving his attack into the floor. His palm meets the glowing sigil on the ground, fully activating the intricate blue magic circle. A prior explanation states that such a magic circle is designed to draw out human souls for use as core ingredients in potions. The same explanation notes that, as the human leader has experienced, smaller versions of the circle can also function as traps. He asks whether such soul-draining magic might work on demons as well. Baek Cheon considers the question, calling the idea of using it on demons interesting. He concludes that, at least in theory, the circle could affect demons. The human leader reasons that as long as the target possesses a soul, species differences should not matter much. Thinking this through, he begins forming the outline of a new plan. He then asks Baek Cheon if the damaged magic circle can be restored. Back in the present, the restored blue magic circle erupts under the demons, dragging at them while the human party stands at its center. The humans watch in shock as its full power manifests around them. Demons stepping onto the glowing pattern trigger a powerful reaction in the circle. The demons suddenly clutch their heads and scream as the circle starts assaulting their souls. A wide view shows almost all the demons collapsing across the glowing floor while a protected zone shelters the human party. The energy continues to surge upward, shaking the chamber and battering the demons. The human leader focuses, pushing even more energy into sustaining the circle. Nearby demons howl in agony, their strength ripped away. Many of them are violently flung about as the circle keeps draining them. The screams intensify as the entire demon force is overwhelmed by the spell. Even the stronger demons within the radius are dragged down and tormented by the circle's power. The blue demon thrashes and shouts in disbelief, trying to understand what is happening. The human leader, also strained, endures the same environment yet remains on his feet. The Fire King, veins bulging, rages internally, demanding to know what the human has done. The human party stands amid the ruins while their leader kneels slightly, bearing the burden of sustaining the magic. He realizes with surprise that what he has activated is a powerful formation he recognizes. He names it as Abram's Magic Circle, astonished that it has been completely restored. In earlier planning, Baek Cheon had warned that, however clever, this tactic would not solve the underlying problems. He had explained that if they activated the circle, they themselves would normally be unable to escape its effects. He concluded that under normal circumstances everyone caught in the circle, friends and foes alike, would die. The human leader had asked if there was truly no solution, but Baek Cheon admitted that finding a workaround was proving difficult. Baek Cheon then mentioned hearing that Yoon Jae was strangely unaffected by the circle the last time it activated, though he did not know why. He speculated that Yoon Jae might possess a unique constitution that resists magic circles, though he could not be sure. Yoon Jae suggested the immunity might come from a special heart he gained during the tutorial. Intrigued, Baek Cheon asked for more details about this heart-based ability. He hypothesized that Yoon Jae's heart might anchor his soul in place, preventing magic circles from seizing it, even if he did not understand how that tied into Yoon Jae being a key. Baek Cheon then asked for Yoon Jae's cooperation in investigating this phenomenon. Yoon Jae jokingly asked if that meant being dissected, but Baek Cheon denied it and said there was no need to cut him open. Baek Cheon said he needed experimental data to verify whether Yoon Jae's heart really explained his immunity, and to build a theory for that resistance. Yoon Jae realized Baek Cheon wanted to conduct tests on him to gather that data. Baek Cheon affirmed this, hoping that understanding the mechanism would let him weaken the effects of the magic circle for others. Yoon Jae agreed to cooperate, offering himself as a subject for Baek Cheon's research. Returning to the battle, The circle keeps humming loudly as blue power pours down, and the human leader stands at its center among fallen demons. One of Yunjae's allies marvels at how strong the circle's power is, noting that most lesser demons are already unconscious. Baekjeon explains that the magic circle drains both soul and consciousness, which in turn strips away the demon's physical strength. The Fire King staggers, struggling to stay upright, while his minions lie helpless around him. The demon strategist, racked with pain, wonders how the humans managed to restore Abram's magic circle. He clenches his teeth, realizing the situation is slipping out of his control. He observes that, although the circle affects everyone, the humans seem barely hindered, leading him to realize they have sprung a trap. The Fire King stomps down with force, trying to resist the circle's pull. He grits his teeth violently, trying to endure the pressure and pain. Furious, he accuses the humans of relying on underhanded tactics. Enraged beyond reason, he unleashes an even greater blaze of fire energy around himself. Observers gasp, wondering if he is actually overpowering the magic circle through raw strength. His fists blaze as he charges, determined to crush his opponents despite the circle. In his fury, he thinks that he alone should be more than enough to crush such insignificant foes. He roars as his flames intensify, driving himself forward. The demon strategist suggests they should consider retreat because their power is too diminished inside the circle. The Fire King rejects the idea, asking angrily if he is expected to run away from mere humans. He declares that the others should stay back and that he will handle everything himself, ordering the human subordinate to be silent. The human strategist reflects wryly that the Demon King's greatest flaw is his temper, which makes him impossible to reason with. Kim Jin-suk calmly draws his sword, readying himself to personally finish the Fire King. He states with cold resolve that he will be the one to kill the Demon King. Baekjeon looks at Kim Jin-suk with interest as the swordsman steps forward. Baekjeon tells the others that only Kim Jin-suk has the power to face the Fire King alone and entrusts the battle to him. The remaining allies watch anxiously from behind the protective zone of the magic circle. Kim Jin-suk internally notes that Baekjeon's solution merely weakened the circle's harm to them rather than lifting it completely. The Fire King acknowledges that he too still suffers under the circle's effects. Kim Jin-suk realizes their advantage is only relative and thinks about how remarkable it is that the Fire King can endure the circle at all. The Fire King glares with renewed determination, refusing to be subdued. Narration identifies Kim Jin-suk as humanity's strongest warrior, whose power is said to be unimaginable. Blue and red energies clash in the center of the hall as the swordsman and Fire King confront each other. Their collision triggers a massive explosion that shakes the entire battlefield. Shockwaves and debris fly outward from the impact of their powers. The Fire King boasts that even under these conditions he can still handle whatever they throw at him and lunges at Kim Jin-suk. Kim Jin-suk stays calm and focused, gathering more blue power around himself. Their energies collide again, generating another blinding blast of light. The surrounding demons are hurled about by the shockwave from the duel. Bodies and rubble slam into the ground as the chaotic battle rages. The Fire King dives down with a fiery assault while Kim Jin-suk counters from below. The two clash at close range, Kim Jin-suk's sword meeting the Demon King's fiery might. The Fire King laughs mockingly, asking if this is all the famed swordsman can muster. Kim Jin-suk answers by leaping with a powerful, blue-imbued sword strike. The Fire King, eyes wide, braces himself against the incoming attack. Their blows keep colliding in bursts of red and blue, either side yielding. The Fire King's eye glows fiercely as he presses on. One of his explosive attacks sends shockwaves across the arena, blasting even his own allies backward. The watching humans struggle to stay on their feet as the energy surges around them. They marvel that Kim Jin-suk and the Fire King must have known each other before, noting how closely they fight together in this strange situation. Another ally observes that the duel is on a level far beyond what the rest of them can even approach. Amid the chaos, Baekjeon suddenly leaps high into the air with some new move prepared. The human support team also leaps or moves together, reacting in shock to whatever is happening at the center. As a fresh wave of blue power erupts, the blue demon key appears calmly within it, standing before the humans and ready to act. The heroes brace themselves as a horned demon materializes within the glowing magic circle. Another pair of warriors steals their resolve, watching the enemy. The demon's body ignites with ominous power as he clenches his fist. The horned demon taunts them, asking who will entertain him in battle. The party faces the lone demon across the vast enchanted arena. One knight declares that it is time for them to confront this opponent. The silver-haired mage steps forward, preparing to act. He wishes his comrades luck as they stand opposite the demon. The demon mocks them for challenging him together, and doubts their chances. A white-haired warrior launches himself straight toward the enemy. Two more teammates leap into motion, following the charge. All 5 heroes rush the demon at once across the glowing floor. Smiling, the demon thinks their approach is futile to him. The dark-haired swordsman sprints in to attack. The blonde knight dashes in alongside him. As they close in, the demon casually asks if the rest of them will be his opponents too. He grins confidently, unconcerned by their assault. The blonde knight and dark swordsman swing in a coordinated crossing strike. Their attacks carve energy arcs that race toward the demon. Laughing, he shrugs off the twin assault and sneers that the two of them alone are not enough. The demon floats above while the blonde and blue-clad warriors regroup below. The blonde knight looks shaken by how easily their blows were blocked. The dark-haired hero notes that the key is unaffected by the magic circle and begins forming a plan. A massive explosion of power erupts, rocking the battlefield. Elsewhere, another horned demon remarks mockingly that the humans seem to have brought partners. His human ally grips a sword and complains that the humans' so-called tactics are pathetic. The ally names his chosen foe, preparing to fight Baekjeon. Baekjeon bursts through smoke and surging power. The human swordsman hurtles toward his declared opponent, calling out Baekjeon's name. In another sector, a horned demon is blindsided by a high-speed aerial strike. Shocked, that demon reacts with alarm. He scoffs that his opponents appear to be only a kid and a girl. The girl tightens her grip on her staff, stung in pride. A different demon charges his hand with crackling blue lightning, saying he should finish things quickly. Baal reveals himself fully wreathed in blue lightning, brandishing his spear. The human pair deduces from the spear and lightning that this demon must be Baal. They explain that Baal is an exceptional warlord-class demon who lost the chance to become Demon King because of his sins. The young swordsman grimly realizes they must battle such a notorious figure. He slashes forward with full force. His sword emerges drenched in blood from the exchange. The blood-red blade flashes ominously. Baal, crackling with lightning, has run the swordsman through, drawing a pained cry. The wounded human glares back with glowing red eyes. Baal smirks, amused that the human is using an interesting skill. A colossal blast of purple and blue power detonates around them. The dark-haired warrior drives through the caves toward his foe. A tail-like purple appendage whips toward him. He counters by smashing it with a powerful punch of his own. The white-clad knight follows up with a heavy downward strike. The demon's tail lashes wildly as their combined attacks clash with it. The horned demon is sent spinning away but still grins. He laughs and asks if they are trying to run from him. Watching them reposition, he wonders aloud if their maneuvering is because of a particular human. The dark swordsman replies that the demon can think whatever he likes and says he has a more pressing question. He demands to know whether this demon is also responsible for Lucia's death. The demon says he does not recall the name, but admits killing the human key the swordsman refers to. The heroes ask if his actions are the reason they now face so much hardship and loss. The demon laughs that their sacrifices do not concern him since they will all die at his hands anyway. The dark-haired hero narrows his eyes, anger boiling. He decides that continuing to talk is pointless and grips his sword to fight. He steps forward, committing to action. The demon, excited, says they should begin in earnest and that he is eager to see how entertaining they will be. The blonde knight readies another attack with a comment of his own. He unleashes a vast crescent of energy down upon the flying demon. The demon initially smiles, seeming unworried. Suddenly, a cut opens on his face as the attack grazes him. Blood trickles from the wound, surprising him. The blonde knight boasts that the demon will soon understand what they are capable of. Enraged, the demon clutches his bleeding mouth and shouts at them. From his perspective, the two warriors stand amid shattered ground and floating debris, still defiant. The dark swordsman observes that their foe will now fight seriously and use his true power. The demon growls that the humans are utterly ridiculous. Elsewhere, a separate battlefield erupts in roaring hellfire. A heavy hoofed step lands amid the flames. A red demon king charges through his blazing domain, saying he has finally adapted to the strange environment. He remarks that it is surprising a human still stands against him. He muses that a human far weaker than a monster nonetheless dares fight him now. The long-haired human warrior replies that the surprise is mutual. He adds that he did not expect the supposed demon king to be this weak. He dives in with a powerful, blue-wreathed strike that shocks the demon. The demon king powers up a fiery punch, shouting at the human's arrogance. Blue energy clashes head-on with his attack. The collision blasts the demon king backward in a burst of light. Flames and debris spiral out from the impact. The explosion intensifies into a blinding detonation. From below, the demon king sees the human descending with a gigantic wave of energy. The human admits he had overestimated this foe and worries were unnecessary. He declares the demon king disappointing as he drives a beam of blue power down. The demon king roars in rage. He tries to withstand the engulfing blast of light and flame. The entire area erupts like a fiery sun, shocking even him. The attack continues to hammer the inferno from above. The demon king screams in pain within the blazing sphere. Furious, he calls the assault a mere trifle and tries to push back. A final concentrated strike pierces through his defenses. He realizes in disbelief that the human actually broke through his hellfire to reach him. The explosion consumes him and the surrounding ground. The demon king's body is shredded by countless piercing rays. His lower body is likewise torn apart by the onslaught. The human swordsman soars past as the demon falls, clearly defeated. Looking back, the victor remarks that the demon king was not such a big threat after all. The dying demon howls in agony. His form disintegrates into a final burst of blue energy. The shockwave of power races across the landscape. Back at the other front, crimson and violet energies collide violently. Another human swordsman rushes a horned demon through a red-tinged sky. The demon blocks the red energy slash with his bare hand. Their attacks explode together in midair. A blinding impact scatters energy and debris. Watching from afar, the blonde knight praises Yoon Jae's overwhelming prowess. Suddenly, a fresh surge of demonic energy spreads across the sky, puzzling the observers. One demon greedily announces he will gladly absorb this newly appeared power. A sword streaks unexpectedly into the crimson haze, startling him. The heroes below realize the demon is sucking all the demonic energy that had been wrapped around the blade. One warrior worries aloud that only magic power may work against such an enemy. The demon licks blood from his lips, saying their power tastes surprisingly delicious. The blonde knight steps forward again, undeterred. He suggests that monarch-rank demons should possess unique abilities and urges their foe to reveal his. The demon stares in irritated silence. Standing above them, he says they are arrogant as ever. He adds that he was getting bored anyway. With purple aura flaring, he asks if he should finally show his true power. The blonde knight grows tense, sweat running down his face. His ally also watches warily, sensing danger. The sky darkens into deep crimson and violet. Strange runes begin spiraling through the air as a ritual starts. The demon unleashes his true form, surrounded by raining symbols and surging power. He screams as the transformation completes. The sound becomes a piercing psychic shriek that makes the human clutch his head in agony. Waves of runic energy spread outward, saturating the battlefield. The purple storm of sigils intensifies, filling the sky. The energy funnels into a corridor of power, drawing something forth. Numerous ghostly specters with glowing eyes emerge, shrieking. The swarm of spirits continues to spill out, filling the air with their screams. Their combined howls grow louder as they circle high above. The spectral tide spills over the mountains and forests below. The spirits then dive toward the battlefield like lethal comets. From above, the demon laughs while the two heroes see themselves surrounded by vast spectral tendrils. He tells them not to blame him since this overwhelming escalation is exactly what they asked for. The heroes, staring upward, realize he has summoned every specter in the area. The demon proclaims himself the king of all ghosts and demons. He explains that every soul unable to ascend to the heavens belongs to him, and notes that this place is unusually rich with such specters. The two warriors react with alarm at this revelation. Power swirls around the demon's torso as he gathers it for renewed combat. Radiating that power, he shouts for them to come fight him again. Elsewhere, Baal rises into the air with his spear blazing, while his opponents soar up to meet him. Baal lashes out with torrents of lightning, screaming as he attacks. His lightning crashes down and detonates across the ground. The mage rushes forward, warning her comrade that Baal is charging in. Baal's lightning descends like a storm, slamming into the two defenders as one of them cries out in pain. The young swordsman realizes their opponent is so powerful that even together they can barely block his lightning attacks. His partner braces herself above as more lightning crashes down on them. A massive bolt of lightning slams into the battlefield. The horned demon curses that their defensive abilities make his lightning a waste of energy. Deciding to rely on melee instead, he prepares to annihilate them through direct combat. The demon dives down with a lightning-charged weapon while the swordsman below reacts in alarm. One defender screams as lightning rains down toward their shield. The demon and the male fighter clash in midair amidst crackling energy. The demon glares, electricity dancing around his horn. He taunts the swordsman for dodging well as another electrified strike collides. The demon hurls the male fighter away with a devastating lightning-infused blow. The swordsman cries out in pain as more lightning courses around his body. Lightning violently erupts on the ground beside the female mage. Watching her companion struggle, the mage steels herself, thinking this is the moment to act. The demon blitzes the swordsman with an overwhelming vertical attack that shocks him. The other fighter begins casting, startled by what is happening. The demon suddenly finds himself surrounded by a glowing barrier sigil. The swordsman charges through a torrent of lightning with his blade raised. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself forward against the electric onslaught. The demon praises his skill while swooping down for another attack. He smashes the swordsman into the floor with a powerful downward strike. The swordsman screams as electricity surges through him and the demon's weapon impales him. The demon's eye flashes intensely as he exerts more power. The blast around them becomes blinding as rocks and energy explode outward. The swordsman's body is flung back, racked with lightning. Debris and lightning whirl violently through the area. The storm of crackling stones and energy continues to rage. The mage gasps in horror at the devastation. She is shocked that the demon pierced both her barrier and the blue dragon's protection. Among the dust and rubble, booted feet step forward with a calm exhale. The demon assumes he has finally eliminated the troublesome swordsman. The mage, still standing, is stunned and hurriedly begins to cast again. Determined, she resolves to stall the enemy as long as she can. She advances toward the demon through the swirling smoke to confront him. The demon looks up, surprised by her approach. Reflected in the demon's eye, the supposedly defeated swordsman reappears, charging with his sword. The two face each other head-on, dark energy swirling as they prepare to clash. The swordsman's blade drives into the demon's torso, making him choke. The mage stares upward in disbelief at the sudden reversal. The demon roars in fury at the red-eyed swordsman for daring to wound him. Their powers collide again in a bloody, explosive burst of lightning. The impact triggers a huge spiral of blue energy that envelopes the scene. The demon shrieks within the maelstrom of twisting light. His agonized screams continue as light and energy stab downward. Elsewhere, another fighter explains that specters ignore physical attacks but weaken when separated. He urges his ally to control and split the specters, While the ally protests he cannot fully control his powers. A winged demon watches their struggle, amused that the human is stronger than expected. Grinning, the demon wonders whether to surprise his opponent even further. He dives down shrouded in sinister purple runes, activating a new power. The purple energy wraps around his wings as the spell escalates. The runic vortex expands until he is completely encased. Suspended within the glowing sphere, he prepares some powerful transformation. Laughing madly, he revels in the growing power inside the barrier. His transformed, winged form bursts forth amid blinding purple light. The human warrior charges into the swirling purple tendrils to meet him. Realizing something is wrong, the warrior reacts in alarm. He sees that the specters around them are swelling in size. The battlefield shows enormous ghostly shapes looming over the two fighters below. One man asks his comrade if he can trust him to hold this place alone. The comrade, confused, asks what he means. The first man admits he intends to personally go after a particular enemy. He suddenly leaps away, beginning his move. With sword drawn and aura flaring, he soars upward toward the new battlefield. Looking back, he tells his ally he is leaving the rest of the fight in his hands. His departure causes another massive shockwave on the ground. On another front, a silver-haired warrior and a battered man face each other amid cratered tiles. The silver-haired man tells his opponent that his assumptions were wrong. The injured man, bleeding, demands to know what he really is. The silver-haired warrior points out that the man sided with demons believing they would win. He gestures toward another battle, emphasizing that things are different over there. The traitor watches in shock as demons are overwhelmed. One red demon screams as it is cut down. The traitor declares that the situation is not as his opponent thinks. He laughs bitterly through the blood on his lips. Sitting in the crater, he tells the silver-haired man to stop talking nonsense and kill him instead of toying with a weakened, trapped foe. The silver-haired warrior notes that the man clearly has no intention of repenting or turning back. Their blades crash as the fight resumes in a flurry of motion. The traitor insists he has no choice and that the only way to stop him is by force. The two stand off again, ready to continue their duel. The silver-haired warrior wonders if his former comrade truly has no desire to return. The traitor says they are both only trying to survive in their own ways. He then charges recklessly, shouting for the other to kill him without guilt. The silver-haired warrior counters, sending the traitor flying with successive strikes. While attacking, he demands to know if the traitor shares Emily's views and thinks his actions have ever helped them. The traitor fights back silently, refusing to answer. His opponent accuses him of forming the murderer clan and summoning demons under the pretense of acting for their sake. Their blades lock in a crossing clash. The silver-haired man presses him, asking what his true reasons were. He explodes in anger, saying the traitor should have spoken up instead of letting everyone hate and blame Emily. He insists Emily wanted that misunderstanding, which frustrates him even more. The traitor glares, straining against their locked swords. The silver-haired man gives a bitter chuckle, saying the truth is so absurd it makes him laugh. Elsewhere, the mage reflects that she has hated Emily for a decade after losing two friends in one day. She recalls also being betrayed by another friend in that same tragedy. The silver-haired warrior focuses intensely, power surging around his eyes. He scoffs that such grudges are all the traitor has to say for himself. He brutally batters the traitor with another combination of blows. Shouting his name, he demands if that is truly all Genji has to tell him. Another ally cries out, reacting to the ferocity of the exchange. Genji is launched into the air by a powerful kick and slash. The silver-haired man's blade tears a deep, bloody gash across Genji. The attack carves through him again as the motion continues. Genji lands on his back, body shredded, laughing weakly. The silver-haired man admits he has always been somewhat heartless. He says he knew his path was wrong but followed it anyway. Genji confesses he could never bring himself to stop. The silver-haired warrior stands over him as Genji collapses, seemingly defeated. He watches Genji's body skid across the ruined floor. Genji lies there coughing while the victor looks on from a distance. The silver-haired man muses that everything he did was simply his way of trying to stay alive. Genji agrees, calling himself a selfish man and saying his friend knows that well. The silver-haired warrior calls him insane for sacrificing so many lives just to survive. Genji coughs blood in response. The victor remarks that he has always been this way. Genji grins through the blood and asks if his explanation finally satisfies the questions. He then tells his former friend to hurry up and kill him. Off-panel, someone curses him as a terrible person. Back on the other battlefield, a huge purple explosion rocks the area. The winged warrior dives at the horned demon, angelic wings flaring with blue light. Midair, the demon suddenly feels his strength draining away. The warrior realizes the demon has not only changed form but also altered his power. A blur of purple energy streaks across the field. The two clash again, the angelic fighter hammering the demon from above. The demon senses that the flow of the opponent's magic has completely transformed. They trade rapid blows as the transformed warrior presses the advantage. The warrior lands a heavy strike on the demon. The demon recoils, shocked by the increased speed and power. The angelic fighter unleashes a relentless flurry, battering the demon from all sides. Their swords meet in another high-speed head-on exchange. The demon's arm is sliced, sending blood flying. The follow-up cut tears across his torso. Instead of faltering, the demon grins, thrilled to feel real pain again after so long. He answers by releasing another swirling wave of purple energy toward the warrior. His eerie laughter echoes from the glowing haze. The human grits his teeth as he charges through, startled. He yells for the demon to stop hiding behind the spirits and face him directly. He slams his sword down, trying to break through the swirling barrier. He looks around in confusion as the demon's presence vanishes. Surrounded by ghostly tendrils, he realizes he cannot sense the demon anywhere. Shouting into the vortex, he demands the hidden demon reveal himself. The spectre-like spirits giggle menacingly from within the purple mist. The warrior worries the demon is concealing himself among the spirits, and wonders what he is planning. Panting heavily, he remains on guard inside the suffocating vortex. He notices with alarm that he is tiring far too quickly. It dawns on him that his strength is steadily leaking out of his body. The demon's disembodied voice admits the human is far stronger than expected, a rare threat. Smiling wickedly, the demon vows to reward that strength by unleashing his most demonic attacks. The exhausted warrior braces himself as the purple energies coil tighter around him. Struggling to keep flying, he gasps as the situation worsens. His eye widens in shock as he senses the next terrifying move about to strike. The winged warrior is slashed by a powerful purple energy attack, leaving him shocked. He screams in pain as the purple blade cuts across his body. Reeling from the blow, the angelic warrior staggers and grits his teeth. The horned demon laughs, boasting that the magic will make it hard for the warrior to even move, let alone use his powers. Blood splatters as the angel is violently battered around by the demon's attack. Feeling the damage, the angel realizes his injury is far more serious than he first thought. Gasping, the angel flees while the pursuing demon presses the assault. The demon notes with surprise that the angel is enduring the debilitating conditions better than expected. He judges the angel to be far more dangerous than he originally believed and decides he must end the fight quickly. A massive column of purple energy erupts as the demon unleashes a devastating blast. The angel forces his battered body to dash through the chaos, determined to continue fighting. His eye glows red as he focuses, preparing to counterattack. Another warrior with white wings suddenly appears and intercepts the demon's blast, shocking both combatants. The newcomer blocks the demon's strike, sparks flying as their powers clash. Enraged, the demon recognizes the black-haired swordsman and shouts at him. The demon is slammed into the ground by the force of the intervention. Panting, he struggles back up, clearly shaken by the reversal. He stares at his bloodied hand in disbelief at the unexpected injury. Confused and angry, he wonders what the new opponent just did to him. Amid the dissipating smoke, the black-haired swordsman helps the injured angel to his feet and asks if he is all right, receiving thanks in return. The swordsman tells the angel to excuse him for a moment as he prepares to act. He places a glowing hand on the angel's body, beginning a healing spell. The angel looks down, startled as blue light starts to mend his wounds. A circle of radiant magic envelopes them both while the healing completes. Feeling the energy, the angel marvels at the unfamiliar yet potent magic surrounding him. He thinks the power itself does not seem outwardly special, yet something about it is unsettling. Looking healthier, he asks the swordsman what this strange magic is. The swordsman's power flares, and the angel senses an even greater danger, realizing the man is calmly suppressing a vast magic deep within. The swordsman explains that the healing was only a temporary fix meant to help the angel feel better for now. The angel wonders if it is just his imagination that the swordsman feels even more ominous than before. Watching from afar, the demon comments that his enemy is employing an odd strategy. The angel explains that fighting inside the demon's magic feels like battling while bound, and escaping it was difficult. The swordsman acknowledges this. The swordsman reflects that, as he suspected, the demon is not someone they can afford to underestimate. The demon scowls, realizing his opponents are stronger and more troublesome than he anticipated. Observing the swordsman's magic, he mutters that it is a dangerously powerful ability. He recalls hearing that less than 2 years have passed since the new key arrived in this world and is shocked at how quickly the man has grown. Mid-thought, the demon senses something unexpected and reacts with alarm. He hovers above the battlefield, wary as the ground below shows the scars of their clashes. Suddenly he notices something overhead and turns sharply, wings spread. A swirling purple mass gathers above, heralding another violent outburst of power. A blinding white and blue detonation slams down, making the demon cry out. Through the explosion, the black-haired swordsman charges directly at the demon with his blade raised. A concentrated blue beam shoots forward, the swordsman's new attack cutting across the sky. The blast forces the demon and the angelic ally to break apart and evade. The demon strains to block more incoming strikes, grimacing under the pressure. Watching from a distance, he realizes each of the swordsman's blows now carries tremendous weight. He also notices in alarm that the swordsman still is not fighting at full strength yet. The swordsman advances calmly, fully in control of his enhanced power. In another part of the dungeon, a different battle rages as a pink-haired fighter sends a torrent of blue lightning toward his foe. The brown-haired swordsman with glowing red eyes drives forward through the lightning, clutching a blood-red aura around his sword. Their clash fills the area with overlapping explosions of lightning and energy. The red-haired demon is blasted back, scorched and barely staying aloft. The human swordsman thinks in awe that his opponent wields astonishing control over such destructive power. His eyes sharpen with resolve as he prepares to push even harder. A cross-shaped burst of blue light erupts as he channels more energy into his attack. The resulting shockwave scatters dust and debris through the air. The battlefield is shrouded in smoke, and the magic patterns etched in the floor begin to show again. In another chamber, a red-skinned demon king kneels, burned and panting within a fiery crater. He groans in disbelief and pain, struggling to comprehend his situation. With a sword thrust through his body, he gasps out his shock that a mere human could wound him so grievously. The human swordsman stands a short distance away, watching as flames swirl behind his defeated foe. Calmly, the long-haired warrior remarks that in another place the outcome might have been different and the demon king could have won. The demon can only stare silently at the floor, unable to answer. He realizes too late that Abram's magic circle, which he thought he could ignore, has in fact sapped his strength and trapped him. Abram explains that the demon's arrogance made him walk into the circle despite knowing it was a trap, and that contempt has now cost him. He concludes that the demon's so-called courage has merely led to this defeat. Writhing in agony, the demon cries out as the magic burns him from within. He refuses to accept what is happening, insisting that it cannot be real. Screaming, he acknowledges that the demon king Pluton has actually been defeated by a human. Abram stands amid the glowing circle and drifting ashes, sword planted as Pluton's body disintegrates. He quietly admits that the battle could have turned dangerous for him. Reflecting on the fight, he thinks that without exploiting the circle's unstable points he might not have prevailed. He notes that only by seizing those openings were these results at all guaranteed. Another ally arrives and comments that it looks like Abram finished the demon off. Abram confirms the result, asking if the ritual is finally complete. The silver-haired mage answers that, this time, the demon king is truly dead. Elsewhere again, a pink-haired warrior clashes with the lightning-wielding demon Royce, their powers exploding violently. The red-eyed human charges through the storm, dark energy swirling around his sword. Lightning and crimson power collide repeatedly, shaking the chamber. The demon curses in frustration, wondering if his human opponent ever tires. He cannot understand how the bleeding human keeps growing stronger instead of weaker. The human's eyes burn brighter as he accelerates toward his foe. He leaps in for another attack, shocking the demon who scrambles to counter. Their weapons meet in a furious clash of red and blue energy. The collision escalates, sending shards of power flying around them. The human punches through the demon's guard and taunts that he is still not exhausted, while the demon reels. Terrified, the demon admits to himself that he is not strong enough to win this fight. He keeps taking blows faster than he can regenerate, his wounds accumulating. Realizing he misjudged his prey, he laments that he has taken the wrong bait. The human strains as lightning coils around him, trying to bind his movements. Struggling against the restraint, he realizes the thunder magic no longer harms him as before. Royce decides he must stall for time if he wants any chance of turning the tide. He begins charging concentrated lightning in his hand for a desperate move. A massive lightning pillar crashes down toward the ground, making the human scream as he braces. His ally cries out Royce's name in horror at the sight. The attack detonates violently, filling the area with light and shrapnel. Royce bursts from the smoke, assuring his comrade that she is fine. The human's eyes widen at her survival, momentarily distracted. Looking up, he sees the demon high above, forming an ominous storm cloud of lightning and wonders what he is planning. Lightning symbols crackle as Royce powers up his spear for a larger spell. Royce shouts that he now understands their strategy, realizing the woman is shielding the human while he uses his stamina to endure direct attacks. Suspended within a vast lightning vortex, Royce prepares a catastrophic ultimate spell. The human gapes that a storm cloud has somehow formed in the dungeon's basement. Royce's observer notes that this display of power rivals that of the demon king Pluton himself. The female mage warns her ally that Royce is gathering enormous energy and urges him to stay alert. Royce curses the limitations of the location but resolves to gather as much power as possible despite them. Confident he now has enough, Royce vows to finish the battle by reducing the two humans to dust. Looking up at the looming sphere of lightning, the human mutters that yet another overwhelming obstacle has appeared. His companion anxiously asks whether they can really withstand what is coming. He falls silent for a moment, lips tightening in thought. Then he answers that he does not know but insists they can only find out by trying, taking her hand. Above them, Royce descends with his fully charged lightning spear. He screams that all humans must die as he commits to his finishing strike. The lethal beam of lightning hurtles straight down toward the pair. The two brace themselves, eyes narrowed with grim determination. At that instant, a sinister voice echoes in the human's mind, asking if he does not crave more power. Startled, he reacts to the invasive whisper as his eyes glow more intensely. Time seems to freeze as he senses something strange while raising his sword against the falling spear. He realizes the voice might be coming from the sword itself, which tempts him again with the offer of power. The demonic presence urges him to seek far greater strength, enough to defeat his foes. Consumed by desperation, he admits to himself that he needs that power. His grip tightens on the sword as red light begins to flare from it. He screams that he needs more power, unleashing a crimson explosion. His partner sees the change and cries out his name in alarm. The red aura engulfs his armor as his transformation begins. His steps shake the ground as the corrupted power floods his body. Fully transformed, he emerges wreathed in red energy, eyes blazing with madness. His unleashed power crosses with Royce's lightning, creating a massive X-shaped clash. Back in the aerial battle, the black-haired swordsman slashes the winged demon again with overwhelming force. The demon blocks desperately but still howls as the blow pierces his guard. He realizes this opponent's physical strength has become far greater due to amplified mana. The demon worries that if the swordsman fully recovers and attacks in earnest, he may not be able to handle him at all. Sensing an opportunity, the demon smirks as a new scheme forms in his mind. He wonders if he should provoke the human into losing control before that happens. The swordsman looks up, confused by the strange purple spheres swirling around him. Brilliant blue light slices through them as another clash of energies ignites. Purple magic washes past the swordsman as he struggles against the encroaching spell. He declares that the demon's summoned spirits can no longer affect him, and tells his foe to stop wasting strength on such tricks. Suddenly his eyes widen as something unexpected appears before him. A purple magic field forms at his feet, runes spiraling outward while he reacts in shock. Within the barrier a shadowy figure takes shape, staring at him from the other side. The apparition calmly tells him to look in its direction. The voice asks whether he truly believes his greatest enemy is dead. It insists that the murderer of his wife and daughter still lives and urges him to see who stands before him now. The illusion's focus narrows onto the torso of a man inside the barrier. The figure grins wickedly and greets the swordsman, saying it has been a long time. Recognizing the face, the swordsman stammers the name Park Yun-sung in disbelief. He insists to himself that this cannot be true because Park Yun-sung is supposed to be dead. Staring at the smiling figure, he repeats internally that he personally killed this man. Confronted with this impossible sight, the swordsman can only react in stunned confusion. Yoon-jae hears a familiar voice and is startled. Illusory figures of his past confront him on the battlefield. The vision shows a crazed man raising a knife. The scene shifts to his crying wife embracing their child. Yoon-jae stares in shock as the vision overwhelms him. He clenches his teeth, fighting the emotional assault. His unstable magic erupts in a massive explosion. The blast hurls an armored ally backward. The ally wonders if Yoon-jae's suppressed magic has detonated. He fears the uncontrolled power will devastate the entire area and curses Yoon-jae for losing control. Yoon-jae is dragged upward amid the raging energy. He curses Satan and declares he will not be shaken by such illusions. The battlefield fills with dark illusions of his wife and child. The murderer smirks while his wife cowers over their child. Yoon-jae reminds himself that Park Yun-sung, his wife, and daughter are already dead. He slashes through the illusions with renewed resolve. He concludes that the family before him is merely imaginary. Exhausted, he gasps while holding back the magic storm. Satan mocks that Yoon-jae is losing control because his family is in front of him. Satan taunts him, asking if he truly believes his wife and daughter are dead. Yoon-jae hesitates, shaken by the question. Satan suggests they might still be alive and asks what Yoon-jae would do if he ignored the chance to save them. Yoon-jae screams for Satan to be quiet as he swings his sword. He continues slashing wildly, shouting for Satan to shut up. Panting, he struggles to steady himself. Satan urges him to think carefully, calling this a second chance. Satan tempts him to abandon the Holy Grail and focus on rescuing his family instead. Illusory women swirl around him, embodying the temptation. One of the illusions weeps as she reaches for him. Multiple visions of his wife surround and approach him. Yoon-jae looks up at the illusions, entranced. The illusions smile warmly, drawing him in. His wife's laughing face fills his vision. Yoon-jae grimaces as his resolve begins to crumble. He wonders if the vision of his family might actually be real. He thinks that if it is real, he might choose them over everything else. His wife's gentle smile almost convinces him. An illusory hand suddenly pierces his chest. As she attacks, the illusion comments on the sickness within his heart. Her smiling face remains serene even as she harms him. Satan appears through her form, saying Yoon-jae's emotional sickness is especially deep. The illusion detonates in a brutal burst of blood and energy. Yoon-jae coughs blood violently from the psychic and physical damage. Satan savors the sweetness of Yoon-jae's sorrow and pain, calling it rare. Yoon-jae hangs limp, suspended by Satan's grip. Satan explains that poison is being injected through his fingertips. He describes how the poison will sap Yoon-jae's strength and cause intense pain. Yoon-jae screams as the poison ravages his body. Satan laughs triumphantly with fanged mouth wide open. A sudden beam of light cuts across the scene. Baekjeon dives in, intercepting Satan and forcing him back. Baekjeon attacks with focused determination. Satan reels, shocked by the unexpected intervention. Another ally moves in as Satan retreats, cursing. Yoon-jae collapses unconscious from his wounds and poison. Baekjeon catches the falling Yoon-jae and calls his name. Seeing Yoon-jae's condition, Baekjeon panics, realizing how bad things are. Satan, clutching his wound, laments that saving Yoon-jae was a waste. He thinks that without the interference, he could have finished Yoon-jae off. Baekjeon lays Yoon-jae on the ground, worried over his motionless form. Yoon-jae gasps in pain but is still alive. The devastated battleground settles under drifting debris. Dust and rubble float in the quiet aftermath. A spear slams into the floor, shattering the silence. Another demon general appears, breathing hard with his weapon planted. This demon assumes the humans have been reduced to dust by the prior blast. A voice asks Yoonggyo if he is alright, revealing survivors. The demon is shocked to realize the humans are still alive. Yoonggyo lies gravely wounded as a healer rushes to him. Yoonggyo weakly says he is alright and jokes that he barely survived. The healer protests that he is seriously injured and will die at this rate. Yoonggyo accepts that he may be finished and apologizes to Royce. Royce decides there is no helping it. She resolves to oppose the enemy from now on, prompting Royce's name to be called. Kim Jin-suk and Baekjeon arrive, saying there is no need for her to stand alone. Yoonggyo and Royce react in surprise to their appearance. Royce recognizes them with relief. The newcomers state that they will handle the fight from here. The demon realizes that Pluton and Genji must have been defeated. Genji confirms this and asks if the demon now understands their situation. Pluton summarizes that their only choices are to die fighting or just die. The demon panics at facing two monster-like opponents. He gathers massive lightning magic in his hand. Enraged over his annihilated demon army, he unleashes a huge lightning storm. Deciding they should all die together, he prepares a suicidal blast. The lightning tears the ground apart. He vows to destroy everything in one final outburst. Genji charges through the lightning, ready to strike. Genji notes that the demon is not the type to die quietly. The demon screams as the lightning rages around him. His eye sparks as he perceives Genji's threatening move. Genji's slash cuts straight through him. Genji glares coldly after delivering the decisive blow. The demon's body goes limp as life leaves him. His eye dulls, signaling his death. The heroes observe that the demon caused havoc right up to his end. Pluton says the fight above is still ongoing and urges anyone who can move to go help. When Yoonggyo interrupts, seeing Yoonggyo awake, they ask if he has regained consciousness. The healer promises to tend Yoonggyo's wounds while the others move on, and they thank her. Genji kneels beside Yoonggyo to check his condition. Genji praises Yoonggyo's efforts and asks about Bael's status. Yoonggyo replies that Baal is defeated and urges Genji to hurry to Yoonjae. Genji reflects that Abram's magic circle matched Bael's power and that Yoonggyo's abilities, though overshadowed by Yoonjae, are exceptional. Pluton urges them to hurry, and Genji agrees. The group prepares to depart while Royce carries Yoonggyo away. Royce silently watches them go, thoughtful. Genji and Pluton head toward the next battleground. They approach a massive, ominous gate shrouded in mist. Yoonggyo, lying wounded, wonders aloud if Yoonjae is holding up. Yoonjae, battered but alive, recovers against a rock amid lingering magic. He is relieved his wounds are not fatal. He realizes Satan's attack was mental, designed to invade and dominate his mind. A distant explosion of magic draws his attention. Another huge blast erupts nearby, shaking the forest. Yoonjae admits that Satan's provocation nearly made him lose himself. He regrets that his loss of composure almost ruined everything for their plan. Elsewhere, Baekjeon engages Satan in a fierce aerial duel. Satan struggles to cast spells properly due to his injuries. Baekjeon presses the attack relentlessly. Satan blames his predicament on Baekjeon's interference. He cries out in pain as he is struck again. Baekjeon's continuous sword waves batter Satan from all directions. Baekjeon notes that despite being hurt, Satan had remained relaxed until now. For the first time, Satan's composure vanishes under the assault. Baekjeon concludes that Satan's resolve is beginning to waver. Satan retaliates with a furious counterattack that injures Baekjeon. He swings a powerful energy blade downward at his foe. While defending, Satan wonders if Baekjeon has prior experience fighting demons because he keeps striking vital points. The clash creates a glowing barrier as the two face off. Satan looks up in alarm at something forming above. A gigantic pillar of energy crashes down toward him. He is smashed into the ground, screaming in agony. Debris and shockwaves explode across the battlefield. Baekjeon hovers with radiant wings, remarking on the chaotic state of the field as allies stare up in surprise. Their comrades happily confirm that Kim Jin-suk and Baekjeon survived. Baekjeon and his team report that the enemies below have mostly been dealt with and ask if everyone else is safe. They check on Yoonjae's condition and are relieved his injuries are not fatal. Genji points out that Baekjeon and Yoonjae are also seriously hurt but praises their endurance without magical protection. Baekjeon says that if they can eliminate Satan now, the war can finally end. The team agrees and decides to move quickly before anything worse happens. As they ready themselves, an ominous tremor stops them. Baekjeon senses something wrong and tells the others to wait. A strange power surges, startling both Genji and Pluton. Vast pink magic circles begin appearing in the sky. They gape at the intricate patterns overhead and question what they are. Seeing the sigils spread across the ground, they conclude it must be Satan's doing. Baekjeon reasons that Satan sensed their combined threat and is reacting. He predicts that Satan will now pour out all of his remaining strength. Yoonjae, watching the sky, feels the entire demon forest roar as the magic intensifies. Elsewhere amid a bloody, shattered landscape, a lone figure wreathed in golden energy stands surrounded by corpses, hinting at another deadly battle. The blonde clan leader exhales, power surging around him. His fist tightens as fiery energy coils around his arm. A subordinate rushes up, calling out to the clan leader, who turns in surprise. The clan leader recognizes the approaching man as Lee Cha-hong. Lee Cha-hong urgently reports that several people are trapped deep in the forest, unsure whether to chase the demons. The clan leader says he would like to pursue, but the current situation makes that difficult. He decides they will not chase the fleeing demons and should instead gather and eliminate those still fighting. He orders that treating the wounded must be their top priority. He dismisses the escaping demons as insignificant small fry. He explains that Agars and the soldier-class demons, including their leader, are already defeated, so there is no major threat. Concluding this front of the war will be decided elsewhere, he says they should conserve strength for now. Li Chahong accepts the order and prepares to lead the injured to retreat. The clan leader then tells him to select 50 capable rankers from his forces. He reveals a new plan, declaring they will depart for the demon forest immediately. Violet energy gathers, signaling the awakening of a powerful demon. The demonic power coils tighter as the entity fully manifests. Huge spirits and arcane symbols materialize, surrounding the demon in a sinister ritual. Human warriors below realize massive forest spirits have converged here. They suspect the demon is preparing something dangerous with all these spirits. The demon rises at the center of a storm of energy, wings spread. Power concentrates around his torso as the ritual continues. The demon writhes and screams while violet tendrils pierce and infuse him. Sensing the spirits of Fluten and Val, he wonders if those demons were really slain by humans. Deciding their deaths only benefit him, he greedily embraces the new power. He vows to absorb the spirits of the humans facing him as well. The demon's form erupts with even more violent purple energy. The gathered spirits stream wildly, accelerating his transformation. One spirit lashes out toward the human warriors like a projectile. A swordsman is overwhelmed while trying to block the incoming spirit attack. Struggling to withstand the power, he wonders if the demon's strength has any limit. The winged demon dives toward them, flanked by surging spirit tentacles. The tentacles bind him as he channels even more power. He opens his mouth to devour torrents of spirit energy. Blinding light explodes from within his body. The resulting shockwave slams into the humans, who realize his power keeps growing. One human notes that although origin power may be limitless, there should be a cap on how much can be used at once. His companion fears this means the demon can continuously wield immense power. They conclude dragging out the battle is pointless given their exhausted state. The demon reveals his new form, brandishing both lightning and fire. He boasts that he has finally unified the power of all the spirits. Explaining he has hit his body's limit, he says Fluten and Val's powers have doubled his strength. The two main human fighters charge straight at him through the purple storm. The demon acknowledges that his four opponents are among humanity's finest warriors. However, he notes with satisfaction that they are far from peak condition. He laughs ominously, confident in his advantage. A massive beam of purple energy shoots forth as he unleashes another attack. His flaming strike collides with the charging humans in a violent clash. He taunts them to come at him, promising to annihilate them completely. The humans recognize that one of his arms wields Val's lightning while the other bears Fluten's flames. A knight realizes in horror that the demon has absorbed the spirits of their fallen foes. A blazing fireball is launched toward the humans. Lightning and flame assaults rain down as all four humans dive in for a coordinated counterattack. One warrior strains under the force of the lightning as he blocks. Two others race through a corridor of fire toward the demon. The demon smirks, amused by their efforts. He slams down a massive lightning blast on the battlefield. A human is struck and screams as electricity tears through him. The demon revels, boasting that his comrades' powers have been reborn through him. Another human is battered away by the empowered lightning, crying out. His ally realizes something is physically wrong with Kim Jinseok's body. The demon cloaks himself in flames as he launches a fiery assault. A blue hexagonal barrier is raised in response to defend the humans. The fiery attack crashes down like a meteor. The shield barely holds as the explosion rocks the defenders. One warrior worries because he no longer has Abram's magic circle to protect them. He laments that he never anticipated the demon absorbing Val and Fluten's spirits. A comrade lies unconscious and scorched from the blast. Another realizes that man was hit while trying to protect Kim Jinseok. The demon appears beside that angelic fighter, warning him not to lose focus mid-battle. He charges with lightning, intent on repaying an earlier wound. The angelic warrior is struck again and cries out. A devastating lightning explosion engulfs the area. The force of the blast sends rubble and bodies flying. Elsewhere, a swordsman channels dark purple magic into his blade, urging himself to endure a little longer. He feels all the magic power he has absorbed so far flooding out at once. By stacking the unleashed power with magic amplified by his tenacity, he greatly boosts his strength. He convinces himself that with this he should be able to defeat the demon. He focuses magic power into his sword for a decisive technique. Gritting his teeth, he commands the sealed power to release. The unleashed energy forms a blazing purple aura around him. Darkness and power spill outward as he stands at the center of a vast purple domain. The demon, intrigued by this human's power, admits the bug has caught his interest. The human remarks coldly that the demon still had one more card to play. The demon says the fight has become boring. Deciding to end things, he gathers a massive orb of purple energy in his hand. He declares he will kill the human and consume his spirit as well. The demon orders him to stop resisting and become part of him. The human's eyes glow white as his power peaks. He dashes forward at blinding speed, his attack a purple blur. The demon is caught off guard as the incoming strike disrupts his gathered energy. The human's blade connects, making the demon cry out. The demon, now grasped by the throat, wonders when his opponent closed the distance. The human stands calm, crowned with glowing red sigils, arm extended. The demon grapples with him desperately, both shouting in pain. The human agrees the battle should end here. A violent surge of purple energy erupts, hurling the demon away. The demon screams in terror as he's overwhelmed. The empowered human states that since things are getting boring, he will finish it now. Exhausted but standing, he staggers forward, breathing heavily. The demon, injured and shaking, insists the situation is impossible. Horrified, he demands to know how a mere human can wield such strength as the human approaches. Realizing he will die at this rate, the demon thinks he must retreat and absorb other spirits. He turns his back, trying to flee into the shadows. Panic fills his eyes as he senses his enemy closing in. The human, wreathed in purple darkness, addresses him as a fellow key and begins questioning him. He asks the demon bluntly what he is fighting for. The enraged demon charges, shouting in confusion about the question. The human calmly cuts through the oncoming blast with a single stroke. Standing over the fallen demon, he asks if the demon has ever fought for someone else. The demon angrily dismisses the question as nonsense. His eyes widen as something dawns on him. He tries to run, wings beating frantically. Blood drips from the human's sword as the demon screams. The human admits demons are physically stronger than him, like all demonic beings compared to humans. Yet he explains that this is precisely why demons ultimately cannot defeat humanity. He says humans prevail because they fight for the sake of others. He recalls comrades who fight to keep their promises. He thinks of those who fight to protect loved ones. He remembers those seeking redemption and to reclaim their former lives. He also thinks of people who fight in order to reunite with someone important. The image of a smiling girl embodies the personal reasons they continue living. The battered demon gasps that he, too, now has a reason and a will to survive. He clenches his fist, steeling himself. Then he laughs bitterly, calling that sentiment a joke. Light glints across his battered armor as the confrontation reaches its peak. In a blinding silhouette, the human delivers the final, lethal strike. The human stands with glowing sigils on his brow, resolute after the blow. Blood and darkness spill from above as the demon's form collapses. The demonic mass erupts upward in a final frenzied roar of purple energy. That energy spirals violently, coalescing into a towering vortex. The vortex compresses into a huge spirit mass hurtling toward the ground. The human faces it head-on, halo blazing above him. He notes that the demon is still resisting fiercely even at the very end. The human launches himself like a purple streak straight at the falling mass. Sword raised, he dives down toward the core of the spirit conglomerate. His blade plunges into it, sending energy splashing outward. The impact detonates in a colossal vertical explosion. He vows inwardly that he will never lose anyone again. Channeling that resolve, he drives his sword with godlike radiance. The resulting shockwave engulfs the battlefield in swirling purple and white energy. Waves of force race across the ground. The destructive energy continues ripping through the terrain. The entire spirit mass collapses into a massive explosion centered on the human. He grimly resolves that, no matter what, he must stop this catastrophe. The light engulfs him as the technique reaches its climax. Afterward, allies rush in, calling out and checking if everyone is still alive. The clan leader arrives with reinforcements, asking about remaining enemies and his comrade's condition. One knight jokes that the leader came sooner than expected while supporting an injured friend. The clan leader is told that both Fluten and Satan have been killed. Declaring the battle won, the clan leader orders everyone to hurry back. The golden lion Aryan gazes toward a radiant sky, sensing something momentous. A robed man is stunned as he looks up into the blinding light, starting to speak. Close up, his eyes widen in disbelief as he wonders how this is possible. Another man appears behind him, resting a hand on his shoulder, and asking if he is surprised. The second man adds that he is also surprised as the scene opens out over a shattered landscape. Narration explains that Aryan, the golden lion and strongest human, feels two distinct emotions upon seeing this scene. He feels hopeful that humanity might win the upcoming Holy Grail War. He is also awed by the potential power that Kim Yoon-jae holds. Elsewhere, Kim Yoon-jae lies unconscious in bed as birds chirp in the morning. Yoon-jae suddenly wakes with a gasp, startled and sweating. Sitting up, he trembles and asks if they actually survived. The armored Alvin answers that they did, calmly saying they won. Recognizing Alvin, Yoon-jae tries to get up despite his bandaged state. Pain shoots through Yoon-jae as he strains his injured body. Alvin pushes him back, telling him to lie down and not push himself after nearly dying. 2 bowls of hot soup are set out, one being placed in front of Yoon-jae. Yoon-jae, still in bed, asks Alvin how long he has been asleep. Alvin explains that everyone has recovered, a path has opened, and the war is now over. Yoon-jae notes he has slept a long time, but Alvin clarifies it has only been about a week and urges him to rest more. Alvin adds that since Yoon-jae, the key, has not fully recovered, they cannot take further action yet. Yoon-jae, frustrated to be idle despite being the key, resolves to recover quickly so he can help. Alvin reassures him not to worry. Yoon-jae points out that although they beat the demons, their next enemies will be the angels. Alvin reflects that humanity has rarely encountered angels. He notes they do not know how powerful the angels are. They also know nothing about the nature of the angels' abilities. Therefore, Alvin says they have much preparation to do. He emphasizes that Yunji's recovery is the top priority, saying Baekhyun thought Yunjae could easily have died. Yunjae agrees his injuries are unprecedented for him, and jokes about Alvin taking his soup. Alvin begins explaining magic limits, saying even rankers can usually only double their power and spend limited mana. He continues that regardless of borrowed power from items, only those with extraordinary innate magic talent could have survived what Yunjae did. Alvin describes Yunji's magic as unusually pure and supported by exceptional magic circuits. He also mentions Yunjae possesses a heart that can circulate magic endlessly. Finally, he notes Yunjae has a medium capable of amplifying that magic without limit. Alvin says the terrifying form Yunjae took days earlier showed amplification far beyond human boundaries. Yunjae realizes he can only properly use his ability tenacity by correctly combining those three factors. Remembering that state, Yunjae notes how different it felt from previous uses of tenacity. He recalls that the overwhelming strength felt like his own. At the same time, he sensed that this power was not entirely under his control. Looking out over the vast crater he made, Yunjae wonders if he will ever control such strength. Back in the room, Yunjae silently regards Alvin, who looks at Yunji's bandaged hand. Alvin rises to leave, telling Yunjae to focus on recovering even if it takes time. Yunjae thanks him and vows to be fully recovered within a week, and Alvin quietly agrees. From outside the window we see Yunjae alone in his room again. Yunjae looks down sadly and murmurs the names Min-ah and Eun-kyung. He thinks that to see them again he must be able to control his magic power and that overwhelming strength. He acknowledges he will have to fight foes stronger than Satan in the future. Determined, he thinks about what he must do to reach that level. He pulls the bowl of soup toward him, preparing himself. Yunjae begins eating, using the meal as fuel for his recovery. Afterward he closes his eyes in concentration. He opens them with a firm, resolved gaze. Noticing Alvin left him the cold bowl and ate the fresh one, Yunjae realizes his friend gave up the warm soup for him. In the hall, Alvin walks with Baekhyun, carrying the empty bowl as they talk. Alvin looks over, reacting to something Baekhyun says. Baekhyun smiles brightly. He tells Alvin to come along, and asks how Yunjae is doing. Alvin reports Yunjae is not fully healed but his recovery is astonishingly fast. Baekhyun agrees, noting that Yunji's body and circuits had been completely ruined. Alvin asks if Baekhyun will check on Yunjae, but Baekhyun declines, saying others will visit and he came mainly to see Alvin. Baekhyun walks ahead, repeating he came to see Alvin, while Alvin follows, thoughtful. Alvin silently regards Baekhyun, weighing what he is about to ask. Baekhyun, sensing it, asks if Alvin is really going through with his plan. Alvin replies that Baekhyun has already asked him that several times. Baekhyun says he personally accepts it but jokes that Jin Suk might kill him if something goes wrong. Alvin counters that if anything fails, he will be the one who actually dies. Baekhyun laughs loudly, saying that is why he warned Alvin, and Alvin privately concludes the rumors of Baekhyun being a weirdo are true. As they walk, Baekhyun begins to speak seriously, telling Alvin he is different from Yunjae. He explains that no matter how unique Alvin's circuits or strong his body, it is still unlike Yunji's. Baekhyun pauses, considering how to phrase the rest. He finally estimates that Alvin's chances of surviving the procedure are roughly 50-50. Baekhyun warns that copying exactly what Yunjae did means certain death if it fails, and there are risks even in success. He adds that they do not know how long the process will take or whether Alvin will look the same afterward. As they reach a rocky area, Baekhyun clarifies that the procedure will not replace Alvin's circuits, but expand his existing ones. They stop walking as Alvin steels himself. Baekhyun describes this expansion as something far beyond what normal human effort could achieve. He says no one knows where the limits are or when the process will stop, only that this is just the beginning. Standing at the great lab doors, Baekhyun hopes Alvin can endure it and survive. Inside the underground facility, Alvin realizes this lab once belonged to Abram and is surprised it is still being used. Baekhyun remarks that tools are neutral and only dangerous depending on who wields them. In the center of the lab, Baekhyun repeats that the success rate is 50-50. Alvin, undeterred, says those odds are acceptable to him. With firm resolve he states they should proceed because he intends to become stronger. Baekhyun agrees and suggests they begin the procedure. Before starting, Alvin asks Baekhyun to promise to keep what they are doing a secret. Baekhyun asks if that secrecy should extend to Lois, and Alvin insists it must, especially from her. Alvin explains that Lois would be too worried and would try to stop him if she knew. After thinking it over, Baekhyun reluctantly agrees to keep the secret. Alvin thanks him sincerely. Alvin steps into the circular apparatus, barefoot and ready. Standing shirtless in the center of the platform, Alvin steels his mind for what is coming. From the side, Baekhyun wishes Alvin luck. Elsewhere, Aryan meets another comrade in a cozy room for a quiet discussion. Aryan asks where Baekhyun is, and the other man says he has not seen him. Aryan complains about Baekhyun missing yet another meeting, then tells his companion to forget it and drink. They pour each other drinks, clinking cup and mug. Both men down their drinks together. Aryan slams his mug down and cries out at the burn of the liquor. His companion asks if he feels better, and Aryan says his discomfort is trivial. The dark-haired man comments that Baekchan's wounds from Fluten's flame are taking a long time to heal. He teases Aryan for telling others to rest while not following his own advice, and Aryan laughs that his friend does all the worrying for him. The other man snorts dismissively while sipping his drink. Aryan brings up Kim Yoon-jae, saying the young man pushed himself far beyond expectations and it is amazing he is alive. Aryan wonders how Yoon-jae grew so strong so quickly and whether it is because he is the key. His companion silently drinks, considering the question. Aryan notes that Lucia had also been a key. The other man recalls that Lucia was actually the weakest of them, whereas Kim Yoon-jae is the strongest of his generation. Aryan agrees thoughtfully. Aryan then muses whether Yoonji's strategies and potential truly come solely from his own power. His companion replies that although they cannot change the past, they may have finally found someone capable of changing the future. Encouraged, Aryan toasts again, saying that seen that way, they might actually win. He concludes with determination that they can win this holy grail war. Meanwhile, Yoon-jae forces himself to do push-ups despite his weakened body. Straining and counting, he pushes toward his goal. He thinks he cannot just stay idle. Collapsing from exhaustion, he tells himself that rest can wait until everything is truly over. Panting with his head on the floor, he continues to endure the pain. Sweat drips from his bandaged limbs as he struggles to hold himself up. Finally, he manages to complete 100 push-ups and drops flat on the floor. Lying there, Yoon-jae gasps for breath. His trembling hand lies open on the floor. He clenches that hand into a determined fist. Pushing himself up again, he quietly calls the names Eun-kyung and Min-ah. Yoon-jae promises them that if they wait a bit longer, he will come to them soon. He reaches for the door handle, ready to leave his room. The door closes behind him as he heads out. Elsewhere, a robed angelic figure steps through grand doors in a blaze of light. The angel announces that the promised day has arrived. Narration confirms that this declaration is indeed true. Angelic wings fill the corridor as a host begins to move forward. The wings continue their advance in unison toward the light. A powerful archangel seated on a throne declares that the time has finally come. Rows of angelic troops stand assembled beneath two towering leaders. The archangel Metatron asks Gabriel if he is afraid. Gabriel denies it, addressing Metatron respectfully. Metatron says fear is natural and reminds Gabriel they have prepared for this day for 20 years. He adds that such waiting is nothing compared to what they will soon gain. Metatron reflects that while this is true for them, he wonders how it feels from the mortal's perspective. He calls for Gabriel's attention. He then calls out to Michael as well. Metatron points out that archangels like them live forever, while the lesser angels live only around 200 years. He explains that the lower angels have staked their short lives on fulfilling this great duty. Metatron proclaims that the moment they have awaited is finally here. He declares that their forces will now cross into the parallel world and that reclaiming the Holy Grail is imminent. Metatron leads the descent, appearing in the mortal world in a burst of blue light. Surrounded by gathered angels, he asks how long it has been since they last came. One of the angels answers him, addressed as Uriel. Another is called by name as Raphael. A third is named Regel. A fourth archangel is named Danael, completing the roll call of the leading angelic host. A majestic winged being descends through a heavenly portal and remarks that it has been a long time. The hooded angels below bow and formally greet him as their king. They praise him for successfully opening a gate connecting heaven with a parallel world. The angel king explains that this gate has summoned the heavenly armies. One angel expresses joy at the chance to fight alongside the king of heaven. The king answers that forcing this gate open has taken them 20 years. He recalls that they needed power from heaven itself. He also needed the power of the parallel world to accomplish this. Now assembled, he declares that humans, demons and dragons together will not be able to stop them. He commands his retainers to move out with him. A few days pass. Yoon-jae trains alone in a field, cutting the air with his sword. He continues swinging with focus, testing his strength. He strains as he pushes himself harder. Catching his breath, he feels his condition finally returning to normal. Dark magic flares around his hand as he checks his recovered power. Elsewhere, Yoon-gyu cries out in pain, affected by this same power. Yoon-jae feels the aftereffects and steadies himself. He reflects that Baekcheon helped raise the limits on his magic amplification, though it is still imperfect. He notes that using this enhancement fully leaves him exhausted for a long time. He concludes he cannot rely on external boosts to break his limits. He decides he must train relentlessly and raise his own limits. He resumes practice, channeling purple magic through his sword. His comrade arrives and asks if Yoon-jae is really okay to be moving already. Lois and another ally approach, confirming Yoon-jae is there. Yoon-jae asks why they came and wonders where Alvin has gone. Lois explains Alvin left only a note saying he had somewhere to go, and then disappeared. Yoon-jae guesses Alvin must have gone to prepare something for him despite telling him to rest. The others complain that Alvin vanished without saying where, joking there is nowhere dangerous left after Satan and Fluten were defeated. Lois accepts Alvin's absence, and moves the discussion forward. She asks if Yoon-jae should really be training already, and he answers that training is better than idling. Yoon-gyu says he also came to train, but Yoon-jae tells him to rest more if he wants to handle his berserk state. Lois retorts that Yoon-jae giving such advice is hypocritical. She calls the two of them fools like Alvin but agrees to start training since they will not listen otherwise. The men quietly remark that Lois is scarier than usual because Alvin is gone and even Ariane is avoiding her. Lois yells at them to hurry and begin, frightening both into obeying. She erects a large magical barrier around Yoongi as part of the training ground. From inside the shield, she and Yoon-jae state they are simply training as usual. Yoongi channels the cursed sword Ramar, entering a red berserk aura. His eyes glow red as the berserk power overtakes him. Lois notes he is entering berserk mode faster than before and asks if this is dangerous, but Yoon-jae says Yoongi is fine. Lois adds there is another concern. She reveals she researched Ramar and discovered it is a magic sword. She explains that Ramar devours its wielder's mind and drives them insane. Furthermore, after absorbing Val's blood, Ramar has become even stronger. Yoongi unleashes ferocious slashes, the sword's power surging. Lois predicts he will keep pushing himself to adapt to this power, effectively fighting stronger and stronger foes. She warns that if he survives, he will then need to endure an even stronger Ramar. She judges this approach far too dangerous. She fears Yoongi may not be able to manage this weapon alone. Inside the frenzy, Yoongi cries that he must become helpful to his friends. The strain makes him gag and stagger. Yoon-jae watches and asks Lois if she intends to stop him. She replies she tried before. Lois thinks that if anyone could stop Yoongi, it might be Yoon-jae, though he doubts Yoongi would listen. Yoon-jae calls out to Lois and gains her attention. He asks her to keep whatever happens next a secret as he steps into the barrier. Lois sighs at these reckless people, wondering what is wrong with all of them. Yoon-jae steels himself as mana flows around him in the barrier. He steps forward toward Yoongi. He reminds Yoongi that he promised to endure no matter what. Yoon-jae draws his own cursed blade, saying Yoongi wanted to be of help to him. Yoongi, fully berserk, charges at Yoon-jae, and their swords clash. Yoon-jae challenges him to try to defeat him. Their blades collide again in another powerful exchange. Yoongi laughs maniacally, enjoying the violent struggle. Yoon-jae is surprised, realizing Yoongi has grown stronger than he expected. Feeling pressured, Yoon-jae decides to escalate further. He dashes in with a swift strike, telling Yoongi to hold on. Yoongi, eyes wild, continues to attack fiercely. A sweeping attack from him sends Yoon-jae flying and bleeding. Yoon-jae plants his feet and charges back in. Their clashes continue as Yoongi howls with crazed laughter. Yoon-jae prepares another decisive blow. He shouts for Yoongi to endure a little longer while he unleashes a powerful slash. The hit finally knocks Yoongi to the ground. Yoon-jae pins him down with his sword at Yoongi's throat. Looking down at him, Yoon-jae calls out that he believes Yoongi can overcome this. He channels bright energy into his sword for a finishing technique. Yoongi screams as he charges in one last time. His berserk body trembles under the strain. The pain forces him to hunch over, clutching his head and groaning. Lois realizes that instead of suppressing the berserk state, Yoon-jae is forcing Yoongi to fight and master it. Yoongi struggles desperately, sweating and panting. His eyes flare again as the curse resists. He grips Ramar tighter, refusing to let go. Lois thinks both men truly believe that with hard work they will prevail. The training barrier begins to crack from the overwhelming power inside. Lois resolves that she cannot simply stand by either. She focuses her magic, eyes determined. She reinforces the enormous barrier encasing their battlefield. She decides to believe in them as well. She silently asks Alvin, wherever he is, to return safely from whatever he is doing. In a secluded laboratory, Alvin floats unconscious in a magical tank. He lies submerged, eyes closed, as the fluid bubbles around him. The process finishes and he slowly descends onto the tank floor. Alvin opens his eyes and starts to awaken. He steps out of the tank, dripping with water. Baek-cheon greets him, confirming that he is finally awake. Cheon casually eats bread, saying he got hungry while waiting. He comments that Alvin looks better than he expected after the procedure. Alvin ignores that and asks anxiously how the experiment went. He inspects his hand, saying he does not feel any immediate change. Cheon replies that the most obvious result is that Alvin is alive. Cheon admits he is impressed Alvin could absorb the power so completely. Alvin asks if that means the process was a success, and Cheon says there is only one way to be sure. Cheon tells him to move around and test his limits. Later they face each other armed, preparing for combat trial. Cheon explains that Alvin's magic circuits should now be expanded and tells him to push himself to what he believes are his limits. Alvin agrees to the test. Cheon warns that because Alvin's absorption is strong, he will not be holding back. Alvin readies his sword and accepts the challenge. Their first clash unleashes a blinding burst of energy. The shockwaves continue exploding across the battlefield. Cheon says they will have Alvin train as much as possible in preparation for the next war. The spar intensifies as Cheon rushes Alvin with swift attacks. Alvin counters, beginning to tap into his new power. Their swords cross again in another explosive impact. Back at the barrier, Lois continues reinforcing it, absorbing the impacts from Yoon-jae and Yoon-gyu's training. She struggles but perseveres to hold the shield steady. Inside, Yoon-jae and Yoon-gyu exchange more devastating blows. Yoon-gyu, panting but focused, presses forward. He attacks again with wild ferocity under Ramar's influence. Yoon-jae leaps high and brings his sword down toward Yoon-gyu. 10 days pass. In Algin's office, a mug of drink is slammed onto the desk. Algin sits tired at his desk among scrolls, taking a moment of rest. After this time preparing, he says it is finally time to begin. Someone knocks at his door. Aljun invites the visitor to enter. Yoon Jae and Young Gyu arrive, saying they heard he called for them and greeting him. Aljun suggests they sit down to talk. He informs them they will depart tomorrow and that supplies and a map are already prepared. Yoon Jae thanks him and asks if no official surveyor will accompany them. Aljun explains the mission must remain low profile and the central region is still dangerous even without demon kings. He says only skilled rankers can even enter there, finishes his explanation, and offers to adjust their departure if needed. Yoon Jae replies that their training is sufficient, and they are ready to leave tomorrow. Aljun agrees and rises to see them off. He grips Yoon Jae's shoulder, apologizing for repeating himself. He again urges Yoon Jae not to die on this mission. He then earnestly tells Yoon Jae that he is the sole hope for more than 100 million people. Yoon Jae silently takes in the weight of those words. The next day the full party gathers, remarking it has been a long time since they were all together. Yoon Jae notes Alvin is already up and asks how he feels, and Alvin says he woke some time ago. Young Gyu presses Alvin to explain where he disappeared to, saying Lois searched everywhere for him. Alvin nervously changes the subject by commenting on the clear sky, while Lois scolds him for dodging the question. She grabs him demanding again to know where he went, while Alvin insists the sky really was clear and warm. A new ally, Jin Suk, appears and asks why they are dawdling instead of departing. Aljun greets Jin Suk, confirming he will join them and that now everyone is assembled. Lois wonders if this is truly everyone, but concludes that with Jin Suk and Aryan along they are adequately staffed. As the journey begins, the robed leader refuses to accompany the party on their mission. He explains someone must stay to manage the guild and insists the others are sufficient without him. One member agrees, thinking that with Kim Jin Suk alone their force rivals a whole clan. Another adds that bringing more people would only slow their group down. The long-haired swordsman affirms this and says they will handle the mission quietly, explaining details en route. The party sets off together after agreeing to depart. The robed leader cheerfully waves them off, wishing them a safe trip. A map shows their path winding through mountains and forests toward their destination. Night falls with a bright full moon in the sky as they travel. The team sprints at high speed through the darkened landscape. They come to a stop, one member landing with a hand on the ground. Two companions rest and remark that although they are tired, they reach this point far faster than on their first journey. The long-haired man loosens his clothes, preparing to move or speak. He hands a wrapped bundle to the black-haired protagonist, telling him to take it. The protagonist inspects the small tied pouch, wondering what it is. He learns the item is a gift from the White Tower clan. Inside is a thin stick-like object that surprises him. The mage recognizes it as the White Tower clan's remarkable invention. She explains it is a storage device with near-infinite internal space that can hold countless items, while another teammate questions its value. She says the item is priceless, worth as much as a large guild, and notes it suits him since he has many things to store. Alvin jokes that he has something lively he wants to put inside, irritating her. Alvin orders the group to stop fooling around and gather to sit and rest. Asked if he will join the rest, Jin Suk says he prefers to rest alone. The remaining four sit around together in the forest clearing. As they relax, someone asks what training was done, and Jungyu credits Yoon Jae-hyung for helping him greatly. The protagonist is surprised, thinking he had told Jin Suk to rest, then asks Jungyu where he disappeared to earlier. Alvin starts to answer vaguely about looking at the sky, but the mage curtly cuts him off. They light a campfire that crackles warmly in the night. The group chats and laughs by the fire, enjoying each other's company. Alvin and the mage also smile, sharing in the light-hearted mood. A short distance away, Jin Suk listens to their laughter while sitting alone by a tree. He looks pensive and troubled, deep in thought. A memory surfaces of the robed leader raising a barrel in a toast, telling everyone to drink. In that flashback, Jin Suk questioned why they were celebrating again, and the leader said it was for their recent success in the demon beast camp. The leader adds jokingly that they are also commemorating Baekjeon becoming their punching bag, to Baekjeon's loud protest. Baekjeon grumbles that being used for back-to-back sparring is unreasonable and complains they only did it for fun. The leader concedes but presses Baekjeon to say who was stronger among the two fighters he faced. Baekjeon thinks that in raw potential Kim Yoon Jae is overwhelming. He continues that although Yoon Jae's potential is greater, Alvin's current skill is superior, and with time even the leader may have to watch out. Jin Suk scoffs, claiming Yoon Jae still could not beat him, and that Yoon Jae is just scared, which the others tease him about. When Jin Suk menacingly draws his sword, the leader and Baekjeon quickly apologize in fear. Jin Suk grudgingly accepts, pouring himself more drink with a dismissive snort. Baekjeon jokes that if they tease Jin Suk further he might destroy the whole guild, and they all laugh. The leader then reflects that he never imagined they would be able to laugh together like that again. Sitting beside Jin Suk now, Baekjeon says that as humans they cannot help but seek such moments. The leader narrates over his drink that after witnessing the strength of their new key figure, his outlook changed. He admits that without realizing it, he began to feel hope once more. Back at the present campfire, the four companions quietly watch the flames together. The protagonist smiles gently, enjoying the peaceful moment. Jin Suk thinks about hope and silently begs that this time their story will not end in tragedy. The calm night under the moon is disturbed as the wind rises and leaves rustle ominously. The group resumes walking through the forest, alert. Checking the map, the protagonist notes they are already halfway through the middle region of the mountains. The mage remarks that their first crossing felt long because they lacked information and faced many enemies. Jungyu comments that they have encountered surprisingly few monsters so far today. Everyone falls silent, reacting to his tempting fate remark. Alvin sighs that he knew things were about to get harder just when it seemed easy, alarming Jungyu. Jungyu realizes he jinxed them, recalling how saying a place is quiet at work always makes customers pour in. The moon again hangs over the forest as tension builds. Suddenly a loud disturbance sends birds and creatures scattering into the sky. The protagonist draws his weapon and tells Jungyu to stay quiet next time as they ready for combat. Something heavy slams into the ground with great force nearby. A gigantic hell snake rears up before Jin-suk, baring its fangs and roaring. The team looks up in shock at the towering serpent. Alvin identifies it as a hell snake whose venomous fangs and blood are deadly, warning everyone to be cautious. The four frontline fighters respond firmly that they understand and ready themselves. Jin-suk raises his hand hesitantly, about to speak. Jungyu then asks if the others would let him take on the hell snake himself. He explains he wants to test the results of his training and try handling the monster alone. Jin-suk doubts he can manage it, while Alvin considers the idea. Alvin notes that Jungyu has grown much stronger and likely will not lose control by going berserk against this foe. Alvin tells Jungyu they will intervene if necessary and encourages him to give it a try, which Jungyu gratefully accepts. Facing the snake, Jungyu steadies his breathing. He urges himself to stay calm as the hell snake looms menacingly above him. Jungyu feels the berserk power well up inside him, straining to maintain control. He launches forward with a fierce shout, unleashing a powerful attack. Eyes glowing red, he leaps high to strike down at the serpent. The hell snake lunges with its mouth wide open to swallow him. Jungyu's blade slams into the snake's body, drawing blood. The snake's movement flings Jungyu violently through the air. He lands astride the serpent's coiled body, sword ready as it circles him. The creature snaps at him again with venomous fangs bared. Jungyu taunts it, asking if that is all it can do. His sword carves another deep glowing cut into the snake's scales. Blood gushes from the wound, splashing across him. Empowered by the blood, Jungyu shouts that the snake made a mistake giving him more fuel, his berserker power surging. A massive crimson energy sword forms as he rises to deliver a finishing blow. The enormous blade descends in a blinding strike. The hell snake's body is sliced open along its length by the devastating attack. Jungyu lands with his blood-coated weapon, the power still crackling. The severed serpent collapses as his attack's shockwave ripples outward. His eyes burn red, showing the berserk state fully active. The dying snake lets out a final shriek while multiple heads of energy thrash around him. Jungyu realizes the fight will not end so easily. Grinning fiercely, he says he is happy to keep battling. He charges again, swinging his blood-empowered sword in a sweeping arc. The energy slash collides with the remaining serpentine mass. Jungyu stares forward intensely, completely focused in his frenzy. Blood splatters across the scene from his relentless attacks. A blood-soaked shard, likely his sword's core or talisman, drips after absorbing more power. He continues channeling blood energy along his blade, amplifying its aura. The exertion overwhelms him and he groans as the berserk power flares violently around his body. He roars, pushing himself further despite the strain. At last the energy subsides and his body begins returning to normal. Jungyu sighs in relief, having successfully calmed down. Overjoyed, he runs to the protagonist and proudly says he reverted to normal without any problem. The protagonist praises him somewhat awkwardly, thinking to himself that Jungyu's growth has been astonishing. Jungyu laughs and thanks everyone as the huge slain serpent lies nearby. Fired up, he declares they should keep advancing and that he will handle any enemies that appear. His companions stare at him in stunned silence at his newfound confidence. The protagonist rubs his forehead, exasperated that Jungyu is already overdoing it again. Jungyu nervously senses many hostile eyes on him from the darkness. Time passes and the protagonist is shown cutting down a massive beast with his aura blade. He narrowly avoids a counterattack from the creature during the fight. After another battle he pants, noting it has already been a month of non-stop fighting. Surrounded by monsters, he curses their numbers and wonders how far they have spread through the middle area. He observes that the closer they get to demon territory, the denser and more varied the monsters become. During one skirmish, a skeleton warrior with a purple aura sword tries to stab him from behind. He blocks and clashes blades with the empowered skeleton. Their weapons collide, shattering the purple aura blade. The protagonist retaliates with a strong counter-strike. Surprised that a skeleton could wield aura, he still finds its overall strength lacking. He concludes that for a monster on the border of demon territory it is far too weak. Reflecting on his earlier breakthrough, he feels unusually unrestrained and powerful now. Jungyu is heard gleefully shouting threats at enemies, drawing the protagonist's attention. Jungyu dives onto another monster with wild enthusiasm. He cleaves straight through a goblin's head with his sword. Afterwards he staggers, exhausted, saying he feels like he might die from the constant fighting. More goblins leap at him, forcing him to react again. His eyes flash red as he slips back into berserker mode, yelling for them to die. The protagonist thinks Jungyu is getting overly excited but notes he still seems able to control himself. He then focuses on Alvin, whose current strength appears even more impressive. Alvin wonders what kind of training the protagonist underwent to become so strong. Jin Suk and Alvin fight side by side, efficiently cutting down enemies. Jin Suk looks over at Alvin, noticing his newfound prowess. During the prolonged battles, Jungyu is struck hard in the torso, momentarily staggering. He grits his teeth and readies himself again as a large stone golem approaches. The group is shocked by the hulking golem with a glowing red core in its chest. The golem charges power in its mouth, preparing a powerful attack. Its movements crush lesser monsters underfoot, showing its immense weight. Alvin admits his sword cannot pierce the golem, and that it is tougher than expected. The protagonist volunteers to take on the golem himself. Alvin, manifesting radiant wings, says letting the protagonist fight it will also serve as a test of his abilities. Alvin focuses intently, fully serious. The mage watches him with worried surprise. Alvin flies up to confront the towering golem face to face. He exhales, readying his power and perhaps a technique. The golem raises its giant fist to strike. Alvin closes his eyes briefly, concentrating. He opens them with a sharp, determined glare, signaling he is about to unleash his true strength. Alvin rides a stone golem forward with sword drawn as wind whirls around them. A powerful slash cleaves through the golem. The knight charges again toward the towering golem. The golem's eyes flare red in response. With wings spread, Alvin dives from above to attack the golem. Alvin concentrates power into a vertical, two-handed thrust. He lands from the strike as the massive body begins to fall. The shattered golem collapses around Alvin. A small stone core from the golem rolls to Alvin's boot. Alvin's companions react in amazement at his feat. The black-haired protagonist reflects that Jungyu and now Alvin have become much stronger than before. Determined not to fall behind, he draws his sword as dark energy gathers around it. He tests his empowered blade on a rock, thinking he must push himself harder. Alvin asks the protagonist if they are still heading correctly according to the map. Jungyu replies that they have walked for a long time with no destination in sight and suspects the map is wrong. Lois disagrees, saying they are close to their goal. Placing her hand on the fallen golem, Lois senses a particular magic power emanating from it. She adds that the same magic presence can be felt beyond the nearby hill. Hearing this, Jungyu starts to suggest a new course of action. The party walks onto rocky ground as the ominous magic grows stronger. Surrounded by crimson light, the team advances into the tainted area. Jungyu and Lois look ahead in alarm at what they see. Before them stretches a blood-red canyon that matches a previous ominous vision. Jungyu recalls the prophetic line about a red star above a mountain range. He focuses, recognizing that this scene fulfills that prophecy. Resolved, Jungyu steels himself in the red glowing landscape. Their healer asks Lois what she is sensing from the surroundings, but Lois is suddenly troubled. Jungyu's eyes narrow as another memory surfaces. He tells the group to move, deciding they will proceed. Jungyu announces that he has discovered the route they must follow. A single red star shines directly above the canyon. The group climbs along a ridge under the star's guidance. They march deeper into the red canyon toward the source of the magic. Jungyu pants from the oppressive atmosphere but keeps walking. He stares up at the star directly overhead to confirm their position. Jungyu states that according to the sign, the star should now be right above them, confusing Alvin, who asks about this star. Their healer and Lois admit that they see only a blood-red sky and no star at all. Jungyu confirms that only he can see the guiding star and is surprised by this. Lois suggests that only Jungyu can see it because he is the designated key. Jungyu concludes that if that is true, the fragment they seek should lie directly beneath where they stand. Lois draws his sword, asking if that is really the case. Jungyu also unsheathes his blade, preparing to act. Sensing what they intend, Alvin grabs Lois to protect her. Startled, Lois demands to know why Alvin suddenly picked her up while he tells her to hang on. Jungyu and Lois leap together, bringing their swords down toward the ground. Their combined strike smashes open the canyon floor. The ground collapses and the whole party begins falling with the debris. Rocks and the party members plummet into the newly opened chasm. They tumble through darkness toward a hidden underground structure. Jungyu and Lois land heavily on stone rubble inside the dungeon. The others hit the ground amid scattered rocks. Everyone staggers to their feet, checking on one another after the fall. Lois angrily complains that Alvin should warn her before doing something reckless like that, which he shrugs off. The group proceeds cautiously through the blue-lit cavern, remarking that past hardships have left them hard to scare. An eerie sound echoes from deeper within the dungeon. Jungyu asks Lois if he senses any magical presence. Lois feels residual magic in the dungeon, but no hostile demonic aura. Lois says that lack of hostility is a relief. Alvin then turns to Jungyu, asking which way they should head next. Jungyu points out that this is his first time here as well and asks if Alvin actually saw a clear path. Jungyu admits he only saw the star, joking that Alvin must not think he has any cheat-like power, while Lois is disappointed that he does not. The others stare silently at Lois's expectation, making him awkward. Alvin decides that they will rest at a nearby spot and tells everyone to unpack and get some sleep. Their healer questions stopping here, thinking they could keep going a bit longer. Jungyu argues they have already spent too long and still have energy, so they should find the fragment quickly and return. Lois agrees they are behind schedule and warns they do not know what may attack while they rest. With a serious expression, Lois answers that if that is so, then he has a proposal. Lois declares that anyone who can defeat him in a fight may proceed ahead without the others. The others panic, shocked at his sudden challenge. Lois begins walking, affirming his intent. He recalls that on their first fragment expedition, they faced an unimaginable danger. Alvin is taken aback, remembering that disaster. Lois explains that they abandoned the fragment and lost their original key because of that unpredictable threat. He apologizes but insists that this time he will personally safeguard the key at all costs. Lois states that the Tower Guild, Aryan, and the fragments are meaningless if they lose the key. Facing Jungyu, Lois vows to protect the key even with his life. Alvin silently contemplates Lois's sword held before him. Alvin ultimately accepts Lois's reasoning. Lois asks if anyone objects and then confirms they will depart after a short rest. A campfire is lit as they settle down in the cavern. The party lies scattered around the fire, drifting off to sleep. Jungyu's younger comrade tosses in his sleep, groaning. His brow furrows as a nightmare overtakes him. In his dream he remembers being urged by a bloody voice to gather more blood and power, tempted to enjoy killing. The nightmare voice tells him to recall the pleasure he once felt in slaughter, which he desperately denies. It taunts him that if he does not kill, he will die again, pushing him toward murder. The whisper insists that by embracing those bloody emotions he can grow stronger. Horrified, he rejects the image, insisting that monster is not who he truly is. He yells that he is not a blood-crazed killer. In the vision he remembers being run through by Jungyu's blade. The memory of that fatal moment makes his eyes widen in terror. He sees Jungyu looking down at him in that past scene and calling his name. Dream Jungyu coldly says that if his brother cannot grow stronger he should die here, because weakness only drags others down. The younger brother protests that he is indeed getting stronger. Blood spurts again as the imagined wound is reopened. The nightmare Jungyu walks away, saying he can no longer wait for a mere human, since he is the key. The younger brother clutches his bloody chest, shaken by that memory. A glowing red eye in the dark tells him that the weak will die and asks if he wants to be abandoned once more. A shadowy female figure then promises she can grant him power. She urges him to accept her power and offers to give him everything. He hesitates, repeating the word strength and wondering about gaining it. He thinks that if accepting this darkness will make him stronger, he might consider it. The insistent voice encourages him to do exactly that and come closer. It calls him again, demanding that he come to it. In a clearer vision he again thinks of strength and reaches out toward the shadow. Kneeling before the dark woman, he says that if it makes him stronger, he will take her hand. The voice affirms his choice and again beckons him to come. He closes his eyes, on the verge of surrendering. Instead, he suddenly grabs the shadow's neck in defiance. He tells the entity not to mock him. He declares that being devoured by such a thing is not true strength. He shouts that defeating it himself is the only way he can genuinely become stronger. He tears through the shadowy figure with a decisive attack. The effort strains him as red energy surges. The nightmare form explodes apart under his resistance. His eyes blaze as he cries out in pain while waking. He wakes up gasping, red-eyed but still himself. Realizing what almost happened, he covers his face in shock. He turns to check on the others, who are still sleeping by the fire. Alvin sighs in his sleep beside Lois, unaware of the turmoil. A gloved hand suddenly covers the younger brother's mouth. He panics until he hears a familiar voice. Jungyu tells him quietly that it is just him. Relieved, the younger brother acknowledges that it was Jungyu and calms down. Jungyu gently says his brother did well to endure the temptation. The younger brother admits that lately the cursed sword keeps talking to him. Jungyu repeats the word recently, prompting him to elaborate. Jungyu explains that the more power the sword absorbs, the more he feels it trying to swallow his will. The protagonist thinks he can barely offer advice, knowing Jungyu carries the heaviest burden. Jungyu confesses he feels far less brave than his older brother, and that resisting this influence is exhausting every time. Jungyu admits he feels the same fear and weariness. He pulls out his yellow diary to share something personal. He says the diary hurts whenever he looks at it because it fills him with thoughts of his wife and daughter. Jungyu listens quietly, unsure how to respond at first. He continues that even though remembering them is painful, running from those memories would hurt even more. He explains that although his family now lives only in his heart, forgetting them would mean losing them forever. Jungyu tells him that turning away from something just because it is hard is not truly cowardly. He adds that despite the pain, memories of his family can still bring him joy. That is why he chose to keep that diary and write his memories in it. A flashback shows him back on Earth, diligently writing at his desk. He recalls that at first writing was unbearable. Yet he persisted, continuing to pour his feelings into the notebook. Over time it felt like directly talking with his wife and daughter. As he recorded their happy times, the memories became gentler. He says journaling gradually eased his pain and is the reason he still writes. Asked if he continues now, he replies that his circumstances have changed from back then. The younger brother wonders if Jungyu truly believes he will meet his family again, and Jungyu answers that he does. Jungyu states he believes because he has already witnessed one miracle. Jungyu agrees that arriving in this fantastical world itself proves miracles can happen. The younger brother thanks Jungyu, saying their talk has made him feel much better. He concludes that what matters is not effortlessly overcoming everything but striving earnestly to face and conquer each hardship. One teammate announces he is going to sleep for tomorrow, and the protagonist agrees. The protagonist silently reflects, looking serious. He opens his diary and thinks he has already witnessed a miracle before. The diary entry continues with him mentioning he has come for something. Narration states that what follows is written in his newly started diary. The diary records the events after he crossed into demon territory. The next morning, the party walks onward. They reach a point where the seer says he cannot see the path ahead, and another tells him to concentrate. Someone wonders if the key to the path is some type of energy. As they cautiously step forward, the group notices something surprising in front of them. They see a large ominous stone door engraved with a skull and runes. One asks what the inscription says on the door. The protagonist inspects the runes, saying the message is long. He summarizes that it is just a warning that anyone who enters will die. A reckless teammate dismisses the warning as stupid and urges everyone to go inside quickly. The priestess thinks the others treat even death warnings as trivial. The ancient doors creak open. The party heads through the now open gate into the dungeon. Inside a vast hall, the group gathers and looks around. A pedestal illuminated by red light displays a red orb on a cushion. The red crystal orb glows intensely. Seeing the orb, a cautious member orders Lois to raise a barrier. Lois is startled when called upon. As the younger teammate shouts in confusion, the protagonist dashes toward the orb. He leaps with his sword raised to strike the red crystal. His blow shatters the orb, releasing a vertical burst of energy. He braces with his sword against the unleashed force. The orb splits apart, and a swirling blue aura erupts around him. The broken orb detonates in a blinding red explosion. The protagonist urgently calls out to Lois. Lois reacts in shock to his shout. She rushes to cast her barrier, saying she is coming. A mass of green poisonous energy erupts from the destroyed orb. The protagonist is knocked to the floor as the toxic mist surges around him. The mist rushes toward another teammate's leg. The reckless teammate looks on in horror as the poison nears. The protagonist is engulfed by the green and red poisonous blast. His younger companion screams for him while he collapses within the poison and barrier. Teammates rush to the fallen protagonist, anxiously asking if he is okay. His back is badly burned and steaming from the acidic poison. Lois apologizes and asks if he is alright, while he tells her he is fine and to keep maintaining the barrier. She reluctantly agrees, still worried. Smiling weakly, he says he is truly fine and fortunate not to have been poisoned. He explains he destroyed the orb because leaving it seemed dangerous, but he had not expected the trap. The shattered orb pieces still ooze green poison and black smoke. When asked about his wounds, he replies they are fine and that nothing else was mixed into the toxin. He takes out an antidote, saying it should work. Pouring the antidote over his burned back hurts badly and he cries out. Another teammate concludes that if that antidote was enough, the attack was only a simple acid-based poison, and asks if he can still move. The protagonist forces a smile and says of course he can manage. The stern swordsman suddenly grabs him by the collar. Scolding him, the swordsman tells him to take better care of his body and asks what he would have done if the wound had been fatal. The protagonist is taken aback by this rebuke. The swordsman declares they will act as a team from now on and forbids him from taking action alone. He also reprimands Lois, warning that their lives are at stake if they are not careful. Lois accepts the criticism, thinking that in emergencies action must come before hesitation. She reflects that one teammate charges in too quickly while another reacts too slowly. Her hand clenches in frustration. A comrade notices her reaction from the side. Another teammate laughs that all ended well since the poisonous mist has cleared and urges everyone to move on. The reckless youth optimistically says no more enemies seem likely to appear. He falters when the others stare at him in concern. Cracks suddenly spread across the ceiling above him. The leader complains that his mouth jinxes them, while the youth hastily apologizes. Stones begin crashing down from above. Boulders rain around the party, forcing them to dodge. The protagonist thinks Jinseok is right about their situation. His diary recounts that after crossing the path they reached a mountain range and he sensed where a fragment lay. He admits he knows future events thanks to the diary but has relied on it too much, as it described reaching an underground dungeon with a red crystal ball. The diary notes that although it lacked details, he had acted rashly in the original events and endangered his comrades. Resolving to do better, he tells himself to focus because everyone must survive and recalls what the diary says happens next. Red, melted-looking monsters emerge from the rubble. The diary describes red sludge monsters appearing whose bodies seem to have melted and whose weight made movement difficult. It also records that these monsters ooze acid and attack like living bombs. The swordsman orders everyone to stay defensive while he and Alvin engage the enemy first, and the others join only if it seems safe. He tells Lois to maintain the barrier while they fight, and she agrees. The protagonist warns them that when these monsters die they explode and spray poison, prompting a question whether he has faced them before. Embarrassed, he claims that he has and the leader tells everyone to stay alert. Alvin and the armored leader charge toward the monsters. Alvin slashes one of the red creatures with a powerful strike. The attack splits a monster open in a violent blow. The damaged monsters start bubbling ominously. Alvin realizes something is wrong as they swell. One erupts explosively toward the reckless youth, forcing him to dodge. Jinseok shouts to Alvin to be careful, warning that the blast radius is larger than expected. The armored leader dashes forward to help. He blocks acid and debris with his arm and sword, barely deflecting it. His armor is scorched, but he sighs in relief. A huge red mass looms over him as he kneels, vulnerable. Jungyu recklessly charges that monster despite the danger, causing Alvin to shout his name. The monster explodes again as Alvin shields Jungyu and then checks if he is alright. The two stare at each other in tense silence. Another towering red mass rises above them again, threatening them. More monsters surround the party while Lois sustains a wide blue barrier. Watching them fight inside her barrier, Lois panics, wondering what she should do. She questions herself. Lois despairs that she might be completely useless in this battle. Later, under the moon, someone asks where another person went. Alvin, seen through a window, is told to stop chatting about the nice weather and explain where he had been. He answers that he was out training, and Lois asks why he did not tell her. She says she would have worried, then tells him to forget it and to rest. Lois silently mulls over his reply. Abruptly she stands up from the table, startling him. She leaves the room looking dejected while Alvin watches her go. The next day dawns bright over their residence. Lois walks the hallway looking exhausted and downcast. She reaches for a door handle, preparing to enter. Inside, Jungyu and the protagonist are engaged in sword training. Jungyu is surprised mid-clash to notice her presence. Lois cheerfully greets them, saying they have already started and offering to help. The two young men thank her, saying she has already been a big help and urging her to rest instead. Lois stands silently, processing their words. She forces a bright smile and encourages them to train hard. She later recalls someone laughing that she wants to learn to fight so she can help. Other comrades have told her not to push herself, saying Alvin and Jinseok will always be with her. Jinseok also once told her to just be considerate and not create extra work, since the others are reckless enough. Remembering this, she bites her lip in frustration. She wonders why everyone keeps worrying about her when she considers herself part of the team. In a dark inner space, she admits she also wants to be useful. She vows internally to become stronger, and insists that she can fight too. She thinks back on the time she proved herself and questions Alvin about always leading the charge. In that memory, Alvin stands over a defeated monster, saying offense is the best defense, while Lois watches. She scolds him, insisting he can fight that way only because she protects him from behind, which he casually agrees with. Alvin smiles as he listens. He then tells her that because she is there, he can believe in her and fight. Remembering his words, Lois's eyes widen with emotion. Back in the present battle, Lois calls out to Alvin, asking if he remembers that moment. Alvin, fighting, turns toward her in confusion. Surrounded by blue energy, Lois repeats his old saying that offense is the best defense. Alvin looks at her in surprise. The protagonist also turns, watching Lois curiously. Jinseok glances over, puzzled. Lois declares she is not a princess who needs protection. Determined, she says she will show them what the best defense really is. She raises her hands and conjures a massive blue cube-shaped barrier overhead. The huge solid barrier takes form above the battlefield. The glowing cube descends, encompassing the dangerous area. The nearby teammates stare up at Lois's magic in astonishment. The cube slams down, trapping the red monsters within it. The monsters are sealed inside, their forms pressed against the barrier walls. Explosions erupt harmlessly inside the contained space. Multiple blasts rock the interior of the cube, while the outside remains intact. The shockwaves spread across the hexagonal barrier but do not break it. Inside the safe zone, the teammates brace themselves, fully shielded by her magic. They marvel that such a tactic exists and praise it as amazing. Lois explains confidently that this barrier is not simply for protecting them. She thrusts her arm forward, using the barrier offensively. Outside, the monsters are now tightly enclosed by her hexagonal prison. Lois clarifies that her barrier is a trap designed to imprison their enemies. The monsters are crushed and neutralized inside the glowing blue barrier as it presses down on them. An enormous explosion erupts in the hall. The heroes stand protected behind a blue barrier as flaming debris splatters against it. Two of them stare at the intact shield, amazed by its power. Someone slams to the ground from the blast. The red-haired priestess struggles up on her hands and knees, shaken. Smiling weakly, she begins to say she did something. She points out the huge crater she helped make and asks if she was useful. A teammate starts to reply, surprised. The others enthusiastically assure her she was of great help. The narrator explains that after defeating the monsters, countless doors appeared and the exhausted party hesitated over which to choose. They realize only a single ominous doorway now remains. The protagonist notes this differs slightly from his diary but decides they should enter anyway. He thinks they will know if it is the correct path once they go inside the tunnel. The party marches into the dark cave beyond the door. Their footsteps echo as they proceed deeper. Someone wonders if they even chose the correct door. They emerge beside an underground lake and continue walking along the shore. The leader looks around, suspicious. A rock formation in the water bubbles oddly. The priestess notices the same stone marker sticking out of the water again. The group keeps walking but the surroundings still look identical. The protagonist realizes something is wrong and calls out. He thinks they have been circling the same area repeatedly. He asks the others whether they have been wandering in circles. His comrades admit everything looks similar and comment how strange it is. The priestess says she also found it odd and secretly left a marker earlier. They gather near the lake, confirming they really are looping. A glowing blue wedge of light appears in the ground. One teammate nervously calls the protagonist's attention to it. Huge translucent walls of blue energy rise, revealing the cave is an illusory maze. They conclude there is an illusionary labyrinth atop previous exploding monster traps, and that such defenses mark the fragment's location. The swordsman suggests forcibly breaking through the maze, but the leader stops him. The protagonist proposes they try walking back the way they came instead. He reasons that if moving forward returns them to the start, perhaps going backward will reveal the exit. Another teammate realizes blindly smashing walls might trap them permanently and agrees to try this method first. The protagonist thinks his ally has good instincts but can also be too simple, and decides on the retreat plan. They start retracing their steps through the tunnel. The protagonist suddenly emerges alone into a purple wasteland and is stunned. He looks out at the eerie, desolate landscape with a lone dead tree. Back inside, he brushes off a friend's complaint that he claimed not to know the way, saying he just relied on intuition. He silently apologizes to Jungyu for taking the credit. The diary recounts that in the original route they wandered lost for 4 days, always returning to the same place. The narrator admits it was actually Kim Jinseok who suggested turning back and found the right path. He adds that if they had waited for Jinseok to speak up in that timeline, everyone would have been exhausted. The priestess remarks that the new purple zone feels very creepy. They walk through what proves to be a large graveyard. They realize this is specifically a graveyard for demons. Inspecting the stones, they note the graves seem unusual, not like ordinary tombs. One warrior relaxes, saying there do not appear to be any demonic beasts present. A skeletal claw bursts from the ground in answer. He realizes the danger in shock. Multiple skeletons climb out from the graves and surround the party. A teammate scolds the warrior for jinxing them with his big mouth. He apologizes while stomping a skeleton's arm back into the dirt. The team forms a defensive formation, resigned that trouble keeps coming. Blasts of energy shoot as the battle with the undead begins. The party charges into the skeletons, swords raised. One member cuts through a skull with a powerful leap. Another warrior cleaves a skeleton cleanly in half. A third smashes several skeletons away with overwhelming force. Someone crushes a grabbing bony hand underfoot. The long-haired swordsman declares the skeletons are far too weak. Another notes that even ordinary people, let alone rankers, could beat foes of this level. The berserker comments he does not even need to go berserk for enemies this feeble. The protagonist says he has finally realized why these skeletons seemed familiar. He explains that he fought the same type of skeletons during the tutorial. He clarifies they appeared in the final tutorial gate, so they should have been strong, and wonders if another beast is the real threat. He confirms that if things follow the tutorial, there is indeed a more dangerous enemy. The priestess suddenly senses something and tenses up. She tells the protagonist she can feel a powerful presence approaching. She specifies that it feels unbelievably large and strong. A giant purple wing stirs above them. A massive winged demon swoops through the sky. The hulking demon lands before the group, its red eyes glowing. The narrator recognizes it as Valak. He states that Valak also appeared in the tutorial. The towering demon looms over them, revealing his full monstrous form. The creature stamps down, shaking the ground around the much smaller humans. The protagonist steps forward and asks the demon if it remembers him. Valak laughs and says he can never forget the human who fought him before. The demon remarks that the protagonist now draws on his magic and has strengthened his formerly sluggish body. Valak mocks him for being proud of defeating only a clone in the past. The protagonist refuses to believe that earlier opponent was just a clone. Valak asks if they really thought they had killed him back then. He reveals that what they destroyed earlier was merely an improperly summoned shell of his true self. He derides them for believing his full form had appeared when they disrupted the summoning ritual, calling humans foolish. Hearing this, the protagonist starts to piece together that the ritual must have served another purpose. He realizes the original summoning may have been intended to let Valak escape this domain. Frustrated, he wonders if even this encounter might be an illusion. He slams his sword into the ground, activating a powerful technique. A huge violet magic field expands outward from him. The shockwave clears the surrounding illusions and bodies, revealing the true battlefield. Corpses and skulls from previous fights scatter around him. More fallen figures lie exposed in the cleared area. The party sees piles of dead, testifying to Valak's past slaughter. Someone laments that these people died without even putting up a fight. The protagonist asks how Valak can still move freely while wearing shackles. Valak answers that although he is trapped in this space, it is also his personal domain. The protagonist points out that if this is really Valak's domain, he should already have been able to kill them. Valak brushes off the question and says he will at least ensure that the protagonist and a certain woman survive. The protagonist demands to know what conversation Valak is referring to as the priestess recognizes the bones around them. She realizes in horror that the scattered bones belong to a specific creature. Valak confirms this and draws attention to the remains. The group discovers the giant skeleton is that of a dragon. Valak boasts that he once ate a live dragon, finding the fresh meat surprisingly tough but delicious. The others debate whether it is truly a dragon, but the swordsman senses lingering dragon magic and agrees. The protagonist curses internally, realizing Valak is strong enough to hunt a dragon. He asks if Valak gained his current power by devouring that dragon and decides he needs more information. Valak tells him not to waste his feeble intellect and reminds them he is king of the demons. The demon then offers to tell them who chained him here. The party listens tensely as Valak prepares to reveal the name. Valak orders the protagonist to pay attention and states that the one who chained him is Zahar. The revelation shocks the protagonist, who recognizes Zahar's name. He recalls seeing Zahar's magic and shackles listed as purchasable items in the coin shop. Still stunned, he repeats Zahar's name aloud. He tries to compose himself and think clearly in front of Valak. Comparing events with his diary, he realizes this powerful seven-eyed demon and the dragon bones never appeared in the original story, meaning the timeline has diverged. He wonders if things are now branching away from the path recorded in the diary. Approaching Valak again, he asks directly whether the demon truly knows Zahar. Valak curtly replies that he already said Zahar chained him here. The protagonist presses, asking what kind of being Zahar is to have imprisoned Valak, but the demon refuses to explain. The protagonist clenches his mouth in frustration. Valak, amused, declares the situation interesting and that this is just what he has been waiting for. He gathers purple power into his hand, activating a spell. A gigantic glowing cube forms around Valak and the dragon bones, separating him from the party. The others cry out as they are pushed back by the magical barrier. Valak leans close to the protagonist and asks if he enjoys betting. He says he will tell everything he knows about Zahar if the protagonist can defeat him. The protagonist clarifies that if he loses the wager, he will have to undo Valak's chains. Valak laughs uproariously at the bold condition, delighted by the idea. He then proposes his own terms, starting to outline what will happen if Valak wins. The demon asks whether any of them really believe they would survive such a battle. He adds that this holds only if he decides to let them live at all. Valak states the rule of the bet clearly. If he spares the protagonist's life, the human must free his shackles. He tightens his chained fist, signaling his readiness. Valak settles back within the barrier while the protagonist watches from outside. The protagonist asks why Valak cannot simply compel them to remove the shackles if he is so strong, explaining that humans are untrustworthy. Valak says he lacks mind control skills and prefers a fair life-or-death struggle for excitement. He declares that only a deadly fight is truly entertaining and moderation bores him. He adds that the protagonist should keep this bet secret from his comrades. Valak muses that if someone depraved ever freed him just to survive, it would be amusing to see the result. He tells the protagonist to look forward to what happens if such a scenario occurs. Valak promises to give the human all the time needed to prepare and insists he return in perfect condition. With a snap of his fingers, Valak ends the current confrontation. The cube shatters and the protagonist finds himself outside again, sword in hand. Valak says he looks forward to seeing the humans' paltry abilities, but will not kill them yet because they are too weak. The battlefield resets with corpses around while the party regroups at a distance. The narrator notes, he did not explain his wager with Valak to the others, yet none of them refused to fight. Determined to face this insane demonic beast at full strength, they rest, use potions, and focus on recovering. The narrator reflects that while they recover, Valak simply waits for them, looming in the purple sky. The chained winged demon Valak lies on the ground, restrained but stirring. The protagonist notes his mana has recovered while considering a remaining problem. The diary recounts a long fight with Valak where the team repeatedly wounded the chained demon until Kim Jinseok died because the writer was too weak. The writer fixates on guilt that Jinseok died in his place, feeling like he killed him. Reading the new diary entry gained after meeting Valak, the protagonist realizes future events may now diverge but accepts that a crucial turning point has already passed. He resolves that if he does not take action himself, others will die in his stead. The long-haired leader asks if everyone is rested and the protagonist confirms. Their armored companions stand ready for battle against Valak. The leader proposes that they will launch an assault together. When he suggests striking from all sides at once, the protagonist warns that would be too risky. He explains that if they fail to deal a fatal blow, they are all doomed. Judging Valak to be at least as strong as their previous foe Flitton, the team recognizes the danger. The protagonist instead asks everyone to listen to his own battle plan. Valak strains against his chains, beginning to take their movements seriously. His red eyes flare as he notices something approaching. Jungyu nervously steps forward toward the demon as planned. The party spreads out around Valak and the skeleton statue to enact the strategy. Valak mocks them, asking what trick they have prepared and inviting them to try. Jungyu grips his sword, still anxious despite the plan. The protagonist tells Jungyu he has an important role in the coming fight. He explains that Jungyu's berserker skill is ideal for attracting Valak's attention and creating openings. Jungyu is told to go first, simply forcing Valak to move and dodge rather than trading blows. After drawing Valak out, Jungyu is instructed to then enter a berserk state if he can handle it. Jungyu agrees, gathering his courage. He activates berserk mode, vowing that he will be useful. Empowered, Jungyu charges at extreme speed. Screaming for Valak to die, he leaps to strike. Valak scoffs at the idea of a human berserker. The chained demon smashes Jungyu away with overwhelming force. The impact makes Valak focus as he feels the seriousness of the attack. Jungyu is narrowly avoiding follow-up blows while Valak swings his massive fists. Jungyu uses his berserk strength to unleash a powerful slashing attack. His blow lands but is absorbed by the thick chains binding Valak. Jungyu realizes with alarm that the restraints are acting like armor. Valak laughs, revealing that the very chains restraining him also function as a protective shield. He seizes the chains in his hands, preparing to use them offensively. Swinging the statue head tied to the chains like a flail, he targets Jungyu. Jungyu evades as the chain statue smashes into the ground with great force. The impact shatters the earth around where Jungyu had been. Valak continues to hurl the stone head as a deadly weapon from his chains. Jungyu looks up, realizing he is directly in its path. He freezes momentarily in shock at the oncoming attack. A huge explosion of energy erupts where the stone head strikes. Valak assumes Jungyu has been eliminated, counting one enemy down. He is surprised to sense that something is wrong. The top of the statue head glows with magic as it is being manipulated. The mage woman strains to maintain her barrier magic, having saved Jungyu from the blow. Valak acknowledges that the party is stronger than he first thought. Determined, he vows to end them this time as he swings the chain statue again. He whips the chains with full force, sending the statue hurtling once more. The blonde knight stands before the descending statue, readying himself. As it rushes down, he reacts with shock. Using spatial magic, he redirects the massive head upward and then back down. The knight falls, grinning through the strain of the maneuver. Valak laughs at their plan, saying he never intended to let it play out freely. He reveals he anticipated multi-directional attacks and was prepared for them. The demon points out that if they wanted to swarm him, they should have attacked simultaneously. He narrows his glowing eyes, searching for where the humans have moved. Momentarily losing sight of them, he wonders where they disappeared. Suddenly he senses danger, and his eye widens in alarm. The long-haired swordsman appears above him, sword raised, catching Valak off guard. The protagonist channels intense blue energy through his blade as he drops toward Valak. Valak braces as the empowered hero closes in beneath his towering form. The sword strike slams Valak to the ground. Jungyu reacts with joy, thinking they might have downed the demon. The long-haired leader curtly tells Jungyu not to say anything yet, and Jungyu complies. Valak chuckles, saying that this battle is becoming enjoyable. He remarks that with their strength he no longer has to worry about accidentally crushing them. The demon clenches a horn, preparing to get serious. Rising, Valak displays his chained, muscular body, ready for another round. The four heroes regroup and ready themselves as Valak invites them to fight again. Valak admits they are better than expected, amused by their efforts. He then swings the statue head yet again in a massive arc toward them. The stone head hurtles down toward the long-haired swordsman. Valak bashes the ground with the chain statue in a powerful attack. Jungyu blocks the blow behind a blue hexagonal barrier. Valak roars in frustration, asking how long they will keep defending instead of attacking. He whirls the chains faster, escalating his assault. The blonde knight dodges another crushing swing of the statue. Valak comments that the knight's evasive, space-cutting technique is amusing. The knight plants his foot, preparing a counter. He declares he will show Valak how long the fun lasts, sword blazing with blue power. The knight charges, his blade glowing as he rushes the advancing demon. His spatial slash tears across the battlefield. He looks in surprise at Valak's reaction to his strongest attack. Valak wonders if the knight is literally cutting space and muses that humans do grow stronger over time. The knight hangs in midair, still empowered yet puzzled. He shouts in disbelief, realizing something is wrong. Looking at Valak up close, he questions whether his own method of attack is correct. Valak, having warped space around the knight, remarks that manipulating space is a fine technique. The knight cries out in pain as the distortion grips him. The long-haired swordsman, battered, says he had been eager to fight because of the mysterious key. Jungyu, protected by a barrier, is frustrated that their efforts have not been enough. The blonde knight, aura flaring, insists the battle is far from over. Valak calmly says he never believed it was the end. In a flashback to planning, the leader asks if he is meant to finish Valak after Jungyu distracts him. The protagonist instead asks him to trust his plan and simply buy time. He concludes that for everyone to live, he himself must enter the fight. Now wreathed in purple energy and transformed, he strides forward sword in hand. With a glowing sigil on his forehead, he thanks his teammates for stalling for him. He declares that it is time for him and Valak to truly fight. The long-haired leader says he will focus on protecting the key rather than attacking. Jungyu agrees and supports his older comrade, standing behind the empowered protagonist. Eyes blazing red again, Jungyu shouts that they will fight together. Valak scoffs at the humans, calling them insolent insects. As he prepares another move, glowing feathers start drifting around him, confusing him. The blonde knight appears with radiant wings, asking if everyone is finally ready. He calmly chides the others for making him arrive late. Valak realizes their earlier actions were just stalling tactics to awaken this power. He bellows with manic laughter at their audacity. His arm is suddenly bound by a glowing purple ring, showing he is being sealed or constrained. Excited, Valak declares he will now fight with his full strength as well. The protagonist launches forward, announcing his charge. He and Valak rush each other, a clash of purple and red power. The protagonist soars upward wreathed in dark energy, preparing a finishing strike. He slashes through Valak, severing part of the demon's horned head. Other party members sprint in to join the assault. They coordinate simultaneous blows, pummeling Valak from multiple angles. The demon is battered around by the flurry of physical and energy attacks. The winged knight dives from above to slam his weapon into Valak's skull. Valak retaliates by grappling the knight midair with his massive hand. The protagonist raises an enormous purple energy column beside Valak. His sigil burns brighter as he channels even more power. A tidal wave of purple energy engulfs Valak, overwhelming his form. Silhouetted by the blast, Valak's body appears to be torn apart. His head is blown back, jaws open in a desperate cry. Jungyu and the leader stare, shocked by the destructive power. Valak's body violently knits back together in a grotesque regeneration. Multiple Valak bodies reform from the scattered flesh, revealing his monstrous immortality. The fully restored demon growls, his many eyes blazing red. Jungyu observes they keep killing Valak, but he refuses to stay down, wondering if he is immortal. Valak confirms their suspicion, asking why Zahar chose to chain him rather than kill him and boasting they can never end him. Jungyu and the leader glare up at him, realizing the gravity of the revelation. The blonde knight, wings spread, hears Valak proclaim they will never be able to kill him. The protagonist, cloaked in despair-inducing aura, is told to struggle in hopelessness. Smiling grimly, he accepts the challenge and agrees to try anyway. His forehead now bears multiple glowing crosses as he powers up even further. Facing Valak alone, he stands resolute within a vortex of purple energy. Power continues to swell around him as he prepares a decisive technique. He repeats his intent to give it a try, unfazed by Valak's boasts. A blinding energy beam is unleashed toward the sky or distant target. The stone statue head is yanked high above Valak once more, ready to be used. The protagonist swings the chained statue with overwhelming force. Valak realizes too late something is terribly wrong. The demon is dragged by the chains as the empowered hero whirls around him. The protagonist channels twin streams of blue and purple energy into a massive slash. Valak counters by spewing a devastating flame beam from his mouth. The protagonist blocks it behind a shining barrier while maintaining his attack. The mage casually comments that Valak's blast is weaker than Jungyu's berserk outbursts. Frustrated and roaring, Valak surges forward again, refusing to accept defeat. The chained demon Valak looms as the swordsman in blue drops from above to attack. Valak lunges forward, meeting a powerful blue sword strike. Valak realizes something is wrong as he senses an unexpected threat. The purple aura swordsman channels power into his blade for a decisive blow. He cleaves through Valak with a massive energy slash. The red-haired knight joins in, cutting Valak's body with a crimson arc. Valak counters, slamming the red-haired knight into the ground. Valak curses in frustration at the resistance he is facing. Beaten down, Valak takes to the sky again with his chains whipping around him. A winged knight dives down toward Valak for another aerial assault. Valak's wing is sliced by a concentrated blue beam. Roaring in pain, Valak howls as the attack lands. His body crashes violently to the ground, shaking the area. Struggling back up, Valak curses and thinks he must gather his strength. He rushes forward, forcing himself to keep fighting. The purple aura swordsman swings another huge energy slash up at Valak. Valak begins to taunt, starting to say the heroes underestimated him. Enraged and glowing red, Valak shouts that his body will not fail him here. The two human fighters react in alarm to Valak's sudden surge of power. Valak smashes one of the winged knights down into the ground. The white-haired knight's body hits hard, sending up debris. The impact continues, showing how badly the white-haired knight is battered. A red-haired man with fangs smiles, saying Valak appears cornered. He tells Valak that the demon is not the only one now surrendering to his power, as red energy engulfs him. Bent over in pain, the knight repeats to himself that he must hold out against the power. His eyes blaze red as he shouts that it is time to go. Empowered, he charges straight at Valak. Another winged knight also attacks, closing in on Valak's head. The long-haired swordsman prepares a strike at Valak's reaching hand. The purple aura swordsman dives down and drives his blade into Valak's glowing core. Valak convulses in agony from the critical blow. Valak's massive body collapses, leaving his severed head lying on the ground. The blonde knight remarks to the long-haired swordsman that Valak is no ordinary opponent. The long-haired swordsman exhales in relief after the hard fight. The red-haired knight, still affected by power, clutches his head in torment. The long-haired swordsman strikes him to snap him out of it. The red-haired knight regains his senses, looking calmer. Their leader in blue walks toward Valak's fallen head. Valak laughs, asking if they really think they have won and daring them to try killing him. The leader replies he cannot kill Valak and stabs his head back into the ground. He explains he can instead inflict pain while Valak's body is sealed in a magic barrier cube. He analyzes Valak's ability as a form of immortality, likely tied together by magic power. He adds that Lois's barriers can block that magic connection, cutting Valak off. Valak screams in pain as the sword remains driven into his head. The leader coldly asks what Valak will do now. The scene lingers on the leader standing over Valak's immobilized head. The leader asks his companions how they are feeling after the battle. Valak remains clamped shut, refusing to speak. Valak asks if the leader is mocking him by keeping only his head alive. The leader calmly answers that he was only wondering what never being able to die would feel like. Valak concludes bitterly that he is being mocked. The leader cuts the banter short and demands information about Zahar, noting Lois is already strained maintaining the barrier. Valak boasts he will resurrect if he stays silent, and questions whether they could fight him again once they are exhausted. The leader reminds Valak that he once preached fighting with everything on the line and calls his current tactic cowardly, prompting Valak to deny it. Valak admits he knows little about Zahar but says they are similar in nature. The leader repeats that similarity in surprise. He narrates that Zahar is the first key granted the right to grasp the Holy Grail. A vision shows Valak explaining that Zahar, a human like him, actually touched the Holy Grail. The leader repeats the words Holy Grail in disbelief. He wonders if the Holy Grail has already fallen into someone else's hands. He thinks that if Zahar truly gained the Grail, he might have to seize it from him. He reflects on previous keys like Lucia, noting that none before Zahar ever reached the Holy Grail. The leader asks Valak when he was sealed here, and Valak answers evasively. Valak estimates it may have been around 200 years ago but says he lost track of time. The leader reasons that if it has been that long, Zahar may have been the one who sealed Abram. He narrates that after further questioning, Valak knew little more about the Holy Grail or Zahar. The leader notes Valak lacks detailed knowledge, but Valak offers instead to provide crucial help. Valak proposes to open a door leading to a fragment's location. The leader, wary, begins to question Valak's intentions. He asks if Valak plans any tricks, but Valak, weakened, retorts it would take ages for his body to recover, so he has no such plans. The leader accepts this and acknowledges Valak's state. Lois imprisons both the leader and Valak together inside a blue barrier cube. Lois maintains the spell, focusing intently. Valak's distant body shifts as the barrier magic activates. Valak sighs that they are a cruel bunch, while someone off-screen dryly notes his hypocrisy. Valak announces he will now open the path that leads to the fragment. He chants an incantation in an unknown script, activating the gate. The ground rumbles as a deep fissure begins to open. Stairs descending underground are revealed by the open passage. The group reacts that Valak is still alive, but the leader assures them they have reached an understanding. With Valak's head beside him, the leader downplays it as just talking, while Valak complains that being threatened like this hardly counts as conversation. One companion privately thinks those two seem oddly friendly despite everything. The long-haired swordsman moves toward the stairs, suggesting they head in, but is told he cannot go. The leader explains that only those with the right, the key, may enter from this point on. The blonde knight challenges him, worrying it could be a trap. Valak chuckles that a trap would at least let him punch Zahar, showing his own resentment. Valak admits he never wanted to serve only as a gatekeeper. The leader judges that Valak is likely telling the truth, since he gains nothing by lying in his condition. Another ally asks what happens if the leader, as the key, ends up in serious danger inside. The leader simply answers that in that case he will do whatever it takes to survive. Resolute, he declares he will do anything necessary to stay alive. The leader descends the stairs alone while his companions watch anxiously from above. Lois and the red-haired knight worry aloud, hoping he will be all right. The red-haired knight wonders if it is safe to stay here with Valak's head. Valak says it will take weeks just to regenerate from being torn apart, and that his only task is to test the key, not fight them. The red-haired knight silently begs for the leader's safe return. He mentally wishes the leader to come back safely as the man disappears into the passage. The leader continues down the stone steps toward the unknown. He reaches a door inscribed with the rule that only the key may pass through. The inscription is shown clearly, emphasizing that only rightful keys can enter beyond. The leader hesitates nervously in front of the door. The door opens into a blindingly bright space beyond. He steels himself mentally for what lies ahead. His eyes glow purple as he fully activates his power and steps through. Inside, he finds a grand hall filled with statues and light. An old-robed man stands at the center and acknowledges the leader's arrival. Turning, the old man says he never expected to see the leader again. In another place, someone inside a refined room tells a subordinate to enter. A long-haired warrior enters through the door, answering the summons. The blonde leader at the desk asks for the results of their dungeon survey. The warrior reports that the dungeon interior is a labyrinth and presents a map built with detection-skilled rankers. The blonde leader praises the work, noting it has been a month since Yunji's group set out, and hoping they are safe. He adds that this is why they are trying to retrieve a fragment from the demon forest. He asks about the dungeon's monsters, and the warrior explains they have strategies for some but could not go very deep. The blonde leader asks if matters have become complicated. The warrior clarifies that the main issue is how dangerous the dungeon is and that they dare not approach closely. The blonde leader protests, asking how many surveyors they even have to risk like this. The warrior admits they sent around 10 and that 2 veteran surveyors have already died. Shocked, the blonde leader exclaims that 2 of their surveyors have fallen. He cannot believe it, given that they prepared for the worst and even dispatched rankers including Bakshin. The warrior says Bakshin is rushing back and implies that pushing further would have caused many more casualties. The blonde leader resigns himself, saying they must leave things as they are for now. The warrior apologizes in shame, but the leader says the fault lies with his own lack of caution. The leader decides they will resume the investigation once Jinseok returns and dismisses the warrior to rest. The warrior leaves while the concerned leader watches after him. The leader reflects that he has already assembled the strongest elites and hopes Yunji's group is unharmed. A sudden noise draws his attention toward the door. Someone rushes in calling for Bakshin and asking if he is all right. The blonde leader, alarmed, calls out Bakshin's name. Bakshin appears, grievously wounded and supported by the warrior. The leader demands to know what happened and why Baekshun is in such a state. Barely conscious, Baekshun says that they took it. He clarifies that the fragment has been stolen. Collapsing onto a couch, Baekshun curses that the enemy has arrived. When asked who he means, Baekshun replies bitterly that judging from his condition he has been reduced to a mere combat power meter. The leader is horrified, realizing what this implies. Baekshun confirms grimly that his guess is correct. He reveals that the angels have come, implying they are the ones who took the fragment. A scene shows the armored angels gathered around their blood-stained king. One angel kneels, hoping no harm befell their king. The angelic king smiles and claims he is fine. Another angel comments on how the king's body has been stained by filthy blood, and the king jokes it is because he enjoyed stretching his legs. An angelic subordinate asks if the king obtained what he sought. The king silently looks at the glowing object in his bloody hand. The kneeling angel respectfully suggests that if the king failed, the dragon who guided him might have lied. The king dismisses that idea, saying the dragon did not seem the type to deceive him, and the subordinate quickly apologizes. Grinning, the king says those humans are surprisingly entertaining. He rallies his forces, saying they have found the fragment, and must now search for it within demon territory. An angel asks for their destination so they can begin the march. The narration shifts to a forest path, explaining that a route already exists between the demon and human lands. The angels declare their intention to retrieve the second fragment. One angel worries Satan will react, but another insists Satan is already dead. The angels are shocked at Satan's mention and wonder who killed him as they look at their bloodied commander. The wounded commander admits he underestimated humans, whose combined strength produced an unforeseen outcome. Another angel deduces the commander has accessed the memories of humans. The commander tells his troops to stay alert, acknowledging that humans in this world are far from lowly. The injured commander and his angels take off into the sky. As they ascend, the commander urges them to bring this long war to an end. The angels continue their flight, surrounding their battered commander. In a grand hall, a robed giant greets the armored protagonist and notes it has been nearly 3 years. The protagonist replies that slightly less time has passed. The giant observes that the protagonist has changed significantly. He notes the protagonist's gaze is now steady though the deep rage in his eyes remains. The giant comments that seeing him again no longer unsettles the protagonist and asks what caused such change. The protagonist answers vaguely that many things have happened. He then suggests the giant should already know the details better than he does. The protagonist explains he heard from Valak that their king Zahar was the first human key by grasping the Holy Grail. The giant ponders this information in silence. He sits down decisively, ready for a long talk. Seated, he remarks they clearly have much to discuss and is surprised that the usually tight-lipped Valak shared so much. The protagonist asks if the giant has met Valak. The giant replies he has met Valak and also all the keys on the angel's side. Realizing the implication, the protagonist mutters that he suspected as much. He then states his conclusion that the giant is actually a dragon. The giant calmly acknowledges that the protagonist has figured it out. The giant asks if the protagonist has met another dragon before, and he confirms he has. The protagonist recalls meeting a dragon in the middle area who felt similar to the giant. The giant says he does not seem like an ordinary dragon but leaves the distinction vague. He bursts into laughter at this comment. The giant says calling him an irregular dragon is misleading, insisting that despite his strength he is still a kind of human. He explains that dragons are few and vary widely in ability, claiming to be nothing more than an average dragon. The protagonist, unconvinced, asks if that is truly all there is to it, and what he is hiding. The giant stands and proposes they walk while they talk. As they walk, the protagonist says he wants to know why the dragon is here and why he serves Zahar. He also wants to know why the dragon guards the fragment. The dragon asks if the protagonist has come specifically to retrieve the fragment. The protagonist confirms this and asks if the dragon knows what the fragment really is. He admits he does not know exactly, only that the fragment is both a clue and a prerequisite to obtaining the Holy Grail. The dragon silently considers this explanation. He then asks what the protagonist will do if he refuses to give up the fragment. The protagonist thinks to himself that he cannot win a fight against this being and that this scenario was never in his diary. Out loud, he says he only hopes to be deemed worthy of receiving the fragment. The dragon answers that having overcome Valak already proves his worthiness, and wonders aloud if Valak is really that impressive. When the protagonist seems confused, the dragon is surprised, reminding him he recently faced Valak. The protagonist explains Valak's immortality made him difficult, but the dragon's aura feels far stronger than Valak's. The dragon clarifies that Valak has been heavily weakened, and that neither of them would be standing there otherwise. He reveals that Valak's shackles each contain enough power to eternally seal even a demon king. Images of a fallen battlefield and corpses emphasize how fearsome such power is. The dragon adds that Valak's current power is less than a tenth of his original strength. The protagonist asks if Valak was also one of the demon kings. The dragon dismisses that term, calling Valak merely a failed creation of the previous king. He confirms Valak once served as a key. The dragon says Valak was the worst key, created as a being second only to the old king, then later defeated and left in his current state by the Holy Grail's decision. Realizing he has revealed too much, the dragon tells the protagonist not to overthink it and agrees to hand over the fragment. He approaches a tall obelisk marked with a bat-winged symbol. The protagonist notes the demonic emblem and wonders if this holy place was originally built to welcome demons. The dragon says the emblem is merely the symbol of this location, which stores one of the fragments that demons hold. The protagonist inwardly admits he did not expect the fragment to be here. The dragon accuses him of assuming bright, white places belong to angels and reveals that prejudice. He explains that humans, angels, and demons are colored differently in human minds, but those associations are simplistic. He tells the protagonist to discard the notion that demons are purely evil and angels purely good, since all races merely pursue their own goals. The protagonist observes that many humans have apparently come here before, and the dragon confirms some past monarchs were human. Asked if the grail's ownership keeps changing, the dragon describes this side of the world as a testing ground. He then activates the obelisk, which erupts in red power. Drawing out a glowing red orb, he explains the Holy Grail summons countless humans, demons, and angels to select an owner. He says those chosen to face this test now include the protagonist and his peers as he offers the orb. The protagonist realizes that he, Valak, and Satan must all have been chosen by the Holy Grail. The dragon tells him he will understand in a few days and urges him to ponder the orb's meaning for now. Holding the orb, the protagonist asks if it is truly the fragment, and the dragon confirms. The protagonist senses little power from it, and the dragon instructs him to swallow it. Confused, the protagonist repeats the command, and the dragon insists swallowing is all he needs to do. The protagonist hesitates, staring at the orb. He finally pops it into his mouth. He gulps it down. Watching with a grin, the dragon declares that the time has come. He then urges the protagonist to leave quickly, warning that others have arrived. As the protagonist asks who those pursuers are, the dragon flicks him away. The dragon says listening longer will make him late and forcefully ejects him from the realm. The protagonist plummets out of the portal screaming while the dragon calmly watches from above. He falls through a shattering dimensional barrier toward the ground. The tumbling finally slows as he nears his destination. He is fully expelled back into the physical world. The dragon stands alone by the obelisk and bids him good luck. The protagonist's eyes snap open from the violent return. He collapses to his knees in agony as he lands back on the field. His comrades rush over, panicked, asking what happened. Struggling to speak, he gasps that he found the fragment. Hearing this, his comrades say they must return immediately. The protagonist warns them that something dangerous is approaching. One comrade checks on him again as the group gathers around in concern. Supported by a friend, the protagonist says he is fine and confirms he has secured the fragment. Another presses him for details about what occurred inside. The protagonist glances at the severed demon head nearby and hesitates to explain. He decides they should leave first before discussing anything further. A comrade agrees, and the group prepares to move out. The demon head ominously says it will see the humans again. The protagonist replies that he hopes they never meet again. Night falls over distant mountains as the party travels. Later, around a campfire, the protagonist finishes recounting everything that happened. Their leader notes that they have no definitive way to prove the orb he swallowed is really a fragment. The protagonist agrees and admits he cannot yet tell what has changed about him. Since they cannot verify anything now, the leader decides to trust the protagonist's word. Another teammate asks who the dragon had warned them about. The protagonist says he is unsure but can sense another overwhelming presence. The mage wonders if that presence might be the angels, and another comrade questions this. The leader says they should prepare but avoid baseless speculation, and the mage reluctantly agrees. They confirm that, having retrieved the fragment, their current mission is technically complete. The leader declares the mission fulfilled and tells them it is time to head home. The group cheerfully celebrates that they are finally going back. Two of them remark with relief on the length of their mission. The leader cautions that if something is truly chasing them, as Yunjae said, they must retrace their route carefully instead of rushing. The protagonist stays quiet, lost in thought as the others talk. The scene shifts to the bright forest path the group is traversing. As they walk, the protagonist reads his diary while another member watches. He continues reading intently from the yellow diary. His friend asks if he is really alright, concerned by his silence. Snapped from his thoughts by being called, the protagonist looks up and answers. His friend warns him of a rock ahead just as his foot hits it. The protagonist trips dramatically while his friend looks on. He manages to catch his balance, narrowly avoiding a fall. He mutters that he almost died from that stumble, and his friend asks why he is so distracted and if he feels unwell. The protagonist waves it off with a smile, insisting he is fine. The mage scolds him for trying to read while walking. Embarrassed, he stammers that it is not what it looks like. She asks if the book is the diary containing memories of his late wife, and he quietly confirms it is. She says she understands but warns that constantly rereading it is only hurting him, while the knight tells her to let him be. The knight points out that the protagonist already said he is fine and accuses her of meddling, while she protests she is merely worried. He retorts that she is just nagging under the guise of concern and insists their friend can manage himself. The mage becomes visibly furious at his remark. The two immediately break into a comical brawl as the others watch. One comrade whispers to the protagonist that the knight is just jealous she worries about another man and says the knight is terrible at hiding his feelings. The protagonist agrees with a laugh and promises to pull himself together. The arguing pair shout indignantly in unison at that implication. The mage suddenly notices something ahead and cries out. The party discovers a clear creek and exclaims in delight at finding fresh water. She suggests they collect drinking water and clean themselves since they are still sticky with blood. The knight objects, questioning if washing up is a priority in their current dangerous situation. She snaps back that he reeks as if he is rotting. Their argument escalates into another dust cloud fight while the others sweat drop. Watching them, the protagonist feels strong déjà vu, as if he has lived this exact moment before. A memory surfaces of the group relaxing and washing in a creek on a previous journey. He reflects that the memory is so vivid it feels lived, yet nothing like it appears anywhere in his diary. He wonders if this strange familiarity is the power of the fragment. Nearby, his friends discuss that his S-rank appraisal might be harming his body despite its advantages. One friend nervously laughs that his condition must be obvious. He grips his arm, revealing dark veins spreading from an earlier battle. He explains the corruption began during his fight with Val and worsened after absorbing Valak's blood. The protagonist asks if this has hindered his swordsmanship at all. The friend thinks it over, noting that if anything his mind feels clearer when wielding his sword now. Another comrade grimly responds that such a change is actually a bad sign. The mage woman reacts gravely, saying the situation is very bad. The others are confused, asking why something that sounds good is actually bad. The red-haired boy looks puzzled as someone grips his shoulders from behind. The mage tells him to listen carefully and explains that his magic sword drains life from both enemies and its wielder, and that he has already started down that path. She reveals that he has begun fusing with the cursed magic sword, shocking him. A vision shows a hand touching the glowing sword, symbolizing their connection. The blue-armored man kneels by the sword, realizing its ominous nature. The whole party stands solemnly behind the red-haired boy, taking in the revelation. The appraiser announces that the weapon's rank has risen to S rank. The party exhale in mixed relief and tension at hearing the sword is S rank. The appraiser notes that the sword, once only growth type, has now gained a parasitic type trait. He worries that the sword Ramar may already be parasitizing Jungyu. The mage reflects uneasily that their second S-rank weapon is the demonic sword Ramar's blood and is unsure how to feel. The long-haired man confirms that Ramar is only the second S-rank weapon ever discovered. Jungyu marvels at how incredible this is but wonders why the change happened now. Jungyu asks where the first S-rank weapon is and hears that Aryan currently wields it. The long-haired leader congratulates Jungyu, saying the sword is dangerous but undeniably powerful. Jungyu excitedly claims he can now help his older comrade more, but is immediately told not yet. The leader warns that an already dangerous sword has become S-rank and asks what Jungyu would do if something went wrong. He bans Jungyu from using Ramar until he can fully control its power, and at least until they return. Jungyu is further stunned when told he is temporarily forbidden from fighting at all. Time passes under a bright sky as the decision sinks in. In a chibi scene, Jungyu is dragged along the ground protesting he can fight if he just does not use the sword, but the leader refuses. Jungyu bawls that just walking is boring, while the leader reminds him he himself asked for rest. Jungyu cries out to another comrade for help as the group continues through the forest. The party resumes their journey, Jungyu trailing behind dejectedly. Jungyu shuffles along mumbling gloomily while the others notice his mood. The mage tells him to keep his spirits up and promises to help him control the sword once they get back. Jungyu, teary-eyed, asks if that means he will still be allowed to fight and not be kicked out. The blue-armored protagonist thinks to himself that Jungyu still sees himself as useless deadweight. He wonders sadly if Jungyu believes he would be abandoned once he becomes weak and useless. The protagonist places a reassuring hand on Jungyu's shoulder. He tells Jungyu that a temporary setback does not erase all his efforts, and that he has worked very hard. Smiling, he promises that no one will abandon Jungyu and they will find a solution together. He concludes by telling Jungyu not to worry because he is not deadweight. Jungyu bites his lip, moved by the encouragement. Overcome with emotion, Jungyu leaps forward and hugs the protagonist. Clinging to him, Jungyu begs not to be kicked out, while the protagonist, flustered, tells him to let go. Jungyu suddenly jerks the protagonist's head, noticing something behind him. The rest of the party look on in alarm as the mood abruptly shifts. The camera pulls back to show the group in a clearing, tension rising. The protagonist senses an approaching presence and warns that something is coming. The mage collapses to the ground as she tunes into the threat. She uses her magic to detect 5 powerful monsters called Black Hell Snakes moving toward them. Jungyu and the protagonist ask about Black Hell Snakes and how they differ from normal Hell Snakes. The mage explains that Black Hell Snakes prey on Hell Snakes and usually appear as mating pairs, making the presence of 5 unusual. She adds that these snakes are approaching at incredible speed. The snakes slither rapidly, clearly heading straight for the party. The group braces themselves as the monsters close in from the forest. One of the huge black hell snakes lunges with its jaws wide open. A gigantic snake towers above the protagonist and mage, threatening to devour them. The mage and protagonist rush into motion, preparing to counterattack. Their other 3 comrades also charge forward to engage. The long-haired leader orders Jungyu to stay back from the fight. Jungyu protests that there are 5 enemies and 5 of them, but still calls after the others as they advance. While running with the leader, the protagonist is asked if he can handle 2 snakes at once. He confidently answers yes. Jungyu grudgingly acknowledges that even if the enemies are strong, 5 of them should still be manageable, and is again told to stand back. The mage begins casting a protective spell, assuring Jungyu she will keep him safe. Under her barrier, Jungyu mutters nervously and braces himself again. The magical dome forms as the snakes strike, deflecting their initial assault. The leader and others counterattack with powerful sword strikes against the snakes. The blonde knight cleaves into one serpent's open mouth with a blazing slash. The protagonist faces 2 snakes at once, readying his blade. One snake locks onto him, viewing him as its target. He leaps aside as the 2 serpents streak past in a different direction. Realizing something is off, he looks back, confused. The leader yells at him for letting both snakes escape instead of killing them. The protagonist insists the snakes are not actually trying to attack them. The leader demands clarification while another comrade turns to look. The protagonist states that the snakes are in fact running away from something. He concludes they are fleeing from a threat far stronger than themselves. Suddenly one black hell snake's head is smashed into the ground by an unseen force. A robed, winged angelic figure appears, standing atop the slain snake with sword in hand. This angel reports that they have relocated the humans they lost and asks if they should pursue. A majestic angel called Lord Metatron appears, leading a host of angels. Metatron reasons that if humans are present, the fragment they seek must be here as well, and orders his troops to move. The subordinate angel bows and acknowledges the command. Back with the party, everyone looks tense as they realize they have been discovered. The protagonist tells the leader he believes the angels have found them, surprising him. The mage and knight deduce from the wings and opposing aura that these beings are angels and remark that they have finally appeared. The protagonist recalls Arian's earlier warning and realizes the foretold threat referred to the angels. The knight asks whether they should fight the approaching angels. The mage insists they must flee instead of fighting. She senses that countless angels are currently flying toward their location. The angelic army surges forward through the sky. One battle-hungry angel exults that they are finally going into battle. Another angel questions his excitement, warning they might meet someone stronger than a dragon, but he only becomes more thrilled by that possibility. A more composed angel cautions him not to get carried away, reminding him they are merely following Metatron's orders. The excited angel interprets this as permission to brutally slaughter their enemies, while his companion tells him to watch his language. Their commander predicts that the humans will split up and explains why. He reasons that if the humans hold the fragment they will scatter to improve their chances of survival. The human leader decides they too must split up. He volunteers to head north toward Meloon so the angels will assume he carries the fragment. Seeing the protagonist's reluctance, he tells him that if he dies, all humanity will perish, so this plan is necessary. On the angelic side, their commander also chooses to go north, intending to kill whoever is there, and then move east. The human leader assigns Alvin, their strongest fighter, to go northeast, defeat his pursuers quickly, then regroup northwest. Alvin confirms that he will not be going north and is told they will reunite with him later. Metatron analyzes that the human heading northeast must be a powerful combatant, and orders Uriel to intercept him. Uriel accepts the mission. The human leader instructs Lois and Jungyu to head northwest, expecting angels to chase the pair but believing they can endure. He promises the team they will try to regroup with them as soon as possible. Jungyu loudly agrees to the plan while Lois stays silent, troubled. The leader then turns to the protagonist and orders him to go west. He explains that going west is a longer route but least likely to draw the main angels, so only weaker foes should chase him and he must survive and regroup. Meanwhile, Metatron orders the rest of the angelic army to head west and regroup there after securing the fragment if needed. The angelic host responds in unison and fans out toward their targets. The excitable angel yells, demanding to know where he personally is supposed to go. He is told he has a special task thanks to being the fastest and most extreme among the archangels. Metatron commands this angel to kill every enemy he encounters as he sees fit. Delighted, the angel gleefully asks if that permission is genuine. He unties his hair in anticipation of the carnage. Eyes blazing, he shouts his thanks and races forward. Metatron tells his forces they will regroup in the north once the operation is over. The human leader emphasizes that his instructions are not suggestions but formal orders. Metatron likewise states that his deployment plan is an order from him. He commands his troops to fight until their final breath. The human leader tells his allies that whatever happens, one condition remains. He orders them simply not to die. Metatron, in contrast, orders his angels to kill all humans they encounter. Both sides, humans and angels, shout their assent to the opposing commands. Lois watches as her comrades dash off in different directions, leaving her momentarily alone. She stands trembling, wrestling with the heavy burden placed on her. Lois lowers herself to the ground, preparing to cast a powerful spell. Jungyu urges her to hurry and run with him, but she refuses. Lois says there is something else she must do instead of fleeing. Jungyu, worried, asks what she means by that. Surrounded by blue magic, Lois declares they came here to protect the key and secure victory for humanity. The scene cuts to the approaching flock of angels streaking through the sky. She resolves that they must reduce every possible risk, no matter how small, as the angels close in. Lois gathers a huge sphere of blue energy in her hands. She merges more power into the orb, amplifying it. The energy expands into a massive hexagonal barrier dome overhead to intercept the angels. The strain causes her to cough blood from the effort. With glowing eyes, she calls out to Jungyu and begins to explain a harsh military truth. Lois says the best way to ensure one's army survives is to eliminate the enemy completely, as the barrier traps the angels. The angels are shocked to find themselves suddenly enclosed inside her barrier. She declares that this suicidal spell is her duty, as she forces more power into it. The trapped angels panic as the glowing energy tightens around them. The barrier compresses, dragging the angelic squad together into a single point. The glowing cube containing the angels is launched skyward in a devastating blast. Lois warns Jungyu that the enemy is not yet fully defeated, and he vows to protect her. She tries to insist that even he must escape, but the situation explodes around them. A huge impact erupts nearby, blasting Lois backward. She calls out for Jungyu as the smoke and dust billow. Lois stares ahead in horror at what she sees. She sees Jungyu's bloodied, outstretched hand lying amid a pool of blood, implying he was struck down protecting her. The crazed angel laughs, finding it exhilarating to crush humans in a single blow. Standing atop Jungyu's body, the angel mocks Lois, saying she knows that kind of killing power well. Leering, he asks her if he is wrong about humans understanding the joy of annihilating their foes. Lois faces the angel in shocked silence as the confrontation between them truly begins. The red-haired woman stares ahead in shock. A bloody body lies on the ground, showing the brutality of the battle. The woman stands tensely, bracing herself. Numerous angelic figures rush past her through the sky. A blonde angel remarks that many enemies have already been killed, notes her strength, but says she is not the key they seek. Outraged, she insists she should be the key because she holds the fragment. The smiling angel accuses her of trying to deceive him and says whether she is the key does not matter. He coldly says he will simply kill her and cut her open to check. Terrified, she watches as the winged angel prepares to attack for sport. He suggests they have fun by making her struggle for her life. He clenches his fist, building up excitement. Shouting, he charges her, eager for a more entertaining fight. Many angels fly across the sky toward various targets. Two other angels in flight discuss whether Raphael might get carried away, but one claims Raphael is not that type. The blindfolded angel explains that whoever truly has the fragment will draw their comrades, which is how they will identify the key. His companion allows Raphael to act freely, convinced it will cause no problems. One angel says it is time for them to separate and pursue their own missions. The leader wishes the others good luck as they scatter. Another angel acknowledges the order and leads his squad onward. The angelic units diverge in different directions over the battlefield. A blindfolded swordsman senses something and prepares. A massive blue energy slash erupts. An angel draws his sword to counter. His energy wave collides with the blue attack. The blue blast engulfs a blue-clad warrior. The warrior emerges unharmed and ready to fight. The angel is surprised to see a human opponent. The two face each other on the field, weapons drawn. The human asks if the angel is Michael. Michael, hovering, calmly asks if the human knows him. The human describes Michael as the strongest archangel who wields heavenly flames. He then mocks Michael as merely a janitor who cleans up the heavenly king's atrocities. Michael calls the words blasphemous and threatens the human with an early death. The human replies he does not believe in God anyway. Michael laughs and summons sacred fire in his hand, finding the claim ridiculous. The sky turns blood red, signaling his power flaring. Michael says he dislikes killing but will ask one question first. He demands to know if the human is the key. The human clarifies that killing only him would be enough, and Michael confirms. Enraged by the arrogant condition, Michael prepares to attack. The human vows to see whether Michael can still talk after his wings are ripped off, powering up with blue aura. He dashes straight toward Michael. Their weapons and energies clash in a brilliant flash. The human leaps upward as Michael hurls a flaming strike. Elsewhere, another human warrior faces a different angel. That angel apologetically tells his foe that his life will end today but says he himself has no regrets. The human admits he would like to answer, hinting he might not die so easily. The angel remarks that being looked down on as nothing feels unpleasant and questions whether arrogance is an angelic trait. He reasons that if a superior being judged angels that way, angels would indeed be arrogant. The human scoffs that this humility does not extend to inferior beings, like him. Accepting this, the human suggests they first look one another in the eyes. He then manifests ethereal wings, mimicking an angel. A masked angel elsewhere grits his teeth in pain. The armored human's new wings fully form, radiating light. A shockwave bursts out from him as he activates his power. The angel is furious that a mortal dares imitate their appearance. He condemns the imitation as blasphemy. The human proposes they find out who is truly inferior, as he envelopes his body in golden power. Another angel spreads his wings, readying divine might. He makes a gesture to summon something from a portal. A shining spear appears from a vortex at his command. The winged human surges toward that descending spear. He roars and channels golden power into his fist. A dying ally's bloody hand reaches out, asking if the listener wants his strength. The wounded man answers weakly that he does. The dark voice tells him to accept the offered power so he can rise and confront his enemies. It urges him to fight those who oppose him and revel in battle. The voice then commands him to win, as black blood covers his face. It insists that victory is the only proof of his worth. The man's eye glows red as he awakens. That revived warrior sprints rapidly across the field. He turns, newly determined. He dodges a beam of light that explodes behind him. He continues dashing, accelerating. He looks up to see many angels descending to block his path. One angel asks if he is the key. He replies that even if he is, what would they do about it? The angel vows to kill the key even at the cost of their own lives, sparking lightning power. The human mocks their obsession with dying for their cause. He asks if death is really so easy for them. The angel proudly declares them devoted servants of Metatron, for whom their deaths would be sacrifices. The human calls them insane and questions whether a being that demands such sacrifices is even worthy of being called a king. He continues that a true king should not coldly demand others' lives as offerings. Concluding that the angel's reaction proves he is the key, they prepare to converge on him. The key tightens his fist, readying a spell. He recalls his great artifact Time Rewind, deciding he must conserve his tenacity while using it. The leading angel orders everyone to stop the key even if they must die, trusting other captains to handle remaining enemies. The key activates his ability, vowing their plan will fail. Time Rewind spreads, washing over the angels as gears and blue light appear. He exerts himself in the temporal field. Time snaps backward along his trajectory. Under the time effect, the angels shout at each other to do their best to halt him. One angel panics and tries to order the reversal stopped. The key cuts through, slashing at the angels. Multiple angels are pierced and shredded by his blade as time-distorted strikes land. The key dives down to launch another attack. He thinks that since he must face them again anyway, he should act now. He resolves to thin their numbers as much as possible before stronger foes arrive. Elsewhere, a blood-covered hand transforms into a monstrous claw. That demonized fighter drives his new claw through an angel's torso. The angel gasps in shock. The man's face warps into a horned, skull-like demon as the possession takes hold. He chuckles menacingly. He lunges with his claw, tearing into the angel. The angel is sent flying, bleeding heavily. The woman calls to Jungyu, begging him to finish the battle before the demon Ramar fully consumes him. Jungyu, already corrupted, laughs and rejects ending the fight quickly. He complains about being asked to stop now that he is finally enjoying the battle. Raphael grins, pleased by Jungyu's bloodthirst. He says he is glad to hear that the fight will continue. He rushes Jungyu and punches him with holy force. Their weapons and fists collide in brutal close-quarters combat. Jungyu retaliates with sweeping sword strikes, carving big red arcs. Raphael surges forward for another blow, smiling. His punch smashes into Jungyu's demonic mask. Jungyu's counterattacks and Raphael's blows trade across the field. Jungyu unleashes a massive red slash that crashes down toward Raphael. Raphael is briefly stunned as a bright impact explodes beside him. Jungyu's next sweeping blow cuts past where Raphael was flying. Raphael answers with more furious punches, continuing the duel. His clenched fist powers up for another strike. He slams that fist into Jungyu's shielded body, cracking the barrier. Raphael cries out in frustration. Jungyu drives his sword straight toward Raphael's chest. Raphael looks down the blade in surprise as it stops near him. The next red cross-shaped slash tears into Raphael's body. Blood splatters across Jungyu's sword in midair. The sword hungrily absorbs that blood instead of letting it fall. Shocked, Raphael realizes the weapon can absorb blood. Jungyu confirms and hints that angel blood is something special. Raphael and Jungyu clash again at close range. Raphael's eyes blaze with renewed determination. Jungyu remarks that angel blood tastes disgusting. Raphael drops to his knees, badly wounded and bleeding. He grits his teeth, refusing to collapse. Rage-filled, he screams that they are fools if they thought he would die so easily. Jungyu, still half demon, taunts that angels are tougher than he expected. Raphael vows that this time he will crush Jungyu. He charges at Jungyu, who prepares a killing slash. A powerful red arc sweeps through the air from Jungyu's sword. Raphael grabs the blade with a glowing hand, channeling energy. The two collide again, shockwaves erupting. Raphael concludes that Jungyu's sword is the source of his strength. Jungyu asks if Raphael wants to test which of them is stronger. The woman runs toward them, pleading for Jungyu to stop. Raphael, ignoring her, tells her to move aside as he gathers more power. His blast slams into her, sending her flying with a scream. Jungyu trembles as he watches her get hurt. Raphael mocks Jungyu, asking whether seeing his comrades suffer and being outmatched enrages him. Jungyu only laughs darkly through his mask in response. The wounded angelic warrior glares and incredulously asks why his enemy is laughing. The demon-masked man laughs and explains he is magically bound to his friend by contract. He reveals that by taking over this host's body, he is promised something very valuable. The injured angel stares back in shock, bleeding heavily from his wounds. The demon questions what the angel means by receiving something important. The demon grabs his weapon again, preparing for another round. The angel seizes his glowing sword as the demon lunges toward him. The demon drives his clawed hand forward in a brutal surprise attack. He tears into the angel's body, slashing him and spraying blood. The demon clarifies that he intends to make the angel's body into his own power. Enraged, the angel curses him and calls forth the power of his demonic sword. Both combatants rush each other, unleashing powerful sword auras across the field. Their clashing energies carve a massive path through the ground. A huge wave of blue energy surges outward from their clash. The demon closes distance, and slams a heavy punch into the angel. The angel counters with his own punch, striking the demon in the face. The demon follows up with more brutal blows. The angel is battered by a relentless barrage of punches. He spits blood and cries out in pain. The demon taunts him, insisting he never needed his sword to win. He mocks the angel for thinking he could beat him in close combat. The angel, cursing, urgently rushes to reclaim his sword. The demon dashes in with the recovered red sword to resume the assault. The angel manages to knock the demon away with a strong counterattack. The angel slams down, shattering the ground as his sword lands nearby. From afar, the sorceress watches the fierce duel, seeing the demon pressing the angel. Realizing the situation is dire, she thinks to herself that things are becoming dangerous. She worries that if this continues, Jungyu may lose himself completely. Resolving to intervene, she gathers powerful blue magic and decides she must end the fight. The battered angel angrily calls his foes annoying. He descends with wings spread, releasing a powerful shockwave on landing. The demon looks up in surprise at the angel's sudden transformation. The angel says they have forced him to reveal a stronger form and vows to kill them both. His wings blaze with radiant power as he fully activates this form. Hovering above, eyes glowing, he warns the demon not to expect to escape alive. He rockets forward at incredible speed to attack. The demon, growing bored, decides to finish the fight with one decisive, draining strike. He charges rapidly toward the angel. The two clash midair with a huge circular sword swing. The wounded angel begins a fervent prayer to the King of the Heavens. His armor crystallizes and fractures as divine power gathers within him. He begs his god to let him punish his enemy even at the cost of his own life and promises to drag the foe to hell. The sorceress senses the sudden surge of dangerous power and reacts in alarm. The demon goes berserk, screaming for the angel to die while unleashing frenzied slashes. The angel continues praying desperately to the heavenly king. He cries for power to be granted as a massive blue crystal of divine energy manifests. Empowered, he hurtles downward with the crystal, preparing a self-sacrificial strike. The impact erupts in blood and devastation. The sorceress erects a blue barrier that contains the fallen angel's explosive death blow. She coolly states that they should have killed her first, implying she saved Jungyu. The demon complains that the angel was his prey and demands to know why she killed him. She looks up in surprise and concern at his reaction. The demon stands quietly amid the aftermath, sword in hand. His demonic partner rages internally at the sorceress for stealing their kill. Elsewhere, another angelic figure streaks down toward the battlefield. This masked angel curses that a mere human has dared to oppose him. He swings his arm, readying an attack. A golden spear of light flies at him from a distance. A new armored angelic warrior with glowing wings appears, the one who launched the spear. This newcomer closes in, sword drawn, clearly joining the fight. He tells the arrogant angel he is sick of angels belittling humans and will show him the consequences. The two winged warriors charge directly at each other. The masked angel summons multiple golden spears around him. Those spears launch toward the newcomer in a barrage. The newcomer blocks and deflects the barrage with agile sword work. The masked angel grunts as one of the attacks lands or is countered. The newcomer lands a solid blow, sending the angel crashing away. The angel tumbles violently across the ground. He lies face down, groaning from the impact. Hovering above, the newcomer remarks that now the angel finally sees humans from the proper perspective. He looks down calmly, unshaken by the battle. The masked angel concedes that he is surprised a human could impress him like this. The newcomer, now in chibi form, wonders why the angel is suddenly talking like that. In flashback, the angel recalls meeting a human at a fragment site strong enough to kill 3 archangels and escape him. The newcomer dryly notes the angel never listens, then asks if that human was truly so strong. The angel answers that while that man was weaker than Michael or Metatron, he was still formidable. The newcomer raises his massive crystalline sword to strike. He declares that he is even stronger than that human. The angel subtly moves his hand to a glowing device on his belt. Another majestic angelic being, shrouded in feathers, is revealed standing in the sky. This new figure comments that he did not expect archangels to struggle so badly. Addressing Jungyu, he notes that Jungyu's allies are impressively strong. A sword slams into the ground near Jungyu, jolting him. Jungyu rises, badly wounded, calling his attacker crazy. Empowered by dark purple energy, Jungyu accuses the feather-masked angel of daring to call himself king of the angels. The angel coolly asks why Jungyu is so enraged. Jungyu points out that countless angelic subordinates lie dead around them, yet the king feels nothing, which is why he despises angels. Jungyu braces himself on his sword, preparing for another round. He realizes his time rewind ability has ended and resolves to gamble on one final plan. Surging with purple power, he readies his sword for a decisive attack. The angel smiles, pleased that Jungyu still has more to show. Jungyu charges straight at him. The angel lifts a glowing hand, preparing some counter. Jungyu looks up warily at the new phenomenon above him. He then streaks forward in a zigzag pattern as golden spears rain down. Several of those golden projectiles suddenly crack. More spears break apart as Jungyu disrupts them. He carves through the collapsing spear barrier, hurtling toward the angel. Jungyu's eyes widen as he notices something unexpected. The battlefield blurs as an instant passes in blinding speed. The angel appears behind Jungyu, mocking his slow attempt to hit him. But Jungyu reappears behind the angel instead, asking who he is talking to. The angel gasps in disbelief. Jungyu executes a spinning strike, slamming the angel from above. The angel's armor fractures and feathers scatter from the impact. Jungyu lands in a crouch, swords ready, after successfully wounding him. Panting, Jungyu doubts the fight will end so easily. He watches intently, noticing something troubling. Jungyu sees the angel's grievous wounds begin to rewind and close as if nothing happened. The fully restored angel advances again, power surging. He hovers before Jungyu, calling out to him. The angel smugly asks if Jungyu really thought that attack would be the end. Frustrated, Jungyu curses both demons and angels alike. Empowering himself once more, he charges while shouting for them not to look down on humans. The angel summons another deluge of golden spears from the sky. Those spears crash down around Jungyu like a deadly rain. Jungyu survives but is exhausted and breathing hard. He realizes the being in front of him is not a mere clone, yet something about it still feels different. Jungyu reasons that even so, this form might not be the angel's true body. The angel marvels that Jungyu is already learning to dodge with remarkable precision. Jungyu suddenly suspects the truth and is shocked. He decides to test his theory, surrounding himself with purple aura as he prepares another move. The angel sighs that this is getting tiresome. He darts through the sky, launching more golden attacks from above. Jungyu counters those strikes, thinking that if his guess is correct, he has a chance. He believes that if he is right, he no longer needs to hold back. Convinced, he resolves to attack with his full strength. The angel is taken aback by this sudden surge of power. Jungyu laughs through blood and says he now understands the angel's callous attitude toward his troops. As blood drips onto the grass, the angel demands to know what nonsense Jungyu is spouting. Jungyu smiles and says he was simply curious. He then points out that the angel is no longer regenerating from his fresh wound. The angel is stunned into silence. Jungyu asks why. If the angel can regenerate freely, he has refrained this time, hinting it may be impossible. The angel claims he just does not need an arm to defeat someone like Jungyu. Jungyu replies that this overconfidence is pathetic. The angel reacts in confusion to Jungyu's words. Jungyu clarifies that he means the situation is shameful for the angel, who surely has more than one life. He explains that the angel can repeatedly revive by consuming the life force of others. Jungyu concludes that this is why the angel treats his followers as disposable tools for his own survival. He adds that spending precious life force just to regrow one arm would be too wasteful for such a king. Jungyu proposes they fight a war of attrition until one of them finally dies. The angel bursts into crazed laughter, finding the challenge entertaining. He tells Jungyu to listen carefully, addressing him as an insignificant human key. The angel asserts he is far better prepared for this battle than Jungyu. He summons a host of radiant subordinate angels around them. Jungyu looks around uneasily as the angelic host appears. Surrounded by glowing angels, Jungyu curses again at the unfavorable situation. The angel announces he will demonstrate how a true king uses his people and orders Jungyu to watch closely. A clenched fist surges forward, signaling the beginning of the angel's ruthless demonstration. The hooded angel charges the black-haired swordsman, surrounding them with blazing energy. The angel slams into the swordsman and locks him in a grapple. Still grappling him, the angel hefts the swordsman up to restrain him. The angel begins a fervent prayer, asking the heavenly king for strength. Empowered by light, the angel prays for power to drag the captured man to hell. Another marked man with red shards in his head cries out in pain as energy surges. The angel's prayer triggers a massive fiery explosion overhead. The blast hurls the two combatants away as the explosion expands across the field. The first swordsman, dazed and bleeding, reacts as he tries to get up. Lying on the ground, he notices something off-panel that shocks him. More chained explosions detonate violently, continuing the devastation. The white-haired angelic leader scoffs that such an arrogant human died pathetically. The angelic leader suddenly senses something unexpected approaching. A silhouette in the dispersing smoke says the fighting has gone far enough. A blue-haired man stands within a protective sphere beside the fallen swordsman. The blue-haired man dryly asks if their macho contest has lasted long enough. The angelic leader curses at the newcomer, calling him a dragon. The angel questions why this mediator has abandoned neutrality to aid humans. The dragon calmly replies that he has not taken any side. He asserts that it is the angels who violated the rules by coming here. The angel is taken aback, unable to refute the claim. The dragon says that because of this rule breach, he must intervene personally. Looking at the wounded swordsman, he tells the angel to withdraw for now. He adds that they can always reset and start the situation over again. After a pause, the angel begrudgingly agrees and orders a return. The dragon warns that while this angel may retreat, others might not. He smiles ominously and asks if the angels are trying to threaten him. Power flares behind him like a dragon's maw as he repeats the threat question. Walking forward, he reminds the angel he is in no position to threaten dragons. Another dragon arrives above, saying the rest of their kind are already moving. The newcomer lands on the battlefield. He sees an angel fighting a human mage and immediately blocks the attack. Lowering his hood, this second dragon asks what situation he has just walked into. He sees a slain angel on the ground, riddled with blood. Nearby, a human warrior and a female mage continue trading blows. The hooded dragon takes another step toward the skirmish. He observes the human with spectral wings shielding the dead angel. The human remarks in surprise that yet another angel has appeared. The dragon corrects him, beginning to reveal he is something else. Realizing something, the human reacts in shock. The first dragon says that if this cannot be settled, he will inform the dragons. Facing the wounded leader angel, he warns that dragons will have to intervene. The angel realizes that attacking the dragon would turn all dragons into enemies. He grits his teeth, calling the situation troublesome. The dragon casually tells him to gather his comrades and leave. The angel leader finally orders all angels to retreat from the battlefield. Angelic soldiers begin dissolving into light. More angels vanish as the retreat order spreads. The leader disappears dramatically, while the dragon mocks how he tries to look cool. The angelic presence completely fades from the area. The dragon turns to the coughing swordsman and asks if he is alright. The swordsman, barely standing, is racked with sobs from exhaustion and grief. Bloody-mouthed, he insists he must rescue his remaining comrades. The dragon supports him and assures him that his own friends already went to help. The swordsman weakly acknowledges this and starts to thank him. He collapses mid-sentence, unable to stay conscious. His boot hits the ground as he loses balance. He falls forward, completely spent from the battle. Elsewhere, another human swordsman clashes with a golden-haired angel. The angel unleashes a flurry of powerful cross-sword strikes. The human parries desperately, both blades sparkling from the impact. One of the angel's strikes lands solidly on the human's side. The human is slashed across the waist and sent flying. Clutching his wound, he staggers as the angel turns away, also bleeding. The angel admits the human has endured well so far. He then announces that this next assault will finish the fight. The injured human tightens his grip on his sword despite the pain. Mustering strength, he executes a powerful sweeping slash. The descending angel mocks that the human can no longer aim properly. The angel suddenly feels something amiss in the trajectory and reacts in surprise. A blue-haired woman seizes the attack with magic streaming from her hand. She protests that she came to mediate, not be attacked. The angel is stunned that the human sensed the mediator's arrival before he did. The second dragon declares the duel over and tells them to go their own ways. Shocked, the angel asks if the mediator is actually a dragon. She confirms it and tells him to withdraw since his master already agreed. The leader angel receives a telepathic order to retreat to the angel's gathering point. The wounded human vows to kill the golden angel next time as he kneels with his sword. The mediator teleports his sword stroke harmlessly into the ground in front of her. Afterward she yawns, clearly drained by everything that happened. She asks the kneeling human if he is alright. Eyes glowing, she says she can simply transport him if he cannot move. Light envelopes her and the human as she prepares to warp him away. They reappear near the others, where all surviving allies and dragons regroup. The first swordsman hangs limply on the blue-haired dragon's shoulder. Another mage sits anxiously beside an unconscious comrade. The main dragon suggests they start adjusting the situation again. He adds that first they should attend to their fallen ally in the center. Propping up the mage, the swordsman asks about everyone's condition and reports he is not critically hurt. Another comrade lies snoring loudly, completely unharmed despite the battle. The priestess notes that Yoongi seems fine as well. A knight assures the blue-haired dragon that he and his retainer are also alright. Boasting, the knight claims he can always stand against an angel, then promptly spits blood. The priestess yells his name as the dragon remarks that his bravado did not last long. She fusses over the knight, relieved that he will recover. The knight glances toward the heavily injured human swordsman lying in healing light and worries about him. The mediator dragon says she has brought the wounded man here. She observes that his condition is extremely serious despite being stabilized. She promises to take responsibility for healing him and tells everyone else to rest. The knight thanks her weakly before collapsing face first. He falls unconscious as the priestess shouts his name in alarm. The main swordsman reflects that everyone is badly wounded and that without the dragons they would have died. The second dragon reaches out with a hand and greets the swordsman. He introduces himself as Hebrim and confirms the swordsman is the human key. The swordsman, still in shock, manages a hesitant response while taking his hand. Hebrim points out his fellow dragons, naming Mara, Eden and Galleon. Another dragon privately asks Hebrim why he is sharing their names, and Hebrim says he is following human custom. Hebrim then shifts the conversation onward. Sitting opposite the swordsman, he notes that the man must be very angry right now. Hebrim explains this is dragon territory, and they rarely intrude on others' lands. He says it is unusual that multiple dragons, not just him, chose to intervene. The swordsman reasons that it must be because the Angel King broke the rules. Hebrim agrees, praising how quickly the swordsman understands. The swordsman notes that his presence here already breaks neutrality. Hebrim adds that healing the half-dead human swordsman is also a violation of neutrality. He explains that the Angel King summoned large numbers of troops, openly shattering the rules. Hebrim admits he does not know how the angel forced open this closed dimension, only that it should have been impossible. He says that is precisely why the dragons are helping now, not because humans are weak. The swordsman asks what the angel's current strike force looks like. Hebrim answers that only Gabriel and Michael should be present, but the other 4 archangels also descended. Another dragon notes that one of those archangels, Raphael, is already dead. They add that Uriel has been killed as well, leaving 4 archangels alive. Hebrim is stunned hearing that Uriel has fallen and worries Michael might also have been attacked. The mediator says Michael is still on a completely different level, pointing to how badly the human swordsman was beaten. Hebreem agrees that Michael's power is overwhelming. The swordsman concludes that if angels unite under the archangels, humans cannot possibly win. He therefore asks the dragons how much time they can buy for human preparation. Hebreem asks what he means by that question. Hebreem states that dragons cannot interfere outside the middle area. He continues that within the middle area they can intervene as much as they like. The swordsman clarifies, asking if they are offering to stall the angels and for how long. Hebreem thinks for a moment, saying the longer the delay the better for humans. He replies that dragons can guarantee 3 years of breathing room, though no more without wider consent. The swordsman clenches his fist, repeating the 3-year window to himself. Hebreem notes that neither Metatron nor the angels want direct war with dragons. The swordsman recognizes that this reluctance is their only silver lining and steels himself. He tells Hebreem he will entrust the delay to the dragons. Hebreem agrees and says they will clear nearby monsters so the party can rest and return. The swordsman lowers his head, sincerely thanking him. The dragons depart, telling the humans they will meet again after the 3-year respite. The priestess sits between her unconscious allies, watching over them quietly. The swordsman observes the peaceful sky and says it feels as if they are in a dream. He decides they should go back once Alvin wakes and acknowledges everyone did well despite the mess. He then asks Lois why she stayed to fight instead of fleeing. Lois admits she stayed because she hoped to help reduce the angels' numbers. The swordsman tells her she, like the others, is a vital member of their strike force. He asks her to focus on surviving next time rather than sacrificing herself. Resolute again, he says that is why they continue to fight. Lois silently looks down at their unconscious comrades, moved. She reflects that Alvin's selfless actions suit a devoted husband and father. Lois tells the protagonist she meant that he is good at comforting others. He explains he is now only called a relevant person or key and has forgotten his real name. Remembering his family, he admits he misses being called husband and father. A blue-haired man appears in the forest, watching solemnly. The Angel King stands with his entourage, radiating authority. The dragon states he came to officially inform the angels about a 3-year postponement. Enraged, the Angel King demands to know if the dragon is threatening them. The dragon replies that whether his words are a warning or a threat depends on their interpretation. An archangel angrily challenges the dragon before being ordered to stand down. Michael apologizes after being restrained by his king. The Angel King agrees to wait exactly 3 years. The dragon praises this as the right decision and says he will trust them to keep their word. The dragon departs in a surge of light. Shockwaves strike the ground before the gathered angel army. Michael asks why the king accepted the dragon's terms when Raphael and Uriel have been killed. The Angel King asks Michael what he would have done otherwise, and Michael answers he would have fought. The king questions whether Michael truly thinks they can defeat a dragon. Michael insists they still have the Angel King's army, dozens of soldiers, and 4 archangels. The Angel King says waiting 3 years is acceptable for eventual victory and hints there is more to consider. He reveals he does not believe humans alone killed Raphael and Uriel. He suggests humans could not have done it with only their own power. He concludes the strengthened key received help and that the dragons must have intervened. Michael wonders if dragons and humans have formed an alliance, and the king says perhaps. The Angel King resolves that after 3 years they will crush the humans first, and then exterminate the dragons. Michael falls silent at this ruthless plan. He then kneels and pledges to obey the king's will. Metatron thinks Michael's long life has numbed him, that anger over his friends' deaths is useful, and that keeping his vengeful resolve for 3 months will help build the Angel Empire. Around the campfire under the moon, the heroes acknowledge that the worst outcome they feared has come true. The fire crackles as they sit in heavy silence. Jungyu apologizes tearfully to Lois, Yoonjae, and everyone for what happened. Lois softly calls out Jungyu's name as he sits distraught. Jungyu says he intends to give up the curse sword because keeping it will only burden the party. Bowing, he thanks them for everything, apologizes again, and says this is as far as he can go. Lois begins to reassure him that there is no need to apologize and that she trusts him, but he cuts her off. Jungyu reveals that the sword Ramar has been speaking to him all along. He explains that Ramar wants his body and has been trying to take over his mind. He recalls that during the fight with Raphael he even assimilated with Ramar in desperation to win. Knowing that continued use of the sword will only cause more harm, he has decided to stop using it. He admits that without the dragon's intervention, he might have ended up attacking Lois. He remembers that while possessed Ramar declared he would take something very important instead of Jungyu's body. Lois, disturbed, asks Jungyu what exactly he gave to the sword's spirit. Jungyu clenches his fists, starting to answer. Yoonjae interrupts and says it does not matter what the price was. Yoonjae tells Jungyu to listen carefully. He says that if Jungyu is ever overwhelmed he should feel free to run away at any time. Yoonjae reflects that he too is a newcomer to this world, having first met Valak. He remembers fighting Satan. He also recalls his encounter with Metatron. He admits that through all of those battles he was terrified. Yoonjae adds that fear of things that have not yet happened cannot be helped. He says that if Jungyu wants to stay with them and surpass his current self, Yoonjae promises that the whole party will help him do so, moving Jungyu to tears. The injured comrades lying nearby say they only have 3 years left and that they need Jungyu. Yoonjae tells Jungyu they want him to keep fighting at their side. Lois squeezes Junggyu's hand and agrees that she needs him too. She admits it is frightening but says she still believes Jungyu can do it. Jungyu cries as Yoonjae tells him he has been working hard toward that goal. Overcome, Jungyu sobs in front of the others. He vows to work even harder from now on. Narration states that once Alvin woke and was briefed, they spent 3 days traveling back. It was difficult, but they managed to carry the wounded, unconscious Jinseok back with them. Perhaps thanks to the dragons, they encountered no enemies on the return journey. The scene shifts to their city, as they arrive home safely. A subordinate bursts into Arhan's office to report urgently. He stammers that the dispatch team has returned. Arhan, surprised but hopeful, asks if they are really back. Narration concludes that this is how they returned from the mission to retrieve the fragment. Arhan nervously asks if everyone. Then, seeing the whole party alive before him, he confirms that they all made it back. Jinseok, bandaged but smiling, agrees with a casual affirmation. Arhan summarizes that they have gained 3 years of preparation time. He notes that their enemies now include the Angel King, the 4 archangels, and all surviving angels. He says he understands the situation. Arhan emphasizes that the fragment was recovered and, more importantly, that everyone survived. He praises them for their hard work and thanks them for returning alive. Lois and Jungyu exchange a relieved, affectionate look. Another comrade bows his head and thanks Arhan. Arhan tells Aryan he must also work hard from here on. As the others leave, Arhan watches them go from behind. He quietly acknowledges that, as Yoonjae said, the burden is now his to bear. Arhan looks up as Yoonjae approaches him. Yoonjae asks if there is something else they need to discuss. He then inquires what happened to the other fragments they already possessed. Arhan admits dejectedly that they were stolen in a flawless theft. Yoonjae accepts this with a terse response. He asks if Arhan discovered anything more after the robbery. Arhan says he had several top rankers search the area thoroughly and found nothing. He adds that even he went to inspect the site and still found nothing, so he is just glad they obtained the demon's fragment. Yoonjae says he understands, mentions he has another matter to handle, plans to be back by dawn, and thinks about having met Aryan at the fragment's location. Arhan, worried, suspects Yoonjae intends to go to the demon forest and questions whether Yoonjae distrusts him. Yoonjae answers that he simply believes there is something more to uncover, hoping to meet another dragon. Arhan wonders if this is the intuition of a key and reluctantly permits Yoonjae to do as he wishes. He orders Yoonjae to rest first, warning that without proper rest he will forbid any trip to the demon forest. Yoonjae thanks him as he slips out of the room. Arhan watches Yoonjae leave with a concerned expression. The next day dawns over the city. Yoonjae prepares his backpack and gear in his room. Fully equipped, he heads out through the mansion halls. Jungyu spots him departing and calls his name. Jungyu asks where Yoonjae is going, and Yoonjae replies that he has somewhere he must be. Jungyu assumes Yoonjae has a reason for not taking him along. Yoonjae confirms this and tells Jungyu to stay behind and rest. Jungyu agrees and promises to search for answers while Yoonjae is away. Yoonjae thinks to himself that Jungyu has matured since their earlier ordeal. Yoonjae walks alone through the sunlit streets toward his destination. Jinseok quietly watches him go from the side of the street. Jinseok continues to observe Yoonjae's back as he leaves town. Jinseok knocks firmly on a door. Alvin, bandaged and holding a mug, opens it and grumbles that Jinseok is the last face he wanted to see first thing. Jinseok remarks that from Alvin's tone, things must be going well for him. Alvin asks when Jinseok got back, and Jinseok answers that he returned yesterday. Shocked at how long he was unconscious and badly beaten, Alvin learns it was over 10 days. Jinseok calls Aryan talkative and says Alvin was actually lucky, since fighting longer would have killed him. Alvin retorts that he is not crazy enough to fight an archangel and says even Jinseok cannot manage that, prompting Jinseok to reply that he knows and that this is why he has come. Alvin exclaims in disbelief when he realizes Jinseok actually fought the archangels. Alvin falls silent, stunned. Jinseok's silence and posture reveal that he indeed lost. Alvin and his doubles tease that Jinseok must be acting this way because he was thoroughly defeated. Jinseok angrily grips his sword hilt. Alvin, half amused, notes that Jinseok's loss proves the enemy's strength and asks what favor he wants. Alvin is incredulous that Jinseok is asking him for aid while ignoring his injuries. Sitting down, Alvin tells Jinseok to explain and asks if he needs a particular item. Jinseok says he needs something capable of withstanding Michael's fire at least more than once. Alvin confirms Michael is an archangel who wields hellfire and says creating such protection will be difficult. Jinseok accepts that it is hard, which is exactly why he needs Alvin to craft it. Alvin agrees, saying he cannot stand to see someone look down on his prideful friend who thinks he is the best. Meanwhile, Yoonji's boots touch down in a dark forest. With his pack and swords, he walks alone into the ominous woods. He senses the presence of many dead spirits around him. Noticing glowing eyes in the trees, he realizes all the spirits are wary of him. Surrounded by a magic aura, he thinks he is glad he cloaked himself in magic. The wary spirits watch from the dark as he continues forward. Yoonjae reaches the stone gate in the forest once more. He reflects that coming here was once difficult, but now it feels easy. He enters the icy cavern beyond. He descends the long stone staircase into the depths. Something makes him pause and look ahead intently. He sees blood and angel feathers scattered across the cavern floor, wondering if a battle between humans and angels took place here. He walks carefully among the bloody remains. Looking up at the cracked ceiling, he notes that what he seeks should be nearby. Yoon-jae catches his breath, preparing to call out. He suddenly shouts into the cavern, demanding to be treated like a guest. His shout reverberates and agitates the cracks overhead. He waits expectantly beneath the fissured ceiling. Yoon-jae calls out once more, insisting on being acknowledged as a guest. He yells the question louder, voice echoing through the cave. The space around him trembles with his cry. The crack above begins to violently react. Light and power erupt from the fracture in response. A voice finally answers, asking what sort of treatment he expects, startling Yoon-jae. Kim Yoon-jae stands alone with his sword in a grand hall of pillars. A sandal-wearing figure steps forward, approaching him. A towering red-bearded man appears before Yoon-jae, observing him silently. Yoon-jae addresses the giant, insisting he at least acknowledge him. The giant identifies Yoon-jae as a human key, successor to someone named Zahar. Yoon-jae gives his name, but says he does not care about that title. The giant asks why Yoon-jae came, warning that what he seeks is not here. Yoon-jae explains he did not come for the fragment, since the angels already hold it. The giant, assuming Yoon-jae has another reason, asks what else he wants. Yoon-jae quietly admits that he does want something. Yoon-jae, sweating, humbly begs the giant for help. The red-bearded giant smirks and questions why he should help. The giant states he knows Metatron broke the rules by bringing soldiers to the wrong world. Yoon-jae recounts how even with Galleon and the dragons mediating, the war against angels was unfair. The giant asks directly what Yoon-jae desires. Yoon-jae firmly asks to be taught how to use the fragment. The giant silently considers his request. He tells Yoon-jae to stay where he is. The giant raises his hands toward the heavens as if invoking power. His eyes blaze with light as power awakens. Power gathers and lifts his body from the floor. Declaring himself Garen, he formally seeks guidance on Yoon-jae's request. Garen hovers, calling out while Yoon-jae watches below amid swirling energy. Yoon-jae wonders if this is how dragons communicate and hopes it will work out. Hearing an unseen response, Garen confirms approval and agrees. Garen settles back to the ground. He tells Yoon-jae to follow, promising to teach him how to use the fragment. Yoon-jae, surprised at how easy this seems, doubts it can really be that simple. Yoon-jae sits cross-legged, preparing for whatever training will come. Garen explains that to wield the fragment's power, Yoon-jae must endure extremely harsh training. Garen manifests crackling purple energy in his hand. He infuses that power into a staff-like weapon and asks if Yoon-jae can handle it. Nervous but resolute, Yoon-jae says he will try. Garen points the charged weapon at Yoon-jae, beginning the process. A blinding blue cross of light signifies the start of a new trial. Yoon-jae now spars with a blonde knight, crossing swords. The blonde admits he was surprised Yoon-jae asked him to keep relentlessly attacking. The red-haired knight explains he made a vow to himself while fighting. Their blades clash again in a burst of blue light. The blonde asks if that vow is about helping his comrades. The redhead denies it. He reveals his vow is to one day surpass someone named Ramar. Back in Garen's hall, Yoon-jae is hurled backward by the training assault. Yoon-jae slams against a pillar, crying out in pain. He collapses to the ground at Garen's feet, groaning. Garen notes, Yoon-jae controls his skills well but clearly does not understand the fragment's full power. Yoon-jae replies that this ignorance is exactly why he came and complains they have fought for days without instruction. Garen answers that if learning were easy, Yoon-jae would never have obtained the fragment in the first place. He says he is willing to teach how to use the fragment, but with a condition. Garen states Yoon-jae must discover its use through his own skill alone. Exhausted, Yoon-jae asks what exactly he must do. He begs for at least a hint. Garen finally poses a riddle, asking what Yoon-jae would do if he had to defeat an opponent identical to himself. Yoon-jae thinks he would opt for a drawn-out endurance battle, waiting for an opening. Garen challenges that idea, asking what happens if both sides tire equally. Yoon-jae falls silent, unable to answer. Garen snaps his fingers, invoking another technique. Wisps of energy swirl above Yoon-jae as something begins to form. The energy coalesces into a human-shaped figure ahead of him. A monochrome version of Yoon-jae appears, his clone. Yoon-jae stares in shock at the apparition. His duplicate raises a sword toward him, ready to fight. After battling, Yoon-jae realizes with a sigh what the lesson truly is. He narrates that fighting himself is far more exhausting than he expected. Their swords clash repeatedly in blue flashes. Yoon-jae reasons that whenever he attacks an opening, his clone does the same. Each rushes forward with identical movement and timing. He observes that his clone always mirrors his own tactics. The two Yoon-jae strain against each other in a deadlock sword clash. Yoon-jae manages a powerful slash that sends his clone flying. He notes that as they fought hundreds of times, their focus waned at exactly the same pace. His clone also counts on new openings appearing, just as he does. Garen watches in the distance as the two figures continue colliding. Garen counts aloud, remarking they have reached 999 clashes. He announces the next strike will be the 1000th. With a gesture, he orders them to stop. Yoon-jae's clone's body dissolves in a burst of energy. The final shockwave knocks Yoon-jae back, making him cry out. Garen asks Yoon-jae whether he noticed any opening in himself. Yoon-jae laughs weakly, admitting it was not easy. Garen now tells him to recall his past journeys. He asks how Yoon-jae grew so differently from others while facing countless enemies, and how he foresaw those events. Yoon-jae realizes it was because of the journal he left for himself. Garen checks if Yoon-jae is a leader among his group. Yoon-jae downplays his own importance, saying it does not really matter. Garen says what matters is that Yoon-jae was entrusted with great power. A new white-haired clone of Yoon-jae manifests before him. Garen explains this fresh clone stands at full strength, while the real Yoon-jae is exhausted. He instructs Yoon-jae that the training's goal is more than sharpening combat ability. Yoon-jae listens as Garen explains there is something specific he must overcome. Garen clarifies that the true opponent Yoon-jae must defeat is himself. In another scene, the red-haired knight processes this idea of having to overcome himself. Alvin demonstrates lifting a heavy dumbbell, affirming the concept. Alvin explains he trained his body extensively to be able to fight angels. He drops the dumbbell to the ground after showing its weight. The red-haired knight teases him for showing off, reminding Alvin he asked for help. Embarrassed yet eager, the redhead asks how he should train. Alvin narrates how he trained to bear the literal weight, or wings of the angels. He says he simply built his physical strength so his body could endure that burden. The red-haired knight realizes this is why Yoon-jae had praised Alvin's physical power. Alvin tells him that is exactly what he must also do. Alvin adds that ordinary training alone is not enough to truly strengthen the body. He warns the redhead that he must defeat Ramar, whose power is already seeping into him. Alvin tells him to consider what is required to wield the demonic sword. Alone, the redhead reflects on what is needed to handle Ramar. He acknowledges to himself that what matters is what he truly wants. Gripping the sword, he vows to overcome this challenge. He steels his resolve, saying he will give it a try. The redhead is then drawn into a stark inner realm, silhouette against brightness. In darkness, a voice greets him after a long absence. He materializes fully in that realm, standing over swirling water. He falls silent, bracing for what comes next. A masked, feminine figure appears, surprised that he managed to summon her like this. She conjures red flame and casually asks what he wants. The redhead admits he wants Ramar's strength and calls out to her directly. She replies that gaining it is simple if he just surrenders his body to her. Drawing on his memories, she states he wants power to surpass the human Yoon-jae. She tempts him further, asking if he wants to transcend normal human limits altogether. He refuses to give up his body. Annoyed, she says she will have to resort to another method. She suggests he throw her away, then train himself to death for hundreds of days. She mocks him, asking if he expects great power without paying any price and telling him to stop dreaming. The redhead admits he simply wants to live. He also confesses he wishes to protect precious people around him. Clenching his fist, he adds that he even wants to coexist with people he dislikes. He longs to return to his former life but knows he needs power to do so. Again he pleads with Ramar to help him. She demands to know why she should, asking what benefit she gains. He answers that when they assimilate, something changes for both of them. He tells her he understands her pain and that she has suffered too. Ramar rejects his sympathy angrily, telling him not to mock her. The redhead starts to respond as she glowers at him. Ramar lashes out in fury, threatening to drain him dry if he approaches. He nonetheless reaches a hand out toward her. Gently touching her, he asks if she is lonely. He says he has seen her memories, recalling how even as a sentient sword she was once very weak. She yells for him to shut up and lunges in anger. He continues, saying she only feared being alone and believed strength would make people use her. He recounts how she chose to drink blood to grow strong, so people would wield her and she would never be abandoned again. Yet in the end, he reminds her, her wielder died and left her alone anyway. He explains that afterwards stories of the demonic sword spread and people sought her out to make her stronger. Enraged by these truths, she screams for him to be silent. She punches him hard in the face. Knocked down, he collapses onto the water's surface. Bleeding, he insists that despite everything he is just like her. Lying on the floor with the sword clutched to his chest, he says he does not want to be alone and must become strong. In darkness, he again calls out for Ramar's help. He adds that he wants them to remain together. Ramar laughs bitterly at being pitted by such a weak human. Raising her own blade toward her body, she tells him that of all her wielders, he is by far the weakest. The masked opponent agrees to follow the rules but challenges the hero to see if he can withstand her. A figure tells the red-haired boy that they are each other. The masked version of him grows huge and orders him to try to defeat her. Another man falls rapidly from above, attacking. The main hero realizes that to defeat his copy he must predict its movements, and forces himself to think. He quickly analyzes whether the copy will attack from above, swing horizontally, or something else. He concludes that the incoming attack will be a stabbing thrust. He steps forward to respond based on that prediction. His copy appears right in front of him, ready to strike. The hero lunges past his copy, shouting as he attacks. His copy is shocked by this unexpected movement. The hero senses something strange about the attack he just experienced. He gasps in confusion, realizing something is off. He understands that the fatal blow he felt was not actually real. He realizes the scene he saw was a preview of his opponent's next attack. He again plants his foot, preparing according to the vision. He watches the copy raise its sword for the predicted blow. The copy's attack slices through the air exactly as foreseen. He braces himself and endures the blow in the simulated future. Returning to the present, he lands and adjusts his stance. Power bursts from him as he activates the fragment's ability. His hands glow as the mysterious power settles into him. His mentor comments that he has finally understood the fragment's power. Exhausted, the hero grounds his sword to steady himself. Panting, he guesses that the fragment's power is what he just used. The mentor confirms and explains that he is a key who can move through time. The mentor further clarifies that he is a time ability user who can foresee the future. Later, the hero quietly sits with a book, reflecting on what he has learned. Reading, he wonders when and how he gained the skill called time, since no records mention it. The mentor approaches during his break and asks what he is looking at. The hero awkwardly explains that he is reading something like a journal. The mentor approves that he is learning from his own records, while the hero notes those records describe the future. The mentor says this time ability fits him well, and the hero responds modestly. The mentor tells him to stand up because training is about to resume. The mentor smiles faintly, pleased with his resolve. The hero agrees to continue training. The mentor explains that fragment powers manifest differently for each user. In the hero's case, the fragment gave him the attribute of time, letting him check future events. The hero realizes he can choose his actions after seeing what will happen. The mentor explains that his ability is more than simply viewing the future. He elaborates that the hero will actually experience the next few seconds of the future with all 5 senses. He warns that this includes vividly feeling his own death in advance. The hero silently swallows, unsettled by this. The mentor resolves to strengthen this dangerous new sense through training. The hero accepts and says he will rely on the mentor's guidance. The mentor instructs him not to overuse time-stopping techniques but to depend on the fragment and his sharpened senses. The hero asks if that means he should simply counter every predicted attack. The mentor tells him to attack with all his might, saying that training is best when flirting with death. Training starts again as the hero charges fiercely. The mentor rushes in with his spear to meet him. They clash with high speed, the hero constantly repositioning. The mentor's strike wounds the hero, who cries out in pain. Scolding him as foolish, the mentor urges him to recall the sensation of the future he saw. The hero, slightly dazed, tries to focus on that premonition. Using the feeling as a guide, he narrowly leaps over the mentor's spear. The mentor sighs that the hero still has far to go. The hero immediately counterattacks from above. Their weapons collide in midair as the hero presses the offensive. The mentor warns him not to be trapped by his own predicted movements. He reminds the hero that his life is not just about surviving the present instant. The mentor shouts for him to think further ahead while fighting. He threatens that unless the hero uses the ability properly, he will die. The hero again glimpses a future where he is fatally struck. He collapses choking, as if experiencing that death for real. Coughing violently, he feels the pain of the vision. The mentor states that he has just died once in the future, and notes how painful it is. He explains that even knowing the future does not automatically let you avoid it, since you still feel the death. The mentor tells him he is not a prophet, and should not try to see too far ahead. Instead, the hero must use even 1 or 3 seconds to create a future that can be altered. The mentor asks if he understands this approach. He warns that mastering this will be agonizing, and the hero agrees to endure it. The hero resolves that he has already suffered enough from an unchangeable future. The mentor thinks to himself that this power truly suits the hero. He grips his spear again, ready to push the training further. He dives down with another lethal strike, escalating the pace. The hero's body blurs as he moves using his refined sense of time. The mentor is surprised by the hero's sudden acceleration. The hero appears above him, launching another fast assault. He sends a powerful sword wave that forces the mentor to dodge. Watching this, the mentor notes that the hero has already become quite skilled and finds it interesting. The relentless exchange continues with the hero attacking from different angles. The mentor suggests they speed things up even more. The hero reacts with alarm to this proposal. While airborne again, he realizes being in the air gives him an advantage. He concludes that fighting this way feels like cheating and dives in confidently. Elsewhere, another boy walks into a swirling water portal. That boy falls to his knees, exhausted, after clearing his own trial. Smiling, he tells himself that he has won. He stares ahead, catching his breath and absorbing his victory. The masked entity calls him crazy for advancing without attacking and admits she did not expect his strategy. The boy chuckles that it feels good to have someone who can comfort him. He grips his sword, saying the reassurance feels nice. He tells the sword spirit that he is no longer alone and asks it to stay with him until the end. Back in the present, the long-haired leader removes his cloak, or armor piece. Narration explains that 2 years pass while time continues to move forward. Somewhere else, a green monster is slashed apart by rapid sword strikes. The red-haired boy finishes the monster with a decisive blow. Panting, he realizes how hard the battle was. He wonders why he has become comparatively weak, and the sword spirit says his body can only withstand so much of its power. As he looks at his reflection in the blade, the sword suddenly warns him about danger behind him. Confused, he repeats the word behind just as he begins to turn. A giant snake appears right behind him, ready to devour him. He curses and prepares to fight back. He unleashes a powerful sword beam at the serpent. Narration reveals that during these 2 years, everyone trains hard to achieve their personal goals. The boy is shown battling the snake, narrowly avoiding its massive tail. He leaps and drives his sword into the serpent to grow stronger. Elsewhere, a pair of radiant wings unfurl, symbolizing another's power. The winged fighter attacks relentlessly to push beyond their own limits. Another comrade channels magic energy in clasped hands. She uses that magic to form a barrier, protecting others from surrounding enemies. A pink flower petal floats against the barrier, hinting at beauty amid battle. A swordsman practices graceful, precise slashes. He finishes a cut and stands calmly in the forest, sword at the ready. The petal lands on cracked stone, showing the aftermath of intense training. Narration says they all fight to stop losing, accompanied by an explosive clash of attacks. In a dark room, a blonde-robed man meditates within a warm golden light. Narration adds that he trains to become the leader who will guide everyone. Another narration states their aim is to change the past that has become the future, while the older hero readies his sword. That older hero again spars fiercely with the spear-wielding mentor. He charges straight at the mentor within the training hall. Their weapons collide in a powerful crossing strike. A silhouette flashes, showing the speed of their exchange. The mentor is surprised by the older hero's sudden maneuver. The older hero raises his sword high, prepared to finish the bout. He brings the blade down with all his strength. The impact explodes in a massive blast. In the dust cloud, someone curses in frustration. The mentor reveals a giant dragon form and remarks that he did not expect the hero to see this side of him. The older hero stares back calmly, unfazed. The dragon mentor then returns to his human shape, cloak billowing. He announces that the older hero has won and completely overcome the second future. He explains that by fixing the future, the hero can effectively change the past, which is like standing in the present. The mentor tells him it is time to leave, since 2 years have already passed. Bowing gratefully, the hero thanks him and reflects on fixing the future to alter the past. He immediately corrects himself, saying it is not about changing the past but something more. He resolves that he is repairing the future that has already turned into the past. He vows to restore everything to how it was and resurrect his family. Surrounded by golden light, he reaffirms that time is the ability he has obtained. He closes his eyes and then opens them with renewed determination. His gaze hardens, ready for what comes next. Arriving outside a massive fortress, he wonders if this is the entrance to the tower. Looking around, he notes that while the place seems cold, it has been well maintained. He approaches the barred gate that separates him from the inside. Elsewhere, officials write documents, keeping records up to date. One officer finishes a report about the academy and is asked about the hero's condition. He reports that the hero now controls the power of Rama perfectly. He adds that there is even more important news. He writes that Kim Yoon-jae has returned. The blonde leader reads this and declares that the crucial time has finally arrived. Only 1 year remains. In 1 year a war against the angels will begin. Under the moonlight, a young warrior walks alone through the forest. He recalls being harshly scolded for taking too long to kill some hell snakes. He laughs apologetically, insisting there were more enemies than expected. He reflects that wielding Ramar's power as his own is difficult and feels like fighting underwater. Ramar's voice reminds him that Ramar has been the one acting and even saved his life when taking his body. The warrior thanks Ramar, admitting his good fortune. Ramar falls silent at the gratitude. Ramar impatiently dismisses him, saying after 2 years of training he is still too weak to face angels and must work harder. The warrior cheerfully agrees to improve. Walking away, he promises himself to train more diligently. Passing the corpses of monsters, he vows to become useful to everyone. His footsteps echo as he returns to the fortress. He arrives at a large wooden gate. Inside, Ramar senses that the human named Yoon-jae, whom he has been waiting for, has arrived. Ramar explains to the warrior that he can feel Yoon-jae's presence nearby. The warrior looks thoughtful as he enters the city. Recognizing Yoon-jae, he shouts his name in shock. He bursts into a room asking if Yoon-jae has come back. 2 older comrades turn toward him in surprise. Overwhelmed, the warrior tearfully calls out to his long-awaited elder. He tackles Yoon-jae in a hug, demanding to know why he returned only now. Crying, he says he missed Yoon-jae and waited a very long time, while Yoon-jae awkwardly thanks him. Yoon-jae tries to speak, beginning with a hesitant remark. The warrior bluntly asks if Yoon-jae spent 20 years alone or something similar. Yoon-jae laughs it off, saying that is roughly the case. The warrior, confused, asks for clarification. Another comrade remarks that although they trust Yoon-jae, they have waited far too long and want to know what he was doing. Yoon-jae answers that during his absence he was learning how to use the fragment. This revelation shocks the others, especially the robed leader. The leader urgently demands to know where, when and from whom Yoon-jae learned to use the fragment. He grabs Yoon-jae in his agitation, repeating his questions. A calm swordsman tells the leader to stop pressing Yoon-jae. The swordsman suggests Yoon-jae is tired and that they can hear the full story later. Yoon-jae confirms he knows 2 years have passed and that only about 1 year remains until the critical time. The swordsman agrees and advises that they can afford to wait 1 more day, urging Yoon-jae to rest. As he leaves, the swordsman jokes that Yoon-jae should cut his hair because they now look alike. The group stands together in the hall, quietly processing what has been said. 2 companions marvel that the usually serious swordsman, Jin-seok, actually made a joke. Yoon-jae wonders uneasily what has changed in the group during his absence. The robed leader also finds it surprising that Jin-seok would joke. Alvin and the priestess laugh at Jin-seok's rare humor. Everyone bursts into hearty laughter except a bemused Yoon-jae. Yoon-jae, still confused, asks what is going on, and is told simply that he has come back to them. The priestess explains they have worried about him for 2 years, fearing something terrible had happened. She adds that because he returned in such an impressive fashion, everyone has relaxed. Alvin grabs Yoonjae's shoulder, leading into another exchange. Alvin grips him more firmly, causing Yoonjae to cry out. With eyes blazing, Alvin says they want Yoonjae well rested so they can test whether he has really been training. Outside under the night sky, Yoonjae nervously agrees, while Alvin snorts. The next morning dawns bright over their fortress. The robed leader works alone at his desk, surrounded by scrolls and documents. Reading a paper, he curses the people responsible. He complains that in times when unity is barely enough, such troublemakers only worsen matters. Looking at a picture in the article, he asks if it was really necessary to provoke this kind of incident. The article strongly criticizes Academy President Young Sung-hoon, accusing him of using the tower keys for selfish ends instead of humanity. The next day arrives. The group gathers in a large column training hall. The priestess is astonished that the Academy President actually taught Yoonjae how to use the fragment. She asks if this sparring match is meant as Yoonjae's welcome back party and calls the group unbelievable. Lois arrives, upset they emptied the training hall for just 2 fighters despite promising no special treatment. The robed leader calls out Lois's name as she reports she has cleared out the clan members as requested. Lois grumbles that there was not supposed to be special treatment, and questions why the hall was emptied for them, while Alvin insists it is not like that. Lois presses him, asking what he means. Alvin argues that if the 2 fighters are so exceptional, sparring in front of the clan would help everyone learn. He adds that if they are not as strong as Lois, the rest of the clan could be slaughtered in such a demonstration. Alvin solemnly states that if the 2 combatants fought the weaker members seriously, all those painstakingly recruited clan members would die. Lois is taken aback by this blunt assessment. Magical hexagonal barriers flare up as the priestess begins forming a protective field. She completes the barrier around the dueling area, announcing it is ready. Jinseok greets Jungyu after a long time, asking if he is prepared. Jungyu confidently replies that he has changed and is ready. He calls to Ramar and tells him to begin. Ramar answers from within, manifesting a demonic half-mask and power as Jungyu charges in. Jinseok, wreathed in purple energy and a glowing forehead sigil, acknowledges that Jungyu really has learned to control it. The 2 warriors rush at each other and clash. Their faces meet at close range, demonic grin against glowing sigil, as their blades cross. Their powers collide in a massive explosion inside the barrier. Energy bursts and intersecting slashes fill the air. Watching, the priestess remarks that despite the intensity, the 2 seem happy to be reunited in battle. She comments that they look glad to see each other as Jungyu pins Jinseok with his sword. Jungyu unleashes powerful sweeping attacks, darting around within the barrier. Jinseok narrowly avoids the red arcs, using afterimages and movement techniques. Jungyu continues attacking, but Jinseok calmly reads his assaults. Jinseok's own power surges, his forehead sigil glowing brighter as he moves. Jungyu realizes with alarm that Jinseok's speed has suddenly increased. Jungyu's spinning assault floods the arena with red slashes, repeatedly missing as Jinseok evades. Jungyu drives a thrust down onto an afterimage while Jinseok slips behind him, showing complete control. Frustrated, Jungyu yells that he cannot take it anymore. Tearing at his demon mask, he demands to know what kind of skill lets Jinseok dodge everything without fighting back. Jinseok chuckles and asks if it is really that annoying. He explains that the evasive technique is a skill he personally developed, while Jungyu begs to know what it is. Alvin suddenly manifests bright blue wings of power. Jinseok looks up in surprise as Alvin launches himself forward. Alvin dives like a missile toward the arena, blue wings blazing. Lois and the priestess react in alarm at Alvin's sudden intervention. Jungyu, still masked, is shocked by what he sees next. Alvin hurtles down into the arena with tremendous speed. He declares that this is the power he acquired during Yoonjae's absence. Alvin roars at Yoonjae, preparing to attack with his new strength. He slams into Yoonjae, crossing blades in a fierce exchange. Yoonjae, straining against Alvin's assault, asks why he is suddenly acting this way. Alvin admits that seeing how strong Yoonjae has become made him want to test himself against him. As their swords lock, Yoonjae realizes they have never actually had a serious match before. He points out that this is their first proper duel despite long knowing each other. Lois laments that such macho contests are starting again, while the priestess merely humps. Lois thinks to herself that Yoonjae seems strong, but facing Alvin, the strongest ranker, is another matter. Watching the battle unfold, Lois's skepticism begins to waver. Her eyes widen as she sees what is happening. A huge blue explosion erupts inside the barrier. Alvin repeatedly dives and clashes with Yoonjae, their powers colliding violently. Yoonjae counters with precise strikes, pushing Alvin back. Lois is stunned, admitting she thought Alvin was unquestionably the strongest. She cannot understand why Alvin and Yoonjae seem so evenly matched. The robed leader smiles quietly as he observes. Alvin also watches, realizing the depth of Yoonjae's abilities. One of Yoonjae's attacks pierces Alvin's defenses, landing solidly. Lois can barely believe the display, while the leader calmly says it is impressive. Lois, recognizing him, exclaims Arian's name in surprise. Bowing, she asks why he came, assuming he thinks they have been giving Yoonjae and Jungyu special treatment. Aryan gently tells Lois that she and the clan are strong, but he explains that the time Yoon-jae has endured is on a completely different scale from everyone else's. He calls an end to the duel, asking if knocking someone out would really make them feel better. Aryan then addresses Yoon-jae directly, saying they have to talk. He tells Alvin and Yoon-jae they have adequately gauged each other's strength. Alvin reluctantly agrees, while Yoon-jae wonders what Aryan is leading to. Aryan firmly tells them to stop fighting and asks if they plan to duel every time they meet. Jinseok steps forward, eager to show Aryan his own growth, prompting Aryan's exasperated remark. The priestess flares with fiery anger, ordering both would-be challengers to cut it out. Aryan sighs and wonders what to do with these battle-hungry comrades. He decides that, for now, Yoon-jae and Jungyu should follow him because he has something important to discuss. The group leaves the training hall together behind Aryan. Yoon-jae glances back as Alvin and the priestess bicker in the background. Alvin looks at her thoughtfully. She returns the look, slightly flustered. A romantic image shows Alvin and the priestess smiling together amid flowers. Yoon-jae silently registers the obvious development. Alvin tenderly cups the priestess's cheek, making their relationship plain. Embarrassed, Yoon-jae mutters that he just witnessed something he should not have. The priestess erupts in indignation at his comment, while Yoon-jae sheepishly asks if she heard. Later, Yoon-jae jokes that the couple have made their relationship obvious, confusing Jungyu. The priestess straightforwardly announces that she and Alvin are officially dating. Yoon-jae responds calmly that he understands, which surprises them. He adds that the only surprising part is that he assumed they were already together. She complains Alvin was frustratingly slow to act but declares they will continue dating even after returning to their original world. Yoon-jae says that is good and asks her to take care of Alvin, which she promises to do as Alvin protests about being treated like a pet. Yoon-jae reflects that this is right. Looking up, he resolves that for his family, for Jungyu, and for everyone in this world, he includes Lois and Alvin in that vow and determines that together they must absolutely make it back home. The priest notes that Jungyu has improved and that his former critical condition has completely disappeared. Curious, Yoon-jae asks what Jungyu did, and Jungyu modestly says he is simply on good terms with the demon sword Ramar. Yoon-jae reflects that Jungyu fought using a demon sword fragment, recognizing that its power seemed overwhelming and that Jungyu has been through a lot. Yoon-jae asks how the priest realized this, surprised that his actions were noticed. The priest explains he saw Yoon-jae subtly moving faster than Jungyu and Alvin and matching their attack rhythm. Jungyu excitedly adds that Yoon-jae looked like he was fighting from another dimension, and Yoon-jae laughs it off. The priest cuts in, saying he summoned Yoon-jae and Jungyu because he has a task for them. He explains that the city of Meloon has changed greatly during Yoon-jae's absence. Many clans have joined forces. To prepare for war against the angels, huge numbers of people have gathered. An academy was founded as a central place to rally and train these forces. However, the academy's people only know Yoon-jae as a ranker and do not know his true identity. The priest warns that among them are factions that distrust Yoon-jae and will try to hinder him. He therefore has a special request for Yoon-jae. Before fighting the angels, he wants Yoon-jae to understand and manage their own side. He instructs Yoon-jae and Jungyu to go to the academy, train there, and offer support. Outwardly they will be there as teachers, but that is only the official pretext. The priest tells Yoon-jae to handle the people who harbor suspicions about him. Specifically, he wants Yoon-jae to deal with those who doubt him. Yoon-jae and Jungyu arrive at the impressive academy, and recall that this is why they have come. Seeing the massive structure built in just 2 years, Yoon-jae is astonished while Jungyu just laughs. As they climb the stairs, Jungyu complains about the bothersome mission, guessing they are meant to get rid of someone named Young Sung-hoon. Yoon-jae repeats the name Young Sung-hoon, confirming the target. We learn Young Sung-hoon once led the Heavenswell clan, which now opposes the Tower clan in all things and waits for a chance to seize power. Jungyu wonders why anyone cares about power when the world is supposed to end in a year, and Yoon-jae agrees. Jungyu concludes that Aryan wants to show off Yoon-jae and crush Young Sung-hoon's pride, lamenting conflict between allies. Yoon-jae and Jungyu agree they already have enough to do preparing for war with the angels and grumble about internal strife. Inside the academy, someone sighs in exasperation. In the dean's office, an aide reports that they asked for more instructors for the academy. Young Sung-hoon, now identified as the former Heavenswell leader, reacts skeptically that Aryan sent only Kim Yoon-jae and Yoo Jungyu after 3 weeks. The aide recounts Yoonji's legend of defeating Jeffrey and the Demon King before vanishing for 2 years, and mentions rumors that Jungyu is a vicious demon sword wielder. Young Sung-hoon decides to exaggerate those rumors and instructs that the other instructors be informed. He orders everyone to give the new instructors a very rough welcome. The scene shifts back to the academy building under a clear sky. Yoon-jae and Jungyu approach and are stopped at the entrance by a huge blonde man. The blonde guard blocks their way and tells them to wait. He angrily scolds them for trying to enter before their identities have been confirmed. Jungyu remarks to Yoon-jae that the academy staff is hostile right from the start. The blonde man verifies that they are Kim Yoon-jae and Yoo Jungyu. Jungyu confirms their identities. The blonde man introduces himself as Jeo Woo-mong, the chief instructor who will be in charge of them. He says that even if one of them is the key, at best they should be rookies, and criticizes the nepotism that let them come in as senior training instructors. Jungyu whispers that Jeo's manner of speaking is intense, and Yoon-jae quietly agrees. Geo brusquely tells them to follow him, while Jungyu asks where they are going. Geo explains that as new instructors they must first greet the academy leader, and chides them for not knowing basic tower etiquette. Jungyu replies that this is their first time here and that they were not even briefed about the academy, prompting Geo to tersely call him a noisy loser. Offended, Jungyu shouts in disbelief at being called a loser. He grabs his sword in indignation, repeating the insult. Seething, Jungyu demands to know if Geo just called him a loser, while Yoon-jae nervously insists Geo meant him instead. Jungyu mutters that he wants to beat Geo up and curses him internally. Jungyu suddenly gets an idea, brightening. He asks Yoon-jae if they really intend to behave obediently here, and Yoon-jae admits they probably will not. Jungyu then offers to help by causing trouble, which alarms Yoon-jae. Jungyu openly says he plans to cause trouble from the start since they will clash with the leader anyway. Pointing at Yoon-jae, Jungyu notes that his friend is very good at provoking others, while Yoon-jae silently vows revenge on Geo. Watching their banter, Geo thinks to himself that the two seem to have bonded quickly, and Yoon-jae figures that such camaraderie may actually be convenient. Yoon-jae tells Jungyu he is leaving things to him, since they do not have much time and should finish this mission quickly, and Jungyu agrees enthusiastically. Jungyu thinks Yoon-jae has made the right decision and privately instructs him to say exactly what he wants, which Yoon-jae readily accepts. Jungyu taps Geo on the back to get his attention. Geo turns around, irritated, and demands to know what he wants. Jungyu politely asks how they chose their academy leader. Geo answers that leadership was decided purely by strength. Jungyu confirms that and then suggests that if he follows Geo now and kills their leader, he would become the new leader. With a menacing smile, Jungyu asks if killing the leader would make him their new chief. Geo explodes in outrage at Jungyu's outrageous suggestion. Jungyu points out that the academy people clearly dislike them too and proposes settling matters before anyone dies. Jungyu says he cannot kill everyone here, but he is sure he can stop Geo from walking away intact. His eyes glowing red, Jungyu confidently asserts he can at least leave Geo in pieces. Watching from the side, Yoon-jae notes how smooth Jungyu is at turning words to his advantage. Jungyu smirks, clearly ready for a fight. Geo is stunned by Jungyu's attitude. His jaw clenches in frustration. Geo warns Jungyu not to think he can do anything just by acting cocky. Geo points out their dormitory down the hall and tells them to find it themselves. Jungyu cheerfully thanks him and says they will make good use of the rooms. Jungyu excitedly urges Yoon-jae to hurry to their new dorm, and Yoon-jae agrees. As the two walk away, Geo watches them leave. He grumbles that the situation has become troublesome and decides they will need a safer approach. The dormitory door opens. The interior is revealed to be a luxurious, well-appointed room. Jungyu marvels at how nice the dorm is, and Yoon-jae notes that the academy must be very wealthy. Jungyu runs deeper into the room in excitement. He gleefully dives toward the bed. A staff member arrives with Yoon-jae and informs them that the senior instructors have been summoned to assemble. Jungyu complains that they have not even rested properly yet. The staff member dismisses his complaint, saying it is their problem and reminding them they are instructors. Yoon-jae tries to negotiate for a minute to catch up, but the man insists they must come immediately. Yoon-jae, surprised, asks where they are being taken. They are brought to a large hall packed with people to witness a demonstration by the senior instructors. Yoon-jae and Jungyu are impressed that such a grand place exists within the academy. The aide presents Yoon-jae and Jungyu to Sir Luxlick, the official in charge. Luxlick curtly tells them they are late. He asks if they are the new tower newcomers. Luxlick rises, assessing them in silence. Yoon-jae greets him politely, but Luxlick interrupts to criticize the tower clan for being slow. He adds that they should have come as soon as he summoned them. Yoon-jae says they did come right away, but Luxlick insists they should have anticipated the schedule and been present beforehand as proper instructors. Luxlick bluntly tells them they are not up to standard. Yoon-jae and Jungyu glance at each other in shared amusement. Both struggle to hold back laughter, then burst out laughing together. Their laughing echoing through the hall, they mock the criticism. Luxlick, baffled and annoyed, asks if they have lost their minds and demands to know what is so funny. Jungyu tells Yoon-jae that Luxlick thinks they are lacking, and they jokingly agree that they must train harder. Luxlick, enraged, shouts if they are mocking him. Yoon-jae casually admits that they are, at least a little. Luxlick grabs Yoon-jae by the collar in anger. He demands Yoon-jae repeat what he just said. Yoon-jae calmly loosens the man's grip, saying okay. He leans in and asks Luxlick to explain why he called them there, reminding him that they need to know the reason if they are to help. Luxlick silently vows to break Yoon-jae's arrogance. He explains that the matter concerns the instructor's practical demonstration. Luxlick notes that while the senior instructors are strong compared to ordinary people, they are still weaker than rankers. He says the demonstration is to show others what a true powerhouse is like, something the instructors must exhibit themselves. Jungyu points out that the instructors must have been trained long before they arrived, and Yoon-jae asks why this demonstration is only being held now. Luxlick dodges the question, saying he will answer another time, while Jungyu mutters that their intent to beat the two of them is obvious. Luxlick announces that the demonstration will begin by splitting the instructors into two sides to spar, then calls out Kim Yoon-jae and Yoo Jungyu. Jungyu volunteers that he and Yoon-jae will be on one team and everyone else can form the other. The onlookers whisper in surprise that two people will face so many senior instructors alone and express curiosity about the key and his companion. Luxlick, suspicious, asks what they are planning, and Jungyu replies that since Luxlick is testing them anyway, they might as well go along. Yoonjae agrees to Jungyu's plan, and Luxlick thinks Yoonjae is enjoying provoking him. Jungyu says that since the demonstration is about showing what a real powerhouse is, they will show it themselves because the others cannot. Luxlick wonders if Jungyu truly intends a head-on fight and decides they will also field two people. He calls on Marin and Leon to step forward so they can test Yoonjae and Jungyu against two senior instructors. Jungyu smirks, saying that if two opponents are all they have, he will try his best as well. Luxlick warns that Jungyu must indeed give his best effort if he does not want to be disgraced. Jungyu, eyes glowing, vows instead to try his best not to kill his opponents. Luxlick powers up, aura flaring as he watches. The crowd gathers around the sparring floor as Yoonjae, Jungyu, and the two chosen instructors take their positions. Observers wonder if Jungyu is really going to fight in such a reckless way and how he intends to fight when he said he might kill them. Marin and Leon ready their swords opposite Jungyu. Jungyu steps forward confidently, with Yoonjae watching from behind. Yoonjae offers to help, suggesting they could finish faster together, but Jungyu insists on doing it alone. Jungyu plants his sword, reminding Yoonjae of the wild rumors about him circulating lately. As dark energy gathers around his blade, Jungyu lists the nicknames he has been given, such as the Key's lackey and Aryant's lapdog, and the psychopath with the demon's sword. He thinks this is the perfect chance to prove to everyone that he is a true fighter in his own right. The fight begins as Jungyu faces the charging instructors head-on. The demon's sword urges him to show its power to those who look down on him, and his weapon ignites with red energy. Jungyu grins fiercely, accepting the sword's challenge. He rushes forward, declaring that of course he will fight, meeting both opponents at once. With a single blazing slash, Jungyu cuts through both senior instructors in an instant. One instructor reels in shock, barely understanding what happened. The other convulses in pain, blood spraying from the strike. The crowd stares as both men collapse while Jungyu stands calmly with his back turned. Smiling, Jungyu asks if anyone else wants to step up, boasting that he could take down around 20 more people alone. The watching instructors exclaim in disbelief that he felled two senior instructors at once. Luxlick grits his teeth in frustration. Another instructor with red eyes volunteers to fight next. Luxlick gives him permission and thinks that the previous two were the weakest, so the test is just beginning. The new opponent addresses Jungyu directly, saying he has heard much about him. This opponent, wielding his own demonic sword Ramar, comments that such a blood-drinking weapon might be excessive for Jungyu to use, challenging him with a sinister smile. The long-haired swordsman asks to keep the demonic sword Ramar if he wins. The red-haired fighter casually agrees to the condition. He then dashes forward with extreme speed. The long-haired man is caught off guard as an attack appears before him. The redhead slams him brutally into the ground. Glaring, the redhead taunts that his demand only matters if the other can actually win. The long-haired man's head crashes into the floor from the blow. The redhead stands over his defeated opponent with sword drawn. A bespectacled instructor is shocked that this redhead beat 3 high-ranking instructors without even drawing his sword. The redhead suggests all 20 instructors fight him at once so students will not think they are weak. The head instructor agrees and orders everyone else to attack together. Other instructors are told they may even kill Jungyu if necessary. The redhead reacts cheerfully to this lethal permission. He rushes the group, saying this makes fighting easier. Both sides charge at each other with swords raised. The redhead cuts one instructor while moving past. He punches another opponent in the face. Instructors surround him from all directions. He unleashes a massive sword arc that blasts them back. The sweeping attack continues, mowing through multiple instructors. The head instructor realizes Jungyu is far stronger than reports suggested. He decides he must personally intervene or something bad will happen. Fearing his superior Young Sunghoon, he feels he cannot afford to fail. Elsewhere, another instructor watches the chaos, yawning. Seeing this man relaxed, the head instructor shouts that his guard is down, and now is the time to strike. He orders everyone to finish the yawning man in a single attack. The yawning man, surprised, asks if it is finally his turn. Time shifts to a quiet scene with sunlight through curtains, signaling a later moment. In another location, a robed man questions whether sending Kim Yoon-jae and Jungyu into an enemy-filled academy will change anything. The blonde leader replies that besides top fighters Alvin or Jinseok, no one can touch those two, and he even gave them a backup item. The robed man argues that the academy people have likely been unknowingly brainwashed by Young Sunghoon, so stirring trouble might backfire. The blonde explains he sent them precisely so everyone could witness Yoonji's true strength before things collapse. He adds that in the long run there are many ways to gain the academy's trust, but he notes the current situation has changed dramatically as a huge impact rocks the area. Over scenes of battle, he narrates that people must quickly unite under a shared goal, willing to risk their lives, while judging if a leader is worth following. He continues that they will question whether that leader is trustworthy, and such doubts are natural. When that happens, he says, earning trust by goodwill alone is less effective. Instead, showing overwhelming strength can gain more trust, as onlookers watch in awe. Back at the academy, the yawning man flings instructors aside with a single burst. The head instructor, stunned on the floor, mutters that this is impossible. The yawning man calmly suggests they stop testing each other. He proposes they end the demonstration now. The head instructor silently processes what he has just witnessed. He accepts the offered hand and admits he has learned much from the two fighters. Elsewhere, an angry superior overturns a go board, cursing a subordinate as stupid. He rages that despite having more than 20 people, they lost without even putting up a proper fight. He shouts at the subordinate to get out. The humbled head instructor explains that the two were so strong their swords could not even touch them. The superior cuts him off, demanding results and ordering that the two be killed or nearly killed next time. Another man timidly asks if they really have to expel Kim Yoo-jae and Yoo Jung-gyu when they are so strong and perhaps trustworthy. The superior calls him stupid and slams the ghost stones again. A hooded man intervenes, politely asking the president to calm down. The hooded strategist says he has an idea and proposes another method. He hints that if strength will not win, they should use a different approach. He whispers the plan into the president's ear. The president, intrigued by mention of a demon sword, agrees that such a plan will work. He orders the head instructor to summon Jio Wumong immediately. Night falls over the academy grounds. Jung-gyu sleeps soundly in his bed, oblivious. Yoon-jae is out running through the campus at night, breathing hard. He pauses, sensing something unusual. He notices figures radiating mana while conspiring in a dark corner. Yoon-jae hides behind a wall to secretly observe them. His eyes widen as he overhears something shocking. Alarmed, he presses against the wall and listens to the group nearby. He realizes with anger that they are planning something extreme. The moon shines above the academy, marking the late hour. Jung-gyu continues snoring peacefully. A close-up shows him drooling as he sleeps. A hooded mage appears in Jung-gyu's room, sprinkling glowing powder over him. The mage senses something, turning sharply. Yoon-jae opens the door to the room. Jung-gyu wakes groggily and asks where Yoon-jae went so late at night. Curtains flutter at the open window, hinting at the intruder's escape. Yoon-jae claims he just went for a walk and tells Jung-gyu to go back to sleep. Jung-gyu cheerfully agrees and immediately falls back asleep. Yoon-jae wonders anxiously what President Yoon Sung-hoon is plotting. The next day dawns over the academy. Students resume sword practice in the hall. Yoon-jae and Jung-gyu supervise the training. Jung-gyu, holding teaching notes, worries that he has no idea what simple lesson to teach. Yoon-jae agrees that the situation is troublesome. Jung-gyu asks what Yoon-jae is thinking so hard about, but Yoon-jae brushes it off. Yoon-jae asks Jung-gyu if he is angry, and Jung-gyu replies by asking how he could tell. Jung-gyu says he knows Yoon-jae too well from years together to miss his mood, despite 2 years apart. Yoon-jae then calls Jung-gyu's name. He tells Jung-gyu that it looks like they will have to fight again. The opposing instructors enter the hall led by the enraged president. Jung-gyu uneasily agrees to face them. Everyone bows as the president's group approaches Yoon-jae and Jung-gyu. The president strides in arrogantly among the bowing instructors. Yoon-jae and Jung-gyu stand their ground before him. The president coldly asks if Jung-gyu is Yoo Jung-gyu. Jung-gyu starts to confirm his identity. Yoon-jae immediately intercepts the president's sudden strike. Yoon-jae tells him to explain what is happening. The president angrily asks if Yoon-jae knows what Jung-gyu supposedly did the previous night. He steps closer, pressing the accusation. Muttering about Aryan's schemes, he says he anticipated this outcome. He hands Jung-gyu a document or photo to look at. The document accuses Jung-gyu of wielding a demonic sword that makes him go berserk, claiming that is what happened during the demonstration. Jung-gyu protests that Yoon-jae is simply that skilled, but the president responds by showing more evidence. The new photo, taken with a magic-sensing camera, shows blood-based magic swirling over Jung-gyu's sleeping body. Yoon-jae studies this image in silence. He calmly replies with a dismissive "and?" to the accusation. The president narrows his eyes, frustrated. Yoon-jae stares back just as intensely. Another instructor insists the picture proves Jung-gyu killed their students during the night. Students watching from afar whisper in shock that an instructor may have murdered academy members. The president says he does not know if Jung-gyu went mad or was following Aryan's orders, and demands the truth. His blonde ally looks on, ready to support the accusation. The president declares that regardless of the answer, Jung-gyu must pay for the deaths. Outside, blood stains mark the place where the victims fell as someone asks if this is the crime scene. Standing over the blood, the president demands confirmation from locals whether Jung-gyu is the killer. Terrified witnesses point at Jung-gyu and accuse him as the murderer. Jung-gyu realizes the enemy has prepared their case thoroughly. The president asks Yoon-jae if he still intends to deny everything when there are witnesses. The blonde fighter says they even brought Jung-gyu to a secluded place to be considerate. Yoon-jae walks forward, proposing they have a proper conversation. The president scoffs that there is nothing left to discuss now that the events already happened. Jung-gyu draws his blade and states that conversation will not be with the president. He activates Ramar's power, surrounding himself in a massive blood-red aura that shocks everyone. The president and witnesses gape at this terrifying manifestation. Within the aura, Ramar speaks, announcing it is conversing directly with them. The onlookers panic as Ramar's presence overwhelms them. The president begins to choke in the oppressive energy. Other instructors, including the blonde ally, gasp in fear and confusion. Ramar's monstrous face looms, greeting them. The demon fully emerges behind Jung-gyu, towering over the crowd. Looming close, Ramar confronts the accusers. Ramar repeats their claim that Jung-gyu killed their members, pressing the president. The president is lifted and bound by blood energy, struggling in midair. Ramar mocks him for thinking it would target worthless people like them. It derides the group as trash barely worth eating while two instructors clutch their throats. The demon muses that maybe it should simply kill and devour everyone present. Jungyu calmly tells Ramar to stop. Ramar begrudgingly agrees to relent this one time. The blood energy withdraws back into Jungyu's sword. The president and his allies fall to their knees, coughing and bleeding. The president glares up, still cursing Jungyu. Jungyu says even if he had done it, the story does not add up. He points out that if Ramar had truly gone berserk, the entire academy would have been attacked, not just a few students. He urges them to be honest, accusing them of killing the students themselves just to frame him. The blonde ally falters, unable to reply. Jungyu warns that if they will not admit the truth, he will show them what his real rampage looks like. Faced with this threat, the blonde man is ordered to decide how to proceed. Instead of confessing, the blonde fighter roars and charges Jungyu with his sword. Yunji's hand ignites with purple power. He intercepts the blonde attacker with a powerful palm strike. Yunji stops Jungyu, saying that is enough and that acting on emotion will not solve anything. The red-haired knight insists there is another solution. Someone reaches for a device on their belt. Holding a blue orb, the man asks everyone to pay attention. He projects the orb's contents onto a large screen before the gathered people. The screen begins to play with static interference. In a past recording, the robed leader apologizes for summoning the knight before departure and says he has something to give him. The knight asks why, and the leader answers it is a precaution. The knight warns that Young Sung-hoon will likely use both him and Jungyu for a scheme. The leader urges him never to lower his guard and the knight agrees, planning to warn Jungyu. The leader stops him, telling him not to inform Jungyu. The knight questions his distrust of Jungyu, noting Jungyu's control over Ramar. The leader replies that their enemies do not know that, and will instead exploit Jungyu being a demonic sword user. He explains rumors they spread about the unstable wielder of Ramar and tells the knight to use nightly walks to investigate their activities. Asked why he is so wary of Young Sung-hoon, the leader calls him cowardly, and starts to add another reason. The recording glitches as the leader continues speaking. He concludes that this is all the knight needs to know about Young Sung-hoon. The screen flashes to transition scenes. Back in the present, Young Sung-hoon scoffs that Aryan's inferiority means nothing, and the knight says the truth will be clear after watching the video. The orb is activated to play the next segment. The projection shows an upside-down, blood-stained Young Sung-hoon. The crowd silently watches this incriminating image on the large screen. Aryan bursts into laughter at the awkward upside-down shot while the knight sweats in embarrassment. The operator sheepishly explains the mistake as his first time using the item. The recording continues with Young Sung-hoon fumbling with the device like he is live streaming, while others joke about subscribing and someone off-screen tells them to shut up. The scene shifts to the past where Young Sung-hoon meets a group of students in a forest clearing. He confirms they are the academy's lowest-scoring students. He then blames their instructors for failing to train them properly. Young Sung-hoon scolds one student for misbehaving during a serious time but notes that because of it, he reveals his true intent, planning to use them to eliminate two Tower Clan members and manipulates them with the prospect of avoiding expulsion. When a student anxiously asks if they will be spared, Young Sung-hoon ominously replies of course. He assures them none of them will be expelled while drawing his weapon. He massacres them, vowing they will die as academy students. One bloodied hand falls lifelessly to the ground. Standing among the corpses, Young Sung-hoon remarks that the bloodshed is sufficient, and plans to frame Yu Jungyu for it. He says all that remains is to fabricate conclusive evidence, forcing a wounded survivor to bleed into a flask. Young Sung-hoon holds up the blood-filled flask, asking if the injured man can do his part. He then shows the flask to other terrified survivors, silently coercing them. One panicked student agrees to take responsibility for creating the false evidence. Young Sung-hoon praises his obedience. Back in the present, the knight finishes the explanation of what happened. An instructor demands to know what Young Sung-hoon has done. He condemns Young Sung-hoon for slaughtering their own students even if they were Tower Clan enemies. Another official tells him to be quiet and questions whether they should believe Young Sung-hoon's words. A masked man appears, confirming the device is Baekjeon's invention that manipulates memories to fabricate lies, marveling at its power. Onlookers murmur that Baekjeon survived the angel battle and suspect some deeper plot. Young Sung-hoon, realizing words are useless, orders everyone to attack. His hulking subordinate eagerly charges the knight and Aryan. The knight laments that things still ended in a fight. Jungyu begins to draw his sword as someone cautions him to stay calm. Young Sung-hoon insists on personally settling matters with the knight. Aryan agrees to let the knight handle the leader and prepares to deal with the underlings. The big subordinate targets Aryan, calling him the subordinate. Aryan meets his charge and clashes blades with him. Their duel intensifies, swords colliding repeatedly. Aryan presses the offensive with powerful, rapid strikes. One of Aryan's blows knocks the big man back. He follows up, slamming his sword against the man's guard. The big subordinate strains under the force, barely blocking. Aryan continues to overpower him, driving him backward. Other academy men rush in to restrain the staggering subordinate. The knight coldly orders everyone to move. He warns that unless they back off, they will all die as he stands wreathed in ominous energy. The surrounding students start hesitantly advancing, conflicted. Young Sung-hoon shouts at them to attack when the knight's guard is down. The big subordinate glares at his own side, furious at their cowardice. Aryan raises his sword high for a decisive blow. He brings the sword down with full force. The impact creates a shockwave of energy. Meanwhile, the knight dashes through warp space, calling Young Sung-hoon's spatial skill unimpressive. He says he had been unsure, but recognizing the skill confirmed his suspicions. Young Sung-hoon reacts in surprise as the knight explains he knows this power well from previous battles. Eyes glowing, the knight declares he can sense angelic magic radiating from Young Sung-hoon. Young Sung-hoon is stunned that his connection to the angels was exposed. Realizing the danger, he curses and tries to flee. He uses his space warping movement to retreat. The knight pursues, teleporting or dashing through space after him. He lands from the spatial leap, ready to strike. He rockets forward again, intent on finishing it. Young Sung-hoon desperately unleashes another deadly spatial attack while screaming for the knight's death. The knight blitzes through the barrage, slicing apart the conjured black spikes. Young Sung-hoon's eyes widen in disbelief as the knight closes in. The knight crashes down on him with a powerful overhead strike. Young Sung-hoon staggers, surrounded by crackling red energy, as he struggles to respond. One of his hands is gashed, his magic faltering. He counters with a wild punch infused with the last of his power. Panicking, he wonders how the knight can effortlessly read every move. Young Sung-hoon again fires a volley of spikes while yelling for the knight to die. He screams the same demand, hurling even more power. He turns to run as the knight evades with blinding speed. The knight instantly appears behind him, winding up for a finishing slash. Young Sung-hoon is struck, blood spraying as he collapses. The knight addresses the remaining enemies, ordering them to choose between dying like their leader or surrendering. Blood drips from his blade, intimidating the onlookers. Their swords clatter to the ground as they surrender. The subdued men insist they only obeyed Young Sung-hoon's oppressive demands and never wanted this. Blood pools on the stones around Young Sung-hoon's lifeless feet. The knight and Aryan stand over the kneeling captives. Internally, the knight bitterly thinks of course they did not want this. An instructor stammers, asking if Young Sung-hoon was truly serving the angels. The knight confirms it. The instructor then asks what they should do now. The knight replies that their side will send someone soon and asks them to wait. The instructor begins to speak in gratitude. He bows deeply, thanking and apologizing to the knight. He confesses he failed as an instructor, letting students be sacrificed without acting. The knight remains silent but thinks at least one person here still has a conscience. The instructor says the past is over and he will reflect on his mistakes. Later, the knight and Aryan depart as others remain kneeling in the courtyard. A few days pass and the scene shifts to another grand building. The robed leader cheerfully welcomes the knight back, praising his achievement. The knight explains they already sent someone to replace the fallen instructors so classes can continue. The leader adds that Baek Cheon is out investigating which human the angels contacted and promises to report back. The knight asks if the leader already knew the truth. Jungyu clarifies he means the events from before. The knight recalls the leader earlier calling Young Sung-hoon cowardly and hinting at more. He remembers the leader preparing the recording device. He replays the moment the leader leaned in to deliver his final warning. He recalls the leader's words that all he needed to know was Young Sung-hoon's name. The memory of the leader pressing the orb's button resurfaces. He remembers the leader telling him Young Sung-hoon might be working with the angels. The leader had admitted they were not yet certain and therefore waited for the knight to move. Now, in the present, the leader admits he did say that. The knight asks if the leader anticipated everything that happened. The leader says he only foresaw a fight, prompting the knight to shout whether he knew innocent people would die. The leader stays silent, holding his drink. He sets the bottle down, acknowledging the weight of the question. He apologizes, saying he merely expected an ambush against the knight. He adds that he did not realize others would be dragged in and apologizes again. The knight forces out that it is fine. Later, he sits alone on a couch, clearly burdened. He berates himself for acting self-righteous when he is no better. He admits he cannot save everyone. The leader watches him and says he too feels confused at times. The knight wonders aloud if he can truly set things right. The leader recounts a dragon's words that his new power lets him see only seconds ahead. In flashback, the dragon had warned there are moments when even foreknowledge cannot change the future. The knight remembers the dragon asking whether altering the future could ever restore the past. Aryan yells at him to stop such weak talk. Aryan tells him to focus solely on the person he most wants to reach in the past. The knight is reminded he is not a world savior, only someone trying to fulfill his own wish. Aryan asks him to pursue his goal for his own sake, promising that they will stand by him. The leader admits they placed too heavy a burden on him. He vows that from now on they will share that load and work to protect innocence from false blame. The knight smiles faintly at their support. He thanks Jungyu, Aryan, and everyone else for standing with him. Concluding they still have 1 year, the leader confirms and the knight accepts. The knight states he will go visit Jinseok. The leader asks why he wants to see Kim Jinseok. The knight answers that if they wait a year, he declares that by then it will be too late, implying urgent action is needed now. In a peaceful forest, the stage is set for an important duel. 2 armored swordsmen face each other in a forest clearing, preparing to fight. The long-haired man agrees to a duel that will continue until one of them collapses. The younger man confirms that he indeed wants such an all-out fight. The older fighter notes the younger one has changed after returning from the academy. The younger man says he now wants to prevent innocent people from suffering. The older man asks why that conviction requires a fight, and the younger replies he must confirm something. The younger man thinks that if he defeats the strongest human, he might be able to carry out his plan. He wonders whether victory will truly allow his plan to proceed. Hearing this, the older man reacts with intrigued amusement. He grips his sword and agrees to begin the duel in earnest. He charges forward at high speed, inviting the younger man to bring it on. At the academy courtyard, many students train with swords. Among them, the protagonist spars intensely with other trainees. A blonde instructor corrects his student's sword form during practice. That instructor suddenly senses something unusual and reacts in shock. He wonders about the strange feeling washing over the training ground. Other instructors also sense the abnormal aura and look up in surprise. A red-haired instructor is likewise startled by the disturbance. A female instructor also notices that something intense is happening. One instructor comments that two humans are fighting each other with surprising intensity. Two armored comrades decide they should go investigate the source of the commotion. Sword auras lash across the academy walls as the distant clash escalates. Their blades collide with explosive force, producing blinding flashes. In the forest, the two duelists trade powerful, high-speed blows. Their swords meet in the center, generating a shockwave over the clearing. The younger man dodges a massive vertical slash that carves through the air. Their clash shatters the ground into a cratered pattern beneath them. The older swordsman steadies himself, readying another attack. The younger man gathers power, his sword leaving a glowing arc. A mysterious red-eyed ability activates on the younger man as he raises his sword. The older fighter smiles faintly, recognizing his opponent's resolve. He releases his own overwhelming turquoise aura, eyes glowing as his power surges. Their unleashed attacks send energy shooting into the sky above the mountains. The combined power explodes outward, creating a towering blast over the forest. The two warriors cross swords midair, colliding in a cross-shaped clash. They continue exchanging fierce blows at close range. The older man snarls with effort, eyes blazing as he swings. The younger man's red glowing eyes show he is fighting with equal ferocity. Their figures are swallowed in a white void as the final strikes approach. Another massive explosion erupts across the landscape. The instructors race toward the forest, buffeted by the resulting shockwaves. On arrival, they question whether this level of destruction is really just sparring. One remarks that more importantly, the fight is so even that the outcome is uncertain. The blonde instructor explains that this duel is meant to decide who is truly the strongest. As the duel continues, the observers watch the escalating exchange of blue energy. One onlooker wonders aloud if the two really need to push things to such extremes. The blonde instructor assumes the duelists must have their reasons for fighting so seriously. One fighter's foot cracks the ground as the final phase begins. The narration notes that from the moment they drew their swords, the atmosphere transformed. Their movements become perfectly intertwined as they exchange blows. The younger man's blade narrowly schemes past his opponent's boot. His red-eyed power allows him to glimpse the future as he charges. The older man's own ability lets him perceive sword trajectories with extreme precision. Even the slightest motions between them produce deadly exchanges. Their duel extends beyond one or two moves, into tens and even hundreds. Eventually both are hurled back from a high-speed clash. They slam into the ground in a violent impact. The two are then flung apart again by another shockwave. Dust and light erupt as the latest collision detonates. Narration explains both men are wagering everything they have in this fight. The older man hurtles toward his opponent, still pressing the attack. The narration says they will continue until one of them gains absolute victory. That victory is described as an unquestionable, decisive win between the two. The narration declares that the winner of this duel has finally been chosen. It emphasizes again that the outcome between the two has at last been decided. In the cratered ground, the younger man lands kneeling, sword stuck in the earth. The older fighter staggers as the exhausted younger man stands behind him. Seen from above, the older man lies unconscious amid spiderweb cracks while the younger remains barely standing. Gasping for breath, the younger swordsman struggles to stay upright. The fallen older man tries to speak despite his injuries. Lying on his back, he admits with a laugh that he has lost. The younger victor kneels nearby, and his opponent compliments the final blow. Their comrades arrive and react in stunned silence at the result. They exclaim in disbelief that the famed Jinseok has actually been defeated. The blonde instructor accepts the outcome and muses aloud about this surprising result. The red-haired man jokingly asks if he can eat Yoonjae, then is told not to target him. He sheepishly adds that he is not confident he could beat Yoonjae anyway and will let him go. The battlefield quiets, showing the victor kneeling and the loser still on the ground. From high above, the enormous crater reveals how destructive their duel was. Yoonjae exhales in relief, clearly exhausted. Collapsing onto the ground, he remarks that he is extremely tired. The others walk into the crater, and someone comments that this must be the power of a key. Another corrects him, saying the power displayed is truly Yoonji's own. Teasingly, the blonde instructor whispers that Jinseok is only saying that because he lost, provoking Jinseok's annoyed retort. The white-haired mage scolds the noisy group and is asked when he arrived. The mage tells the collapsed Yoonjae not to move, explaining that his injuries are severe despite the victory. He offers Yoonjae a potion and tells him to drink it first. As Yoonjae questions what it is, he sees the liquid being poured. Instead of letting him drink, the mage dumps the glowing potion onto Yoonjae's face, to another's alarm. When scolded, the mage hushes the others, saying it is a special elixir from the White Tower. Bathed in healing light, Yoonjae is told to rest. His eyes slowly close as he drifts into sleep. Later, the mage explains that Yoonjae came straight from a mission to the academy. He adds that Yoonjae then fought Jinseok immediately, without even getting a proper night's sleep. As Yoonjae rests in bed, Jinseok guesses he must be planning something big. Jinseok says that before that happens they should let him rest, since Yoonjae excels at everything except taking breaks. Half asleep, Yoonjae mutters that he cannot rest. In his thoughts he insists he cannot rest, because he must act for Eunkyung and Mina. That inner declaration jolts some presence, which questions who those people are. Yoonjae finds himself in an old memory, arriving home in a shirt and tie. His wife greets him in the kitchen, commenting that he looks very tired and asking if he is okay. He hesitates, unable to answer immediately. She begins to explain the reason for her concern. She suddenly scolds him energetically, saying he should exercise regularly. She continues lecturing him to live life with a clear plan. Yoonjae smiles as he recalls her telling him to reduce work dinners. He also remembers her insisting he maintain a proper sleep schedule. In the memory, she wonders why he is laughing while stressing that his health is serious, as their daughter calls out to him. Hearing Mina's voice, he turns with a joyful expression. He remembers bending down to embrace his little daughter. Mina happily rushes to him, shouting that her daddy is home. In the memory, he tells Mina he has a present for her. Back then, he asked curiously what present she meant. His wife brought out a neatly wrapped box for him. He accepted the package in silence, unsure what to expect. Opening it, he found what appeared to be a plain diary inside. His hand trembles slightly as he lifts the gift. He holds the diary, realizing its significance. Overwhelmed, he drops to his knees. Clutching the diary, he cries out for Eunkyung and Mina. He embraces his wife and daughter in his mind, telling them he missed them both terribly. Morning light pours through an open window, returning to the present. Sunlight falls across Yoonji's closed eyes as he lies in bed. He wakes abruptly, a folded note stuck to his forehead. Unfolding the paper, he reads that the mage forced him to rest for several days and that he may move again now. Smiling, Yoonjae thanks everyone for making him take that rest. He sits alone on the bed in the quiet room, sunlight and motes of dust around him. He reaches for the golden diary resting on the bedside table. Holding it, he silently reflects on it. He flips through its blank pages, preparing to read and write. He reads the first entry describing how he received the diary from Eunkyung and grudgingly began using it under her watchful eye. Another memory surfaces of Eunkyung catching him reading and calling his name. She laughs and chides him for peeking into someone else's diary. Back in the present, Yoonjae smiles softly at the memory. He regrets having shown any displeasure about the diary when he first received it. He reads an entry about a long-awaited date with Eunkyung while Mina was away on a field trip. Another entry recounts how he and Mina prepared a surprise birthday party for Eunkyung. He remembers waiting at the door with Mina, ready for Eunkyung to arrive. When she came home, they shouted surprise, startling her. He and Mina, wearing party hats and holding a cake, joyfully wish Eunkyung a happy birthday. The diary notes that seeing Eunkyung happy made him happy as well. A later entry dated April 3rd appears. In that entry he writes that he misses Eunkyung and Mina terribly. Another entry dated July 11th describes his efforts to resume normal life, even watching TV shows he did not like. He recalls forcing himself to laugh along with the shows from time to time. Believing Eunkyung might be watching him, he resolved to stop wallowing in depression. Yet he admits in the diary that he still misses her deeply. More diary pages follow, filled with lines that continue his private reflections. Back in the present, Yoonjae flips another empty page, ready to keep writing. The young man suddenly reacts in shock. He reads his own confession that he once fled. He recalls that all his comrades died, and he alone survived. Exhausted and running, he gasps for breath. He narrates that he is hiding in the Angel's Land. He thinks that obtaining a certain fragment here could reverse his desperate situation. Dark winged shapes gather ominously in the sky. He remembers being discovered while searching for that fragment, and not knowing its location. He endures hunger and fatigue, sustained by the hope of seeing Eunkyung. After a long fugitive life, he wonders if he should finally give up. He questions what he truly wants from this world. Time passes until he can no longer clearly remember the voices of Eunkyung and Mina. Worn and bloodied, he wonders when this endless fight will finish. In the present, he closes the diary he has been reading. Resolving himself, he vows not to fail this time. Someone knocks, and he allows them to enter. He steps into a room where the others have gathered and greet him. Several important allies wait for him inside. Confused, he asks why everyone has assembled. The healer explains he timed the medicine so they could all question him upon waking. He thanks the healer, saying the rest did him good, and is told it was nothing. The healer prompts him to share what he wants to say. He agrees and begins explaining about the recent test match. One ally notes that he and his opponent had different motives in that fight. They ask him directly why he fought. He answers that he wanted to measure his own potential. Another asks what kind of potential he means. He hesitates, preparing to reveal his true goal. He declares that within 3 years he wants to act. He states plainly that he intends to attack the angels first. He asserts that if they strike first, victory will be theirs. A few days later, preparations continue at their base. He and a comrade sit in their room, one reading while the other dresses. The comrade hums cheerfully as he gets ready. The reader asks if he is not worried about the coming operation. Smiling, the comrade says he trusts him completely, so he feels no fear. The protagonist notes the task will be difficult. Gripping his sword, the comrade says they must face this challenge eventually. As he heads out, he admits he is scared too. He recalls the protagonist's own words that worrying changes nothing. He announces he will go ahead first, leaving the room. The protagonist repeats to himself that worrying will not alter anything. He focuses on the diary again. He promises Eunkyung and Mina that he will definitely see them again. The party assembles outside the gate for departure. Their leaders remind him that his life is more important than retrieving a fragment. He smiles confidently in response. Shaking hands, he promises they will all return alive. The leaders say they have done everything possible and urge them to come back victorious. A friend smirks proudly, calling him his comrade. The healer jokes that when he returns he should look lively, not half dead. Another ally reacts stiffly to the healer's teasing. The healer playfully initiates rock paper scissors with him. Laughing, the healer says he was only joking and wishes them good luck. Their commander formally sends the soldiers off. The group answers enthusiastically and sets out. The protagonist leads his party through the gate, calling them to move. Their sudden assault slices through an unsuspecting angel. An angel is brutally cut down, blood spraying. Other angels scream in shock, calling out to Lord Metatron and asking why this happened. Metatron warns an angel that standing behind him will be treated as rebellion and suspects his own followers might be human puppets. The wounded angel protests that Metatron himself ordered him out of sight earlier. Metatron rages at being contradicted and labels that too as rebellion. He slashes the angel's throat without mercy. The angel collapses in a spray of blood while others look on. Another angel watches Metatron walk away, shaken by his cruelty. He clenching his teeth, unable to speak. Later, Michael walks alone down a corridor, troubled. He reflects that since the Heavenly King met the mysterious key, he has begun killing angels freely. Hearing rumors of another death, other angels whisper anxiously nearby. They hush each other when Michael approaches and address him respectfully. Michael forces a calm response, telling them they are working hard. Someone taps his shoulder, startling him. Gabriel greets him after a long time and asks if he is headed to the chapel. Walking together, Gabriel comments that the Heavenly King has been acting strangely and anxiously. Michael silently broods over this. He asks Gabriel if he also sensed a disturbance perhaps coming from the middle world. Gabriel admits there are many rumors and Michael asks what he means. Gabriel explains that stories of distrust and sin have spread, saying the Heavenly King has changed and no longer cares for the angels. He then implies that angels spreading such rumors might be targeted. A flashback shows the enraged Heavenly King asking if he should exterminate all dissenting angels. He tells Michael he assumes Michael only wants to protect angels, acknowledging his intentions. Michael listens as the Heavenly King claims to understand his motive, but the Heavenly King insists Michael must purge any trace of distrust among angels. He threatens to tear Michael's limbs apart and cast them where Satan lies if Michael ever doubts him. Michael senses that even Gabriel now exudes murderous intent. Gabriel lectures that the Heavenly King is like heaven itself and the very reason for their existence. The Heavenly King considers criticism from angels to be an unforgivable insult. Gabriel smiles while Michael watches him uneasily. Gabriel urges Michael to enter the chamber ahead. Nervous, Michael agrees and steps through the door. Gabriel closes the door behind him, his expression unreadable. Outside, Michael reflects on how shocking it is for angels to commit murder. He kneels before a massive statue of the Heavenly King in the chapel. He laments that everyone is acting strangely and that angel deaths have spiraled out of control. The statue seems almost to move as he stands beneath its outstretched hand. Gabriel suddenly reappears at the door, thanking Michael for pledging loyalty and saying he has thought about their talk. With a bright smile, Gabriel announces he has decided to question all the rumor-spreading angels and kill them. Michael is left standing alone in the corridor, more unsettled than ever. He wonders how beings who pride themselves as heavenly could become like this. He then finds himself face to face with the living Heavenly King. Reverently, he addresses the fearsome Heavenly King. Elsewhere, a peaceful sky hangs over a forested mountain range. The protagonist group walks through the quiet woods, noting the silence. Jungyu jokes that saying such things usually invites trouble. He teases another pair about missing a date because of this mission. Their armored companion scolds Jungyu, reminding him they are here to fight angels. Lois agrees they have had no time for dates, constantly training. Another teammate declares that never having a proper date is actually a serious problem. The protagonist walks ahead, listening to their banter. He notes that, according to the diary, monsters should be appearing here now, which feels odd. Instead, he senses the entire forest silently watching them. Looking up, he suddenly notices something and exclaims. Jungyu is still talking when he bumps into the unmoving protagonist. Jungyu asks what is wrong, realizing something is off. The protagonist says the Watchers are dragons, as several dragon-eyed youths reveal themselves in the trees. The lead dragon greets them cheerfully, saying it has been a long time. The dragons drop down and approach the group. The protagonist asks why they have come early since the agreed 3 years are not over. He then asks what reason they have for seeking them out. The dragon leader replies that this forest is actually their domain. He explains that is why no monsters have appeared lately. Walking beside the protagonist, he remarks that monsters would just die if they met the humans and that he cherishes them. The other dragon asks if the humans plan to cross into angel territory. The protagonist answers that the 3-year truce does not bind humans. The dragon confirms this, saying the rule was placed only on angels to keep the war fair. He then worries whether just 5 humans will really be enough to fight. The party stands together, determined despite his concern. Their swordsman assures the dragons they already have a plan they cannot share. The dragon responds that since they have entered dragon territory, he cannot just ignore it. He begins walking toward them, forcing them to stay alert. The swordsman grips his weapon, ready to act. He orders the dragons to follow, indicating a compromise. The dragon leader instead offers to guide them, saying the angels are not where they think. The humans exchange glances, considering his help. The other dragon explains that dragons guard balance, and warns they are at a disadvantage if they go now. She says they will escort the humans safely to angel territory, and the protagonist thanks her. She reminds him that once they arrive, the outcome will depend solely on them. Together the combined group travels deeper into the forest. One dragon teases the knight about meeting his savior again, prompting his flustered reaction. Lois glares furiously from behind, eyes blazing. She accuses the knight of first saving and now trying to get her killed, while he protests ignorance. He brushes it off and instead asks how many dragons remain. She replies that about 50 dragons are left because many have already died. He quietly acknowledges this loss, then notices something ahead. Joking darkly, he says he saved her yet she might still plan to eliminate them if necessary. She challenges him to fight dragons if he dares, but another interrupts to say they have arrived. They stop before a shadowy path deeper into the woods. The dragons explain this entrance leads to the angels' land and that stepping in will transport them elsewhere. The dragon leader says from this point on whether they are discovered or not depends entirely on them. The protagonist thanks the 2 elders before departing. One of the elders cheerfully wishes him good luck as he leaves. Magic light flares as the party is transported. The full party materializes together at their destination. Arriving at a forest entrance, the leader suggests going in while one member admits feeling nervous. The group begins walking forward. A blinding flash of light erupts around them. The light engulfs the surrounding area. The transported trio shields their eyes from the dazzling glow. The leader looks up in shock at what he sees. A vast floating city temple chained above a mountain range looms over a town. The view focuses on the suspended temple inscribed with runes. The protagonist realizes they have arrived in the angelic realm known as Lakia. Facing the floating sanctuary, he gathers his team to explain their operation. Elsewhere, a bloody slash cuts through the air. An angel soldier is brutally smashed to the ground, crying out in pain. A high-ranking angel, bloodied weapon in hand, stands over the fallen subordinate. This angelic commander uses the execution to lecture his followers on what happens to those who defy the heavenly king. A frightened angel acolyte stammers that the scene looks horrifying. The commander coldly corrects him, insisting such deaths are pitiable instead. He steps through the victim's blood as he continues his lesson. He claims the spectacle is not horrific at all. To prove his point, he mercilessly impales another subordinate, calling the rebels miserable. The second victim collapses dead before the horrified onlookers. The remaining angels stare at the corpse as the commander uses him as an example. He orders them to pay attention, using the body under his foot as a warning. He proclaims that anyone who opposes the heavenly king, regardless of rank, will be executed immediately. The commander taunts his trembling followers, asking if they are scared. They deny their fear while clearly shaking. A powerful golden slash is unleashed. The commander accuses them of being afraid of becoming scared themselves. He declares that tolerating the unfaithful is also a grave sin and brands them all sinners. After the executions, he casually asks where the rest of the rebels are. Somewhere else, an enraged angel punches a wall. Another angel, Michael, furiously shouts that Gabriel has even begun slaughtering fellow angels. A subordinate nervously says that is not the only bad news. Michael demands to know what more could have happened. The subordinate reports that angels across other parts of Lakia are being killed too. Michael is shocked that more angels are involved and wonders if Gabriel is behind it. The messengers hastily explain that the killings are occurring simultaneously, implying an outside force. Michael reflects that they do not know whether this is an angelic revolt or an external attack. Clenching his fist, he struggles to contain his anger. He then issues orders for squads 1 through 4 to immediately deploy to Lakia's 4 cardinal edges. He instructs them to capture and interrogate any rebelling angels but hints at harsher action depending on what they find. If the culprits are intruders, Michael vows to personally eliminate them. In the city, a nervous angel grips his spear, unable to understand the chaos. He walks past the corpses of his comrades, shaken by the slaughter. Alvin, the armored warrior, casually tells the paralyzed angel that if they will not attack, he will strike first. The angel stutters in disbelief at Alvin's boldness. Alvin, rushing forward with his sword, says he is too busy to waste time. Speed silhouettes show the human warriors darting through Lakia. One angel, being cut down, tries to ask if they are not afraid of the heavenly king. Alvin calmly answers no. He hears someone call out to look in another direction. A group of angels forms up and is ordered to kill the intruder. Seeing their loose formation, Alvin sighs and notes they are just a small guerrilla squad. He charges straight into the cluster of angels. Elsewhere, the protagonist narrates that their entire mission will unfold as a guerrilla war. To break through the many angels guarding the village, he says this hit-and-run approach is their only option. He outlines the plan on a map, saying their first objective is to find a fragment by splitting into 4 directions. He tells his companions they will reconvene at the same spot once any team finds the fragment. According to the plan, Alvin is assigned to head north. Jungyu and Lois are tasked with going south together. Lois and Jungyu fight side by side as they push into the southern area. Jungyu warns Lois that danger is approaching from behind. A blue magic circle is formed as someone prepares a spell. Lois uses the spell to create a massive glowing barrier above the enemies. The southern angels gape up in confusion at the descending construct. The barrier slams down, trapping and crushing the angels inside it. Only a severed arm remains outside the shattered blue prison. Lois runs ahead happily, asking Jungyu what he just said. Jungyu nervously wonders aloud if Alvin is doing alright on his own. The narrator explains that he and Jinseok will cover the east and south sectors. He asks Michael if he remembers their shared past as he tightens his grip on his sword. He states that they must take revenge for what was done to them. At that moment an angel lands heavily nearby, signaling Michael's entrance into the battlefield. Michael senses something and reacts with surprise. Seeing his dead subordinates in the courtyard, Michael angrily demands to know who killed them. A survivor tells him the massacre was carried out by a human, which stuns Michael. The subordinate adds that humans are attacking simultaneously in the north, south, east, and west. Michael asks if Gabriel has been informed, and is told that he has. The messenger explains that Gabriel believes angels and humans are colluding and has begun indiscriminately killing everyone. Michael curses, realizing this is exactly what he feared Gabriel would do, and notes that the humans arrived at a useful time. He then evaluates the overall damage, hearing that the southern swordsman has done the most devastation. Michael concludes that the key will be headed there safely while Gabriel is tied up in the north. He orders the remaining squads to reinforce the east and west, prompting a question about his own destination. Michael declares he is flying to the south. He soars away over the city toward Alvin's position. Remembering a powerful swordsman on Lakia's southern outskirts, Michael becomes convinced the attacker must be that man. Determined to finish their unresolved conflict, Michael vows to end things this time. Meanwhile, an angel is cleaved by a blue sword strike, screaming. Another angel is cut down by the same sweeping attack. Watching from above, Michael recognizes the destructive swordplay and mutters that it is as expected. The protagonist is shown mid-swing unleashing his blue arc against an angel. A nearby angel, bleeding heavily, calls out desperately to Sir Michael. The protagonist notices Michael's arrival and greets him coolly. Michael, recognizing him as the key, reacts in shock. The protagonist remarks that Michael probably expected Jinseok instead but explains Jinseok is too important to fight here. He reasons that Jinseok cannot expend himself on this battle, whereas he can still defeat Michael. With that, he launches himself at Michael with overwhelming speed. Michael is darkly amused that the key has chosen to reveal himself. Furious, he promises to make the intruder regret everything as he dives down. The protagonist braces against Michael's flaming attack, arms crossed and sword glowing. Michael's sweeping strike sends the hero flying, but he recovers in midair. Michael is startled when a blue barrier suddenly appears between them. Behind that barrier, angels watch as it flares with energy. A burst of golden power surges as Michael retaliates. He is struck by a piercing blue beam across his midsection, crying out in pain. Realizing the hero's strength, Michael shouts for the other angels to flee because they cannot fight this opponent. He glares at the intruder, cursing him under his breath. Michael then orders all his followers to get as far away as possible, while he rushes in alone. The two of them race through the city, Michael flying and the protagonist sprinting along the ground. Michael closes the distance, swooping in from behind. The protagonist accelerates, drawing Michael into a chase through the streets. Michael unleashes a surge of power as he chases, refusing to let the key escape. The protagonist suddenly slides to a stop, readying a counter as Michael dives. He resumes running, using speed to keep Michael off balance. The protagonist finally halts and turns to face his pursuer. Michael roars as he attacks head-on once more. He dives with a blazing golden slash aimed straight at the hero. The protagonist smirks, unfazed by the oncoming blow. Michael is shocked by what the human does next. His slash devastates nearby angels instead, who scream as they are caught in the beam. Michael curses as the attack rebounds on his own side, injuring him further. Standing over the wounded archangel, the protagonist notes that Michael must see him as the villain now. He points out that Michael once acted the same way toward humans. Voice shaking with anger, he lists Michael's past atrocities of hunting and trampling fleeing humans. Michael explodes in rage, hurling insults at the human. The protagonist states that war inevitably brings blood and tears, implying Michael must now pay his share. Their blue and golden blades clash violently in a duel of power. Straining, the protagonist apologizes for what he is about to do. Michael silently pushes back against the glowing sword, refusing to yield. Their weapons collide again in a blinding explosion of energy. The protagonist resolves to use every last ounce of strength he has. He says he will fight for the people he loves and wants to protect. A vertical blue strike slices clean through Michael's body. Michael screams, clutching his bleeding face as he staggers. He tries to continue the battle, shouting for the protagonist to stop. Michael begs him to end the fight peacefully even as the blue power burns through him. Nearby angels cry out in fear and start to flee. The protagonist sprints forward while Michael's golden sword falls uselessly away. Michael, glowing with unstable light, curses his own helplessness. His eyes blaze as he desperately searches for his opponent. He realizes the human has vanished from sight and wonders where he went. The protagonist suddenly appears behind Michael with glowing purple eyes, ready to strike. Michael braces himself, eyes narrowed in grim resolve. A massive impact sends Michael crashing into the ground. His battered body tumbles uncontrollably from the force. Wounded and pinned, Michael looks up at the blade poised over him. The protagonist tells him that, unlike Michael, he now has many things and people he must protect. The warrior orders Michael to retreat, carry word to the angels that the key has appeared, and not die here. Michael is left behind on the ground as the warrior departs at high speed. Collapsing and laughing bitterly, Michael curses his situation. Michael slams his fist down in frustrated anger. The warrior runs through the forest, deciding his preparations are sufficient. While running, he prays for Michael to survive. Surrounded by cloaked angels, Michael acknowledges their desire to kill him and says they are alike. Michael recalls an angel explaining that they both will do anything to protect what they treasure. That angel warns Michael not to throw away that desire. The warrior's footsteps shows he has reached his rendezvous point. He notes that all his comrades have gathered. Facing his team, the warrior announces that they will now begin the main task. He repeats to the group that it is time to start their main mission. One comrade protests that Alvin is still missing, but the warrior says Alvin will arrive soon. The red-haired man worries about Archangel Gabriel going north, and the warrior reassures him that Alvin can handle it. The priestess anxiously wonders if Alvin is all right and offers to go after him. The long-haired swordsman declines her offer, saying it is unnecessary. Alvin finally appears, staggering from the forest as someone points him out. Alvin exhales in relief, clearly exhausted. Blood spatters on the grass, hinting at the ordeal he endured. Rejoining the party, Alvin apologizes for arriving late. Sitting down, Alvin remarks that he has just gone through a lot. The priestess heals him while he drinks a potion enveloped in glowing energy. Revitalized by the potion, Alvin cries out in satisfaction. The warrior asks what happened. Alvin explains he was chased by Gabriel, and the warrior confirms Alvin did not engage him. Alvin says he obeyed orders by fleeing, though Gabriel's persistence made escaping difficult. He adds that one thing about Gabriel's behavior troubled him, prompting the warrior to ask what. Alvin recalls that Gabriel, despite being an angel, slaughtered everyone he passed without hesitation. Alvin notes that angels are usually not that type of race, implying something is wrong. The warrior seizes on this, calling such cruelty the crack in their enemy they must exploit. One comrade, puzzled, repeats the word crack. The narration explains that Michael is an angel devoted to protecting every individual. In contrast, Gabriel is portrayed as an angel loyal only to Metatron. It is then revealed that Metatron himself is currently tainted. Metatron is shown fully corrupted by dark power. In the past, Gabriel rages at his angels for losing the enemy and failing to injure him. He continues berating them as useless for not even scratching their target. Michael tries to speak about the angels, but Gabriel cuts him off harshly. Gabriel calls his followers stupid while Michael stands behind him, distressed. Michael vows to capture the intruders and tear them apart but begs that the angels' safety be prioritized. Metatron commands both Michael and Gabriel to be silent. Two other angels silently enter the chamber. Metatron addresses them as Regel and Anael. He orders Regel and Anael to accompany him personally. Gabriel, desperate for recognition, begs the Heavenly King for instructions as well. Metatron insults Gabriel as incompetent, and orders him either to capture at least one enemy or die. Groveling, Gabriel swears he will capture one no matter what. Metatron, Regel, and Anael depart from the heavenly palace. The floating sanctuary of the angels is shown suspended over the mortal city. Back with the heroes, the warrior predicts the angels will eventually come outside, and when they do the group will move. He begins outlining that their ultimate objective is. The narration clarifies their goal is to personally capture Metatron. The warrior smirks, likening Metatron to a bird about to leave its cage. He adds that once that bird emerges, a stronger bird will devour it, as an object streaks through the sky. The angels descend from the floating city while the warrior waits below. Metatron appears amused that the warrior has approached him of his own accord. The warrior notes Metatron's laughter, expecting anger, and Metatron admits he is angry yet pleased. Metatron says he is delighted because both the fragment and the key have arrived together. The warrior comments that Metatron, weak against dragons, now treats him as prey. Metatron chuckles darkly in response. Metatron remarks that he does not understand how the humans gain dragons' aid. He boasts that this is the angels' domain, and doubts the humans can win here without dragon support. Hearing this, the warrior realizes Metatron mistakenly believes dragons helped in the earlier battle. The warrior laughs and says Metatron truly reveals his nature through such thoughts. Metatron taunts him, asking if he has any more tricks to show. The warrior refuses and instead challenges Metatron to a direct fight. Metatron orders Regel and Anael to eliminate the warrior, Raguel accepts the command. Anael also affirms the order. Raguel and Anael dive at the warrior to attack. The warrior's hand glows with dark energy as he grips his sword. Empowered, he races forward as Raguel and Anael charge alongside an ally. Their clash causes a massive explosion. The warrior's shadowy hand seizes one of the angels by the head mid-battle. He likewise grabs the other angel by the head. Using them as weapons, he smashes them and his ally into the ground. One angel lies bloodied, groaning from the impact. The warrior, wearing his demonic skull helm, says they should level the playing field. Metatron, watching from above, questions if this is truly the warrior's answer. The warrior smiles wordlessly. Activating his full power, he becomes wreathed in purple flames and invites Metatron to attack. Radiating with sigils, he declares himself Metatron's opponent. His unleashed power erupts in a violent purple blast. Metatron agrees to answer that challenge. He releases overwhelming divine light as he powers up. Lightning crackles around Metatron as his aura intensifies. He gathers that light into his hand, preparing an attack. Metatron launches his authority, striking down with a bolt of divine power. The warrior charges straight into the attack, shouting for it to come. He is blasted away by the torrent of light. He lands and immediately surges forward again with purple speed. Empowered and eyes blazing, he races toward Metatron with twin swords. Metatron surrounds himself with a whirling barrier of lightning swords. Dodging among the bolts, the warrior exults that he can now see everything. He shouts that he can see it all as he leaps at Metatron. Elsewhere, Alvin slams another angel into the ground with a powerful strike. That angel mocks him, asking if this is all an inferior race can muster. Alvin pants, recovering from the exchange. He questions why angels only ever call humans inferior. The angel responds that this inferiority is simple fact. Their duel continues in another massive explosion. Alvin counters an incoming attack with a wide arc of blue energy. The angel tries to press the assault. Alvin, eyes shining blue, admits his hatred of the angels. The angel coolly replies that the feeling is mutual. Alvin criticizes angels for hypocritically acting good while dismissing their own soldiers' lives. He accuses them of not valuing the angels who are dying in this battle. The angel retorts by asking whether Alvin managed to protect every human. He questions what happens to humans dying elsewhere while Alvin is busy killing angels. Alvin blasts away the angel's attack, demanding to know who the real hypocrite is now. Focused, Alvin prepares to attack again. A blazing angelic spear streaks down from the sky. Alvin launches himself upward to intercept it. His blue wings flare as he ascends in a powerful charge. Alvin crashes into the angel's weapon, locking blades with his opponent. Gritting his teeth, Alvin insists that trying to protect people is different from not caring at all. The angel sneers that a filthy human daring to mimic angelic wings should not speak so boldly. Alvin asks if angels are really the only thing that matters to his foe. They clash again in midair, energy flaring between them. Alvin drives forward, his blue wings cutting through the air. The angel recoils as Alvin questions whether his true loyalty is to the angels or the so-called Heavenly King. The angel seethes as Alvin's blade touches his neck. He declares that the Heavenly King is synonymous with the angels themselves. Alvin says he understands that twisted belief now. He vows to give such a hypocrite an end that suits him. The angel responds with furious contempt for a mere human. Their weapons streak past each other in a flurry of blinding strikes. Explosions of light mark the escalating duel. Alvin continues pressing the angel with relentless attacks. The angel barely manages to block as the ice blue blows crash against him. They collide again, holy light and blue power clashing. The enraged angel demands why Alvin is not delivering the promised finishing blow yet. Alvin casually admits that he already did promise that. He then reveals with a grin that he never said he would be the one to deliver that final strike himself. The angel, uneasy, senses something is wrong. Both combatants notice a strange aura rising around them and look up. A vast hexagonal barrier forms above the floating city, glowing with blue energy. The angel stares in shock as an unseen power manifests, while Alvin remarks that his girlfriend's anger can be terrifying. The priestess appears overhead, wreathed in purple fury, preparing a massive spell. Back with Metatron, he gasps in disbelief at the sudden change. He sees the heavenly fortress encased in that roaring blue barrier, and reels in surprise. Elsewhere on the ground, blood splatters, signaling someone has been fatally struck. The warrior explains to Metatron that the barrier is a special gift they prepared. He adds that he hopes Metatron enjoys this present as the barrier's power surges. The priestess, fully empowered and engulfed in purple flames, intensifies the spell. Metatron panics and orders his forces to kill the sorceress at once. He frantically calls for Gabriel and Michael, furious that none of his angels respond. The warrior coldly tells him that no matter how much he calls, his subordinates will not be coming. Realizing the truth, Metatron accuses the warrior of having planned to divide the angels from the very beginning. The warrior replies that since Metatron will resurrect anyway, he questions why Metatron even needs archangels at all. The enraged angelic king snarls that the destroyed castle can simply be rebuilt. The human warrior coolly asks if the floating city hides a fragment. The heavenly king explodes with holy power, furious that a mere human would challenge him. The human warns that if the city is to survive, the angels must stop his attack themselves. He launches forward with a powerful sword strike. His blade clashes with an attacking angel's glowing scythe. Another angel watches the duel in anxious silence. A demon-masked ally shouts at the distracted angel not to lose focus and charges him. A horned demon general intercepts an angel's spear thrust in brutal close combat. The demon taunts that the angel's spear is tougher than expected. He overpowers the angel, forcing the spear back toward its wielder. A blonde angel dives in from above to protect his comrade from the demon's assault. The blonde angel unleashes a huge golden sword wave at the demon. He follows up by swooping in with another sweeping, angelic slash. The demon suddenly senses something and stiffens. He rockets forward again, body blazing with red energy. The blonde angel is shocked that the demon is refusing to dodge. The demon mocks the angel's limited reach as he closes the distance. The angel rushes in as well, determined not to let him pass. The demon slams the ground with overwhelming force, blasting debris and shockwaves. Another angel dives at the demon from behind, trying to exploit the opening. That angel desperately holds up a barrier-like structure to block the incoming power. The blonde angel races toward the impact crater where the demon struck. The barrier-bearing angel realizes too late that something has gone terribly wrong. The demon's attack smashes the blonde angel into the ground, leaving him badly wounded. The demon, body aflame, declares that the angels will never understand the effort he spent to gain such strength. Two angels cry out and try to halt his next devastating strike. He roars about how much work he and his kin invested to become stronger, and lifts his sword again. The demon launches an enormous flaming arc toward the angels below. Blood drips from a blade as a horrified younger demon whispers to his older brother. The masked brother stands over the fallen angel he has run through, questioning whether what he did was truly right. The massive attack detonates in a blinding explosion. High above, the Heavenly King strains to reinforce a gigantic barrier around the city. He pours his power into the glowing dome, screaming as he forces it to hold. The effort causes him intense pain as he struggles to endure. His body trembles violently while he maintains the barrier with sheer will. He howls like a beast, his single radiant eye blazing. He orders all angels to help him lift the barrier. Priestly angels across the plaza respond, chanting to protect Little. The Heavenly King proclaims himself the embodiment of heaven and orders his followers to die defending Little. The human protagonist silently watches the chaos. He looks at the dying Heavenly King and calls him pathetic even in his final moments. The king screams in agony as the power within him spirals out of control. His body erupts in a catastrophic self-destruction. The human remembers instructing the angels to resurrect as many times as they can. He now adds that they may try to resurrect if they can at all, walking away from the flames. A human mage queen runs on a balcony, startled by the blast. She asks if the war is over, but the protagonist replies that it is not finished yet. He predicts that a more powerful being will soon arrive. Another archangel screams Metatron's name as the devastation unfolds. Angels mourn their lord Metatron as buildings crumble around them. Elsewhere, the blue-winged Alvin cleaves through an enemy angel in high-speed combat. Afterward he sighs and mutters to himself. Racing over the collapsing city, an angel knight panics, determined to save the Heavenly King's life. He begs Metatron to be alive as he rushes toward the blast site. On arrival he gasps in horror at what he sees. Standing amid the destruction is the human protagonist, calm yet ominous. He gazes back with cold, determined eyes. The panicked angel charges him, calling him a cowardly human and demanding he move aside. The human easily blocks the angel's thrust with his sword. While parrying, he remarks that Alvin was meant to face the angel, not him. The angel roars for the human to get lost and attacks with blazing power. He angrily asks what happened to Alvin, insisting he could have killed that weak human whenever he wished. The two clash again, blades and energy colliding. The protagonist says he understands the misunderstanding because he ordered Alvin to stall the angels. He explains Alvin's real mission was simply to buy him time. The angel glares, realizing he has been outmaneuvered. The human notes that his objective has been achieved and now wonders aloud if he may kill the angel. Just then, Alvin appears behind the angel, poised to strike. The angel senses something and reacts too late. Alvin's blade pierces straight through the angel's torso. Alvin coolly comments on how good the angel looks while run through. He prepares to finish the angel off, saying the prolonged fight has become annoying. The mortally wounded angel plummets toward the ground, calling out to his Heavenly King. Bleeding heavily, he vows to follow his king into death. As he falls, light and power well up from his mouth in a final outburst. Watching from above, the protagonist is shocked by this sudden transformation. The angel's body becomes a glowing bomb, charging up midair between Alvin and the human. He releases a deafening, agonized scream as the stored energy erupts. The human raises his hands in alarm, bracing for the blast. The mage queen appears and swiftly encases the exploding angel inside a defensive barrier. She urges the human to go finish things while she contains the blast. He thanks Alvin for the help, and dives toward the trapped angel. The queen tells Alvin she will manage the barrier alone, and sends him after their enemy. Summoning water magic, she states she has already experienced an angelic self-destruction like this. Alvin smiles faintly, ready to obey. He streaks toward the sealed angel, wings blazing. The protagonist rushes across the plaza toward a new opponent waiting ahead. That opponent, another powerful angel, pants heavily and braces with his great sword. A battered swordsman ally steadies himself, ready to engage as well. The angel gathers his remaining strength, refusing to fall. The swordsman notes grimly that all the other enemies seem to have been slain, leaving this angel alone. Michael, bloodied but resolute, admits he can feel the fate of his comrades. He realizes that Gabriel and Lord Metatron have both fallen. Michael declares that the duel with the human should now be decided. The protagonist tells him to stop, pointing out that he has already lost. Michael protests that the angels must not fall, insisting the war is not over. The human replies that for peace, all remaining hostile angels would need to die as well. Michael counters that if he survives, other angels will be able to live under his leadership. The human slowly reaches out his hand toward him. He proposes a way in which everyone might live. Michael is stunned and demands clarification. The protagonist reminds him that he values his people more than his own life and says Michael can still protect them. He urges Michael to come with him so they can end the entire war. Sometime later, humans and angels gather before the heavily damaged temple. The human party stands behind Michael, who now leads the assembled angels in front. The swordsman ally clicks his tongue, remarking that he could have ended everything himself. Michael, cheeks flushed with frustration, vows to defeat the human in their next encounter. The protagonist thanks the swordsman, explaining that his efforts let them minimize casualties. Michael overhears and realizes Alvin had been stalling on purpose. He now understands the human never intended to kill him outright. Alvin admits, a bit begrudgingly, that he must acknowledge the human's strength. Elsewhere, Alvin frankly tells the protagonist he truly meant to kill him. It was just difficult because the human was too strong. Michael overhears this conversation in uneasy silence. Later, the main group confirms that Raguel and Anael survived, though injured by Lamar's enthusiasm. Michael reacts with relief when he sees his wounded subordinates. Raguel and Anael stagger in, bruised but alive. They protest loudly, asking if Michael really intends to ally with humans and insisting it would be better to die fighting. The protagonist sighs, saying there is no need for further pointless deaths. Addressing all angels, he announces that their king has died. He reminds them that regardless of anyone's opinion, Metatron was still the leader they followed. He explains that war pits both sides against each other, and humans do not claim moral superiority, acknowledging angels' hatred. Michael adds that despite this hatred, the angels now have a choice. He says he is seeking a path where everyone can live and asks the other angels for their cooperation. Michael privately asks the human what he actually plans to do. The protagonist bluntly states his intention to one day destroy this world. Michael is shocked speechless by this confession. The human clarifies that he seeks this destruction so future senseless wars between races will never happen again. Michael anxiously asks how such a goal could even be achieved. The protagonist replies that they must consult someone who stands ahead of them on this path. A few days later in a peaceful forest, that future meeting begins to take shape. Walking with a gray-haired ally, the protagonist confirms that the angels ended up cooperating. He explains that Michael genuinely cares for his people, making negotiation possible. The protagonist notes that even with a fragment in hand, he is unsure if his wish can truly return everyone home. His ally agrees that success is uncertain. The human quietly considers the risks of his plan. When asked about the fragment's whereabouts, he casually answers that he ate it. They discuss how the fragment had been hidden in Littel's center all along. The ally observes that the human was never truly curious about its hiding place, teasing him. Unaware they are watched by a cloaked observer, the two continue their walk. The hooded figure silently monitors them from behind a tree. The ally asks why the human wants to find the former monarch, and the protagonist replies there is something he needs to ask. The ally worries he is planning something dangerous. The human admits it might be. Smiling, he jokes that danger has been their constant companion anyway. The ally looks at him with a mixture of concern and resignation. Then he laughs, agreeing that the human is right. The ally flicks his fingers, hoping the human has chosen wisely. A dimensional rift tears open before them in response to that gesture. The ally explains that beyond the portal lies the Lige's territory and that if the monarch wishes to meet, his dwelling will appear. The protagonist thanks him and leaps toward the portal, heading into the unknown. A mysterious door stands alone as sounds echo around it. Someone steps cautiously through the newly opened door. A young armored man enters, shocked by what he sees. He calls out for someone named Zahar inside a quiet room. Startled as a hand grabs his shoulder, he greets the person, saying it has been a while. A smiling middle-aged man introduces himself as the former monarch Zahar. The young man, confused, asks if this ordinary-looking man is really Zahar. Zahar smiles silently in response to the question. Earlier, Zahar and another man had stood before a giant rift watched by a hooded figure. The hooded woman thinks the key should just find the Holy Grail, make a wish, and end things, fearing what he may eventually become. She suddenly launches herself away through a forest at high speed. While flying, she decides the situation has grown unacceptable. Back in the present, tea is poured as someone remarks that it has been a long time. The armored man, drinking tea with Zahar, asks if they have met before. Zahar replies that they have not met but that he has been observing the young man. The key silently puzzles over Zahar's words. Zahar points out the strange object on the young man's wrist. Realizing the implication, the key grips his wristband and asks if Zahar has known everything all along. He asks whether Zahar already knew what would happen. Zahar laughs it off, says he only saw the beginning, and urges him not to be angry. Zahar explains that once the wrist relic fully became the keys, he could no longer see the future. He then asks why the key came to visit him. The key says he came with a question. He asks what will happen to this world after his wish with the Holy Grail is granted. Zahar pauses, considering the question. He reveals that he once wielded the Holy Grail's power himself. He notes that despite that, he is still here and so is the key, asking if the key needs more proof. The key concludes that the world will not be destroyed, though he finds Zahar's answers cryptic. He then asks who is truly behind the current war over the Grail. Zahar answers with another question, wanting to hear who the key suspects. The key proposes that the neutral, all-knowing beings called dragons must be the orchestrators. Elsewhere, a blonde man demands confirmation that even if the key makes a wish, nothing in the world will change. A gathering of humans and angels faces each other on a grassy field. An angel explains that regardless of choices, survivors can never return home and new fighters will always be chosen. The blonde man affirms that Yunjae is acting to break that endless cycle, and the angel agrees. The angel says Yunjae is recruiting angels to form an alliance. He adds that Yunjae needs more than human power alone to win the coming war. The blonde man admits he is unsure whether to be grateful or to call Yunjae reckless. Simultaneously, Zahar muses that Yunji's plan may be bold or simply rash. Zahar warns the key that if the dragons learn his intentions, they will not give up the Grail peacefully and asks if he accepts that risk. The key answers with determination that he must succeed no matter what. Zahar laughs, recalling feeling that way himself once, and says he hopes the key wins. He grows more serious as he turns away. Zahar declares that the true enemy is humanity's own greed. He explains that the Holy Grail's power is nearly limitless. Reality shifts, and the two find themselves and their table standing on a luminous sea. Zahar says the Grail can create anything desired or erase anything from existence. He admits that unlike the key, he once desired to possess that power instead of going home. He announces that everything the key has gone through so far has led to this final test. The test is to receive an omniscient power that no human should rightfully have. Zahar snaps as if beginning the trial. He asks if the key can endure what is coming. The key states that he must return to his family. He also insists that all beings in this world, including angels and demons, should not have to die in a pointless war. He begs Zahar to tell him how to prevent such meaningless bloodshed. Zahar asks what, exactly, the key wants him to explain. Footsteps resound as another presence approaches. The key clarifies that he wants to know how to fully use the fragment's power. He adds that he also needs a method to defeat the dragons. Elsewhere, someone angrily pounds on a door. An old man with a white beard answers that knock. Outside, the hooded woman is addressed as Mara and asked what is wrong. Mara says it seems the key is trying to open a door different from the one intended. The old man reacts gravely to that news. Enraged flames rise around him as he thinks that the key is overstepping his place. Back with Zahar, he insists the key must defeat the dragons. He explains that to do so the key must master the fragment's power. The key replies that he already knows how to use one fragment. Zahar reminds him he holds 3 fragments in total. The key identifies one fragment as strengthening power and another as tied to life itself. Zahar hints that the same energy keeping a massive temple afloat in the sky comes from such a fragment. He says that if the key can control that near unlimited power, he will be able to face the dragons. The key braces for a drawback and asks what it is. Zahar answers that using the life fragment's power will shorten the key's lifespan. Shocked, the key asks if that means sacrificing his own life. Zahar confirms that the key must trade away lifespan to the fragment of life, praising his quick understanding. The key reasons that such a sacrifice would render him nearly invincible in battle, even able to manipulate time. Zahar notes that this would make the key all but invincible in reality as well. He adds that this only holds if the key avoids meeting a certain fearsome individual, which puzzles the key. Zahar brushes it off, says he will pray they never meet, and suggests beginning training. The key excitedly asks if Zahar will personally train him, but Zahar says he lacks teaching talent. Instead, Zahar offers another method and raises a glowing hand. He opens a dark, pulsing gateway between them. The portal expands into a crackling rift that fills the room. Zahar states that this place beyond is the realm of the dead. He lets its black aura engulf them. The key is swallowed by darkness, crying out in confusion. Zahar appears with a lantern, assuring the key that staying near its light will keep him alive. He warns him to watch his back just as a shrieking spirit lunges at the key. Surrounded by swirling souls, Zahar explains that these are the spirits of those who died fighting here. He clarifies that these beings were once humans, angels, or demons. The key calls them the fallen, and Zahar says only the key's fragment can make them disappear. Zahar adds that these are souls even the Holy Grail cannot return, doomed to wander forever. Demonstrating, he blocks one charging spirit with his hand. He then blasts it away with a burst of power, saying ordinary abilities cannot defeat them. He encourages the key, insisting that the key has the power required. The key protests that he at least needs to know how to use it. Zahar replies ominously that this is exactly the point of the trial. He grasps the lantern protecting them. Zahar fades away, saying the fragment itself will guide the key. Left alone, the key reaches toward the lantern, calling for Zahar to wait. He stares at the flickering light in tense silence. Meanwhile, the fallen begin rushing toward him again. From afar, Zahar informs him that the lantern's light will slowly fade. The lantern hangs in the darkness as its radiance starts to dim. Frustrated and cursing Zahar, the key realizes he is truly on his own. He draws his sword and resolves to fight since there is no other option. Power erupts around him as he unleashes a mighty slash amid the spirits. One of the souls is cut apart by his glowing blade. He peers into the darkness, wondering if the attack really worked. But the spirit begins to reform, showing his strike had not destroyed it. The key laments that nothing in this world is simple as his blade glows brighter. Infusing the sword with intense blue power, he prepares another attempt. He charges the mass of spirits, deciding he must try every possible method. Elsewhere, Zahar steps back into his own room from the portal. Standing before the purple rift, he casually asks someone how they have been. The old man appears at the doorway and asks who he is. The elder introduces himself as the eldest dragon, Jayan. Zahar invites him in, offering him a seat and some tea. Jayan declines to sit, saying the distance between them is just right. Pointing to the floor, he declares the threshold he stands on as his own place. He gestures towards Zahar and says the interior of the room is Zahar's place. Jayan states it is safest when everyone remains in their proper place, and then all will go smoothly. Zahar, wrapped in purple energy, demands to know what Jayan is implying. He wonders if Jayan is actually trying to threaten him. Jayan replies that threatening Zahar would be unwise. He clarifies that he is only warning Zahar not to cross certain lines. Jayan indicates the door as the dividing line. Zahar mutters that Jayan insists the one inside must remain inside. Jayan adds that the one outside must remain outside as well. He says their roles are clearly defined and asks if Zahar understands. Zahar, eyes glowing, asks if Jayan is openly threatening him. Jayan laughs loudly, pretending to be a powerless old man whose jokes are being taken too seriously. He insists he is merely delivering a message. That message is that keys are meant only to open the doors they are meant for. Zahar retorts that many people have already dared to cross such lines. He notes that at this moment he and Jayan are literally standing in each other's domains. Jayan calmly asks him to remember the warning. Zahar interprets it as the dragons telling him not to intrude on their sphere. Jayan lets out a small amused snort. He then turns to leave through the swirling doorway. With wings unfurling, Jayan says he will take his leave. Zahar watches as the winged elder dragon disappears through the portal. Clenching his fists, Zahar mutters that the dragons also refuse to stay still. Meanwhile, more fallen shriek and surge toward the embattled key. The key continues to swing his blade furiously. His attack slices through the spirits in bright flashes. Yet the fallen keep performing and screaming. Exhausted, the key realizes that no matter how often he strikes, they continue returning. As the lantern burns and the spirits descend, he desperately wonders how he is supposed to deal with them at all. Yoonjae realizes the monsters will not die just by being cut down. He looks down in shock as something approaches. He stands on a giant monster's tongue, facing its gaping mouth. The creature snaps at him, and he curses while dodging. Yoonjae charges forward to counterattack. A small one-eyed monster latches onto his arm and bites. Nearby flame suddenly flares up brightly. The biting monster's eye widens from the intense light. Its body burns away from his arm as it shrieks. Yoonjae groans in pain and clutches his injured side. He notices the protective light source is beginning to fade. He worries that his remaining time before darkness falls is running out. Surrounded by countless regenerating enemies, he unleashes a blazing attack. Exhausted, he pants and tries to steady himself. He recalls how the fragment of time granted him magical power. He remembers that the fragment of power grants angelic strength. He also recalls that the fragment of life gives demons their endless regeneration. He thinks back to how unique the angel's power felt compared with his magic and demonic energy. He recognizes that this angelic force is a distinct third power within him. Determined, he decides this is the moment to fully invoke those fragment powers. He activates the fragment of power, which begins glowing inside his chest. He resolves to test that power first through his sword. His blade becomes engulfed in radiant golden energy. He swings the empowered sword in a massive arc against the horde. The golden slash tears through the enemies in a devastating wave. Yoonjae starts to say it worked, relieved. He suddenly coughs up blood from the string. Dropping to one knee, he struggles to stay upright with his sword as support. The scattered enemies begin reforming and rushing him again. Their eyes glow red as their rage and demonic power intensify. He concludes that the fragment of life grants them demonic resilience. Thinking of demonic energy, he prepares to use that same force himself. Anger boiling over, he gathers a violent red demonic aura in his hand. He calls upon the fragment of life and forces its power to respond. Red energy surges into his body as he clutches his chest. A massive crimson explosion erupts outward from him. Eyes closed, he endures the demonic power flooding his body. The red energy races along his arm as he channels it. His burning hand tightens on his sword hilt. He roars and charges, sword wreathed in both holy and demonic power. His eyes blaze white and red as he fully embraces the mixed energies. He unleashes a gigantic crimson crescent slash that mows down the foes. His leg slams into the ground as he lands from the attack. Panting, he realizes the fragment of life heals only his body. He understands that the pain and trauma remain, gnawing at his spirit. Observers assume such agony must already have broken his will. His mentor's memory tells him he must endure that pain. The mentor reflects that using the fragment of life is the best way to forge mental resilience. Trusting Yoonji's potential, the mentor believes he can overcome it. Suddenly sensing a powerful aura, the mentor looks outside in alarm. Feeling that ominous energy, he begins to suspect what it might be. Elsewhere, two figures walk through a dungeon corridor toward a prison. A massive chained iron sphere crashes down, shaking the cell. A colossal demon emerges, asking what was just proposed to him. The old man and his companion confront the demon and question him. The demon clarifies if they truly want him to become their minion. Outraged, he demands if they think he would ever grovel to them. Roaring, he swings the chained sphere high above them. The sphere slams into the floor, demonstrating its destructive power. The demon is briefly startled by something that happens. The old man calmly acknowledges the demon's strength, but laments it being wasted in prison. The demon snarls, revealing rows of fangs. Furious, he calls them bastards as he strains against his chains. The old man offers to grant the demon power surpassing even the Holy Grail. The demon listens warily, baring his teeth. The old man explains humans cannot use fragment powers fully without the Holy Grail. He assures the demon he is not weak and could win if unleashed. The demon asks what he stands to gain by cooperating. The old man laughs, saying he knows the demon's constant desire. He tempts him with the promise of ruling the world over piles of corpses. He describes an endlessly opening dimensional gate and the chance to devour new strong foes. Summing up, he argues that the deal offers the demon a great many benefits. The demon compares them to sly foxes rather than honorable dragons. The old man accepts the insult as a compliment, while casting a spell circle. The demon grudgingly agrees and orders him to hurry and lift the binding incantation. The old man warns that undoing the monarch's magic will take time. While he works, he casually asks why the demon wants to kill his own monarch. The old man claims he is acting out of twisted loyalty. The demon silently doubts that excuse. He mocks the idea of killing one's master for loyalty, laughing loudly. The old man notes that even demons would not normally commit such treachery. He blasts the demon's shackles with purple magic, breaking them. He reminds the demon that they all live by the law of the jungle. The demon retorts that unlike them, demons at least admit their murderous motives. He insists that whatever their reasons, demons do not lie about wanting blood. The old man's companion dismissively tells the demon to leave now. The old man glances back at him with a complicated expression. The demon hefts the freed iron sphere and asks what they are doing. He remarks that the prison device was impressively sturdy and once unbreakable. He says the sphere is so tough that he has grown fond of it. The old man dryly calls that a strange preference. The demon declares himself more honest than the humans pretending to be righteous. He prepares to rampage, baring his dripping fangs. He relishes his impending freedom and the chance to run wild again. The mentor, sensing this power, widens his eyes in shock. He identifies the energy as belonging to Valak and grows alarmed. Cursing the dragons, he assumes they are provoking a new war. Realizing time is short, he rushes outside. He suddenly pauses, noticing something unexpected. Looking out the window, he realizes the mentor has vanished from sight. He frantically searches, wondering where the man went. He falls silent, recognizing he has been left with the task. Meanwhile, Yunji's blood drips from his hand onto his sword. A radiant red halo forms above his head as some deeper power awakens. Golden light bursts around him, signaling the start of a new state. The red construct shatters and settles as his awakening completes. Standing calmly, he regards the new power flowing through his wounded body. A system-like message declares that the key, Kim Yunjae, has awakened. On the battlefield, demons savagely tear into each other. The chaos escalates into a full demonic brawl. One demon is ripped apart in a spray of blood. Its severed parts are flung aside amid the carnage. A demon laughs maniacally at the slaughter. Another demon hears a voice dryly asking if this massacre is fun. Startled demons notice a looming presence among the corpses. Valak appears, praising the simple law where the weak are prey to the strong. He greets the lesser demons mockingly and calls them weaklings. He whips his heavy chain to ready the iron sphere. Valak slams the sphere into the ground, obliterating nearby demons. He soars through the battlefield, dragging the crushing sphere in sweeping arcs. After training, Yujay returns home and is surprised by unexpected news. The mentor bluntly tells him that Valak has been freed. Yunjae protests, insisting Valak should still be sealed, and hears that dragons intervened. The mentor says the dragons discovered Yunji's plan and reactivated Valak to stop it. Yunjae objects that only a key can use the Holy Grail, realizing the implication. He understands that Valak himself must also be a key. The mentor confirms Valak's effective immortality through his status as a key. He adds that Valak is currently functioning as another key just like Yunjae. Shocked, Yunjae urges that they leave immediately, and the mentor notes much time has already passed. The mentor reaches for Yunji's sheathed sword on the table. Drawing it, he says there's one crucial thing Yunjae must learn first. He steps forward with the sword as light begins to engulf Yunjae. Yunjae looks back from within the light as he starts to be transported. The mentor says he will now reveal how to deal with Valak. He promises to teach Yunjae the method he once used himself. The scene shifts to a distant fortress under a peaceful sky. Inside, a leader slams his fist on the desk, furious that Valak has returned. An angel reports that demonic energy is gathering and powerful magic is emanating from one location. Another angel concludes that Valak must be preparing for war again. The human leader demands certainty about this alarming news. A second angel confirms the report is true. Concerned, they ask what to do now, noting Yunjae has vanished. One angel even wonders if Yunjae has betrayed them to side with demons, earning a rebuke. The human leader says he trusted them only because he trusted Yunjae, not out of faith in angels. He resolves that they will stall for time and somehow endure. An angel affirms that Yunjae will surely return. The leader insists Yunjae has people he wants to protect, and warns them not to slander him again. He vows to show them he will not sit idly by during this crisis. Another angel mutters that the situation is grim and says they will prepare separately. The leader retorts that he does not care about their plans and that, since Yunjae brought them here, they must avoid needless bloodshed against the demons. An angel mocks humans for trusting and leaving decisions to a human key. He warns that the key will grow powerful and then abandon humanity. Aryan angrily grabs the mocking angel by the collar. Flaming with rage, Aryan tells him to hold his tongue. The angel taunts that Aryan is a weak ruler hiding behind others. Another angel asks Aryan how his own people are any better. The taunting angel says Aryan's faction ended up begging for mercy and siding with humans after their king died. Aryan slams the angel away in fury. Aryan seizes him again and orders him to listen. Aryan says he remembers every human the angels slaughtered. He calls them traitors for joining the humans who killed their master, and says they live only because humans trust Yunjae. Aryan releases his grip on the angel. He tells the angels to shut up and get ready for war. Aryan turns and starts walking away. He passes his gathered human comrades in the corridor. Aryan reminds everyone that this will be the final battle and asks what they are waiting for. He walks toward the doors and tells everyone to prepare. Night falls over the forest beneath a bright moon. Alvin rests alone on the grass in his armor. Jungyu approaches and asks what Alvin is doing. Alvin recognizes Jungyu and greets him. Jungyu lies on the grass with Alvin and mentions that demons are starting another war. Jungyu says Aryan and the angels have agreed to fight, wondering how such enemies will cooperate. Alvin explains that Aryan bears responsibility for many humans. Alvin says Aryan differs from Yunjae, because Aryan prioritizes human survival above all else. He adds that it is natural for Aryan to hate angels who killed so many humans. Jungyu admits he has never seen Aryan fight and asks if Aryan is truly that strong. Alvin sighs, then says something he never expected to say. He recalls that demons used to attack this region frequently, and the north was once safer. Jungyu wonders how humans came to live here if the area was so dangerous. Alvin says their safety is thanks to a certain person. He remembers Aryan standing amid flames while protecting fleeing humans. Alvin narrates that Aryan arrived, created the Tower Clan, and began exterminating demons nearby. Aryan's efforts turned this region into the safest place. Impressed, Jungyu says that if Aryan chooses to fight, Alvin adds that this time Aryan and the others might all die. Alvin asks Jungyu whether he thinks that will happen. Jungyu asks if Alvin is scared, and Alvin admits that he is. Jungyu insists a cold person like Alvin cannot really be afraid. Alvin explains he is not afraid for himself but terrified of losing those he loves. Jungyu reacts awkwardly to Alvin's serious confession. Overwhelmed, he jokingly vomits rainbows and yells at Alvin for such morbid talk. Jungyu apologizes, saying Alvin's sentimental words sounded out of character. Laughing it off, Jungyu says Alvin just needs to protect the people he cares about. Alvin silently takes that in, looking thoughtful. He sighs, preparing to open up further. Alvin begins explaining that before coming here he had someone he loved. He remembers standing by a woman's deathbed, unable to save her. Jungyu listens in stunned silence. Alvin recalls that, like Yunjae, he lost someone dear to him. Because of that loss, he could not accept Lois's feelings for him. Jungyu asks if Lois knew this history, and Alvin says she knew everything. Alvin recalls Lois's words that meant the most to him. In his memory, Lois promises to protect him and urges him not to choose solitude. Alvin admits he wanted to rely on her and selfishly wished to be happy again. He declares he cannot bear to lose Lois as well. Alvin asks Jungyu if he has ever lost someone he loves. Jungyu answers that he has always been alone and never experienced that pain. He says that is why he has lived without knowing if his choices were right or wrong. Jungyu concedes he does not know the pain of loss. Alvin replies that whether someone protects a new loved one or tries to redeem a past failure, their resolve is the same. He notes that both Yunji's and Aryan's motivations are rooted in such attempts. Jungyu concludes those kinds of people are amazing. Alvin thanks him and begins to say that Jungyu is also. He finishes that thought by saying Jungyu himself has grown a lot. Suddenly a dimensional rift of light tears open nearby. Yunjae steps out of the rift in full gear before Alvin and Jungyu. Yunjae looks around in mild surprise. Alvin and Jungyu stare at him, speechless. Yunjae laughs and asks if he arrived in time. Jungyu comically explodes at him for vanishing and reappearing so often. Yunjae promises he will not leave anymore. With a determined smile, Yunjae says it is time to end everything. Narration explains that with Yunji's arrival Aryan and Michael stopped fighting. Both sides conclude they must unite all forces against the demons. Humans and angels begin joint training, though they struggle to mingle. They keep training cautiously together day after day. On a bright morning they enjoy the warm sunlight, thinking the weather is good. A guard suddenly spots something alarming. The sky darkens with wings as the demonic beast of destruction approaches the Tower Guild. A colossal horned demon with glowing eyes appears. Legions of lesser demons march behind it amid fire and bats. A panicked guard shouts that the demons have arrived. The warning reaches Aryan, Yunjae, and the angels inside the hall. Yoon-jae asks if everyone is assembled. They step outside to see the sky filled with demons. The invading swarm darkens the horizon. Yoon-jae, Aryan, and the angels take their positions to face the approaching army. The giant demon laughs, recognizing Yoonji's group from a past encounter. It demands that they entertain him again in this new battle. The demonic horde surges toward the burning city. Aryan asks his allies if they are ready. He reminds Yoon-jae that each enemy is a battle-hardened survivor and must be treated seriously. Strategy is given. They must carefully push forward and focus on stopping the demon leader Valak. Aryan addresses the entire alliance, declaring that the final battle has begun. He rouses the gathered warriors to confront the enemy's greed and end the slaughter. Aryan shouts that this is true war, not just another skirmish. He urges everyone to survive so they can see one another again. The frontline fighters roar and raise weapons as a barrier forms around them. Lines of angelic mages stand ready beneath the protective hexagonal shield. Michael looks out over the shielded city and its defenders. Aryan turns to Michael to signal the next step. Michael spreads his wings and rises into the air. He orders the angels to ignore human commands and follow only him. Michael and the angels launch themselves toward the demonic army. Watching him go, Aryan awkwardly asks Yoon-jae if something bad happened between them. He remembers a rumor that Yoon-jae might have sided with demons in the past. Yoon-jae calmly admits something like that occurred but says it will not cause problems now. He tells Aryan he understands the situation and prepares to act. Yoon-jae steps forward with Aryan at his side as the battle rages. Yoon-jae, Alvin, and Aryan leap from the walls to charge the enemy. Alvin sees an incoming fiery attack reflected in his eyes. Massive fireballs rain down as Valak advances. Yoon-jae shouts to Lois to drop the barrier at his command. Lois vows to stop the demons with her power. Alvin tackles Lois out of harm's way as explosions strike the walls. The blasts shatter parts of the defensive barrier. Lois yells at Alvin, asking what he is doing. He retorts that she will die if she tries to block everything alone. Aryan watches the falling fire and curses their situation. He slams his flaming fists into the ground to unleash his own power. Aryan rockets upward surrounded by fire to intercept the attack. His flames collide with the incoming projectiles in a blinding explosion. The clash detonates violently in midair. Aryan is blasted backward, still burning as he's thrown across the sky. Lois recovers and continues casting with both hands raised. Another massive explosion of light and fire engulfs the battlefield. The city wall crumbles, opening a breach through which smoke pours. Demons howl and rush through the gap toward the defenders. Firestorms spread through the city as buildings are destroyed. Human warriors fight back, cutting down demons with glowing blades. Yoon-jae rallies everyone, shouting that they can win if they fight together. The defenders, inspired, steel themselves amid the chaos. They shout in agreement and charge forward. Alvin and his squad sprint into battle with energy wings flaring. They leap into the demon ranks to strike from above. Alvin carves through enemies with powerful blue sword arcs. His comrades follow up, slaughtering more demons in coordinated strikes. Jungya dives from above, cleaving demons with a rain of blows. A burning sword streaks across the sky toward another front. Its wielder slices demons cleanly in a dazzling green flash. One demon falls apart as the attacks continue to tear through their lines. Another fighter faces a group of demons advancing through the fiery streets. The demons suddenly react in shock as something unexpected appears above them. Lois rises into the air surrounded by a glowing aura. She channels immense magical power, eyes blazing pink. Her hand moves in a decisive gesture to unleash the spell. The city-wide barrier pulses violently, electrocuting and blasting demons inside its range. Valak laughs at the chaos, calling the massacre delightful and reveling in the carnage. He turns to Yoon-jae amid the burning city and asks if Yoon-jae agrees with him. The swordsman charges forward through the flames, desperately calling out to Eun-kyung and Mina. He confronts the towering chain demon head-on as it roars that it is coming. The demon whirls a massive spiked ball on a chain toward the advancing swordsman. The swordsman leaps in and meets the incoming metal sphere with his blade. He follows through with a powerful aerial slash that sends a shockwave down at the demon. A faint smile crosses his lips as power gathers around him. Using blinding speed, he dashes past the demon, leaving afterimages in the air. His speed technique carries him through a vast, glowing space as he closes in on his target. The demon is smashed violently into the ground. The demon lies crushed, its maw slack and motionless. Another demonic figure relishes the fight, exclaiming how exhilarating this battle is. That demon taunts the enemy to keep killing it repeatedly until they themselves die. A human warrior erupts with red energy, screaming as his power surges. Empowered, he faces the one-eyed demon directly, their auras colliding. Their opposing energies clash in a violent explosion of red and blue. The battlefield burns while a single bright point of power flares in the forest below. That point detonates into a massive fiery blast that engulfs the surroundings. The one-eyed demon howls in pain as the explosion scorches it. Wreathed in fire, the demon staggers back, clutching its body and screaming. The young man, eyes marked with burning crosses, pants as red flames envelop him. He straightens, body fully cloaked in flame, preparing to charge again. He launches himself forward, driving his burning power toward the demon. His attack tears past the demon with such speed that only motion and impact remain. The demon retaliates, swinging its chained iron ball down toward him again. The impact flings him away as he cries out in pain. He crashes hard into the ground, still clutching his sword. From above, the demon's massive shadow looms over his kneeling form. The spiked ball slams down once more, sending fire and debris flying. The demon mocks him for dragging out the fight, saying he should have learned better tactics. The young man smirks and replies that of course he has learned something. He dives again, his blazing strike cutting into the spinning iron sphere. Elsewhere, Aryan commands Alvin to take the front lines and orders Lois to shield the wounded with a barrier. Alvin and Lois acknowledge the orders and move out. Aryan tells Jin Suk and Jungyu to focus on the stronger enemies, figuring the monsters have their own hierarchy, and they agree. Projectiles whistle through the air toward the melee. Jin Suk charges a demon, his fiery slash clashing with its chainball attack. Aryan pummels another demon with a powerful punch to the face. Jungyu decapitates a foe with a sweeping sword strike. A different warrior descends from above to smash into a cluster of demons. Alvin, wings of light flaring, fends off a pack of small demons. He continues his aerial sword dance, cutting through the attackers. Alvin suddenly spots something alarming and gasps. He dives in and cleaves through an enemy threatening his allies. Frustrated, he scolds the angel for interfering and making things more dangerous, while the angel dismisses him as a mere human. Alvin yells that he could have accidentally cut the angel by mistake. Distracted, Alvin is ambushed and struck from behind by a demon. The angel retorts that Alvin cannot even protect himself. That same angel is then impaled by a demon's spear from behind. The angel cries out in pain, blood spilling from his mouth. He collapses to the ground as the demon stands over him. The broader battle rages, humans clashing desperately with demons. A human soldier screams for help as a demon pins him down and raises a spear. The wounded angel nearby hears but initially walks away, ignoring the plea. He then turns to face a group of approaching demons, raising his hands defensively. Another human warrior swoops in and decapitates multiple demons with one strike. Elsewhere, a man screams to be saved as he is slashed in battle. The angel realizes the Heavenly King has been injured and calls out in shock. Silhouetted, the Heavenly King is beheaded by a demon. Back at the main fight, the cross-eyed youth crosses blades with the massive demon again. He pauses, sweat on his face, the glowing crosses over his brow burning more intensely. Distracted, he is smashed aside by the demon's iron ball. The demon swings the ball in a huge arc, sending him flying across the battlefield. The demon taunts that he is losing focus and asks if the screams of the humans are bothering him. It jeers that the fear of losing his precious humans must terrify him. Overwhelmed, he screams as the crosses flare and energy bursts from him. He curls up, bracing as explosions erupt around him. The relentless assault continues, driving him down and battering his body. He is hurled high above the chaotic battlefield, tumbling as demons and soldiers clash below. He looks dazed, the glowing crosses still flickering above his eyes. Watching the slaughter in the burning city, he internally cries out in denial. A demon raises its weapon to execute a fallen angel while the angel seems resigned. The angel suddenly reacts to something unexpected approaching. The cross-eyed youth swoops in and grabs the attacker's wing, intervening at the last second. Aryan appears behind another demon, eyes blazing as he moves to strike. His attack tears through the demon, severing its arm and crippling it. Aryan shouts to everyone that angels are their allies and urges them to join forces, insisting they can win together. He then calls out to Kim Yoon-jae, drawing the young man's attention. Aryan orders Kim Yoon-jae to leave this front and go stop Valak, saying he will handle the situation here. He promises that he and the others will take care of the battlefield while Yoon-jae moves on. Demons continue stomping on fallen angels as the tide remains dire. Aryan dives in again, smashing a demon away from a downed comrade. His blows tear through several demons' chests in succession. Surrounded by the dead, Aryan keeps punching, radiating righteous fury. Blood spattering around him, he raises his hand in grim resolve. Other robed figures rush to the fallen angel, asking if he is all right. Aryan notices something and his eyes widen in recognition. He sprints across the field with explosive speed toward a new threat. He decks another demon, protecting yet another ally. Grabbing an injured soldier, he drags him out of harm's way. The rescued man stammers his thanks as Aryan steadies him. Aryan immediately races back toward the thickest part of the fighting. He shouts for everyone to cooperate and protect one another. An angel scoffs at the idea of cooperation, pointing out that humans are fleeing. Many humans indeed turn and run in panic, ignoring Aryan's plea. Sighing, Aryan laments their fear and helplessness. Narration explains that fear opens cracks in a formation, allowing the enemy horde to pour through. From those small cracks, devastating waves of attacks break lines and cut down defenders. No matter how hard the allies fight to hold on, they are slowly pushed back. Once a crack widens, the narrator says, it becomes impossible to stop the collapse as more demons surge forth. Amid the chaos and flames, Aryan stands alone, burdened by the unraveling battlefield. With sweat and tears on his face, Aryan gathers everyone's attention. He senses something rushing toward him and stiffens in alarm. An angel slams into him, shielding Aryan with their body. The angel is impaled and mortally wounded while protecting him. Blood splashes across Aryan's face as he reels in shock. The dying angel tells him that regardless of what the other angels believe, he must not give up. With his last breath, the angel repeats the plea for Aryan not to give up. Aryan, kneeling over the fallen angel, starts to reply and then chokes back pain. The angel explains that Aryan must live because he is the leader of the humans. A demon suddenly grabs Aryan by the collar, yanking him upward. The wounded angel insists that Aryan may not be needed in direct combat, but that everyone needs him alive. Explaining that without a leader a group falls apart, the angel forces Aryan to understand his role. The angel's final thoughts say they do not want to lose their leader again and beg him not to give up. Trembling, Aryan clutches the angel's body as emotions surge within him. He grits his teeth, fighting back despair and steeling his resolve. Hugging the corpse tightly, he begins to channel a strange new power. Lightning-like energy courses through him as he strains and cries out. That power erupts in a golden explosion of light around Aryan, stunning everyone nearby. Soldiers and angels alike stare in shock at the sudden phenomenon. Even the demons pause, confused by the overwhelming surge of light. A colossal beam of golden energy shoots into the sky, shaking the battlefield. Watching from afar, allies gape and ask what that overwhelming power is. One of them smiles faintly, recognizing what is happening. A winged warrior concludes that this display means they have effectively won. Another man looks back at the pillar of light, bewildered, as someone reminds him they had been warned. Narration reveals that Aryan possesses another special power. In a flashback, Alvin explains that the Golden Lion Aryan's true strength is not his combat ability. Alvin names that hidden ability Supreme Command. He elaborates that Aryan can force everyone to obey his orders, and Aryan now activates it amid golden radiance. Empowered and glowing, Aryan stands as the embodiment of that overwhelming authority. He declares that from now on, every human and angel must follow his command. Under that order, humans and angels converge in formation before Kim Yoon-jae, surprising him. Yoon-jae, sweating, looks on with tense concentration. Far away, an elderly villain remarks in disbelief that Yoon-jae actually managed to defeat Valak. The old man, eyes glowing, suggests they end things here for now. Narration recalls Aryan, who united everyone on the battlefield. It also remembers Michael, the angel who believed in the humans, and it honors all humans and angels who fought side by side. Yoon-jae thanks Aryan, saying their victory was possible because of him. Yoon-jae immediately adds that the battle is not truly over yet. A violent slash of energy tears through the scene. Deep within the demonic core, a monstrous eye reacts in terror, crying out in denial. Blue flames surge as sealing energy floods the demonic space. Outside, black demonic smoke disintegrates in front of the assembled humans and angels. The dissolving miasma swirls around Yoon-jae as he stands firm. He sheathes his sword and praises everyone for their hard work. Valak's severed head laughs, boasting that they cannot end him because he will revive endlessly. Even as a mere head, Valak declares that he will never truly die, no matter how many times humans perish. Yoon-jae, sword wreathed in blue flame, tells Valak he can keep resurrecting as much as he wants. He explains that this time the sealing will last far longer because Valak is being bound at his absolute weakest. The protagonist declares that this battle is neither his personal victory nor the enemy's defeat. He states that the true victory belongs to humans who have overcome their fear. Empowered, he dashes toward the massive enemy with blinding speed. The demon commander reels back, shocked by the assault. Someone gasps in pain as bandaged wounds strain. Narration praises ordinary humans who sincerely help others even without recognition as heroes. It highlights humans who keep fighting despite the horror of death surrounding them. It honors humans who master their terror, quietly fulfill their roles, and keep attacking the monsters. It commends leaders who recognize every effort and guide these people forward in battle. The protagonist's sword drives toward the demon commander's chest. He explains that the demon grows stronger by feeding on negative human emotions like fear, hatred, and rage. He notes that this dependence on negativity is why the demon has never lost a war. The protagonist approaches, preparing to challenge that supposed invincibility. He tells the demon it underestimated humans. He describes humans who continue living despite enduring relentless daily pain. He describes humans who damage their bodies fighting because they refuse to let others be hurt. The demon senses that the human's fear, its power source, is vanishing. It panics, wondering how the formerly demoralized humans have regained morale. The soldiers roar that they will win, igniting a unified charge. The demon staggers, its strength fading as the protagonist advances. The hero taunts the demon, asking if its power has suddenly deserted it. Angels unleash magic circles, joining the counterattack. Their spells blast through demon ranks, killing many. Humans and angels surge forward together, glowing with renewed resolve. The demons see that unstoppable charge reflected in their own terrified eyes. The demon commander howls in disbelief at this reversal. The ground explodes under the shock of their continued clash. Empowered warriors plow through demon lines, striking ferociously. Angels and fighters dive down, cutting through more demons in coordinated strikes. The demon foot soldiers are stunned and frightened by the sudden onslaught. Humans counterattack at point-blank range, cutting down towering foes. More demons are sliced apart as the glowing warriors press their assault. The soldiers and angels are shocked to feel an unfamiliar surge of strength. One fighter realizes that mysterious power is overflowing inside him. The entire army, bathed in light, rallies in front of the burning castle. They shout to move out and win, fully committed to the fight. A colossal dragonworm roars as it charges, surprised by the resistance. It slams into a barrier of brilliant light. An empowered leader counters the monster with a devastating, blazing blow. That leader proclaims that the real war begins now. Wounded soldiers worry how they can keep fighting in their current condition. The fiery leader blasts through a wall, rushing back into the fray. He confronts the dragonworm head-on, undaunted. Hovering in flames, he calls out to everyone on the battlefield. The dragonworm convulses and writhes in pain from his assault. Suspended above the army, he vows that together they will win this war. He reflects that although angels and humans were once enemies, today they stand side by side. He says that as long as they fight for the same cause, former foes can become allies. He orders humans to protect endangered angels and angels to help humans escape. He warns that anyone who disobeys this order will be treated as an enemy. Elsewhere, an old man stands beneath flying dragons, observing the conflict. Dragons sweep over a distant battlefield filled with fleeing figures. A voice, watching through a crystal sphere, says this is how things ultimately turn out. Two men, gazing into the sphere, agree. The long-haired man asks whether Kim Yoon-jae can truly accomplish what is needed. The other replies that he hopes so, believing in that man's potential. In a quiet room, a mentor tells Yoon-jae that he must fight the dragon. Yoon-jae anxiously asks if there is any way to win, since neither of them has fought a dragon before. Embarrassed, he admits he has no experience against dragons either. He then wonders why dragons would start catastrophic wars in the first place. The mentor begins to answer. He says that is a question Yoon-jae should pose directly to the dragon. Yoon-jae reacts in surprise as someone enters the room. A red-haired man named Garen appears at the door. Garen begins explaining that dragons, blessed with long lifespans, have watched over the world for ages. He says dragons enjoyed prolonged peace, stability, and prosperity. Later, these creatures, originally someone else's creations, gained the power to create on their own. They came to see themselves as creators in their own right. Believing that bringing forth new life was their noble mission, dragons threw themselves into creation. Using their power, they filled the world with more living beings and flourishing nature. But that creative power consumed their own vitality. Though long-lived, dragons grew greedy to extend their lives even further. So they sought methods to gain more vitality. They forged a holy grail and its fragments to collect dragon power, granting whoever assembles them strength equal to a dragon. This artifact drove mortals to slaughter each other in pursuit of that power. Through a special medium, the lives lost in those wars were harvested. Those stolen life forces were gathered into a single, controllable energy. That energy was then transformed into fresh vitality for dragons. The old dragon reflects grimly on the cruelty of this system. Garen concludes that this predatory cycle is the very system of their world. Outraged, Yoon-jae shouts that the scheme favors dragons even if all others must die for them. He realizes the Holy Grail and its fragments existed solely for dragons' benefit. The mentor quietly confirms that conclusion. Yoon-jae condemns the dragons for using a reality-bending wish power purely to satisfy selfish greed for longevity. He rages that this greed has caused countless species to perish. Garen responds that greed has no end. He adds that some dragons did oppose this predatory system. He reveals that only he and Aryan stood against it. Under the pretense of delivering the fragment and key, they broke away from the other dragons. Although abandoned by their kin, they feel duty-bound to stop this meaningless immortality and slaughter. Garen begs Yoon-jae, as a dragon himself, to help them. He asks Yoon-jae to make them. He finishes his plea by asking Yoon-jae to ensure dragons become extinct. Yoon-jae is stunned by the gravity of that request. Back in the present battle, Yoon-jae snarls at his enemies for daring to face him after all they have done. He vows that they will die in the very endgame they created. The old dragon mockingly calls that terrifying and says they must eliminate this threat quickly. Pointing at Yoon-jae, he declares that dragons are no longer beings to protect but a deadly evil trying to kill them. He names dragons as that enormous evil. He proclaims that now is the time to purify them. Hearing the word purification, Yoon-jae calmly says he likes that term. His eyes glow as he repeats that it is indeed time for purification. The angelic leader rallies all humans and angels to join forces and fight together. He shouts that if they unite, there will be hope for them. Dragons dive toward the battlefield where soldiers and angels stand ready. Angels launch forward at high speed to intercept. Humans and angels charge in unison, answering the call to battle. Yoon-jae races across the sky alongside a white dragon ally. On the ground, warriors narrowly escape a devastating attack that blasts the battlefield. Dragons and defenders exchange titanic blasts of fire and light. One fighter releases a massive beam attack straight into a dragon's mouth. Another warrior decides that since this is the final battle, he no longer needs to hold anything back. He yells to end the exhausting conflict once and for all. Yoon-jae urges everyone not to conserve strength and to fight with everything until the very last moment. He himself dives in, unleashing his full power. A dragon blocks his path, declaring he cannot pass. Yoon-jae's attack explodes inside the dragon's jaws. He follows through with a powerful overhead strike. He cries out as he attacks again and again. His slashes send another dragon sprawling. An ally charges up with glowing energy, readying a decisive blow. That ally drives a massive spear of energy into a dragon's head while screaming. As they fly, the ally confirms their target lies on an island ahead, and Yoon-jae agrees. The ally tells Yunjae to keep pushing forward. Enraged dragons shriek and rush to intercept. Yunjae and an angel companion speed toward them, saying they will. Behind him, comrades promise to clear a path for Yunjae. Allies clash with dragons above as Yunjae dives straight toward the island. A huge chunk of land, with the island above, looms as his destination. Yunjae lands in flames, power surging around him. He stands engulfed in red fire, facing the old dragon who awaits him. The colossal dragon looms above as Yunjae's burning figure confronts it fearlessly. Empowered, he rockets up to meet the dragons head-on. His red beams slice through dragon bodies, wounding multiple foes at once. Cloaked in fire, he charges through the inferno toward his goal. His burning footsteps pound across the shattered ground. He finally reaches the old dragon, standing face to face amid swirling flames. The old dragon admits Yunjae's progress is impressive. Yunjae coldly demands to know where the life-harvesting medium is. The old dragon lifts his staff, revealing the glowing medium and asking if Yunjae means this. Yunjae says he will destroy it and end everything. The old dragon stops him, asking to pose one more question. He slams the staff into the ground, activating its power. A vortex of light erupts between them, filling the area. Within that space, the old dragon calmly asks Yunjae what his true wish is. Yunjae, wreathed in fire, demands to know why that matters. The dragon notes that, like him, Yunjae is trying to reject a destiny imposed on him. He argues that using a wish to resurrect someone is also an act of defying fate. He insists they are fundamentally the same, because all living beings naturally try to defy fate. Yunjae answers that the dragon may have wings like his own kind, but it speaks with the deceitful tongue of a snake. The protagonist is violently slammed into the ground, blood flying as his glowing power flares. The old man laughs approvingly, saying the hero now speaks like a king as the young warrior charges him. Grinning wickedly, the old man muses that humans have immense potential and finds this situation pleasing. The furious hero leaps to attack, shouting for the old man to stop making that repulsive noise. The hero smashes the old man's head with a flaming strike. The protagonist gasps in surprise as something changes. In a calmer memory, an older man insists seriously that among humans, angels, and demons, one thing most increases lifespan. He explains that the greatest source of that power is humans who die before realizing their potential, leaving the hero uneasy. The old man tells the former ordinary human hero to look at himself, pointing out how a fragment alone made him dragon level. He urges the hero to think carefully, saying that possessing the Holy Grail lets one alter anything in this space. The old man tempts him further, saying the Grail can resurrect loved ones, revive everyone who died here, and grant any wish. The hero hesitates, gripping his burning sword while sweating. The old man asks if they really seem disgusting and raises his glowing staff. Smiling, he promises to show the hero the life he desires. Dark liquid spreads as if a portal, or illusion, is opening. The hero's body sinks into a watery, shadowy void. Within the abyss he panics, mentally screaming in denial. Echoing voices call out in alarm, urging a father to wake up. Another voice calls the hero Kim Yunjae and tells him to wake. The hero jolts awake with a pillow slammed into his face. He blinks in confusion as his stomach growls. His wife and daughter look down at him, reminding him of their planned family picnic. Still in armor, he awkwardly agrees to go as his daughter beams. As they leave the apartment, his wife thinks she forgot something while holding his hand. Outside, the hero walks between tall buildings, holding his wife's hand as he looks around. A friendly neighbor calls out and asks if he is going on a picnic. The neighbor cheerfully tells him to have fun, while the hero wonders where they first met. The family arrives at a grassy field before a sprawling medieval city full of tents and towers. The hero sees comrades from his other life in the camp, blending oddly with the scene. More familiar allies appear, including a winged figure overhead, as he takes it all in. The family happily climbs a flowered hillside overlooking the town. His daughter excitedly calls for him as she swings from his arm among the flowers. She begs for a piggyback ride, and he warmly agrees. Riding on his shoulders, she celebrates joyfully while he smiles. As they stroll, his daughter says she has something to tell him. He tilts his head up, curious about what she wants to say. Hanging upside down over his face, she tells him she loves him, while his wife smiles behind. The hero is stunned by the simple confession. Tears well in his eyes as the words sink in. A tear rolls down his cheek, revealing how moved he is. He responds that he loves them too as they walk in glowing white space. Time loops back and she again begins to say she has something to tell him. Once more, she declares her love to her father. His feet press into the grass amid scattered petals, anchoring him in the illusion. He starts to answer, struggling with emotion. Tears in his eyes, he repeats his reply with more resolve. The tear falls as his determination hardens. He tells them he loves them too, then notices a dark whirlpool opening nearby. The daughter gazes into the vortex, seeing his real battered self carrying her within it. Inside the swirling portal, that other self promises he loves them as if sending a message. The hero's gloved hand trembles, wedding rings visible as the illusion cracks. He tightly grasps his flaming sword, rejecting the dream. Crying, he vows to his daughter that their dad will return soon. Leaving the vanished field, he steps toward a glowing portal and wonders if the ordeal has ended. He emerges back into the battlefield, flames still coating his arm and glowing crosses on his eyes. Elsewhere, the old man exhales, sensing the illusion has been broken. Surprised, he admits he did not expect the hero to escape that fantasy. Facing him, the hero listens as the old man asks his opinion and repeats that with the Holy Grail he could achieve anything. The old man praises the Grail as an exceptional item. The enraged hero leaps down with a flaming strike aimed at him. He swings a massive arc of crimson energy toward the old man. Advancing through swirling flames, the hero declares that there are two things one must never toy with in humans. Gritting his teeth, he says the first forbidden thing is family. The old man, holding his staff, states that the second is someone humans love. The hero, ablaze with power, promises to show exactly what happens when those are threatened. The old man stares in fear, recognizing a terrifying power. Other onlookers are stunned by the energy he is releasing. Someone realizes he is wielding the power of the dragon. On another front, dragons confront human and angelic fighters in a tense standoff. A colossal explosion of light erupts above the battlefield, shocking everyone. The hero's shoes ignite as he begins to move with explosive force. His office suit appears under the flames as he rips at his tie. Fully shifting into his modern appearance, he channels his power through his body. The old man again reacts in disbelief at this transformation. In his suit, the hero barrels in and lands a powerful blow on the old man. The old man's body is hurled away in a blur of red impact. The hero follows up with another flaming punch that slams him into the ground. The old man screams in agony as the blows land. Pummeled repeatedly, he cries out while explosions rock his body. A mountain or massive rock face detonates from the continuing clash. The hero raises his arm to strike again, eyes burning. He dives down as rings of explosive energy erupt beneath him. The shattered ground shows the old man's hand struggling to rise. The camera pulls back to reveal the hero advancing while the old man groans on all fours. Panicking, the old man grabs his glowing staff and insists this cannot be happening. He staggers to his feet, refusing to accept defeat. With a crazed grin, he begins an incantation, speaking ominously of the hero's life. He declares that the hero's life will end here, eyes blazing. The staff's orb flares with intense green light. A pillar of green energy explodes from the ground as the hero charges toward it. Bathed in the light, the old man invokes Topia, the land of dragons. He commands something to awaken through the staff's power. The orb fractures under the strain. The green crystal shatters completely as he completes the summoning words. The hero realizes the Holy Grail is actually hidden underground. The ground and distant hills rumble violently from what has been called forth. The hero sprints up glowing steps in the air toward the sky. A titanic dragon emerges, spewing fire as the hero runs toward it. He dashes straight down the gaping maw of the dragon using his conjured steps. He bursts back out of its jaws in a flash, having cut through from within. A massive dragon head looms over him, asking if he is the one seeking the Holy Grail. The hero answers defiantly that the Holy Grail resides within him. The enraged dragon lord screams for his death and charges. Narration describes a being even dragon's fear, showing a monstrous clawed hand. It explains that this being stole dragon power at birth and forced dragons to slaughter others. The narration identifies that being as the most vicious dragon, Fafnir. Against Fafnir's overwhelming power, the battlefield erupts as lesser fighters flee. The hero thinks of his beloved family and feels destiny crystallizing in this final confrontation. He charges Fafnir, sword ready and eyes blazing with determination. Fafnir unleashes a roaring torrent of breath. The hero weaves through and clashes with the blast using his steps and sword. He notes that such a massive body must have significant weak points. Explosions hammer the dragon as he seeks those weaknesses. The dragon's fanged jaws ignite in fiery light. A demonic, winged Fafnir form appears amid the inferno. The demon sneers, asking if they thought he would simply accept things as the hero imagined. The hero braces himself, speechless, facing this new form. Fafnir roars and lunges, overflowing with power. They collide midair, sword against fist, producing blinding bursts of energy. The hero crashes down, coughing blood from the impact. Fafnir relentlessly pursues, readying another brutal punch. A devastating strike smashes into the hero's back, sending him flying. Another huge explosion engulfs the battlefield. The hero struggles back to his hands and knees, groaning in pain. He spits more blood, badly wounded yet conscious. Realizing the danger, he curses as Fafnir descends on him from above. He recalls a warning that even seeing the future cannot let one avoid certain fates, and wonders what that really means. Feeling Fafnir's overwhelming strength, he thinks that all his previous battles were nothing in comparison. Fafnir laughs at human efforts and begins charging a dark energy blast, claiming humans are ultimately insignificant. Before he can fire, a powerful ally suddenly appears behind Fafnir. That ally slams a heavy punch into Fafnir's side, interrupting the attack. Fafnir howls in shock at the unexpected blow. The bearded warrior declares he will no longer run away and joins the fight. Fafnir calls their resistance hilarious, and prepares another purple blast. A winged knight dives in and slices Fafnir, drawing a spray of blood. The knight shouts that he will finish this battle. The hero rushes forward again, feet pounding the ground. He darts past Fafnir's guard, aiming a precise strike. Fafnir wheels toward the hero, still under attack from multiple sides. Enraged, Fafnir screams insults at the bug-like humans. He swoops down, spitting a focused beam of fire at them. The hero meets him head-on, clashing with the dragon's claws at close range. An arrow or spear pierces Fafnir's arm, halting his attack. Another blow drives the weapon deeper, splattering blood. Fafnir cries out in disbelief as he is pinned in place. More angels dive to the assault, coordinating their attack. One angel drives a sword into Fafnir's back, making him arch in agony. Another follows with a crushing punch to his face. Fafnir is hurled down, crashing violently into the ground. The allied warriors hover above the massive fiery impact, watching as their combined strike engulfs the fallen dragon. The suited man channels demonic power into his sword as he advances across the battlefield. A robed figure hovering above a gigantic horned corpse shouts Kim Yunji's name. Yunji charges with his flaming sword toward the smaller winged demon. The horned demon glares and demands to know if his opponent is treating this fight like a joke. The demon erupts with blinding fiery power, declaring that the opponent judged him incorrectly. The unleashed flames explode outward, engulfing the area. The blast hurls the robed man through the air in agony. His body smashes apart amid the inferno. Yunji is also blown away, tumbling through the flames. He crashes and skids violently across the ground. The great demon rises laughing, power bursting from his body. A sudden pain makes the demon scream. Another horned warrior appears behind him and drives a sword through his torso. That warrior's face is half human, half skeletal demon, radiating lethal intent. The skeletal warrior taunts Lamar, asking if he can sense the power of the ultimate being he longed for. As blood splashes on the ground, Lamar confirms he clearly feels that overwhelming strength. The half-demon swordsman speculates that Lamar might have been created specifically to resist this power. Instead, Lamar feels his own essence being devoured and cries out. He realizes in horror that the force is too great, his blood is not absorbing it, and he is being consumed. Shocked, he can only grunt as the realization hits him. The half-demon warrior refuses to believe such an attack could kill him and glares into the demon's face. The demon swings a massive arm in retaliation. The blow smashes the half-demon's skull mask, shattering it. The demonic skeletal visage crumbles apart completely. Lamar then brutally kicks the defeated warrior into the distance. The broken body spins through the air from the impact. Another man, Jun, stares in horror and whispers Jungi's name. Seeing Jungi's lifeless body, Jun screams his full name. Jun stands alone amid the devastation, facing his fallen comrade. Tears well as he silently absorbs the grim sight. Determined, Jun launches himself forward at high speed. The enraged demon unleashes multiple energy beams from his mouth. The attack detonates in a massive fiery explosion around him. Nearby allies are blown away by the shockwave. The flying demon hurls a huge fireball toward Jun. Another fighter with white wings explodes upward from the ground, rushing to intervene. Lamar laughs at this resistance, mocking that his foe is nothing. His smug expression falters as he senses something unexpected. Jun surges forward wreathed in golden energy, eyes blazing. His hand tightens on his sword as he prepares a decisive strike. A brilliant golden slash arcs toward the sky. Jun's flaming charge smashes directly into Lamar, driving his attack through the demon's body. Lamar spits blood in shock at the sudden blow. Jun, sword in hand, tells the entity called Ki to watch and listen carefully. He explains that Yunki was his one and only best friend, using that bond as his resolve. Jun believes he might exist for the sole purpose of stopping Lamar. In the midst of trading blows, he urges Ki to use him. The inner voice tells him he alone can absorb Fafnir's power. Energy rips from Lamar's body as Jun begins that absorption. Jun and Lamar clash midair, glowing with opposing energies. Lamar curses inwardly as he feels the tide turning against him. Ki's voice insists that Jun must win this battle. Roaring, Jun swings his burning sword in a final all-out attack. His strike cleaves through the dark silhouette of Lamar. Lamar's chest erupts in blinding light from the fatal blow. Crystalline fragments shatter and scatter, signaling the demon's defeat. More shards fall away until nothing remains. Jun, bloody but alive, looks on with weary resolve. Before him a golden orb of power begins to form and whirl. The orb rises above his outstretched hand, radiating light. Bathed in its glow, Jun stares up at it in awe. A voice from the orb declares that Jun has finally triumphed. The same voice says it has been supporting his success the entire time. Jun realizes he is speaking with the legendary Holy Grail. The Grail confirms it is the one who will grant his wish. Jun listens silently, contemplating what to ask for. Around him lie the bloody corpses of his fallen allies. A surviving priest kneels in grief amid the carnage. The battlefield is shown littered with bodies and broken weapons. Two fallen comrades lie hand in hand in their pooled blood. The Grail praises Jun for killing all the dragons and tells him to decide what he desires. It asks whether he wishes to revive his family for personal happiness, or erase the world to prevent more victims. Jun clutches a yellow notebook that seems tied to his choice. In narration, he reflects that he is the last one left. He admits he is once again completely alone. Tears fall onto the notebook's cover. More tears drip down as his grief deepens. The Grail notes that Jun has reached a unique, unsurpassable level. Jun clenches his fist and rejects that idea. He argues that if everyone had to die for his family, such a wish would be meaningless. The Grail falls silent at his answer. Jun resolves that choosing only his family would make him no better than the dragons. He realizes this situation is not the outcome he truly wanted. He staggers toward Jungkyu's corpse. Overwhelmed, he drops to his knees beside his friend. Cradling Jungkyu, Jun insists no one should ever have to die like this. He calls desperately to anyone who might answer. His anguished scream for anyone echoes over the bodies. The Grail replies that he still must choose, because not everyone can be saved and he has only one wish. It frames the choice as either ending such sacrifices or reviving those he loves. The Grail clarifies that he can bring back whoever he wishes. Jun decides he will indeed make a wish. He asks the Grail to turn time back to the day before his family died. The Grail reacts in shock, realizing what Jun intends. Jun vows through tears to redo everything from the beginning and create a future where no one dies. Time shifts to his past life, where office worker Jun politely asks to leave work early. His boss questions him, and Jun explains he simply wants to go home sooner that day. When asked about a team dinner, Jun replies there is none and confirms his plan to leave. The boss grants permission, telling him to rest, and Jun thanks him. Jun hurries down the office corridor toward the exit. He strides through the hallway, checking the time as he heads out. He pushes through the city crowd at dusk, rushing home. Later he slips into a storage area, setting up some unseen plan. The place stands empty after he leaves, boxes stacked quietly. Another man in a black hoodie and mask enters the same storage room. Jun runs hard through the cold night streets. A panicked, disheveled man gasps as he flees, wreathed in ominous energy. Jun's target stumbles into the crate-filled room, not yet seeing he is followed. Turning, the man curses in confusion at the ambush. Jun, masked and hooded, advances and demands to know why the man attacked him before. He then viciously punches the man. Their struggle spills outside under a street lamp in the snowy night. The beaten man begs Jun to stop. Terrified, he demands to know who Jun is and why he is being treated this way. Jun coldly answers that the man does not need to know who he is or his reasons. He adds that the man will understand everything soon enough. The scene shifts to a peaceful night view of Jun's apartment building under the moon. Returning home in his hoodie, Jun announces his arrival and hears his daughter call out to him. His little girl happily rushes in and hugs his leg, asking why he is late. His wife comes from the kitchen, noting he is later than usual and asking about his outfit. Jun hesitates, struggling with his emotions. He abruptly steps toward them. He hugs his wife and daughter tightly, startling them. Concerned, his wife asks what is wrong and if something happened. Jun denies anything is wrong but continues holding them. Crying quietly, he thanks them from the bottom of his heart. He tells them he is grateful that they are with him. Time passes in a montage of joyful family life, sharing meals and laughing together. Jun reads a bedtime story to his daughter, cherishing the ordinary moment. Later he kisses his wife goodnight as they relax on the couch. Alone, he goes to a room and opens the door with a heavy heart. He stands silently, gathering his resolve. Inside, he stares at the yellow notebook waiting on the desk. He opens it, revealing blank-lined pages ready to be filled. Jun notes aloud that only 1 year remains. He tells himself and the notebook to wait just 1 year. A training montage shows him jogging hard at night to prepare. By day he continues working diligently at the office. At home they share hearty meals together, his daughter being doted on. The family enjoys outings, building memories before the fated day. As that day nears, Jun runs with grim determination. He keeps typing and working, maintaining normalcy while planning. At night he writes detailed notes in the notebook about what is coming. When he finally closes it, he declares that the day he awaited has arrived. His wife asks about the long business trip he mentioned. She and their daughter cheerfully tell him to bring back good food and wish him a good trip. Jun smiles faintly as he prepares to leave. At the door he tells them he will be back soon. Once outside, blue flames suddenly engulf his head as a mystical voice greets his return. Jun's eyes blaze blue as he answers the voice, resolving to begin again and face everything head-on. Books and papers whirl through darkness as some unknown power activates. A young man focuses intensely, eyes closed in concentration. He opens his eyes with determination, clearly resolved. The man and many others find themselves transported into a forest, confused about the location. A system announces that a tutorial is about to start. The system orders everyone to imagine a desired weapon or receive a default sword, so the man calmly chooses a sword. Holding the summoned sword, he feels a strange sense of familiarity. The system warns that zombies are gathering and must be stopped, leaving people in disbelief. A horde of glowing-eyed zombies rushes the group, confirming the warning was real. Narration explains that when zombies first appeared in an earlier timeline, everyone had frozen in fear. The man notes that this time is different because it is not his first run through the tutorial. He grips his sword and resolves to act differently in this new attempt. Power surges along his blade as he unleashes a devastating strike. Zombies are cut down in a bloody arc as his attack tears through them. He vows to fix everything that went wrong before. Narration says the first 2 tutorial stages are cleared quickly as he crushes the enemies. Reaching the 3rd stage, he encounters a red portal among 3 colored doors. Inside, he questions 2 companions and asks for their names. The girl introduces herself as Kim Eun-ji and the boy as Yu Yoon-kyu. The man greets them and tells Yoon-kyu that this time they will survive together. Narration states they defeat a demon Lich and obtain an item called the Shackles of Zahar. They then slay a golden goblin and gain the powerful artifact Tears of the Goddess. Narration confirms that Tears of the Goddess have been acquired. Using these rewards, their strength increases rapidly. Later they again confront the monster Varlock in a forest. The man greets Varlock confidently, showing no fear. Varlock is shocked and confused by the man's attitude. Narration says they also meet the being Ariando once more. After finishing the tutorial, the confused survivors gather in a rocky area, unsure of their next task. An armored veteran appears, welcoming the newcomers. He introduces himself as Walker Alvin and says he has spent 7 years in this flipped world. Narration notes that the man is reunited with old friends who are glad to see him. He defeats an opponent named Abram. He and his party return to the sinister city Darkmium on a guild mission, remarking on its gloomy size. In Darkmium, a startled man recognizes him and demands to know why he is there. The protagonist reminds him he had promised they would meet again soon. Narration says a long-standing feud filled with bad blood is finally resolved. A powerful sword slash erupts, signaling another fierce attack. Narration recounts a dispute with the Murderer clan and the felling of a demonic tree, events mirroring the previous timeline. He continues effortlessly killing demons and begins retraining Jin Suk, though progress remains hard even with his advantage. Narration marks a turning point from the moment he meets a demon girl named Emily. Emily charges forward, eyes determined, ready to fight. The man shouts that they can save the world without Emily becoming a demon. Emily yells back that criminals no longer need to sacrifice themselves for salvation. The man extends his hand in an offer. He urges her to believe in his vision and follow him, insisting that demon, angel, and human alike can all return home. Time passes as he and a female ally walk through a forest and approach someone waiting for them. Emily, her horns crumbling away, asks if his promise of a new future can really be true. As narration says, history begins to change. Thanks to Baek-chun, the man undergoes extreme training that lets him break past his previous magic limits. With this power, he once again faces the being known as the Key of Demons. In battle, the man and Walker Alvin confront the Horned Key together. The Key is bewildered by their unexpected cooperation. The man questions why demons and humans should keep fighting each other at all. He tells the Key he has something important to say. The Key scoffs, doubting that he could believe such words. The man replies that belief is optional and continues regardless. Walker's body radiates overwhelming power as he activates a brilliant ability. The man warns that if his proposal is rejected, they will simply continue the fight and presses his sword to the Key's throat. The Key thinks to himself in shock about this terrifying human. Watching Walker's strength, the Key wonders how a human can be so powerful. At last the Key raises his hands in surrender. He agrees to the man's plan, reasoning that battling dragons sounds more exciting than killing humans. The two sides seal an alliance with a handshake, choosing dragons as their common enemy. Narration states that events will no longer unfold according to the dragon's designs. As mighty angels descend to the world, one greets the man, saying it has been a long time. While the angels undertake their own mission, the protagonist and his party continue pursuing their separate goals. Later they once again encounter Varlock, this time far less intimidated. Varlock laughs menacingly, and says he is delighted to meet them in battle. Narration explains that the group easily seals Varlock with their improved power. Afterwards, the godlike Arian awaits the man's arrival in a grand hall. Arian remarks that he had not expected to see the man again, and the protagonist receives another divine fragment from him. The man fights the archangel Metatron while deliberately suppressing his strength. Doing so buys enough time for his allies to confront a dragon elsewhere. Narration admits that although he vowed to save everyone, at least 2 beings must die. Those 2 are identified as the tyrannical celestial king Metatron, and Metatron's fanatic follower, Gabriel, who is slain in a bloody strike. After reorganizing the war's factions, the man announces to the angels that this long conflict can now finally end. Demons arrive on the battlefield, battered but ready to stand alongside him. Angels likewise stand in formation, prepared to cooperate. Human warriors, also wounded, rally behind him as well. He explains that demons, angels, and humans are all gathered because they now share the same goal. That shared goal is a refusal to go on living as puppets controlled by higher beings. He defines their new will: to fight, bleed, and die only for their own sakes, not for someone else's amusement. He asks the assembled factions if they understand this resolve. Somewhere else, dragons take flight as an old man named Jayan watches, called out by the protagonist. Jayan snarls in rage, cursing the man as a despicable bastard. Back in his suit, the man grips his tie as red power starts to surge from within him. His body flares with that power, eyes glowing and symbols burning on his forehead. Jayan stares in terror and recognition, exclaiming at what he is witnessing. The empowered man dives in and smashes his fist into Jayan with overwhelming force. Jayan's body is hurled away in a blur of red impact. The man continues his furious assault, flames licking around him as he batters Jayan. Jayan screams in agony from the pummeling blows. Repeated explosive strikes leave Jayan reeling and broken. One attack detonates so violently that even a distant cliff erupts from the impact. The man raises his arm again, readying yet another crushing blow. He slams down, causing rings of fiery energy to erupt from the ground. Jayan tries to push himself up, hand trembling against the shattered earth. Coughing blood, he attempts to crawl away as the man advances on him. Jaein desperately brandishes a staff with a glowing green orb, refusing to yield. Barely standing, he insists in disbelief that this situation cannot be happening. With a crazed grin, he declares that the man's life is about to end. He roars that the protagonist's life will finish here. The staff's orb explodes with intense green light as he activates its power. A blinding pillar of that green energy engulfs the shattered ground before the man. Jaein proclaims that he is opening Topia, the land of the dragons. He completes a ritual command for the dragons of Topia to awaken. The green sphere begins cracking apart under the surge of power. As it shatters, Jaein attempts to call forth the dragon Fafnir. Watching this, the man grins and says that this dramatic entrance is more like what he expected. He rides a blade of light and fire upward as the ground erupts beneath him. He then dives straight toward the gaping maw of an enormous dragon. Using his footing on a platform of light, he avoids being swallowed and positions himself for another strike. The colossal dragon studies him and rumbles that he must be the one seeking the Holy Grail. The man replies that he is not merely aiming for it but fully intends to take the Holy Grail. Power surges through him once more as he charges for a decisive attack. He dashes forward at extreme speed, sword poised. A massive fiery explosion erupts from the clash. Within the flames, a winged, horned figure appears, radiating demonic power. This terrifying being taunts the man, insisting he will not be as easy to defeat as previous enemies. The demon roars in pain as battle begins anew. The man meets him head-on, clashing sword against demonic might. Smiling fiercely, he says he will not fall for the same tricks a second time. A bloody arc of damage cuts across the demon's body. The protagonist presses his advantage, hacking into the demon with relentless blows. The demon spits blood and cries out in disbelief at how strong the human has become. The man stomps him down with a crushing kick while striking from above. He drives the demon back across the battlefield, slashing through him. Another slash carves deep, making the demon scream. Using enchanted chains, an allied demon binds Lamar, the raging foe. Shackles snap closed around Lamar's limbs, tightening. More restraints clamp down as the chains fully immobilize him. Lamar is dragged and pinned, his bloodied hands nailed to the ground while chains hold him aloft. Angels swoop in to support the final assault. A demon ally cuts Lamar from behind, dealing a mortal blow. The masked demon tells Lamar that his entire existence has led to this day. Lamar thrills in a twisted way, feeling that this bloody climax is exactly what he has been seeking. The defeated body crashes to the ground in a cloud of dust. The man raises his sword, ready to deliver the finishing stroke. He brings the sword down in a decisive execution. Standing over the aftermath, he declares that the fight is over. A glowing armored version of himself appears and asks if he has once again managed to pull everything off. The glowing figure asks whether the second chance at life let him achieve what he wanted. The protagonist in armor smiles serenely in the radiant light. Facing his other self, the man admits it was hard and that despite his efforts people were still hurt and killed. He confesses that he could not protect everyone. Yet he adds that, despite those failures, something important has changed. He concludes that he believes he has done quite enough. His other self says that is more than sufficient, and asks what wish he will make this time. The man lowers his head, saying that his desire now has been reduced to just a single wish. The protagonist resolves to end everything so no one will ever have to sacrifice again. A voice questions whether that decision is truly what he wants, warning that once he leaves this place there will be nothing left. The voice explains that returning to ordinary life will make him complacent and too weak to ever reach this omnipotent place again. The armored figure asks if he is really willing to give all of this up. The protagonist extends his hand in answer. He says he is not giving something up, since this power was never his in the first place. He states that he only needs to go back to where he truly belongs. The armored man accepts his answer as the final decision, power crackling around him. They clasp hands in agreement. The omnipotent golden construct shatters apart. As the protagonist is lifted in golden light, the other grants that his wish will be fulfilled. Former comrades on the fantasy world's walls look up in shock at the sky. More allies stare upward, realizing something momentous is happening. A blinding explosion of light engulfs the fortress and sky. The light expands to envelop the entire world like a radiant sphere. The protagonist's closed eyes show he is between worlds. His eyes snap open as he awakens. Standing in a suit again, he realizes he has returned to his original world. A caption notes that 1 year passes. His phone rings with a call from Yoon-kyu. He answers the incoming call. Smiling in his room, he greets Yoon-kyu on the phone. Walking through a busy street, Yoon-kyu reminds him of their meetup plan for next week. Yoon-kyu scolds him for previously canceling due to work and insists he come this time since Alvin and Royce will be there. The protagonist agrees to come, while Yoon-kyu adds that he should bring his wife and daughter. Seeing his girlfriend's icy stare, Yoon-kyu hurriedly ends the call, saying he needs to focus on their date. The protagonist looks at his phone as Yoon-kyu cheerfully signs off until next week. He remarks that Yoon-kyu hung up without letting him speak, as his wife enters and asks who called. He explains it was Yoon-kyu reminding him not to forget next week's gathering, and his wife jokes they should prepare for mishaps. She says dinner is ready and tells him to come out, and he agrees to move. As he walks out, his young daughter runs toward him calling for her dad. She excitedly announces they are having pork belly and urges him to hurry and eat. He affectionately pats her head, calling her their little princess and saying he is coming. At the table, he asks his wife if he should grill the pork belly, and she replies that of course he should. Laughing, he promises to cook the meat well done. Another day in the park, Yoon-kyu waves and calls out to Yoon Jae-hyung to come over. Yoon-kyu teases him for arriving late even when he actually shows up, and Yoon-jae laughs it off. Yoon-jae introduces his wife and daughter politely to Yoon-kyu. Yoon-jae reacts in surprise to something he sees. He spots all their old comrades already gathered for a picnic, and they invite him over. One friend exclaims how long it has been, and complains how hard it is to gather everyone. Yoon-jae's family approaches as the boisterous friend drinks immediately, saying such days call for even more drinking. Another companion comments that Alvin is drunk as well. Yoon-kyu nudges Yoon-jae to notice Alvin and Royce's left hands and their ring fingers. A sparkling ring is shown on one left hand. A matching ring gleams on the partner's hand resting on a knee. Yoon-jae and Yoon-kyu excitedly asked if the two have finally made their relationship official. Royce happily confirms that they are getting married. She teasingly explains that although he is usually frustrating, Alvin was actually the one who nervously proposed first. In flashback, Alvin kneels, vowing that no matter what happens, even if dragons reappear and they are sent to another world, he will stay with her. Still in the flashback, he declares he will take care of her as he offers the ring. She was momentarily speechless at his proposal. Then she smiled, calling him silly and saying there is no other world now to worry about. Hugging him from behind, she tells him to simply stay by her side and that will make her happy. Back at the picnic, she hands Yoon-jae a wedding invitation and asks him to attend. Yoon-jae warmly promises that his whole family will come. She turns to the group and asks if anyone else has good news to share. One long-haired friend bluntly says no, adding only that he and Jin-suk went traveling. Jin-suk elaborates deadpan that they spent 3 days and 2 nights together, very intimately. The group reacts in shock and embarrassment at her bluntness. The man flusters, asking how she can say it like that, while she needles him about being embarrassed, and he tries to deny it. Everyone on the picnic mat bursts out laughing together. A narration over Alvin with friends says this carefree time with them is exactly the life he had wished for. The narration continues that what he wanted was simply to smile and enjoy such moments together with family. Over Yoon-jae smiling with his wife, the narration reflects that in this ordinary daily life, time feels like a precious gift. The narration adds that he is now deeply grateful for this normalcy. It notes that elsewhere their divine allies are likely also living out their own versions of normal. It wishes for the happiness of their demon world companions too as they lead their chaotic lives. A bearded sage-like figure meditates peacefully in front of a grand hall. He reflects that he has at last managed to attain purity. With eyes closing, he quietly offers his thanks. The sage, thinking of Yoon-jae, reaches out his hand in the empty hall. Back in the park, Yoon-jae sits contentedly with his family, watching the scene. He reaches into his bag and takes out a notebook. He grips a pen, ready to write. He flips the lined pages open. While his friends chat and laugh nearby, he focuses on writing in the notebook. He begins recording his thoughts, noting how people cannot know what lies ahead. He writes that no one can see what came before in life or what will follow in the days to come. Closing the notebook and standing up, he holds it loosely at his side. The narration compares this unfolding life to watching a live broadcast. Yoon-jae joyfully carries his daughter on his shoulders as they play. Wind flips through the pages of the notebook left on the mat as he runs off with her. The narration concludes that as each day passes, one must spend time loving more, cherishing more, and living faithfully. The final reflection states that of everything he has learned, that single lesson is the only part worth remembering.